To achieve the most difficult achievement in Minecraft, you didn't eat or drink for 3 years, but unexpectedly, after drinking a wild cocktail, you died suddenly. After death, you found yourself crossing over to a world called Block Continent, where you became an ordinary block person and studied at Block Academy every day. Interestingly, the subjects taught here were exactly the same as the game knowledge in Minecraft. Not only that, you also discovered that everyone had health bars and bug displays above their heads, which made you feel a bit bewildered, as if you were playing a game. Just then, a stern voice exploded in your ear. Steve stood up and answered the question. Unmoved by the words, your deskmate Alex quietly reminded Steve that mentor Randy was calling him. It was then that you realized you had become a block person. Steve, with a puzzled look on your face, asked, "What question?" At this moment, a serious-looking man asked, "How do you get infinite water with 2 buckets of water?" This man was Randy, a mentor at the Royal Elite Academy. You couldn't help but scratch your head, feeling confused. "Sleeping in my class, you've got some guts, kid," Randy said coldly. The students in the class began to whisper as they thought you were in trouble. Just as they thought you were going to be in trouble, you lightly replied, "Is that all? Are you taking me for a fool? Dig a trench 3 blocks long, 1 block wide, and 1 block high. Pour 2 buckets of water on either side, and the middle block is infinite water." Your answer showed no respect for Randy, and your tone was very arrogant. Randy was taken aback by your response, as he didn't expect you to answer like that, let alone in such a cocky manner. He was momentarily at a loss. You got lucky this time. "Sit down. Next time, you won't be so lucky," Randy said coldly. "Lucky guess. Just kidding. I've been playing MC for so many years," you retorted defiantly, looking at Randy with dissatisfaction. You then asked Randy, "Mentor Randy, I have a question for you as well. Can you help me with it?" Upon hearing this, Randy looked confident and asked, "Do you know how to make infinite water with just 1 bucket of water?" When this question was raised, Randy was first stunned, then quickly turned mocking. Steve, have you lost your mind? How can you make infinite water with just 1 bucket of water? I suggest you go back to the countryside and farm instead of embarrassing our elite academy." You didn't get angry but smiled instead because from the previous conversation, you guessed that the people in this world were only at the most basic level of applying MC principles. Even such a simple technique as infinite water needed to be learned at school, indicating their lack of knowledge. "Mentor Randy, why do you say 1 bucket of water can't make infinite water?" "I say it can," you said confidently. As soon as you spoke, the classmates in the class began to mock you, "An ignorant bumpkin who dares to talk nonsense here." Randy also shouted at you, "Steve, disrupting classroom discipline, get out." Ignoring them, you walked straight to the corner of the classroom where there was an alchemy pot, a bucket of water, and some glass water bottles. Everyone curiously watched your every move. Randy sneered but didn't stop you, waiting to see you make a fool of yourself. Making infinite water with 1 bucket of water, isn't that wishful thinking? However, you simply dug a trench 1 block deep and 3 blocks long on the ground, then poured the water from the bucket into the leftmost empty block. Finally, you took 3 bottles of water with the glass bottles and poured them into the alchemy pot. The water in the alchemy pot was now full. You then used the bucket to take out the water from the alchemy pot and poured it into the rightmost empty block. This way, the 2 streams of water converged, and the middle block became infinite water. So, do you have anything else to say? You stood up, pointing at the ground with a smile, looking at Randy. After all, there is nothing to be proud of. Seeing Dylan still stubbornly refusing to admit his ignorance, you smile even more. "Master Randy, you are right. This is indeed a side path, but I have 7 or 8 other side paths like this. Do you want to hear about them?" Randy's face darkens at your words. Fortunately, at that moment, the school bell rings, and Randy seizes the opportunity to walk up to you, coldly saying, "Steve, kid, you've got guts. I'll remember you." With that, he quickly leaves the classroom. You watch him leave with a slight smile, unconcerned. While everyone else is puzzled by the scene, you pay no attention to their thoughts, pick up your bag, and head towards the door. Before leaving, you give Alex a pat, then walk home. "What are you still standing here for?" Alex is still in shock and hasn't reacted. Only when you walk away does he hurriedly catch up, saying, "Steve, you've really stirred up trouble this time. What's so great about it?" "A bunch of narrow-minded ants." "I don't care," you reply disdainfully. "The level of knowledge in this world is probably as difficult as setting up a redstone circuit. I'm at least a seasoned player myself. I don't need them to teach me. It's a joke." You dare not claim to know everything about MC, but you are more than capable of outperforming these so-called academy instructors. Alex quickly covers your mouth, saying, "Steve, have you gone mad? Can you just say that?" Ignoring him, you head straight home. The Royal Elite Academy is located in the heart of the Block Kingdom, while your home is miles away. To return home, you must use the teleportation array in the academy. Beside the teleportation array, an old man with white hair is dozing off. "Excuse me, could you help me activate the teleportation array?" you ask softly. The old man opens his eyes and asks, "Where to?" "Carlo village on the border," you reply. With a wave of his hand, the teleportation array emits a white light. Standing inside, you feel a moment of darkness before disappearing from the spot. When you open your eyes again, the scenery has completely changed. The magnificent high-rise buildings of the academy have vanished, replaced by a picturesque rural landscape. In the distance, several small wooden houses emit smoke from their chimneys. That is your hometown, Carlo Village. Located on the border, Tallo Village is sparsely populated, with only a few dozen residents. Following your memory, you find your home. It's more like a matchbox than a home. As you approach the door, your mother, Tichi, comes out. "Are you hungry? Come in and eat," she says. Stepping inside, a damp, musty smell hits you. The furnishings are extremely basic, almost bare walls, not even a decent bed, just a few bundles of hay on the floor. Looking at the food on the plate, you furrow your brow slightly. If you're not mistaken, that should be a piece of rotten meat, albeit slightly processed. Can this thing really be eaten? You wonder silently, staring at the meat for a while before deciding to take a bite. The taste almost makes you gag. Is this really something people eat? You think to yourself. It's like expired stinky tofu with fermented bean curd. It has no taste when eaten, and only legendary food connoisseurs like Laoba can stomach it. Suddenly, you burp and see green bubbles above your head, and your health bar turns dark green. Clearly, you've been poisoned by eating the rotten meat. The taste is unbearable. After forcing down a few more bites, you can't take it anymore. "Mom, don't we have so many wheat fields? Why not make some bread to eat?" Tichi clearly didn't expect her son to ask such a question. "Silly child, we don't even have a workbench at home. How to do it? Isn't it simple? Just surround 4 wooden planks in a circle, and that's it." You seem to be questioning life. People in this world can't even make a workbench? However, things are not as simple as you think. Mother Tichi shook her head and patiently explained to you. It turns out that in the Kingdom of Blocks, there are 2 strange prohibitions. The first one is that commoners can only use a simple 2x2 workbench and cannot have a private 3x3 multifunctional workbench. Once discovered, severe punishment will be imposed. If commoners want to obtain various tools and food, they must hand over crops like wheat in exchange. The second prohibition is that commoners cannot receive formal education. Of course, you are an exception. After listening, you couldn't help but sneer. The methods of the royal nobles are really shameless, depriving commoners of the right to craft various items for their own benefit. Without a workbench, they can't even make a decent weapon. Even if the commoners have grievances, they won't pose a threat to their status. It's a clever scheme. At the same time, you begin to understand why the knowledge level in this world is so low. The reason is simple. Commoners cannot receive education, so they become ignorant over time. The royal nobles remain complacent, thinking that the knowledge they possess is all there is to know in the world. They even have the audacity to come and teach without innovation. Without progress, how can there be advancement? After dinner, you made an excuse and ran out, dragging your tired body along the country road. Not long after walking, your stomach couldn't help but growl. You hadn't eaten enough for dinner, and the rotten meat was too disgusting to swallow. Listening to the insects chirping in the wheat field, saliva dripped from your mouth. In your eyes, those are all delicious loaves of bread. But thinking about that ridiculous prohibition, you hesitated. After a moment, you immediately made a decision. Who cares about the prohibition? You just don't want to eat that disgusting rotten meat anymore. Without further ado, you plunged into the wheat field by the roadside. In reality, obtaining wheat is not as easy as in the game. You have to harvest the wheat yourself. After working in the field for a while, you barely gathered half a set of wheat. By this time, your energy was at its limit, and you were panting heavily. You decided to lie down in the wheat field to rest. At that moment, an idea popped into your mind. If you could build an automated redstone farm here, it would be great. You wouldn't have to work so hard, just press a switch lightly. It would save time and effort, greatly increase efficiency, and ensure you always have something to eat. After regaining some strength, you stood up, packed the wheat on the ground into your backpack, and headed home. On the way, you met a villager returning late, carrying a large bundle of wheat on his shoulders, sweating profusely. You asked in confusion, "Uncle, why don't you put the wheat in your backpack? It's tiring to carry it like that." The villager replied, "Young man, are you kidding me? How can I carry it back without shouldering it? Besides, where can I find such a big backpack?" Upon hearing this, you seemed to realize something and hurriedly pointed to your head, asking, "Uncle, can you see my health bar?" "What bar? You have nothing on your head. It's getting dark." "Young man, you should hurry home," the villager said before leaving quickly. You stood there in a daze for a while before understanding. From the conversation just now, you learned an important piece of information. You can see other people's health bars, but they can't see yours. You have a system backpack to collect items, while others don't. This discovery is crucial for you. Fortunately, you found out early. If this secret were accidentally exposed, it could be troublesome. You might end up being captured for research. However, the appearance of the backpack has indeed brought great convenience to you. At least, you can. Carrying many items with you, without the need to move them around, the most urgent task now is to quickly create a multifunctional workbench. The raw materials are simple, just need a piece of wood to make 4 wooden planks. Conveniently, there is a birch tree by the roadside. You stand under the tree, pondering how to remove it. With no materials or tools at hand, the only way is to try to pull the tree with your bare hands. You look uncertainly at your hands, then at the birch tree. Suddenly, you remember a famous saying from MC, "To get rich, first pull the tree." This strengthens your resolve. You reach out your hand and start rubbing the tree trunk, but after 5 seconds, not even a leaf falls from the birch tree. Your palm is already burning from the friction. Frustrated, you change your grip to claws and fiercely scratch at the trunk. Your fingernails are almost worn out, leaving only a few faint scratches on the trunk. Realizing the futility, you curse and kick the birch tree. Trying to pull a tree with your hands is simply impossible. It seems you'll have to find tools to cut it down. Quietly returning home, you find an old axe in a corner. As you pack the axe in your backpack to head out again, your mother, Tichi, stops you, concerned about the dangers outside. Embarrassed, you return inside. Lying on your straw bed, sleep eludes you. Waiting until late at night when your mother is asleep, you finally act. Sneaking out, you return to the birch tree with the axe. After a strenuous effort, you manage to chop down the tree. Exhausted, you rest briefly before using the axe more skillfully to cut the remaining sections. Breaking the last piece, the axe breaks, but you quickly craft wooden planks and sticks from the tree. Building a crucial workbench, you then create a wooden axe and pickaxe. With wooden tools in hand, you plan to progress towards more substantial tools. Lacking exposed mines nearby, you decide to venture into the small forest outside the village to gather wood. The village of Carlo lies on the border near the misty forest, shrouded in a perpetual thick mist, rumored to be cursed and dangerous. Despite the warnings, you dismiss the superstitions, considering the mist a mere trick. However, you remain cautious as the misty forest is a haven for various monsters. Hidden from daylight all year round, they lurked during the day and came out at night to wreak havoc on the nearby villages. As soon as they reached the village entrance, a low growl of a zombie could be heard. You quickly pulled out your axe, ready to enter combat mode at any moment. However, after looking around, you didn't spot any monsters, which puzzled you. Could it be that you were hearing things? Just as you were thinking that, the low growl sounded again, this time more distinct. You followed the sound and saw a zombie slowly emerging from the distant woods. This zombie was different though. It was gigantic, almost reaching a height of 3 meters, with a whopping 100 points of health. Its size and strength made you regret venturing out. Your mother was right, the night was indeed dangerous. The low growl of the giant zombie sounded again, closer this time. You looked up and noticed that the giant zombie seemed to be staring right at you. A moment of shock passed through you as you saw a hint of challenge in its eyes. How could this be? Could zombies possess intelligence? However, right after that, dozens of normal-sized zombies appeared beside the giant one. If you guessed correctly, the giant zombie was probably the leader of the pack. The giant zombie raised its arm and pointed at you, emitting another low growl. The surrounding normal zombies seemed to receive some sort of command and started moving towards your direction. You stood at the village entrance, not panicking much because there was a wooden fence surrounding the village outskirts that should withstand the zombies' assault. However, before you could rejoice, an unexpected scene unfolded. After the zombies' path was blocked, they began frenziedly gnawing at the wooden fence. Within seconds, signs of wear appeared on the fence. At this rate, it wouldn't take long for the zombies to break through. Dealing with 3 or 4 zombies might be manageable, but facing so many at once posed a real problem. If these zombies broke into the village, the entire place would be in grave danger. You couldn't afford to delay any longer. You took out your axe, preparing for battle. The wooden axe inflicted high damage, with a base damage of 7 points. However, it was a bit cumbersome and only effective in stationary combat situations. You aimed at the closest zombie's head and swung your axe down, dealing a damage of 6 points due to the zombie's inherent 1-point armor. In other words, you needed 4 strikes to take down one zombie. A brand new wooden axe had a durability of 60 points, meaning it could withstand around 30 strikes before becoming unusable. With 30 attacks, you could only eliminate 7 zombies, leaving a significant number unhandled. But now was not the time to dwell on these calculations. Taking down even one zombie was crucial. Gripping the wooden axe tightly, you struck down again, and a conspicuous red damage number appeared abruptly. The zombie you had previously hit collapsed on the spot. You widened your eyes in disbelief. How could a regular wooden axe inflict such high damage? It didn't make sense. You tried a few more times, but the damage remained at 6 points. You recalled the previous attack and realized that your axe had accidentally hit the zombie's neck instead of the head. This insight sparked an idea. Surely, the location of the attack influenced the damage dealt. Trying again, you aimed at the same spot and dealt 12 points of damage, significantly higher than before. As you continued to strike, you seemed to grasp the technique gradually. A normal attack on the neck wouldn't cause extra damage, but by slightly tilting the axe blade and controlling the attack distance, you could easily deal double damage with a critical hit of 10-2 or even triple damage with a critical hit of 10-8. The more you kill, the more excited you become, feeling no fatigue in your body. With the durability of the wooden axe, you have no choice but to start by taking down dozens of zombies, slicing their necks with a swift blow, turning them into a pool of blood silk. Then, using the pickaxe to add damage, you eliminate them one by one. It took you a full half hour to finally clear out the zombies near the fence. You breathe a sigh of relief, your tense nerves finally relaxing. Overwhelming fatigue washes over you, and you feel your vision darken before collapsing to the ground. Damn, out of energy. In the distance, the giant zombie, who had been commanding the horde of smaller zombies to attack the fence, now looks down at you with a cold smile. When Lu Chen woke up again, he found himself lying in a strange room. As he tried to sit up, he felt sore all over and couldn't move at all. Lu Chen let out a painful groan. "He's awake! He's awake!" Someone shouted at the door. In a few seconds, a group of people rushed into the room. Leading the crowd was his mother, Tiki. Her eyes were red, and she looked very tired. "Steve, thank goodness you're finally awake. You almost scared me to death." Tiki threw herself at Lu Chen's bedside, sobbing. Lu Chen was puzzled and asked, "What happened to me?" His mind was a mess now, and he couldn't quite remember what had happened last night. "Steve, why were you out so late at night? What were you doing?" Village Chief Gale, an old man with a white beard, asked with a hint of reproach as he stroked his beard. Chief, I needed to pee and was looking for a place to go." Lu Chen casually made up an excuse to try to get away with it. "Nonsense. Do you know how dangerous it is outside at night? If Reinhardt hadn't happened to pass by and rescued you from the zombies, you would have been done for." "What?" Lu Chen's mind went blank at the words. Who was Reinhardt? And he rescued him from zombies? This was ridiculous. Suddenly, there was a commotion at the door. "Reinhardt is here. Make way!" Someone exclaimed excitedly. The villagers made way, their eyes filled with admiration. Lu Chen looked towards the door and saw a burly man walking in slowly. He was clad in iron armor, with an iron sword at his waist and a shield on his back. On the right side of his chest was a pattern of a sword and shield intertwined. Lu Chen vaguely remembered it as the emblem of the Royal City Knights. After graduating from the Royal City Elite Academy, students could choose to join various organizations within the city, and the Royal City Knights were one of them. The members of the Royal City Knights were all skilled fighters. However, Lu Chen couldn't understand why this guy named Reinhardt would appear in the remote village of Carlo, and he shamelessly claimed to have repelled a zombie army and saved him. Lu Chen felt like cursing. Saved him? Was he worthy of that? Clearly, he had fought off the zombie army with all his might, and now, all the credit seemed to go to this guy. "Reinhardt, you've come at the right time. We were just about to thank you properly." Village Chief Gale hurriedly went up to express his gratitude. "Chief, no need to thank me. As a member of the Knights, protecting the citizens of the Block Kingdom is my duty." Reinhardt waved his hand casually, looking calm. "You can't say that. If you hadn't repelled the zombie army, our Carlo village might have disappeared by now. Dealing with those monsters was just a piece of cake, nothing too big." Reinhardt looked relaxed, as if defeating dozens of zombies was as simple as drinking water to him. Lu Chen lay on the bed, feeling almost faint at the words. "Ahem." He coughed lightly, interrupting Reinhardt and the chief's conversation. "Oh, almost forgot, let me introduce you, Steve, this is Mr. Reinhardt from the Knights. He saved you last night, so you better thank him." The chief pulled Reinhardt over to introduce him to Lu Chen. Lu Chen stared at Reinhardt, his expression indescribably strange. Thank him? Was he kidding? He felt like punching this guy in the face right now. "Hello, young man, I'm Reinhardt. Are you okay? Reinhardt reached out his hand towards Lu Chen in a friendly gesture. He had a gentle smile on his face, looking approachable. But Lu Chen didn't feel that way at all. He looked at Reinhardt's face and felt a bit nauseous. If possible, he would very much like to expose this hypocrite in front of everyone. However, Lu Chen felt that these ignorant villagers would most likely not believe him. After all, in their eyes, Lu Chen was just a kid. How could they trust a kid's words? Moreover, Lu Chen couldn't guarantee that after exposing Reinhardt, the latter wouldn't retaliate and harm him. It might even involve the whole village. Lu Chen wasn't confident in taking down the guy in front of him. You see, every member of the Royal Knights is a skilled fighter. Under the same equipment, Lu Chen might be able to exchange a few moves with him. Skill-wise, Lu Chen was confident he could defeat his opponent. But in terms of equipment and physical fitness, Lu Chen was far behind. That armor alone was giving Lu Chen a headache. His attacks on the opponent felt like scratching an itch. In short, at this moment, Lu Chen was bound to lose against Reinhardt. Reinhardt's hand lingered in the air for a while, but Lu Chen had no intention of acknowledging him. The atmosphere inside the house suddenly became awkward. Mr. Reinhardt, please don't be angry. The child doesn't know any better, let's not make a big deal out of it, the village chief hurriedly explained. Reinhardt furrowed his brow. What's wrong with this commoner kid, daring to disrespect him like this? Didn't he know the reputation of the Royal Knights? While he thought this, his words were different. It's all right, village chief. I believe this young fellow must be frightened, not intentional. Let's go out and let him rest properly. Reinhardt put on a generous facade, smiling. The villagers around, witnessing this scene, felt even more favorable towards Reinhardt. They escorted Reinhardt out of the house. Mother Tiki said a few words and followed suit. Lu Chen lay alone on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Enduring the pain, he got up from the bed. Just as he reached the door, he overheard a conversation about himself. This Steve is too much. Mr. Reinhardt saved him, and he didn't even say thank you. Yes, Mrs. Tiki is so kind. How did she end up with such a lousy son? Two villagers squatted at the door, indignant on Reinhardt's behalf. They had wanted to leave with Reinhardt, but the village chief asked them to stay and watch over Lu Chen. Feeling somewhat displeased, they began to grumble. Shoo, keep it down, don't let anyone hear us. That kid studied at the royal city, be careful, he might retaliate against you. What's there to fear? That kid must be fast asleep, he won't hear us talking. One villager dismissed the concern. I wonder what stroke of luck his family had, to make important figures owe them favors and get him the opportunity to study in the royal city. Another villager envied. But I heard that kid sleeps all day at school, seems like he's about to be expelled. Serves him right, not cherishing such a good opportunity. What's so great about studying in the royal city? In the end, he'll come back and farm with us. Lu Chen stood behind the door, his fists involuntarily clenched, then quickly relaxed. Forget it, no need to stoop to the level of these villagers. They were just a bunch of ignorant fools. Lu Chen was someone who would change this world. Lu Chen deliberately coughed twice, then slowly pushed open the door. The two outside looked nervous and flustered. Please tell the village chief for me, I'm going home first. Without waiting for their response, Lu Chen strode away. He had planned to go chop trees outside last night, but got caught up in fighting monsters. After making sure that no one was following him, Lu Chen changed direction and headed towards the place where he had fainted last night. The fence was covered with zombie bite marks, looking worn and dilapidated. With no one around, Lu Chen quietly climbed over the fence and reached the outskirts of the village. As he approached the entrance to the forest, Lu Chen stopped in his tracks. This was just an ordinary forest, not even considered part of the misty forest on the outskirts. Usually, only a few scattered monsters roamed here. It was unclear what had happened last night for a large group of zombies to suddenly appear. Thinking back to the giant zombie from last night, Lu Chen felt a shiver down his spine. That kind of presence, even Reinhardt would probably struggle to handle. This was not a safe place to linger. He had to act quickly, get things done before sunset, and leave. Lu Chen entered the forest, and the light immediately dimmed. Luckily, it was not yet dark, and his visibility was still decent. He took out a torch and planted it in the ground. It was a habit developed over years of gaming. As long as the light was sufficient, monsters wouldn't spawn nearby. Lu Chen took out his nearly worn-out axe and started chopping trees. After cutting a few pieces of wood, the axe's durability ran out. Fortunately, Lu Chen had a crafting table and he made a new axe. The trees in this forest were mostly tall and sturdy spruces. Sometimes, Lu Chen found it hard to reach the higher tree trunks, which was quite frustrating for his perfectionism. But time was of the essence now, and he couldn't dwell on that. Lu Chen had a sudden idea to apply his combat skills to tree chopping. Surprisingly, it worked. What used to take several minutes to chop now took much less time and effort. After chopping down a good amount of wood, Lu Chen finally stopped. This should be enough wood to last him a while. With wood in hand, he now needed some cobblestones. Luckily, there was a nearby mine, saving Lu Chen a lot of trouble. The mine was deep and looked eerie in the darkness. As a precaution, Lu Chen didn't venture inside but started digging outside. Using a pickaxe, he mined 3 cobblestones and placed them on the crafting table, creating a stone pickaxe. From then on, Lu Chen entered the Stone Age. The stone pickaxe was heavier than the wooden one, requiring more effort to use. However, it was faster than the wooden pickaxe. After mining a set of cobblestones, Lu Chen's stamina was running low. He quickly stopped to avoid fainting again. Spending the night in this wilderness would likely result in being torn apart by zombies. As dusk approached, Lu Chen had to hurry back to the village. Before leaving, he glanced towards the depths of the mine. Exploring the underground was Lu Chen's favorite activity. Who knew, there might be diamonds waiting for him down there. A cold wind blew, and a faint clicking sound echoed from the mine. Lu Chen's face changed, and he ran off. He knew that sound all too well. Just as he ran, an arrow shot out from the cave, embedding deeply into a thick tree trunk. Lu Chen stood at a distance, looking at the half-skeletal monster at the cave entrance, feeling a chill down his spine. Skeleton Archer. Luckily, he reacted in time, or he would have been hit by the arrow. With his current combat abilities, dealing with a zombie would take just a few seconds. But facing a skeleton archer would be much more challenging. Skeleton archers had long-range attacks, high damage, and knockback, a nightmare for novice players. Back when Lu Chen first played Minecraft, a skeleton archer had invaded his home. At that time, Lu Chen was just a newbie. After being shot down by the skeleton archer more than 10 times, Lu Chen finally managed to defeat it. This left a considerable shadow on Lu Chen. He didn't want to provoke the skeleton archer in front of him just yet. He would come back to deal with this guy once he was better prepared. Just as he was thinking this, he heard the sound of zombies coming from all around. Lu Chen didn't dare to stay any longer and hurried back to the village. It wasn't until now that Lu Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he was safe. Back home, Lu Chen found that his mother, Tiki, hadn't returned yet. This suited him just fine. Lu Chen walked to a corner of the bedroom, took out a shovel, and started digging down. 1 grid, 2 grids, 3 grids. He kept digging until he hit a rock. Lu Chen switched to a pickaxe and dug another 3 or 4 grids before stopping. It was pitch black underground, with only a faint light visible from above. Lu Chen lit a torch and stuck it on the wall to illuminate the underground space. He wanted to dig out a secret underground space here to use as his own base. Lu Chen wasn't ready to tell his mother about this secret base yet. A workbench like this was contraband, and if discovered, it would be a serious offense. If his mother accidentally let slip one day, it would be all over. Not long after he started digging, Lu Chen heard his mother calling for him. "Steve," he quickly put away his tools and climbed up the ladder. His mother's voice was still echoing outside. Lu Chen covered the hole and hastily left the house. "Mother, I'm here." Lu Chen walked up behind his mother and patted her. "Steve, where did you run off to? The village chief said you were back home, but when I came back, there was no one here, and I was so worried. Are you okay? Nothing happened, right?" Tiki turned her head, first scolding him, then showering him with a series of caring words, making Lu Chen feel a bit guilty. I'm fine, I was just bored at home, so I went out for a walk," Lu Chen said somewhat guiltily. "It's already dark, why did you go out? If it wasn't for the Knight Reinhardt saving you last night, you would have been in big trouble." Lu Chen wanted to explain but decided against it after some thought. There was no point in saying more, only when you were strong enough would others not look down on you. Come on, dinner is ready, let's go back and eat," his mother urged. Lu Chen came to his senses, nodded, and they walked into the house together. Rotten meat again. Lu Chen frowned as soon as he sat down. There was rotten meat on the plate, and there was even more than before. Lu Chen looked at his mother with some difficulty. "Hurry up and eat, this is the rotten meat that Knight Reinhardt brought back this morning. It's fresh, he's such a good person," Tiki said happily. Lu Chen's expression became even more strange. Damn, why did Reinhardt have to bring back rotten meat instead of something else? Lu Chen had thrown away all the rotten meat from his bag last night, not expecting to face the consequences now. He reluctantly took a bite of the rotten meat, suppressing his disgust and swallowing it. After dinner, Lu Chen excused himself due to feeling unwell and went back to his room to rest. He sealed the door to prevent his mother from barging in. Back underground, he picked up the pickaxe and continued digging. He worked until late at night, and the underground base began to take shape. By now, Lu Chen was so exhausted that he could barely move. He sat slumped in the corner, too weak to even lift his hand. His current condition was very poor, with only half a hunger bar left and his health at half as well. In short, he was just one word, hungry. Lu Chen used the workbench to turn the wheat he had harvested into bread, obtaining a total of 6 loaves. The bread emitted a tempting aroma, making Lu Chen's mouth water. He took a bite, finding it incredibly delicious and soft. Compared to the hard-to-swallow rotten meat, the bread was simply a gourmet delicacy. Lu Chen almost cried. Lousy, after all, is a time traveler, yet he can't even have a decent meal every day. This life is too hard. This only strengthens Lu Chen's determination even more. He's had enough of eating rotten meat. He wants to rely on himself. To farm, you need water, seeds, and soil. Lu Chen quietly climbed the stairs. Taking advantage of his mother's distraction, he grabbed a bucket and headed towards the stream. The moonlight shone on the earth, reflecting in the stream, shimmering. Lu Chen filled a bucket with water and put it in his backpack. There were some wheat seeds left from the previous harvest, but they surely wouldn't be enough. The weeds by the river became the best source of seeds. After half an hour, Lu Chen collected enough wheat seeds. He also dug up some soil before heading back. Back underground, Lu Chen started working fervently. The initial digging was done, now it was time to prepare the land. Lu Chen surrounded a 9x9 piece of land with soil, dug out the center, and filled it with water. Crops need water for irrigation to survive, and 1 square of water precisely irrigates a 9x9 area. This maximizes water usage for irrigation and saves space. Once the soil was moist, he used a hoe to till it and started planting. Farming in the game is simple, just 2 clicks with the mouse. But in reality, it's much more work. Lu Chen had to repeatedly wield the hoe to turn the soil into arable land. After digging a bit, Lu Chen started feeling tired. Luckily, he had a few loaves of bread for replenishment. When his hunger was satisfied, Lu Chen regained his strength. Eating replenished his energy, which was good news for him. In this world, humans can only replenish energy through rest. Even if they eat, their hunger doesn't recover. As long as Lu Chen has enough food, he can have unlimited energy. While others sleep, Lu Chen remains full of energy. This way, his work efficiency greatly increases. Tirelessly, Lu Chen wielded the hoe and planted until almost dawn, finally finishing planting the entire field. Now, he just needed to wait for the wheat to ripen. With some time left, Lu Chen rearranged the basement. He had few torches left but plenty of logs. He dug a hole in the wall and placed a furnace inside, burning the logs into charcoal. He made torches with the charcoal and sticks, illuminating the whole room. Crop growth is related to the surrounding light intensity. The higher the brightness, the faster the maturity. Lu Chen placed 2 large chests in a corner for storage. Looking at the refreshed secret base, Lu Chen was very satisfied. Suddenly, a knock on the door was heard. "Steve, wake up." Lu Chen startled and quickly returned to the room. When he opened the door, his mother, Tiki, looked at him suspiciously. "Steve, what were you doing inside? I called you for ages." I was too tired, slept like a log and didn't hear." Lu Chen was now able to lie without a flinch. His lying skills had improved. "Hurry up and freshen up. We're getting ready to go out," Mother Tiki urged. "Go out? This early? Where are we going?" Lu Chen looked outside at the dim light, puzzled. "Where else? To pick up rotten meat. If we're late, we'll miss it." Lu Chen's face changed at the mention of picking up rotten meat. Picking up rotten meat? Why would we do that?" he asked, puzzled. "Stupid child, of course it's for eating. Without rotten meat, our family won't even have enough food to last through winter," explained Mother Tiki as she ruffled Lu Chen's head. A few minutes later, Lu Chen left the village with his mother Tiki. Along the way, they encountered many villagers who were also out in the early light scavenging for rotten meat. Their destination was the Misty Forest. Every night, the Misty Forest would be filled with many monsters. However, after daybreak, some monsters wouldn't make it back to the forest in time and would end up being burned to death by the sunlight. They would leave behind spoils like rotten meat, and if lucky, 1 or 2 pieces of equipment could be found. From a distance, Lu Chen could see the legendary Misty Forest. Just like its name, the forest was shrouded in a layer of white mist, making it impossible to see what was inside. Even the sunlight couldn't penetrate the forest's interior. There were about dozens of people on the outskirts of the forest, searching for rotten meat. Most of these villagers came from nearby villages. Mother Tiki held Lu Chen's hand and instructed him, "Steve, stay around here later, don't wander off. I'll go check further away." With that, she walked off with a basket. Lu Chen stood at the edge of the misty forest, feeling a bit dazed. The trees here were much taller than spruce trees, reaching so high that their tops couldn't be seen. The forest was filled with layers of mist, looking extremely eerie. Many people around were searching for rotten meat, and when they saw Lu Chen standing there, they thought he was scared stiff. This child, probably his first time here, look how scared he is, probably wet his pants, a villager chuckled. However, the next moment, he was dumbfounded. Oh my! How did that child get in? The man stared in disbelief as Lu Chen walked into the misty forest. His exclamation caught the attention of the surrounding villagers, and they all came closer. What's going on? What's happening? Something happened? The man recounted the incident of Lu Chen entering the misty forest, shocking everyone present. It's over. That child is doomed. This is the misty forest. No one ever returns from there. Whose child is this? Quickly go back and prepare for the worst. People discussed in a flurry of voices. Tiki, who rushed over upon hearing the news, squeezed into the crowd but couldn't find her son anywhere. Upon learning that Steve had entered the misty forest, she blacked out on the spot. Meanwhile, Lu Chen was completely unaware. Just a moment ago, he stood at the entrance of the misty forest when he suddenly heard a strange voice. That voice seemed to be calling out to Lu Chen, urging him to enter. It was only when he realized he had mistakenly entered the misty forest that he jolted awake. However, it was too late. Lu Chen tried to retreat, but no matter how he walked, he couldn't find his way back. It was like hitting a wall of ghosts. Damn it! Why can't I get out? Lu Chen cursed under his breath. Helpless, he had no choice but to forge ahead. The visibility in the misty forest was low, and the surroundings all looked the same, making it impossible to discern any differences. After wandering aimlessly in the misty forest for hours, Lu Chen still couldn't find an exit. He was despairing. Sitting down on the ground, he wanted to rest for a while. Suddenly, the sound of rushing water reached Lu Chen's ears. He stood up abruptly. The sound of water meant there was a way out. As long as he followed the water, he would surely be able to leave this cursed place. He quickened his pace, running towards the front. Gradually, Lu Chen felt the ground beneath his feet becoming damp. Finally, not far ahead, he saw a gently flowing stream. The stream was crystal clear, and Lu Chen buried his head in it, drinking heartily. The cool and refreshing water washed away much of his fatigue. He stood up and walked downstream along the creek. Along the way, Lu Chen didn't see any monsters, which made him somewhat puzzled. Wasn't the misty forest supposed to be extremely dangerous, a matter of life and death? Besides getting lost, he hadn't encountered any danger. After more than 10 minutes, Lu Chen finally reached the end of the creek. The stream eventually flowed into a lake in the forest. The lake was as big as a football field, sunken in the terrain. Water from all directions converged here. Lu Chen squatted by the lake, curiously observing. The appearance of this lake was too abrupt, indicating it was not simple. The lake was deep, with no sight of fish or other creatures. Several huge brown dried branches floated in the center of the lake, covered in fallen leaves. Standing by the lake, Lu Chen felt as if he were standing on the edge of an abyss, feeling like he could be swallowed at any moment. He shuddered and involuntarily took a few steps back. Suddenly, ripples appeared on the lake's surface. A low growl came from the depths of the water. Lu Chen's gaze focused on the center of the lake. This sound was very similar to what he had heard outside the misty forest. It was very likely that this thing had attracted him here. The brown dried branches in the lake suddenly moved. Then, a shocking scene unfolded before Lu Chen. A dragon, hundreds of meters long and entirely black, emerged from the lake. What Lu Chen had seen earlier were not dried branches but its dragon horns. The black dragon shook its head, clearing the decaying leaves and dirt off it. Only then did Lu Chen see its full appearance. The dragon looked very much like an ender dragon, except its eyes were red instead of blue-purple. Surprisingly, the black dragon's limbs were all chained with giant chains, seemingly sealed here. Lu Chen couldn't imagine what kind of being could trap it here. The black dragon slowly opened its eyes and let out a low roar towards the sky. The entire lake began to tremble violently around the dragon. The water boiled like hot water, violently churning. Lu Chen's mind trembled upon hearing this dragon's roar. He raised his head with effort and locked eyes with the dragon. However, the size difference between them was too vast. One of the dragon's eyeballs could easily match Lu Chen's entire head. The dragon gradually lowered its head. An indescribable sense of oppression fell upon Lu Chen's body. It felt as if someone had placed a heavy mountain on him. Lu Chen could even hear his bones creaking. He tried to stand up and escape, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move an inch. The dragon's head was now close, giving Lu Chen an unprecedented sense of oppression. Beads of sweat the size of beans streamed down his forehead. It's over, I'm done for this time," Lu Chen thought somewhat despairingly. He closed his eyes, preparing to face death. However, after a long time, nothing happened. Lu Chen, astonished and suspicious, opened his eyes only to find the black dragon staring directly at him. Its eyes were profound, seemingly able to see into Lu Chen's soul. Human, I give you two choices, either kneel before me, and I will spare your life, or die. Which one do you choose? The black dragon suddenly spoke human language, startling Lu Chen. As for kneeling before the dragon, Lu Chen couldn't bring himself to do such a thing. Kneeling is out of the question. I will never kneel in my life. So, why don't you just attack me directly and give me a quick death? Lu Chen replied without hesitation. Upon hearing Lu Chen's response, a hint of surprise appeared in the black dragon's eyes. Many humans had come here before and answered the same question. Without exception, they all chose to kneel and beg for mercy. This human in front of him was unexpectedly so tough, seemingly not caring about life and death. This made the dragon couldn't help but be a little more interested in Lu Chen. Do you know what the outcome of doing this will be? Black Dragon asked. Of course, death, Lu Chen replied calmly. Aren't you afraid of death? Black Dragon grew even more curious. I am afraid, of course, but what's the use of being afraid? Even if I choose to kneel before you, in the end, I will still die, won't I? Since Black Dragon asked this question, Lu Chen had already thought of the outcome. If kneeling really worked, why hadn't anyone who entered the misty forest in these years come back? It's all the same word, death, so why not be a bit tougher? Black Dragon suddenly laughed. If those fools ahead had the same backbone as you, they wouldn't have died here. Lu Chen felt relieved upon hearing this. It seemed like he had temporarily saved his own life. Let's cut to the chase. Why did you lead me into the misty forest? Seeing Lu Chen's directness, Black Dragon decided to be straightforward and stated his purpose. It's simple, I want you to help me with something. Help? Help with what? Lu Chen looked puzzled. What could he, a weakling, possibly help him with? It's simple, help me leave this place. Lu Chen's gaze fell on the thick chains, shaking his head repeatedly. Ha? Don't joke with me. I can't break this thing. Lu Chen knew his own capabilities. You don't need to break the seal yourself, you just need to make a soul contract with me, Black Dragon said. A soul contract? What's that? Lu Chen scratched his head. This was completely beyond his knowledge. A soul contract binds the souls of both parties and allows soul communication, Black Dragon explained. Sounds quite magical, but how does that relate to helping you leave this place? Lu Chen frowned, puzzled. It's related. Once we sign the contract, I can attach my soul to yours and then follow you out of this cursed place. I've hidden many treasures outside. As long as you agree now, all those things will be yours. Black Dragon looked expectantly at Lu Chen, making various promises. Lu Chen frowned slightly, hesitating. He felt that this guy's intentions were not that simple. However, the situation was pressing, and he had to accept the proposal. If he dared to refuse, he would probably be in trouble the next second. Alright, I agree, but you must promise not to harm me once we're out. Don't worry, I won't. I swear in the name of the Dragon Clan, I will not harm you. Black Dragon assured solemnly. What should I do now? Just stand still, I will probe into your mind with my soul later. Do not resist, or you may get seriously injured accidentally, Black Dragon cautioned carefully. Lu Chen nodded and closed his eyes. Seeing this, Black Dragon reached out towards Lu Chen's forehead, and a white soul slowly seeped into Lu Chen's mind. After smoothly entering Lu Chen's mind, his soul delved deeper, searching for Lu Chen's soul. Found it! After a search, Black Dragon finally located Lu Chen's soul. Compared to Black Dragon's soul orb, Lu Chen's soul orb was insignificant. The size difference between the two was hundreds of times. In almost an instant, Black Dragon's soul orb had completely engulfed Lu Chen's soul orb. Lu Chen suddenly felt his brain becoming heavy, and his consciousness started to blur. He instinctively wanted to resist but heard Black Dragon's warning, so he had to stop. Don't resist, the soul contract is being signed, it will be over soon. As the power of the contract slowly took effect, a faint smirk crossed the corner of the Black Dragon's mouth. A few minutes later, Lu Chen completely lost consciousness and collapsed directly on the ground. Lu Chen felt like he was trapped in an endless nightmare. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't open his eyes. This sense of powerlessness drove him crazy. In a daze, Lu Chen saw himself lying by the lake. What's happening to me? Wasn't he just making a soul contract with the Black Dragon? How did he suddenly collapse? Suddenly, Lu Chen saw himself lying on the ground slowly standing up. What's going on now? Then, a scene that shocked him even more unfolded. Steve, who had stood up, suddenly roared towards the sky. Damn it! It's been hundreds of years. I finally succeeded. However, that voice did not belong to Lu Chen but to the Black Dragon. This kid looks frail, but his body strength is unexpectedly high. Otherwise, I would have to look for another target. The black dragon chuckled, quite satisfied with this body. He had tried many times before, but all had failed. The strength of those human bodies was not enough to withstand his soul, and they all ended up dead. This time, he finally succeeded with Lu Chen. Lu Chen realized that he had been deceived by the black dragon. Damn it! I knew this guy had ill intentions. What a nonsense soul contract. It's all fake. The black dragon just wanted to devour Lu Chen's soul and take over his body. Lu Chen was furious. He had never suffered such a loss before. Suddenly, Lu Chen realized a problem. Didn't the black dragon devour his soul? Then why was he unharmed now? The black dragon patted his original body, feeling somewhat reluctant. After all, this was the body of a dragon. The most powerful aspect of the dragon race was their physical resilience, even immune to void damage. If it weren't to escape this place, he wouldn't have been willing to abandon his original body. The black dragon turned around, about to walk towards the outside of the misty forest. Just as he took a few steps, the black dragon felt unable to move. Ha! What's going on? Why can't I move? The voice of Lu Chen suddenly appeared, astonishing the black dragon. You're not dead? How is that possible? I clearly devoured your soul, he shouted in disbelief. You idiot, you devoured Steve's soul. What does it have to do with me, Lu Chen? Lu Chen said mockingly. Steve. Lu Chen. So, you're also a body snatcher, the black dragon exclaimed. Lu Chen coldly chuckled. I'm not as despicable as you are. There had always been two souls in Steve's body. Lu Chen just hadn't noticed it before. The soul devoured by the black dragon was Steve's, while Lu Chen's soul remained unharmed. Even the black dragon had not expected that a person's body could contain two souls. After the surprise, the black dragon regained his composure. The dragon's physical body and soul were extremely powerful, so even if Lu Chen hadn't died, what could he do? He would still be devoured. Kid, you're digging your own grave. Swallowing you will make my soul even stronger. The black dragon revealed a cruel smile. Then try it. This was Lu Chen's last chance, whether alive or dead, he had to give it a try. The black dragon's soul orb slowly rose from Lu Chen's head, transforming into a giant dragon several meters tall. Come out and face your death. I will show you the power of the dragon race. The black dragon roared. Seeing this, Lu Chen gritted his teeth and went all out. His soul orb also slowly flew out. At first, the black dragon was still arrogant. When he saw the soul-like cluster of Lu Chen appear, his expression gradually became serious. In the end, the black dragon was dumbfounded. What kind of monster are you? In front of the black dragon, a giant formed from a soul-like cluster appeared. The giant was tens of meters tall, making the black dragon look as small as a lizard in front of him. Lu Chen was also dumbfounded. How could this be happening? Was his soul power really this strong? Why hadn't he noticed it before? Big brother, I was wrong. Please don't kill me. I was blind and ignorant. The previously arrogant black dragon suddenly knelt down, begging Lu Chen for mercy. Lu Chen was taken aback. Was this guy really so spineless? He surrendered before Lu Chen even made a move? Trembling, the black dragon knelt on the ground, not daring to look up at Lu Chen. How foolish could he be to have summoned such a calamity? Lu Chen sneered and said, Is that all? I thought you were tougher than this. Big brother, spare me. As long as you spare me, I will agree to any conditions. The black dragon kowtowed, tears streaming down his face. Then tell me where you've hidden your treasures, and I'll consider sparing your life. What? Upon hearing about treasures, the black dragon became nervous. Dragons loved treasures more than life itself and enjoyed collecting valuables. Lu Chen asking for treasures was almost as bad as killing him. You don't want to? Fine then. I do. I'll give you anything you want as long as you spare me. The black dragon quickly pulled out a map and handed it to Lu Chen. This map shows the locations of all my hidden treasures. Not bad. I'll reluctantly accept it. Lu Chen nodded and snatched it from the black dragon. Anything else? Is this all you have? You're showing very little sincerity, which makes it difficult for me. Lu Chen clicked his tongue, still unsatisfied. Yes. Let me get it for you. The black dragon smiled awkwardly. After dawdling for a while, he finally produced a second item. It was an obscure oval-shaped object. What is this? Lu Chen curiously examined it. This is a dragon egg. A dragon egg? Lu Chen's interest was piqued. What kind of dragon's egg? He hurriedly asked. I don't know. This thing has always been worshipped by the dragon clan on their altar. It took me a lot of effort to get my hands on it, the black dragon explained. You don't know what it is, so why did you steal it? Are you just bored? Lu Chen asked in confusion. It is said that this dragon egg holds a great secret.
Whoever comprehends it can command the entire dragon clan.
Unfortunately, I've studied it for hundreds of years and still haven't unraveled its mysteries, or else I wouldn't be locked up here.
The black dragon couldn't help but sigh. Boring. Lu Chen had no interest in such ethereal things. He casually took the dragon egg and tossed it into his backpack. Seeing this, the black dragon couldn't help but feel puzzled. Where did this guy throw the dragon egg? The dragon clan controlled spatial powers and could hide items in space. Could this human also do that? Is there anything else? Lu Chen put away the dragon egg and stared at the black dragon. No, the rest is buried with the treasures. The black dragon said with a mournful face. Sigh, I gave you a chance, but you're really disappointing. Lu Chen looked at the black dragon with disappointment, making him even more nervous. Big brother, my true form is also valuable. If you don't mind, please take it. The black dragon pointed to the hundreds of meters long black dragon body in the lake. Why would I want your broken body? Lu Chen said impatiently. Big brother, every part of a dragon's body is a treasure. The dragon horns can be used for alchemy, dragon scales for armor, dragon claws for weapons. The black dragon proudly introduced every part of itself as if showcasing treasures. Its demeanor resembled that of a professional salesman. Alright, I'll reluctantly accept it then. Lu Chen displayed a somewhat unwilling expression as he collected the corpse. Obtained, Unbroken Shadow Dragon Corpse, X1. Do you want to decompose it? As soon as it was placed in the backpack, Lu Chen saw a prompt. Lu Chen chose yes, and another prompt appeared. Insufficient backpack space, unable to decompose, please upgrade the backpack. This backpack can be upgraded? Lu Chen was surprised and delighted. He then noticed an upgrade option on the backpack interface. The current capacity of the backpack was only 9 slots, quite limited. Each upgrade would add 9 slots. The first upgrade required 1 gold coin, the second 10 gold coins, with subsequent upgrades increasing tenfold. As one progressed, the cost of upgrading the backpack became more expensive. In the Kingdom of Blocks, people used gold and silver coins for transactions. 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins. Lu Chen's total money did not exceed 10 silver coins, making him quite poor. It seemed like upgrading the backpack would have to wait. As for the black dragon in front of him, Lu Chen was undecided. He had collected the items, but should he spare the dragon's life? If he went back on his word, wouldn't that be no different from the black dragon's deceit? However, the dragon was a menace. Leaving him alive could lead to endless trouble. Just as Lu Chen was torn, the black dragon spoke. Brother, I know what you're thinking. If you're worried about me seeking revenge later, we can make a contract. A contract? Hold on, I've been tricked before, I won't fall for it this time. No, this time I'm sincere. As long as you spare my life, I'm willing to sign a life and death contract with you voluntarily. What's a life and death contract? Tell me about it. Lu Chen became interested. A life and death contract is one-sided, it won't affect you. After signing the contract, you'll have control over my life and death. Oh, such a contract exists? Sounds quite good. If the black dragon was telling the truth, it could be a good solution. Since it was the dragon's request, Lu Chen didn't feel burdened. Then let's do as you say. Lu Chen nodded. The black dragon was overjoyed and quickly signed the contract. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Though being someone's lackey was embarrassing, at least he had saved his life, which was enough. As the saying goes, it's better to be alive than dead. Dragon lives were long, while human lives were fleeting. As long as he outlived Lu Chen, he could be reborn. Moreover, following Lu Chen might not be a bad thing. At least, he could leave this boring place and see the outside world. He had been trapped here for hundreds of years. Everything here had become dull to him. With everything settled, Lu Chen and the black dragon retrieved their souls. The black dragon temporarily possessed Lu Chen's body, ready to leave together. Regaining control of his body, Lu Chen stretched lazily. From today onwards, Lu Chen was Steve, and Steve was Lu Chen. Guided by the black dragon, Lu Chen walked towards the misty forest. Along the way, Lu Chen was like a curious baby, asking questions non-stop. Little Black, why does the misty forest have mist? I only know that many powerful monsters are imprisoned here. The black dragon shook its head. Then, are you the most powerful monster in the misty forest? Lu Chen's eyes lit up, with a faint sense of anticipation. I don't know, probably not. We are still some distance away from the center of the misty forest. There should be stronger beings than me. Being stronger than the dragon clan, who could that be? Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh. After hours of long trekking, Lu Chen finally arrived at the outskirts of the misty forest. If it weren't for the black dragon leading the way, he might have gotten lost for a long time. The outskirts of the misty forest today were particularly lively.
People from nearby villages heard that someone had entered the misty forest and came to watch the show.
Steve's mother, Tiki, was surrounded in the middle.
At this moment, she was heartbroken. Just a turn, and her precious son was gone. What was even more terrifying was that someone had seen Steve walk into the misty forest. It was almost like a death sentence. Just as the villagers around were discussing fervently, Lu Chen had already arrived. From a distance, he could see the grand commotion outside.
Wow! I disappeared for just a moment. How come there are so many people running out?
After some thought, he decided to act a bit weak to avoid being exposed.
Heavens! Am I seeing things?
Someone came out of the misty forest. With Lu Chen's appearance, the crowd erupted once again. Tiki, who had been in despair, raised her head in astonishment and saw Lu Chen staggering a few steps before collapsing on the ground.
Steve, are you okay? Are you hurt?
She hurried over to check on him.
I'm fine.
Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Chen collapsed with a thud.
Lu Chen tried his best to make himself look more miserable to pass through unnoticed.
Fortunately, the villagers didn't see through his tricks and believed it all. Several hours later, Lu Chen slowly woke up. He had slept particularly soundly. Upon opening his eyes, Lu Chen found himself back home. His mother, Tiki, was sitting beside him. She had her head down, eyes sunken. Seeing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel guilty.
Mother! Tiki was overjoyed to see Lu Chen awake.
Just as Lu Chen was about to sit up, she gently pushed him back down.
Don't move, you need to rest properly. Lu Chen had no choice but to lie back down. Next time, please don't run around recklessly. The misty forest is no joke, Tiki said sternly.
Yes,
mother, I understand. Lu Chen nodded in agreement.
Lu Chen chatted with his mother Tiki absent-mindedly.
Steve, how did you come out of the misty forest? Can you tell me? When Lu Chen safely emerged from the misty forest, the whole village was buzzing with excitement.
They were all curious about what Lu Chen had experienced. However, as soon as Lu Chen came out, he played dead, leaving them no chance to inquire. Hearing his mother speak, Lu Chen casually made up an excuse to evade the questions. I don't know what happened. As soon as I entered the misty forest, I got lost inside, walked for a long time, and somehow stumbled my way out. Lu Chen pretended to earnestly recall the events, holding his head in pain.
What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Tiki asked with concern.
It's nothing, just a bit of a headache. Lying down for a while should help.
Alright, rest well, I'll be going out. Watching Tiki leave the room, Lu Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Just then, a voice echoed in Lu Chen's mind. Big brother, your acting skills are really good.
I admire you. Lu Chen knew immediately that the voice was from the Black Dragon.
Of course, life is like a play, it all depends on acting skills.
With that, Lu Chen stood up, blocking the door. He didn't want anyone else to discover his underground base.
Pushing aside the dry grass in the corner revealed a staircase leading underground. Gurgle halfway down, Lu Chen's stomach grumbled uncontrollably. After trekking through the misty forest for so long, his hunger had reached a critical point. The 6 loaves of bread he had made earlier were long gone. Now it seemed like Lu Chen's only option was to eat carrion. The thought of the taste of carrion made Lu Chen shudder involuntarily. He looked towards the wheat field. The wheat seeds planted last night had sprouted and were growing well. When this wheat field was ready for harvest, Lu Chen would finally have bread freedom. However, wheat maturity required 3 days. In other words, he needed to find new food to replace it in these 3 days.
Lu Chen's gaze fell on the black dragon egg in his backpack.
His eyes lit up, and a bold idea emerged.
I wonder if this dragon egg is edible. Lu Chen took out the dragon egg and tapped and knocked on it to confirm what was inside. The black dragon, puzzled, wondered what Lu Chen was up to. The next moment, the black dragon's face changed drastically. He saw Lu Chen raising a pickaxe and smashing it fiercely towards the dragon egg. Stop, big brother. Don't smash that thing,
the black dragon shouted hysterically.
However, it was too late. The pickaxe struck the surface of the black dragon egg heavily. With a crack, a fissure appeared on the surface of the black dragon egg. The black dragon's eyes nearly popped out. This was a treasure of the dragon race. How could it be treated like this? However, Lu Chen had no intention of listening to him. He raised the pickaxe again and struck it hard. Another light sound. This time, the pickaxe directly made a small hole in the top of the black dragon egg. The black dragon was on the verge of going crazy but dared not act out. Lu Chen held the dragon egg, took a closer look, and was overjoyed. Inside the dragon egg, there was no difference from a regular chicken egg, with egg white and yolk.
Ah, so many. Enough to last me for a while.
Front row reminder, eating the dragon egg here is to set the stage for future storylines, not just for fun. Lu Chen held the dragon egg, drooling with anticipation. The black dragon was completely dumbfounded. My goodness, what is this man thinking? He actually wants to eat a dragon egg?
If this were to get out today, the entire dragon race would probably be furious. By then, Lu Chen would become the enemy of the entire dragon race.
Big brother, you can't eat that thing.
Seeing Lu Chen scooping out a bowl of egg liquid, the black dragon hurriedly advised.
Ha? Why not? Lu Chen asked in confusion. Well.
The black dragon was at a loss for words when asked by Lu Chen. This dragon egg has been with the dragon race for tens of thousands of years.
It's definitely not fresh. Eating it might cause poisoning.
In the end, the black dragon had to resort to scaring Lu Chen.
Oh, you're right. Luckily, I didn't eat it. Lu Chen slapped his forehead.
Hearing this, the black dragon breathed a sigh of relief.
Just when he thought Lu Chen was giving up on eating the dragon egg, Lu Chen made another shocking move.
The black dragon saw Lu Chen actually placing the dragon egg on top of the furnace.
Hey, big brother, what are you doing? The black dragon suddenly had a bad feeling. Frying dragon eggs. You said it might be poisonous, so I'll just cook it over the fire. Thank you for the reminder.
Otherwise, I wouldn't have thought of this method.
Lu Chen chuckled.
The black dragon felt like 1,000 grass mud horses were galloping through his mind. He was unwittingly becoming a criminal of the dragon race.
Lu Chen squatted beside the furnace, keeping a close eye on the dragon egg. Before long, a fragrance wafted from the eggshell. The egg liquid inside had begun to solidify gradually. However, due to the large size of the dragon egg, this process would take several hours to complete.
I wonder which tastes better, this dragon egg or a regular chicken egg.
It's really something to look forward to. Watching the steamed egg taking shape, Lu Chen couldn't help but drool. The black dragon couldn't bear to watch anymore and chose to leave.
Taking advantage of the break while steaming the egg, Lu Chen started mining. He didn't even have a piece of armor on him now and needed to upgrade his equipment quickly.
Half an hour passed.
Lu Chen had dug out a large area but hadn't found a single iron ore. All he got was a pile of round stones, not even a piece of coal.
Strange. Where did the iron ore go? Lu Chen muttered in frustration.
Thinking it was just his bad luck, he dug forward again but still found nothing. Just when he was puzzled, the black dragon appeared again.
Brother, what are you doing? What else can I do? Mining, can't you see?
Lu Chen was already in a bad mood, and hearing the black dragon's seemingly mocking question, he replied irritably.
Mining. The black dragon looked puzzled. Go away. Stop bothering me. Don't delay me finding iron ore. Lu Chen impatiently said. Brother, are you stupid? How can you mine or hear? Wait, what do you mean? Lu Chen asked in confusion. Ores are mainly produced in natural mines. It's very difficult to mine them like this, don't you know, brother? Lu Chen shook his head.
He had no idea about this, or he wouldn't have wasted his time here.
The black dragon continued to explain. The Block Kingdom has almost all the discovered large mines controlled by the people of the royal city. Ordinary people can't even touch them. If you really want to mine, you can go to the Misty Forest, there are plenty of ores there. Go to the Misty Forest to mine. Lu Chen's eyes lit up instantly. As the black dragon said, the large mines are all controlled by the royal city. Even if Lu Chen wanted to go in and mine, he would probably be turned away.
This was a kind of resource monopoly.
By controlling the production of ores, they could set prices as they pleased.
As far as Lu Chen knew, iron ores on the market were selling for 2 to 3 gold coins, or even higher.
The actual cost was unknown.
If there were really large mines in the Misty Forest, Lu Chen would strike it rich.
He immediately made a decision. He would set off as soon as he was full. Coal, iron ore, gold ore, diamonds. Lu Chen seemed to see them beckoning to him. In his eyes, they were all money. After being reminded by the black dragon, Lu Chen put away his pickaxe. By now, the dragon egg was almost ready. As Lu Chen approached, a fragrant aroma wafted towards him. So fragrant. It must be delicious. Lu Chen wiped his mouth and looked inside. The dragon egg was fully cooked, golden in color, steaming hot. Lu Chen picked up a piece with his hand and put it in his mouth. The steamed egg melted in his mouth, with an indescribable sweetness. After eating, the lingering taste was endless. Without any seasoning, the taste was still excellent. Lu Chen couldn't help but serve himself a large bowl and started eating eagerly.
The black dragon watched with a frown, his expression indescribably strange.
He asked with some concern, "Brother, is it safe to eat this stuff? Don't get poisoned. What could go wrong? You worry too much." With that, Lu Chen continued to eat bowl after bowl. It wasn't until half an hour later that Lu Chen suddenly realized the dragon egg was almost finished. He couldn't help but scratch his head. That was a whole dragon egg, and he had just eaten it all? Upon careful reflection, Lu Chen still felt a bit unsatisfied. He turned to the black dragon and asked, "Little Black, do you know where there are more dragon eggs?" "I think." Lu Chen smirked. The black dragon shuddered all over. The human in front of him was simply a demon. This guy actually became addicted to eating dragon eggs. The guardian beast of the Kingdom of Cubes is a mother dragon, you can go ask her. But, I guarantee you will die a miserable death. Hearing this, Lu Chen was taken aback, pursed his lips, feeling somewhat disappointed. Well, forget it then. After eating and drinking his fill, Lu Chen returned to his own room. His mother, Tiki, had not returned yet, so Lu Chen quietly slipped out. Leaving the village, Lu Chen headed straight for the forest he had visited before. Upon entering the forest, it didn't take long for Lu Chen to see his destination. Last time he left this place, he found an open-air mine, and he had wanted to go in to take a look. However, a skeleton archer emerged from the cave. Since it was getting late, for safety reasons, Lu Chen left. This time, he came over under the guise of mining, to see if he could deal with that skeleton archer. Approaching the mine, Lu Chen stopped in his tracks. Getting too close would alert the enemy. The best way to deal with a skeleton archer was to attack from below, commonly known as the foot-fixing technique. Lu Chen took out his pickaxe and started digging downwards. When he reached a depth 1 block lower than the ground level of the mine, he continued digging forward. He dug all the way under the mine, and then Lu Chen stopped. At that moment, Lu Chen heard the sound of bones rattling above his head. It must be the monster that had attacked him before, still guarding this place. Lu Chen dug open a hole in the ground above his head, inserted a torch, and the mine immediately lit up. Hearing the commotion, the skeleton archer came towards the sound. Lu Chen stuck his head out of the hole, luring the monster closer to him. When the skeleton archer reached the entrance of the hole, it stepped on empty space and fell down. Below, there was the trap pit that Lu Chen had dug in advance. Lu Chen, in a superior position, swung his stone axe towards the skeleton's neck. -27. A red damage number popped up. Lu Chen was stunned for a moment, then he understood. The basic damage of a wooden axe and a golden axe was 7 points, but a stone axe was 9 points. With triple damage, it was indeed 27 points. Before the skeleton could react, it was already defeated. Lu Chen picked up the spoils on the ground. 1 bone, 2 arrows. Unfortunately, there was no bow that Lu Chen wanted. Lu Chen sighed lightly, realizing his luck was still lacking. Just as he was thinking, another monster fell into the pit. Luckily, Lu Chen dodged quickly, avoiding being hit. Why another one? Lu Chen looked at the skeleton archer in front of him, feeling puzzled. Without further ado, he directly took down the opponent with an axe. As Lu Chen collected the spoils, 2 or 3 more skeleton archers fell in succession. Why are there so many of them here, could it be? Usually, the same monsters wouldn't respawn frequently in one place. If they did, it was likely a monster spawner. Thinking of this, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel excited. A skeleton archer spawner. This was a top-tier resource. The loot dropped by skeleton archers after death was valuable. Bones could be used to make bone meal, a miraculous crop accelerator. Arrows were essential for combat, and there was a chance of dropping bows and arrows. With extraordinary luck, it was even possible to obtain a bow with enchantments. While Lu Chen was contemplating, 2 more skeletons fell from above. All 4 skeleton archers gathered together, aiming their bows at Lu Chen above. Sensing danger, Lu Chen first blocked the hole on his head, then dealt with the monsters in the pit. Standing in the pit, Lu Chen suddenly had a brilliant idea. Yes, this place could be completely transformed into a monster spawning tower. Just do it. Lu Chen took out a pickaxe and began to dig frantically downwards. Before long, a deep pit appeared. The pit was more than 20 grids deep from the ground. When the monsters fell down, they would be injured but not killed. At this moment, Lu Chen only needed to attack with his bare hands to deal with them. This was the simplest monster spawning tower, convenient and efficient. After finishing, Lu Chen dug open the hole above his head once again. As the hole opened, 6 or 7 skeleton archers fell down with a clatter. Lu Chen reached the bottom of the deep pit and pulled out a stone sword. With a powerful sweep, all the monsters in front of him turned into experience points and loot. The sound of leveling up kept ringing, and Lu Chen directly leveled up 3 times. Obtained, damaged bow X1, a system prompt appeared. Lu Chen was momentarily stunned, then smiled. His first bow had finally appeared. Upon picking it up, he saw that the bow's durability was almost depleted, probably only a few more shots before it became unusable. Better than nothing, something was better than nothing. Just then, hurried footsteps approached from above Lu Chen's head. Someone? Lu Chen held his breath and focused, not wanting to reveal himself. A man appeared at the entrance of the mine. Such a small mine, probably another wasted trip. The man frowned at the narrow entrance of the mine. This is Reinhardt, what is he doing here? Lu Chen was surprised to hear the voice, never expecting to encounter him here. Why would he come here for no reason? Reinhardt had been having a great time these past few days. Because of what happened with Steve, the villagers of Carlo Village had been praising him endlessly these days. It made him quite pleased. In his opinion, these villagers were naive and easily fooled. He casually made up a story, and they actually believed it. When he found Lu Chen lying on the ground that day, he thought Lu Chen had fainted from fear after seeing a monster. As for the rotting flesh on the ground, he never even thought about Lu Chen being involved. The reason he came to the borderlands was because the Knight's Order had assigned a mission. He was living comfortably in the royal city, but now he was sent to the borderlands, which was not a good job at all. Not only did he have to travel a long distance, but he also had to explore caves and survey the terrain. He was now preparing to enter the mine to see its scale. If he could discover a large mine, he would be able to receive a generous reward upon returning. Unfortunately, the mine in front of him didn't seem very large. Nevertheless, since he was already here, he had to go in and take a look. Hearing Reinhardt slowly approaching the mine, Lu Chen suddenly felt nervous. He had just discovered this good place and couldn't let the other party take it away. The sound of skeleton archers' skeletons colliding filled Lu Chen's head. Suddenly, he had an idea. Maybe he couldn't stop Reinhardt, but he had the monster spawning cage. In just a moment, more than 10 skeleton archers spawned in the mine. Meanwhile, Reinhardt had not yet realized the seriousness of the situation. He walked into the mine, heading inside confidently. Swish swish swish, several arrows whizzed through the air simultaneously. Reinhardt barely dodged them and almost turned into a hedgehog. Damn it! What's going on? He paled in fright and scrambled out of the mine. After leaving the mine, Reinhardt finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Chen emerged from underground, quietly observing from the shadows. He's not dead, lucky guy. Reinhardt was pierced by several arrows, with only a few drops of blood left. With this little health, one more arrow would probably kill him. Thinking this, Lu Chen quietly took out the bow he had obtained earlier. Now was the perfect opportunity to take down the opponent. Missing this chance would be a huge loss. When it comes to his enemies, Lu Chen never shows mercy. Drawing his bowstring, Lu Chen aimed at Reinhardt's head. Reinhardt was still relieved that he had reacted quickly enough to escape. Suddenly, a faint sound came from behind him. He felt his hair stand on end. It was the sound of an arrow being shot. Someone was ambushing him. However, it was too late for him to react. Lu Chen's arrow shot straight into the back of Reinhardt's head. Reinhardt's health bar couldn't hold on any longer and was instantly depleted. Got him. Lu Chen's expression brightened. He emerged from the shadows and walked slowly to Reinhardt's body. Just as Lu Chen was about to start looting Reinhardt's equipment, Reinhardt's body suddenly began to glow. The light was so piercing that Lu Chen couldn't open his eyes. After a few seconds, the light disappeared. Reinhardt's body vanished, leaving only a pile of equipment behind. What? Lu Chen was somewhat stunned. What had just happened? How did Reinhardt's body disappear out of thin air? Could it be he wasn't dead yet? Just as Lu Chen was puzzled, there was a commotion at the headquarters of the Royal City Knights. The Reinhardt who had just been killed by Lu Chen had miraculously come back to life. Hey, isn't this Reinhardt? How did you die? A member of the Knights joked. Shut up! Reinhardt snapped. He was feeling terrible. Dying on a mission outside was a great shame. I was just kidding, don't take it seriously. It's just a life resurrection charm, do more tasks, save more money, and you'll have enough. The knight chuckled. Mentioning the life resurrection charm made Reinhardt's heart ache. The life resurrection charm was an item that could bring someone back to life. However, it was extremely precious and required a large amount of gold coins to exchange for it. Each member of the Royal City Knights had one free chance to use the life resurrection charm. Going to the Borderlands this time, not only did he not gain any benefits, but he also had to pay to be resurrected, which was a huge loss. When out and about, who wouldn't want an extra life? Such a precious item was wasted so easily, how could he not feel heartbroken? Not only that, he also lost all his equipment this time. Those equipment were all bought with real money. No, I have to hurry back and see if I can retrieve my equipment. Half an hour later, Reinhardt returned to the Borderlands through the teleportation array. As he rushed to the forest where he had died before, he found that he couldn't find his equipment no matter how hard he searched. What's going on? Where's my equipment? Could it have been picked up by someone? Reinhardt was getting frantic. After searching around for a long time, he gave up. This time, he had really lost both the lady and the soldiers, a big loss. Meanwhile, Lu Chen was hiding underground. Reinhardt hadn't died, which was quite unexpected for him.
The black dragon emerged and explained, "This kid used a life resurrection charm to come back to life, but he won't be so lucky next time."
There's something like that? Lu Chen's eyes lit up at the news.
This item can only be obtained by members of the Knights, and it's not cheap. It costs 10,000 gold coins each. Hearing the price of 10,000 gold coins, Lu Chen was amazed. It was so expensive that he had no hope of getting it in the short term. If he had the chance in the future, he would definitely get one. Thinking of Reinhardt's powerless and angry appearance now, Lu Chen felt particularly satisfied. Dealing with such despicable people required special means. After fruitless searching, Reinhardt could only leave dejectedly. As soon as he left, Lu Chen continued to gain experience. In just one afternoon, Lu Chen killed hundreds of monsters. In the end, the loot filled an entire large box. After counting the loot, Lu Chen had acquired nearly 10 sets of arrows, several sets of bones, and dozens of worn-out bows. Although these bows had low durability individually, after synthesis, their durability could be stacked, resulting in Lu Chen obtaining 5 brand new bows.
In addition, Lu Chen also obtained 2 enchanted bows.
One was enchanted with power 2, while the other had flame arrow. If these 2 bows were put on the market, they would fetch a hefty price. In this world, to enchant equipment, one had to seek out an enchanter. Enchanters needed to inscribe enchantment spells on equipment using an enchantment table to make them effective. Enchantment spells were extremely complex and cryptic. Moreover, being an enchanter was quite costly. Just the enchantment table made of diamonds and obsidian was enough to deter 99% of people. This scarcity led to a very limited number of enchanters. Enchanted equipment was worth its weight in gold. Lu Chen picked up one of the enchanted bows and began to examine the runes inscribed on it.
Ha! What's this?
At first glance, Lu Chen thought it was some kind of English. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was actually pinyin.
Lu Chen was almost dumbfounded.
He quickly picked up another enchanted bow and found another string of pinyin inscribed on it.
Sure. Lu Chen couldn't help but chuckle.
Using pinyin as enchantment spells, that was something.
If he were to become an enchanter himself, wouldn't he have a natural advantage?
Lu Chen remembered that the academy should have an enchantment table, and he planned to try it out sometime. If it worked, he would have another way to make money.
Lu Chen checked the equipment dropped by Reinhardt, but none of them were enchanted.
However, Reinhardt's equipment bore the emblem of the Royal Knights, making them very conspicuous. Even if Lu Chen obtained them, he wouldn't dare to wear them in public. Nevertheless, he had been a great help. Usually, several treasure chests would appear near monster spawners. Due to his poor equipment before, Lu Chen had not dared to explore the mine. He had only built a simple monster spawner tower using the terrain, so he had not seen the actual monster spawner yet. Now that he had better equipment, he naturally wanted to go and take a look.
Lu Chen waited by the edge of the deep pit until enough monsters had gathered before setting off.
There was a limit to the number of monsters that could spawn in an area to prevent Lu Chen from being overwhelmed by a continuous stream of monsters once he went up. Taking advantage of the fact that the skeleton archers had fallen into the pit, Lu Chen quickly climbed up.
He lit a torch to illuminate the mine.
The mine was not large, winding its way forward. The skeleton archers must have come from there.
As he walked, Lu Chen kept placing torches on his right.
It was a habit he had developed over years of gaming to prevent getting lost in the mine. As expected, at a corner of the mine, there appeared a monster spawner. A miniature skeleton archer was slowly rotating inside the monster spawner. There were 2 treasure chests around the monster spawner, making Lu Chen's eyes light up. He walked over quickly, intending to place a torch on it before the next monster spawned.
However, he was a bit slow.
A skeleton archer had just spawned. Now, Lu Chen had no choice but to face it head-on. Equipped with gear and weapons obtained from Reinhardt, Lu Chen was confident. He gripped the iron sword in his left hand and held the shield in his right. As the skeleton archer shot an arrow at Lu Chen, he blocked it with his shield. Lu Chen rushed forward, shield raised. He slammed the shield hard on the skeleton archer's head, pushing it back.
Then, wielding the iron sword, he delivered an upward strike. -21.
The damage of the iron sword is 7 points, but it has a much higher attack speed than the axe and is more agile.
Landing a hit on the weak spot triggered triple damage, instantly killing the enemy. Lu Chen didn't dare to be careless and quickly placed the torch in the monster spawner.
After completing all this, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Chen quickly put away the shield, which was quite heavy, making it difficult to hold up.
Lu Chen didn't rush to open the treasure chest but instead looked around nearby. He thought the mine would be large, but to his surprise, it was a dead end just a little further ahead. Returning to the monster spawner, Lu Chen opened the first chest. "Give me something good," Lu Chen prayed in his heart.
"This is an emerald." After opening the chest,
Lu Chen's eyes immediately fell on the sparkling emerald. Although he didn't know what to do with the emerald, it was still a gemstone. Even if he sold it, he could probably get a good price for it, Lu Chen thought. In addition to the emerald, there were several gold ingots and iron ingots in the chest. The first chest's loot was not very rich, so Lu Chen had to pin his hopes on the second chest. The second chest opened. This time, he finally got something good, a premium enchantment book with luck 3 and durability 4. Lu Chen was almost jumping with joy. Great stuff! I'm going to be rich this time. With this enchantment book, Lu Chen wouldn't have to worry when encountering diamonds. The luck enchantment could increase mineral drops, making it one of the best enchantments. Carefully tucking away the enchantment book in his backpack, Lu Chen continued to check the chest. In addition to the enchantment book, there was a saddle, several loaves of bread, and a few cocoa bean seeds in the chest. The saddle brought a pleasant surprise to Lu Chen. With this item, he could tame wild horses to use as mounts. Many nobles from the Royal City Academy rode horses every day, and Lu Chen had almost been run over several times. All students at the Royal City Elite Academy had a dream of joining the Royal City Knights. To enter, one needed exceptional combat skills and mastery of horsemanship. There was a horsemanship class at the academy, but it came at a cost. Since Lu Chen didn't have the money, he could only watch others attend the class with envy. Now, with the saddle, Lu Chen didn't have to worry. Even if he didn't attend the horsemanship class, he could practice on his own. The horses ridden by the nobles were usually gentle and tamed, with a high price tag. Wild horses were abundant, but without a saddle, few could tame them. Calculating the time, he would return to the academy tomorrow. Lu Chen planned to try his luck in the wilderness later to see if he could catch a wild horse. As for the bread and cocoa beans, Lu Chen simply tossed them into his backpack. After collecting everything, Lu Chen extinguished the torch and quickly returned underground. Before long, the monsters began to respawn. Lu Chen's level was increasing rapidly, already reaching over 20 levels. Thinking that enchantments might have level restrictions, he decided to level up to 30. Half an hour later, with a soft ding, Lu Chen reached level 30. At the same time, a prompt appeared. Command permissions unlocked. Lu Chen was stunned for a moment, then ecstatic. Command permissions? Does that mean I can enter creative mode? The more Lu Chen thought about it, the more excited he became. However, without a keyboard, how could he input commands? Just as he was pondering this, the command input interface appeared in Lu Chen's mind. With a single thought, a command appeared on the screen. /game mode 1. This was the command to switch from survival mode to creative mode. However, after entering the command, a prompt popped up. Invalid command, please try again. The command for creation was not working, and this harsh reality was hard for Lu Chen to accept. Lu Chen, who was persistent, tried other commands and found that some worked while others did not. However, to his surprise, he could use commands for claiming land and teleportation, which turned out to be very helpful. Lu Chen set aside the workbench and crafted a wooden hoe. The wooden hoe was an essential tool for claiming land. First, he needed to determine the area to be claimed. Lu Chen dug a path around the entire monster spawning tower, then identified the 2 diagonal points within the cube of the area. He struck one of the diagonal points with the wooden hoe, and a prompt appeared. Territory selected, first point marked. Moving to the second point, he struck it with the wooden hoe, and another prompt appeared. Territory selected, second point marked. Finally, he entered the command to create the territory/res create skeleton spawner, and the task was completed. After finishing, Lu Chen went outside and entered the teleportation command. The next moment, the command took effect, and Lu Chen appeared inside the monster spawning tower. He couldn't help but smile with joy. Now, all Lu Chen needed to do was set up a teleportation point at home, and everything would be fine. Even if he was far away at the academy, he could instantly teleport back and forth between the underground farm and the monster spawning tower, saving him a lot of trouble. Before leaving, Lu Chen carefully sealed the entrance to the mine with dirt to prevent others from discovering it. As for Reinhardt, Lu Chen didn't need to worry at all. After suffering such a big loss here, he probably wouldn't want to come back again in his lifetime. After packing up, Lu Chen returned home. His mother had not returned yet, which made Lu Chen breathe a sigh of relief. It was just as well, saving him from having to explain further. In the underground farm, Lu Chen stored all the loot from his backpack in chests. Since the backpack was not big enough, there were still many things that couldn't fit, so he temporarily stored them underground in the monster spawner. This time, Lu Chen brought back almost all bones. Bones were a good thing, although they couldn't be eaten. Once decomposed into bone meal, they could accelerate crop growth. Lu Chen turned all the bone groups he brought back into bone meal, which caused his storage to overflow. There was so much bone meal that it felt like cheating.
Lu Chen sprinkled the bone meal on the wheat fields, and in no time, all the wheat fields ripened.
Lu Chen happily began harvesting. A few minutes later, Lu Chen had a half stack of wheat and several stacks of wheat seeds. He didn't stop there but planted the seeds again, sprinkled bone meal, and continued harvesting. After repeating this process 3 or 4 times, Lu Chen finally stopped. The wheat on the ground had piled up into a small mountain, a sight that brought joy to his heart. The first thing Lu Chen did was make a lot of bread. With wheat in hand, he finally achieved bread freedom. For some reason, Lu Chen suddenly felt like crying. Perhaps this was the reward after enduring hardships. His mother Tiki's voice came from above, and Lu Chen quickly returned to his room. "Steve, are you feeling better?" Tiki asked with concern. "Mother, I'm fine now," Lu Chen replied. "That's good, come out and eat quickly." At the mention of eating, Lu Chen's face turned pale instantly. It seemed he needed to find a way to tell his mother gently that he didn't like eating rotten flesh. After dinner, Lu Chen went to bed early. Although he said he was sleeping, he was actually working on the farmland underground. He spent the whole night and managed to harvest a whole chest of wheat. This should be enough for him to eat for several years. When he emerged from underground, Lu Chen noticed that the sky outside was already getting light. He packed up quickly and hurried out the door. Today was the day to go to the academy, but before that, Lu Chen needed to do something significant. Sprinting all the way, Lu Chen arrived at a vast grassland to the east of the village. This place bordered the misty forest, where monsters often roamed, and hardly anyone ventured here. Lu Chen learned about this place from the Black Dragon, who mentioned the presence of wild horses. Today, he came to see if he could tame one and show off at the academy. Gazing into the distance, he indeed spotted a group of wild horses ahead. They were basking in the morning sun, leisurely grazing on the grass. Lu Chen cautiously approached the herd, afraid of startling them. As he got closer, Lu Chen began to pick out a horse. Since he was choosing, he definitely wanted the most impressive one. Among the group, there was a white horse that looked decent, but Lu Chen wasn't too keen on it. To him, riding a white horse seemed a bit flashy. Several brown horses also didn't catch Lu Chen's eye. Finally, Lu Chen's gaze settled on a pitch-black horse. This horse appeared larger than the others, with a shiny coat and a spirited look. "This one is good. It's the one." Lu Chen made up his mind and prepared to take action. He slowly approached the big black horse and tossed a bundle of wheat towards it. The big black horse was immediately drawn to the food and happily started eating, chewing the food Lu Chen gave it. Lu Chen tried to stand up slowly, but the big black horse, upon seeing him, showed a defensive stance and took several steps back. Not in a hurry, Lu Chen threw another bundle of wheat towards it. After hesitating for a moment, the big black horse couldn't resist the temptation of the food. After a few interactions, the big black horse finally let go of its guard against Lu Chen. Lu Chen tentatively reached out his hand and touched the horse's head. Initially resistant, the big black horse soon got used to it. Seeing that the horse was no longer afraid of him, Lu Chen gathered his courage, hugged its neck, and mounted the horse in one swift motion. Startled, the big black horse began to buck wildly. Lu Chen held on tightly, preventing himself from being thrown off. After a few minutes, the big black horse finally calmed down. Exhausted, Lu Chen lay on the horse's back, almost vomiting. After a short rest, Lu Chen took out the wheat and started feeding the big black horse. As he fed it, a heart-shaped mark appeared on the horse's head. Lu Chen was overjoyed. This heart symbolized the successful taming. The big black horse also seemed happy and started galloping wildly. Lu Chen rode on its back, letting it carry him as they raced ahead. When the big black horse stopped, Lu Chen finally put a saddle on it. This was a crucial step in taming a wild horse. Without a saddle, Lu Chen wouldn't be able to control the horse's direction. With the saddle on, the big black horse became much more obedient. Lu Chen patted its head and said, "Since Black Dragon is Little Black, then I'll call you Big Black." The big black horse seemed to understand Lu Chen's words and suddenly raised its front hooves, neighing excitedly. Meanwhile, Black Dragon felt extremely frustrated. A noble dragon like him was being outdone by a mere horse. Riding Big Black, Lu Chen raced along the village's small roads. Along the way, he encountered many villagers. Initially mistaking him for a knight, they were all dumbfounded when they realized it was Lu Chen. Without giving them a chance to gossip, Lu Chen sped past them, heading towards the teleportation point. 10 minutes later, Lu Chen reached his destination. Dismounting, he led Big Black towards the teleportation array. A prompt popped up. Teleportation will cost 20 silver coins. Do you wish to proceed? Teleporting from the academy back to Carlo Village was free, but teleporting from Carlo Village to the academy required a payment of 20 silver coins. Lu Chen frowned. Why do they want to charge me 20 silver coins? But I'm just one person.
He originally had only 10 silver coins on him, but this time, his mother gave him another 10 silver coins as living expenses, making it a total of 20 silver coins. If he spent it all, wouldn't he be left with nothing? Big brother, your horse also counts as one person, so you need to pay extra, Black Dragon kindly reminded. Upon hearing this, Luchan suddenly realized, damn, what a ripoff. They even charge for the horse. Helpless, Luchan had to pay 20 silver coins. From now on, Luchan was completely broke. As the teleportation array gradually lit up, Luchan and his horse disappeared from the spot. When Luchan opened his eyes again, he was back at the academy. The old man at the teleportation array was still lazily dozing off on the table. Hearing the commotion on Luchan's side, the old man casually glanced towards the teleportation array. When he saw the big black horse next to Luchan, he was suddenly stunned. Where did this kid get the horse from? It doesn't look like an ordinary breed. Sensing the old man's gaze, Luchan politely nodded at him, then mounted the horse and left. Interesting, it seems like the academy is about to stir up some trouble again. The old man sighed as he watched Luchan ride away. Luchan rode the big black horse swiftly on the spacious avenue of the academy. As soon as he mounted the horse, Luchan put on a black cloak. The wind made the cloak rustle, and coupled with the sword at his waist and the longbow on his back, Luchan exuded a touch of elegance. Unfortunately, the equipment from Lanehard had special markings, so Luchan couldn't wear them directly, or else he would have looked no different from the members of the Knights group. Early in the morning, most students were still asleep, making the road unusually empty. However, Luchan's appearance still caused a stir. Am I seeing things? Isn't that the poor country boy Steve? How come he's riding a horse now? Steve's horse looks so cool. I want one too. I declare, from today onwards, Steve is the black horse prince in my heart. Hearing the discussions around him, Luchan chuckled lightly. The so-called royal city nobles were just a bunch of narrow-minded people. From today on, Luchan's life would change completely. This academy was destined to have a legend belonging to Steve. Arriving at the teaching building, Luchan dismounted. Near the teaching building was a stable specifically for housing horses. When Luchan led the big black horse to the stable, there were already several other horses inside. Luchan locked the big black horse in the stable and instructed, "Behave here, don't run around." The big black horse seemed to understand Luchan's words and obediently nodded. Once Luchan left, the big black horse once again revealed its unruly gaze. The dozen or so horses in the stable were immediately frightened, not daring to make a sound. The big black horse seemed to exude a domineering aura, intimidating the other horses. They all cowered in the corner, not daring to get too close to the big black horse. The big black horse, without any courtesy, went straight to the feeding area and started eating heartily. After finishing its meal, it burped contentedly, then found a clean spot to lie down. Just as Luchan was leaving the stable and heading towards the classroom, someone called out to him. "Steve, wait up!" Luchan knew it was his deskmate, Alex. He had to stop in his tracks. Alex caught up from behind, panting, "Damn, you, the professional latecomer, how come you're earlier than me today?" "Just bored at home, thought of coming to school for some fun." "Fun? Are you crazy? This is the Royal City Elite Academy." Alex clearly didn't expect such an answer from Luchan. Just thinking about the day Luchan confronted Instructor Landy, he was still on edge. "Last time you angered Master Landy, he's definitely coming for revenge today, so be careful," Alex reminded. "It's okay, you don't need to worry about me, I have a way to deal with him." Luchan smiled, looking extremely relaxed. Hearing this, Alex had no choice but to stay silent, although he couldn't help but feel a bit worried. As Luchan walked into the classroom, all eyes turned towards him. Those gazes were mocking, waiting to see what would happen to Luchan. Ignoring them completely, Luchan sat down and immediately started dozing off. Although he didn't need rest, taking a nap once in a while was a simple pleasure in life. The early bird catches the worm, how can one skip a morning nap? Seeing Luchan's actions, Alex looked increasingly worried. He thought Luchan had suddenly come to his senses by arriving early today. However, it turned out to be no different from usual. Soon, all the students in the class had arrived. With the ringing of the bell, the first class began. "Hey, Steve, wake up, it's time for class." Alex nudged the sleeping Luchan. "Oh, stop bothering me, let me sleep a little longer," Luchan lazily replied, continuing to doze off. Coincidentally, the first class of the day was taught by Master Landy. Landy entered the classroom with a stern expression. He shouted, "Class begins." All students stood up promptly, except for Luchan, who remained indifferent. Seeing this, Landy's face darkened as he stared at Luchan. This kid really didn't respect him at all. Last time he embarrassed himself, and now before he could seek revenge, Luchan was already causing trouble. Landy walked slowly towards Lu Chen, all eyes in the room fixed on them.
With a loud thud, Landy slammed his fist on the desk, silencing the whole class. "Steve! Stand up for me!" Landy roared. Startled awake, Lu Chen, already in a bad mood, looked even more irritated when he saw Landy. "Why are you shouting so loud?" Lu Chen's reaction took everyone by surprise. The classmates were dumbfounded. How could Lu Chen dare to offend Master Landy? Was he out of his mind? Landy's gaze turned even more fierce, a look that seemed ready to kill. "Steve! Get out!" Landy shouted angrily. "Why should I?" Lu Chen showed no fear, questioning back. "Just because you're a country bumpkin. How dare a lowborn like you show disrespect to me? I've had enough of you. If I don't kick you out of this classroom today, my surname is not Landy." Lu Chen rolled his eyes, looking disdainful. Then he was taken away by the Protection Association. "You're not the only one I dislike. Who do you think you are?" This statement caused a commotion in the room. Was Lu Chen out of his mind to openly confront Master Landy in public like this? "You!" Landy was speechless at Lu Chen's words. He clutched his chest, breathing heavily, his face contorted in pain. Before long, Landy collapsed to the ground, unconscious. The classroom was thrown into chaos. Master Landy fainted. Someone call for help. Someone panicked and shouted. Lu Chen was taken aback, finding the situation somewhat amusing. Was Landy's heart really that narrow to faint from anger? In a few minutes, a few people arrived in the classroom and carried the unconscious Landy away. Along with him, the instigator Lu Chen was also escorted out. As Lu Chen left, the classroom erupted into a frenzy of discussions about what had just happened. In almost an instant, the entire academy began to spread the legend of Lu Chen making Landy faint. Everyone thought that Lu Chen, who had repeatedly offended Master Landy, was surely going to be expelled, and they were all ready to watch the show. Little did they know. In the second class, Lu Chen returned to the classroom unharmed, as if nothing had happened before. Everyone was curious about what had happened to Lu Chen. Alex was also curious. When Lu Chen returned to the classroom, he was almost jaw-dropped. "Steve, how come you're back so soon? Did the school not punish you?" Alex asked curiously. Lu Chen shrugged, indicating he had nothing to say, and then started dozing off again. Alex looked puzzled. In fact, even Lu Chen didn't know what had happened. Just now, he was taken to the college's conference room, where all the college tutors were seated. It seemed like they were going to hold a criticism meeting against him. Among them, a middle-aged man seemed particularly hostile towards Lu Chen, constantly accusing him of various wrongdoings. Lu Chen scrutinized the middle-aged man and felt a sense of familiarity. When he saw the name tag in front of the man, it suddenly dawned on him. It turned out that this guy was Vice Dean Lunchio of the Royal City Elite Academy. His other identity was the father of Landy. No wonder the two looked somewhat alike. This guy was holding a grudge, truly a despicable character. Lunchio's words were harsh, attacking Lu Chen from various angles. He was doing all this just to kick Lu Chen out of the academy. Faced with Lunchio's accusations, Lu Chen remained unfazed. To him, the Royal City Elite Academy was a joke. Did he really need these people to teach him? He couldn't wait to leave this place, he didn't care anyway. Just as Lunchio was vehemently condemning Lu Chen, the conference room's door was pushed open. A man walked in and whispered something to Lunchio. Lunchio's expression changed instantly upon hearing it. He and Lu Chen locked eyes, both looking fierce. Just when Lu Chen thought he was about to be sentenced to death, Lunchio suddenly changed his tune. "Steve, you can go back now." And so, Lu Chen was inexplicably let go. So until now, Lu Chen was still puzzled. What exactly had happened? He had made Lunchio's precious son faint from anger, yet the other party didn't come after him? After thinking for a while and failing to make sense of it, Lu Chen gave up. He continued to doze off in class. However, the class tutors dared not trouble him. The lesson from Landy's experience was still fresh in their minds. They didn't want to be the next ones in trouble. Meanwhile, in the conference hall of the Royal City Elite Academy, a group of people were arguing loudly. "Principal, why didn't you let me expel that Steve just now? He has repeatedly shown disrespect to the tutors. Such students should not be allowed to stay." Vice Dean Lunchio complained. "Old show, it's not that I don't support you, but someone ordered me to help look after this kid. I couldn't do anything about it." Principal Machi of the Royal City Elite Academy, a slightly obese man, also looked helpless. Lunchio was furious upon hearing this, saying, "What background does that kid have? Isn't he just a noble from the royal city? Are you so afraid of him?" Machi shook his head. "It's not as simple as you think. There's someone else behind this kid. Then tell me, who dares to go against me? I'll go trouble him right now." Machi's expression was strange. As he was about to explain, the conference room's door was pushed open. Heard someone wants to pick a fight with me? A tall man entered through the door. He was dressed in a dazzling golden armor, with a red cape tied at the back. He held a blue-purple enchanted trident and had a golden trident emblem on his shoulder. Vice Dean Lancio widened his eyes in disbelief, staring at the man before him. "You're from the Royal City Knights." As soon as the words left his mouth, he knew he was wrong. "No, the golden trident emblem. You are a titled knight, the Skybreaker." Lancio's voice was excited. After graduating from the Royal Elite Academy, outstanding students could join the Royal Knights. Within the Royal Knights, there was a ranking of combat power, and the top 10 would be honored with the title of knight. The golden trident emblem was the symbol of the titled knight, the Skybreaker. He never imagined he would see a titled knight here. Such individuals were highly esteemed in the kingdom, capable of causing earthquakes with a stomp. The titled knight, the Skybreaker, laid his weapon on the table and sat down slowly. "I came here today with no other intention but to give you a warning. Before Steve graduates from the academy, you better behave, or..." The Skybreaker didn't finish his sentence, but anyone with sense could understand. His message was clear: Steve is under my protection, think twice before messing with him. Vice Dean Lancio broke out in a cold sweat, unable to meet the knight's eyes. Despite being a prominent figure, he felt somewhat ridiculous in the presence of the titled knight. Fortunately, the dean had intervened earlier, or he might have been a corpse by now. "Well, it's getting late, I should go back." "Did you understand what I said earlier?" The Skybreaker stood up and asked. Yes. Lancio and Machi nodded quickly. Satisfied, the Skybreaker nodded and left briskly. Dean Machi hurried to follow, wanting to say a few flattering words. Vice Dean Lancio stood frozen in place, taking a long time to regain his senses. Recovering from his daze, Landy was about to run to Lancio's office to complain when he witnessed the scene. "Father, what's wrong with you?" he asked with concern. Lancio snapped out of it and recounted what had happened. "Son, I'm afraid you'll have to bear this injustice." Lancio sighed helplessly. With a titled knight protecting Steve, there was little they could do. A titled knight? This? Landy was clearly taken aback. Titled knights were elusive figures, rarely seen in public. Today, the titled knight, the Skybreaker, had been summoned for a student from the countryside, causing quite a stir. The Skybreaker was one of the most prominent titled knights in recent years, wielding a formidable trident and exceptional combat prowess. Most importantly, the Skybreaker was the youngest titled knight in the Kingdom of Cubes. If memory served right, he had become a titled knight at the age of 30, shocking the entire kingdom. Apart from the Skybreaker, the other titled knights were usually in their 40s or 50s when they received the title. Such a young titled knight promised great things for the future. Perhaps he would even become the next leader of the Knights Order. If the Lan family insisted on targeting Steve, it would be a path to self-destruction. Landy's face darkened, and after a moment of contemplation, he said, "Father, I won't swallow this humiliation. Just because he forbids us from acting doesn't mean we can't seek help from others. When the time comes, I'll find some students the same age as Steve to teach him a lesson on our behalf." Even if the Skybreaker is formidable, he wouldn't lower himself to deal with a group of children, right? Lancio's eyes lit up at the suggestion. Yes, it was such a simple solution that he hadn't considered. He patted his son on the shoulder approvingly and said, "Your idea is good. Let's give it a try. However, young man, you are too high profile, which is not good. You need to change a bit, or else you will suffer even more in the future." "Father, you are right. I will pay attention in the future. Endure for a while, and eventually, I will make that country bumpkin realize my power," Landy replied. It's great to admit mistakes and change for the better." With that, the father and son exchanged a smile. The Skybreaker arrived next to the teleportation array. Machi flattered him all the way, like a fly buzzing around, his ears almost calloused. The old man next to the teleportation array was still sleeping on the ground. Seeing this scene, Machi frowned. He didn't want the other party to see him flattering. So, he walked up and slapped the table. "Hey, old man, wake up. This is not a place to sleep. Go home and sleep." The old man groggily opened his eyes and saw a displeased Machi. Skybreaker inadvertently made eye contact with the old man and suddenly froze. His face changed drastically, about to say something, but was stopped by a glance from the old man. "Old man, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf?" Machi, seeing the old man ignoring him, got angry. In the academy, he was the biggest. How dare a gatekeeper ignore him, asking for trouble? He raised his hand to slap the old man. Seeing this, the Skybreaker couldn't bear it anymore. He grabbed Machi's arm and slapped him across the face. "Nonsense! I think you don't want to live." With a crisp sound, Machi was stunned. Wasn't he the one supposed to hit someone? How did he end up being hit? "Lord Skybreaker, Why did you hit me? Do you know who you offended just now? Skybreaker asked coldly. Just now.
Machi turned to look at the white-haired old man, his face strange.
Lord Skybreaker, I think you might be mistaken. He's just a gatekeeping old man, seeking death.
Skybreaker, hearing this, got furious and slapped Machi again, swelling his left and right cheeks, making his already chubby face look like a pig's head.
Forget it, let him go this time. At that moment, the old man suddenly spoke up. Old man, how dare you speak to Lord Skybreaker like that? Machi grabbed the old man's collar, furious. Skybreaker's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he gripped the trident behind him. He moved swiftly. The trident in his hand instantly pierced through Machi's back, stabbing him through. Machi felt a sharp pain in his chest, and the next moment, the tip of the trident protruded from his chest. He released his grip on the old man's collar, looking incredulously at the cold and indifferent titled knight, Skybreaker. Why? Machi clutched his chest, stumbling and falling to the ground. Open your eyes wide and see. What is this? The old man took off his coat, revealing a silver-white armor. Initially, Machi thought it was just iron armor. However, when the golden sword and shield emblem appeared on the old man's chest, he instantly understood. The golden sword and shield emblem, you are. Machi's words abruptly stopped. There are only two types of people in this world who don't speak, the dumb and the dead. Machi clearly belonged to the latter. Skybreaker, why did you go so hard on the kid? The old man's tone was somewhat reproachful. Daring to offend you, such scum deserves to die. Sigh, I can't do anything with you. Tell me, why are you here at the academy this time? The old man sighed and asked. I was entrusted by someone to handle something here. Is it about that Steve? How did you know? Skybreaker was taken aback. After all, he is that kid's descendant. Do you think I can just sit back and do nothing? Speaking of this, there was a hint of sadness on the old man's face. Something big has happened recently. Do you want to come back and take charge of the situation? Poxy Tingy asked tentatively. Oh, what big thing? The old man asked curiously. The shadow dragon imprisoned in the misty forest has disappeared, and we suspect it has escaped, Poxy Tingy replied. Upon hearing this, the old man furrowed his brow. The strength of the shadow dragon was undeniable. It took 5 titled knights to subdue it back then. If it has truly escaped, it will surely seek revenge. Let's go. With such an incident, this old bone of mine should move a bit, the old man said. With that, the two of them disappeared into the teleportation array. Not long after they left, news of Machi's sudden death spread throughout the academy. Thousands of people gathered near the teleportation point, looking at Machi lying on the ground, discussing in whispers. Just as everyone was speculating about what had happened, a group of figures appeared in the teleportation array. It's the Royal City Knights, someone exclaimed. Unexpectedly, the knights who arrived seemed not very interested in Machi's death. After taking Machi's body away, they left one after another. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. The head of the Royal City Elite Academy died just like that? Seeing no further developments, everyone dispersed unhappily. As a result, a new headmaster arrived at the academy in the afternoon. Machi's death seemed to have caused no ripples. What happened in the school was of no concern to Lu Chen. He slept in until lunchtime, not even bothering to open his eyes. When it was lunchtime, all the students went to eat, except Lu Chen, who stayed in the classroom. It wasn't that he didn't want to go, but he was short on money. Luckily, he had plenty of bread in his bag to satisfy his hunger. Taking advantage of the lunch break when no one was around, Lu Chen ran to a secluded corner and set up a teleportation point. Then he teleported back to the underground monster spawning tower in the forest and started gaining experience. Before leaving, he made sure to fertilize the crops in his underground farm at home. When Lu Chen teleported back to school, the first afternoon class was about to begin. He ran all the way and finally made it to the classroom before the bell rang. At that moment, a gray-haired old man with glasses was standing at the lectern in the classroom. He was dressed in a white robe, resembling a doctor. Who's this old man? I've never seen him before, Lu Chen asked Alex as he sat back down. Steve, keep your voice down. This is the alchemy master our academy hired at great expense from outside. He's here today to teach us about alchemy. Alex quickly covered Lu Chen's mouth. Alchemy master? Lu Chen suddenly became interested. He wondered how the master's alchemy skills compared to his own. Ding ding ding, the bell for class rang. The alchemy master cleared his throat and began. Hello, students. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Wendy, and from today onwards, I will be your alchemy instructor. Alchemy is a profound study. An excellent alchemist can brew various potions with different raw materials, producing effects like drinking a strength potion before battling an opponent of equal strength, which can increase your attack damage by 30% for a short period, making you unbeatable. The students in the class gasped at Wendy's explanation. So alchemists are this powerful? A 30% damage boost, that's invincible. Master Wendy, I want to be an alchemist too.
Wendy was pleased with the students' reactions and nodded satisfactorily, then walked straight to the back of the classroom.
Students, quiet down.
Next, I will demonstrate how to brew a potion live for you all.
Pay attention to my details.
Okay, the students replied in unison.
Lu Chen gathered his spirits, curious to see the level of this so-called master alchemist.
As Wendy reached the corner, she noticed several glass vials on the brewing table, some of which were cracked.
Alchemy was meticulous, and these cracks could easily lead to failed attempts.
Frowning, he felt displeased. These alchemy tools were his treasures, recently moved and not yet organized, now tampered with.
Who touched my alchemy equipment? Show yourself!
Wendy's voice thundered in anger.
Outside the classroom, Landy smirked upon hearing Wendy's outburst. He had anticipated Wendy's arrival and tampered with the equipment beforehand.
Once Wendy discovered the damaged tools, he would surely erupt in fury, allowing Landy to shift the blame to Lu Chen.
Peeking into the classroom, Landy's expectations were met. All eyes turned to Lu Chen, the only one recently handling the equipment. Did you damage my tools? Wendy asked Lu Chen, following the crowd's gaze.
I did use them, but I didn't damage them, Lu Chen shrugged innocently.
You!
Wendy was about to explode when Landy suddenly entered. Oh, Master Wendy, I apologize for my student's disruption. Let's not bother with minor characters like him. Landy's words left the class dumbfounded.
What was happening? Had Landy lost his mind? Just yesterday, Steve had infuriated him, yet today he was siding with Steve? Lu Chen also looked at Landy suspiciously. What was his game? Lu Chen doubted Landy would defend him. Wendy's expression softened slightly upon Landy's intervention.
His impression of Landy improved.
Fine, let it go this time. But if anyone touches my things again, they'll see my wrath. With a stern glare at Lu Chen, Wendy left.
Unfazed, Lu Chen rolled his eyes back, irritating Wendy. Despite his status, he couldn't engage in a public dispute with Lu Chen and had to let it go. Landy left the classroom, secretly pleased with his maneuver. He had pleased Wendy and deepened the conflict between Lu Chen and Wendy, a win-win situation.
As Wendy demonstrated his alchemy skills, Lu Chen lost interest quickly.
He had expected more from Wendy but found his techniques clumsy and slow, reminiscent of Lu Chen's early attempts at alchemy. Finding it dull, Lu Chen drifted off to sleep again. However, the other students were engrossed.
Wendy explained while practicing alchemy. Friendly reminder, the alchemy in this book follows the old brewing method, not the new one. To create a strength potion, we need the following materials: glass vials, brewing table, hell's wort, and flame powder.
Glass vials were easy to make, but hell's wort and flame powder were rare. Today, to impress the students, Wendy spared no expense. To make the strength potion, we first need a basic potion. Fill 3 vials with water, place them on the brewing table, then add hell's wort. Hell's wort is a rare material found in dangerous underworld areas, used in potion making. We just need to wait a while to get the basic potion. Wendy took out the crude potion, only to find that one of the bottles seemed to have failed in the brewing process, which made him a little embarrassed.
He quickly explained, "It's easy to have failures during potion making, these are just minor issues." The students nodded as if they understood. Next, we will process the crude potion with flame powder.
Flame powder is also produced in the lower realms and is a key ingredient in making potions of power. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the water bottle on the brewing stand, the liquid inside boiling and bubbling.
Wendy's heart raced along with it.
His success rate in making potions of power was already not high, and this time, being in front of everyone, he clearly wasn't as focused as he would be in private. If he failed in making it, it would be embarrassing. A few minutes later, the boiling inside the water bottle stopped. The color of the potion in one of the bottles changed from blue to light red. Wendy finally breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily one bottle was successful, otherwise, today would have been a disaster.
Students, see this bottle is the potion of power I mentioned before.
Although it's just a small bottle, it can be sold for tens of gold coins, and it's in high demand. As long as you study hard with me, you can also become a true master alchemist like me in the future.
Reach the pinnacle of life.
Inspired by Wendy, all the students became excited for a moment. They weren't interested in the title of alchemy master, but mainly excited about the prospect of making money through alchemy. Making dozens of gold coins in less than half an hour, it was simply a huge profit.
Lu Chen stretched lazily and glanced at the potion in Wendy's hand. He suddenly chuckled. "What are you laughing at?" Wendy frowned and asked. "If this is all the skill you have, you better not mislead others." Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Wendy's expression changed.
He was most proud of his alchemy skills, and there was no other alchemist in the entire academy who could match him.
Even in the royal city, he was considered a top alchemist.
He had just successfully made a bottle of potion of power in front of everyone, feeling proud.
Lu Chen suddenly came out to pour cold water on him publicly. How could Wendy bear it?
He angrily shouted, "Kid, you damaged my alchemy equipment before. I didn't hold you accountable out of respect for your mentor. What do you want now?"
Everyone's attention focused on Lu Chen. They were all curious. What did Lu Chen want to do? Seeing this, Landy felt secretly delighted.
He was thinking about how to provoke a conflict between the two, and now Lu Chen had walked right into it. Wendy's background was much stronger than Landy's. The academy had paid a hefty price to bring him in. This time, it was Lu Chen who actively sought trouble. Even if the academy expelled him, the title of knight wouldn't have anything to say. Landy was curious to see how Lu Chen would end up. Lu Chen slowly stood up from his seat and walked in front of everyone.
Wendy suppressed his anger, wanting to see what Lu Chen was up to. Lu Chen walked straight to Wendy and smiled at him.
"Kid, if you kneel down and apologize to me now, I might forgive you,"
Wendy said angrily. "Apologize? With your mediocre alchemy skills, you think I should apologize to you? And, I'll say it again, I didn't damage your equipment."
Lu Chen sneered and said slowly.
Upon hearing this, Wendy burst out laughing. Ridiculous. The title of Master Alchemist Wendy, who in the royal city doesn't know? What right does a little brat like you have to criticize me?
Seeing this, Landy chimed in, "Steve,
don't embarrass yourself here. Hurry up and pack up, go back to the countryside and farm."
With that, the whole room burst into laughter. In their eyes, Lu Chen was just a poor country bumpkin, not worthy of sharing a room with them.
Go back to farming. Country bumpkin. Exactly. He doesn't even look at himself in the mirror. What kind of person is he? Trash. Get out of the academy. Faced with the ridicule of the crowd, Lu Chen remained calm. Wendy, do you dare to compete with me? Lu Chen looked at Wendy and said, Compete? Sure. What do you want to compete in? I'm ready anytime. After learning about Lu Chen's identity, Wendy was not as angry. Lu Chen was just a country bumpkin. Was it worth fighting with a prestigious alchemist like himself?
Seeing Lu Chen propose a competition, he readily accepted. In any aspect, he could easily crush Lu Chen.
Alright, let's compete in your best skill of alchemy. How about that?
Just as Lu Chen finished speaking, the classroom erupted in laughter once again.
Ha, is this guy out of his mind? Daring to challenge Master Wendy.
I think Steve sleeps all day. He must have slept his brain dumb to say such absurd things.
Steve, are you crazy? You're challenging Master Wendy. You're definitely going to lose. This time, even Alex thought Lu Chen was crazy.
Steve might be excellent, but in the field of alchemy, he was a layman. A student who had never touched alchemy, challenging a renowned alchemy master.
However you looked at it, Steve seemed to be asking for trouble. Lu Chen replied, Alright, that's what you said. When do we start the competition?
Wendy couldn't wait to see Steve kneel down and apologize.
Hold on, what if you lose? Lose? How could I possibly lose? Are you kidding me? Wendy found something amusing. The onlookers also thought Lu Chen was overestimating himself. And if you do? Lu Chen asked with a smile. There's no if. If I lose, I'll let you decide. Is that okay?
Wendy was full of pride, never considering the possibility of losing.
That's what you said, don't back out later.
Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's face revealed a mysterious smile.
Watching the confident Steve, Wendy suddenly felt a bit flustered.
But soon, he calmed down. Each to his own profession, he didn't believe he would lose to a layman.
Lu Chen walked to the brewing table and tidied it up. He glanced briefly at the strength potion that Wendy had just made. Although it was successful, the quality of the potion was extremely poor. Originally meant to last 3 minutes, due to Wendy's poor technique, it could only last 30 seconds. This fact was well hidden by Wendy.
All eyes were on Lu Chen, waiting to see his next move.
I don't have materials on hand, can you lend me some? Lu Chen asked Wendy.
They're all here, take whatever you need. Wendy took out a box and placed it on the table, pretending to be generous.
In reality, he was extremely reluctant.
These materials were his treasures, rarely used.
Thanks. Lu Chen didn't hesitate, he opened the box and started selecting.
To his surprise, Wendy had so many treasures. All the common alchemy materials were there.
Some precious materials could also be found.
Lu Chen had initially planned to make a potion similar to Wendy's, but now he changed his mind. He took out 3 clean glass bottles and filled them with water. Then, to the astonishment of everyone, he closed his eyes.
Next, I will perform the entire alchemy process with my eyes closed, feel free to supervise. With that, he began the alchemy process. At once, the whole room was in an uproar. Almost everyone thought Steve was bragging. Who practices alchemy with their eyes closed? Initially, Wendy thought the same. But as she watched Luchen's movements, her expression gradually became serious. Wendy was surprised to find that Luchen's alchemy technique was even more skilled than his. His movements were smooth, almost without pause. Most importantly, Lucan was doing it with his eyes closed. This was incredible. Wendy suddenly felt a sense of inferiority. Could it be that she had misjudged him? Lucan placed 3 vials on the brewing stand, then took out hellfire warts to start making the crude potion. At this step, it seemed no different from Wendy's actions, and everyone thought Lucan was just copying. But onlookers see more than spectators. In just a few minutes, 3 vials of crude potion were completed. Next, Lucan added flame powder to the brewing stand. Wendy noticed that Lucan added the flame powder almost as soon as the crude potion was finished, and he even increased the dosage. Watching the liquid in the vials gradually change from blue to red, Wendy was speechless with shock. In no time, 3 vials of strength potion were completed. Everyone present was dumbfounded. The underestimated Lucan had actually made strength potions with his eyes closed. In terms of quality, Luchen's potions were much better than Wendy's. Luchen's potions were deep red, while Wendy's were pale red, looking inferior. Moreover, Lucan made 3 finished potions at once, while Wendy only managed 1, and it was flawed. The difference was clear. Now, the pressure was all on Wendy. Lucan slowly opened his eyes, smiling at Wendy. How about it? Do you want to continue? Anyone with sense could see that Lucan had won this competition. No need to continue, I lost. Whatever you want, just ask, and I'll try to fulfill it. Wendy seemed to age 10 years in an instant, looking dejected. Let me think. Lucan had intended to tease the old man Wendy, but seeing him like this, he felt a twinge of pity. Why bother arguing with an old stubborn man? There was no deep-seated enmity between them, so Lucan abandoned the idea. This guy was clearly being manipulated. Lucan had never damaged the alchemy equipment. The prime suspect was likely standing in the crowd, Landy. Only he could stoop so low. As expected, when Luchen's gaze fell on Landy, he immediately turned and left the classroom, guilty. A clever move, but unfortunately, he had crossed paths with Lucan. Wendy deeply regretted judging by appearances and offending Lucan. What he feared most now was Lucan asking him to do something embarrassing. At his age, where would he hide his face then? Unexpectedly, Lucan didn't make things difficult for him. Old man Wendy, I quite like this box of yours. How about you give it to me? Lucan pointed to the materials box on the table. Ah, this. Wendy looked troubled, at a loss for words. The contents of this box were hard-won, and he would surely regret giving it away. But since he had lost the bet, he couldn't back out now. Just as he was torn, Lucan spoke again. Here's the deal, I won't take your stuff for nothing. Today, I'm in a good mood, so I'll teach you an advanced version of the strength potion recipe. Advanced version of the strength potion? Wendy was puzzled, somewhat confused. The regular strength potion can increase damage by 130% in 3 minutes, while the advanced version can last up to 8 minutes. How about it? Do you want to learn? I want to learn, I want to learn. Wendy quickly nodded. He was like a dry sponge, eager to absorb new alchemy knowledge. Alright, then pay attention, I will only teach you once. Luchen took out redstone powder from the box and placed it in the brewing stand. Before long, the 3 bottles of strength potion in the brewing stand began to boil. Wendy's eyes widened as he observed the changes. A few minutes later, everything returned to calm. Wendy took out one of the potions, carefully opened it and sniffed. Heavens! Just adding a bit of redstone powder can actually prolong the potion's duration. It's truly incredible! Wendy exclaimed. The next moment, an unexpected scene unfolded. Wendy suddenly knelt in front of Luchen, hugging his legs. Master Steve, I was blind before. Please don't take it to heart. This sudden scene left everyone present in shock. They couldn't understand why the esteemed alchemy master Wendy would kneel and beg forgiveness from a country boy. At this moment, all notions of prestige and seniority were thrown aside by Wendy. His simple thought at the moment was to do everything possible to flatter this young man named Steve. To have such profound knowledge in alchemy at a young age, his future prospects were limitless. Luchen was taken aback to see Wendy kneeling before him. He hurried to help Wendy up, but was pushed away. Oh, old man one, what are you doing? I forgive you, please get up. You're of a certain age, kneeling before me, are you trying to shorten my life? Master Steve, I want to be your disciple. If you don't agree, I won't get up from here, Wendy said stubbornly. This declaration left everyone speechless. Damn, did I hear correctly? Master Wendy actually wants to be Steve's disciple?
At this moment, students from other classes also rushed over upon hearing the news. They stood outside the window, peeking inside. When they saw the scene, they were also shocked. Soon, the news spread like wildfire. Everything that happened in Lu Chen's class was known throughout the entire academy. Lu Chen, with a helpless expression, regretted coming out to show off. The situation was now somewhat out of control. Wendy, with his stubborn temper, refused to get up. Lu Chen couldn't just kick him away. After all, he was a young man who respected the elderly. After a while, Lu Chen couldn't hold back and reluctantly agreed. "Alright, I'll reluctantly accept you as my disciple." "That's great. Thank you, Master Steve." Wendy was excited and actually kowtowed 3 times in front of Lu Chen. Lu Chen quickly helped him up, then made an excuse to leave the classroom as if fleeing. Running down, Lu Chen arrived at the small garden below the academy building. Seeing no one behind him, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. This old man is really persistent. Luckily, I can run fast. Lu Chen aimlessly walked in the garden, surrounded by blooming flowers. Looking around, the colorful flowers filled the air with a faint floral fragrance. As he walked, he pondered on how to make money quickly. He was penniless at the moment, making it inconvenient to do anything. Lost in thought, Lu Chen didn't watch where he was going. The next moment, he collided with someone at the corner. "Ouch, that hurts." It was a girl's voice. Lu Chen looked up. A beautiful girl was seen holding her slightly swollen head, wailing in pain. Sorry, are you okay?" asked Lu Chen, feeling a bit guilty. "I'm fine," the girl said, enduring the pain. "Good to hear you're okay, then I'll be on my way," Lu Chen said and quickly walked off. The girl was struck dumb, standing there in shock. "What's wrong with this person? He bumps into me and just walks away like that. Doesn't even show a bit of concern. What an insensitive fool." She stomped her foot, feeling angry. Why is this person so clueless? After all, she was recognized as a beauty in the academy, usually the object of admiration by boys. Lu Chen's treatment of her left her somewhat bewildered. After much contemplation, the girl came up with a possible explanation, and her eyes lit up instantly. "That guy must have been so dazzled by my beauty that he couldn't even look at me directly, hence he had to flee in awe. Yes, that must be it. I'm simply too clever." The girl firmly believed in her own theory. Lu Chen walked and found himself unconsciously at the playground. At that moment, some students were having a class on the field. A sturdy man was explaining combat techniques to the students. "Students, in martial arts, speed is crucial. Remember this principle. As long as you are fast enough, you can gain the upper hand in battle." The students nodded in agreement. "Now, I will demonstrate some combat skills. Is there any student willing to come forward and practice with me?" As soon as the man spoke, the students fell silent. Seeing everyone quiet, Ma Baogwa scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. Coincidentally, Lu Chen passed by. Ma Baogwa's eyes lit up, and he stopped Lu Chen. "Excuse me, could you help me with something?" "Help? What do you need help with?" Lu Chen stopped, feeling puzzled. "Be my practice partner, have a match with me." Ma Baogwa handed the wooden sword to Lu Chen. Lu Chen hesitated for a moment but agreed without much thought. After all, going back now would mean being bothered by that old man, Windy. It was better to have some fun outside. The students nearby looked at Lu Chen with sympathetic eyes. "Hey, buddy, you're in for some tough luck. You're really unlucky." Meeting instructor Ma Baogwa, "Let's mourn for you for 3 minutes." As Ma Baogwa was warming up, Lu Chen couldn't help but ask, "Is this guy really that good?" After some inquiries, Lu Chen finally realized. This Ma Baogwa was actually a former member of the Royal Knights, recently assigned as an instructor at the academy, rumored to have immeasurable strength. They all thought that Lu Chen practicing with him would surely end in a miserable defeat. Lu Chen just smiled and didn't say much. "Are you ready?" "I'm about to attack," Ma Baogwa said, eager to start. Lu Chen nodded at him. "Don't worry, I'll be gentle, won't hurt you too much." Lu Chen sneered. He wanted to see for himself the strength of a former knight. "En garde." Ma Baogwa gripped the wooden sword tightly and thrust it towards Lu Chen. His speed was impressive, almost reaching Lu Chen in the blink of an eye. The wooden sword aimed straight at Lu Chen's abdomen with fierce momentum. The students below had closed their eyes. They seemed to have already envisioned Lu Chen's defeat in a single move. Lu Chen's gaze was firm as he calmly dodged the attack. "What? My sword, it missed." Ma Baogwa looked at the empty space where his sword should have landed, his face filled with shock. Meanwhile, Lu Chen stared at him as if he were looking at a fool. "Hey, are you going to continue or not? If not, I'll just leave," Lu Chen urged impatiently. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Ma Baogwa finally came to his senses. "Let's continue. I deliberately held back earlier. Be careful this time. Hurry up, no more nonsense."
Lu Chen seemed disinterested, even yawning.
This scene, seen by Ma Baogua, took on a different flavor. This time, Ma Baogua did not opt for a sudden attack. He accelerated, rushed to Lu Chen, then leaped high, swinging his wooden sword towards Lu Chen's head. "Dare to look down on me, I'll show you my prowess."
Onlookers were shocked at this scene. Terrifying. Master Ma Baogua is angry. Master Ma Baogua's strength is truly terrifying. Luckily we didn't provoke him. The power of that strike is immense. That kid might be cut down with one blow. Sensing the killing intent, Lu Chen's face turned cold instantly. He had only dodged one attack, and now his opponent was out for blood. Since the other party was playing for keeps, Lu Chen decided to cut the chatter. Ma Baogua's attack was about to land on Lu Chen's head, but Lu Chen vanished like a ghost. What? Lu Chen's speed was so fast that Ma Baogua couldn't even see his movements. The disappeared Lu Chen reappeared behind Ma Baogua. Just as Ma Baogua was stunned, Lu Chen struck from behind. Ma Baogua felt a huge force spreading through his body from his back, as if struck by lightning. With a bang, Ma Baogua fell face down, looking miserable. This fall was quite harsh. Lu Chen saw Ma Baogua's health bar decrease by a third. This was because Lu Chen was using a wooden sword with limited damage. Otherwise, Ma Baogua might have been dead by now. The crowd gasped. Students quickly helped Ma Baogua up. Ma Baogua held his lower back in pain, grimacing. Falling face first, Ma Baogua's face was bruised and swollen. Ma Baogua was about to curse when he tasted blood in his mouth. "My teeth. Damn it! My teeth are gone." Ma Baogua spat out a few broken teeth, blood dripping. Seeing the blood in his palm, Ma Baogua's eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Lu Chen chuckled at the sight. He could probably guess why this guy didn't stay in the knight's order and became a teacher instead. Who would have thought a former knight would faint at the sight of blood? The students hurriedly carried Ma Baogua away. Having witnessed Lu Chen's strength, they naturally wouldn't seek revenge. But this also saved Lu Chen a lot of trouble. Lu Chen checked the time. It was almost time to finish school. He leisurely walked towards the stable below the teaching building, ready to visit the big black horse. Meanwhile, chaos had erupted in the academy. A major event had just occurred. The alchemy master Wendy, hired by the academy at great expense, had actually acknowledged a student as a master in class. What's more, that student was Steve. Upon hearing this news, Lanchio's face darkened. He never expected Steve to have such abilities, even managing to impress Wendy. Wendy's status was extremely special, although his position in the academy was not as high as Lanchio's. However, Wendy was highly esteemed in the royal city, a figure Lanchio couldn't afford to offend. Coupled with Steve being protected by a title knight, it would be even harder to help his son regain his reputation. If Lanchio had to choose between offending the title knight Poxy and Wendy, he would rather choose Poxy. After all, Poxy was just a title knight. Behind Wendy, a master alchemist, there were likely several titled knights as her backers. After all, alchemists could significantly enhance the combat power of titled knights, making them highly sought after. Thinking about this, Lanchio felt a bit overwhelmed. Was there really no way to deal with Steve? Seeing his father's furrowed brow, Landy spoke up. "Father, don't worry, I have a plan on how to deal with Steve." "Oh, you have a plan? Tell me about it." Lanchio eagerly inquired. "Isn't there a mentor from the Knight's Order who recently joined our school?" "I happen to be old friends with him. I can ask him to help teach that kid a lesson," Landy said with a smirk. "I think I vaguely remember him. The guy who faints easily, right?" Lanchio recalled. "Yes, that's him. I'll have him go give Steve a hard time, make him suffer a bit." That sounds like a good plan. Hurry and contact him. It would be best to get that kid expelled from the academy. The longer he stays, the more of a headache he gives me, Lanchio instructed. "Yes, I'll go right away." Landy was delighted, about to leave when someone rushed in anxiously. "Vice Dean, something bad has happened." A teacher rushed in flustered. "Why the rush? Can't you knock before entering?" Lanchio frowned, clearly displeased with the person's abrupt entrance. "I'm sorry, Vice Dean." The person seemed to realize their mistake and quickly apologized. All right, what's the matter? Speak quickly, my time is precious," Lanchio urged impatiently. He was currently troubled by the matter concerning Luke Hen. "The new mentor, Ma Baogua, has fainted. He's still unconscious. Do you want to go see him?" "Who is this Ma Baogua?" Lanchio asked. Before the person could answer, Landy was quite excited. "Father, Ma Baogua is the guy we were just talking about." Lanchio's expression changed upon hearing this. "Quick, take me to see him." The father and son hurried to the school dormitory. At that moment, Ma Baogua was still lying unconscious on the bed. Make way! Make way! The vice dean is here."
The crowd immediately cleared a path for Lancio and his son to enter.
What? What happened here? How did it end up like this?
Lancio and his son were also surprised to see Mabagwa with bruises and swelling.
In terms of combat power, there should be no one in the academy who could match Mabagwa, right? How did he end up injured like this? Did a master come to the academy to cause trouble? Cough. Just then, Mabagwa slowly regained consciousness.
Seeing so many people around him, he felt a bit panicked.
What's going on? Why is everyone staring at me?
Mabagwa sat up, speaking unclearly.
Brother, are you okay? Landy asked. I'm fine. Just a few minor injuries, it's nothing. Mabagwa forced a smile. I heard you were beaten up by a student? Landy asked.
Mabagwa's face stiffened, and after a moment of silence, he slowly explained, It's like this, a young man just asked me if I could teach him some combat skills, as he wanted to join the Knight's Order. I agreed and taught him a few moves casually, but this kid was not satisfied and insisted on sparring with me.
Hey!
As soon as I finished speaking, this kid suddenly stood up, very quickly. Then he threw a left kick, a right leg whip, and a left jab at me. I used all my skills. My right fist was about to hit his nose, but I didn't strike him. I smiled and was about to retract my fist. As the sparring session ended, he had already lost. If that punch had landed with full force, he would have been injured.
He admits that I won this match.
However, this young man suddenly launched a left jab to sneak attack me in the face. I was careless, didn't dodge, got hit in the face, and passed out. After hearing Mabagwa's words, everyone suddenly understood.
Oh, brother, if it's like that, then it's not your fault. That young man lacks martial ethics.
Don't worry, I will help you find that student and make sure he is properly punished. Seeing this, Landy also stood up for Mabagwa. Seeing Mabagwa unharmed, everyone dispersed. In the end, only Landy and Mabagwa remained in the room.
Brother, you need to get better soon. I have an important matter to entrust to you,
Landy said with a serious tone.
No problem, just give me whatever it is, I will do my best. Alright, keep an eye on a student named Steve for me when you have time. He and I have some personal grievances, I want you to teach him a lesson, Landy said fiercely. Got it. No problem. Just a student, nothing major. I promise to make him obedient, Mabagwa assured, patting his chest.
The two exchanged a knowing smile, a sinister one.
Little did Mabagwa know that the student Landy wanted him to teach a lesson to was Lu Chen, who had just knocked him down with a single move. If he knew, he probably wouldn't have agreed. Lu Chen finally arrived at the stables, swaying unsteadily.
At that moment, many students were gathered around the stables. Curious, he squeezed in to see what was going on, only to witness a shocking scene.
The big black horse was riding on a pink horse, doing something unsightly. Lu Chen was dumbfounded. This guy was too aggressive, just arrived at school and already acting like a bully. A girl squatted beside the stables, crying bitterly. Sasa, sob, my Sasa.
10 minutes ago, Ailey came to the stables to check on her horse, Sasa. To her horror, she saw a tall black horse bullying her mount. Terrified, she tried to rush in to stop it, but the black horse was too strong for her to handle.
Soon, more people arrived.
Several boys who usually pursued her bravely rushed in. They were all kicked away, almost falling flat. It was then that everyone realized how formidable the big black horse was. Suddenly, Ailey felt someone patting her. She looked up and was stunned.
Wasn't this the person who bumped into her in the garden and then ran off? How come he was here? Could it be he had a change of heart, felt sorry for her, and came to apologize? Hey, why are you crying? Is this pink horse yours? Lu Chen squatted down curiously and asked. Yes, it is. Ailey was surprised that Lu Chen was asking about this. Oh, then it's fine, you can continue crying.
Lu Chen stood up, walked into the stables, and whistled at the big black horse.
Hey, don't go near that horse, it's very fierce. Ailey hurriedly warned as Lu Chen went in. As soon as she spoke, the big black horse stopped its actions and walked towards Lu Chen. The onlookers all had expressions of anticipation, waiting to see what would happen. Oh, another fearless one. I bet he'll get kicked away for sure. I almost forgot, how many idiots have tried to show off before him. With this poor kid's appearance, he still wants to impress girls, truly overestimating himself. The crowd mocked and sneered from the sidelines. The big black horse approached Lu Chen and did not attack him. Instead, it obediently lowered its head, allowing Lu Chen to pet it. Pink horse escaped from the clutches of the big black horse and quickly ran to its owner's side. Ellie held her mount tightly, sobbing uncontrollably. Excuse me, please make way.
Lu Chen mounted the horse and addressed the crowd outside the stable.
Everyone took 2 steps back, afraid of being accidentally hurt. However, one young man stepped forward. Steve. You made Ellie cry, and now you just want to walk away like that?
As soon as the young man spoke, everyone looked at Lu Chen in surprise. The news of alchemy master Wendy bowing to a student named Steve in class had spread throughout the entire academy.
However, not many had actually seen Steve in person. This man had only recognized him by chance. Ellie? Who's Ellie? I don't even know her. Get out of the way if you know what's good for you. Don't block the road. Lu Chen frowned, a little annoyed. Is this guy for real? How can he not recognize Ellie, the most beautiful girl in the academy? The onlookers were clearly surprised. Lu Chen scratched his head. It was the first time he had heard that name. I am Ellie. Do you have a problem with that? Ellie stopped crying, walked to Lu Chen's side, and looked up at him. I'm sorry. Lu Chen was taken aback, feeling a bit guilty. After all, the big black horse was at fault first, and he knew he was in the wrong. Steve, if you don't apologize to Ellie today, you won't be leaving here. The man became even more agitated when Ellie intervened. Who are you to interfere? What business is it of yours? Are you trying to teach me a lesson? Lu Chen dismounted and grabbed the man's collar. The man clearly didn't expect Lu Chen to be so assertive and was momentarily stunned. But in front of Ellie, who was his goddess, he couldn't afford to lose face. Ellie's matters are my matters. I won't allow you to bully my goddess, he said nervously. His words caused a stir in the crowd. Wow, this was almost like a public confession. Ellie felt a pang in her heart and furrowed her brow. She was tired of all these confessions she received. Lu Chen, however, found something amusing and burst into laughter. The man didn't understand and asked, "What's so funny?" "Apologize to Ellie, the goddess." "Goddess? I really want to laugh. Do you think she'll like you just because you're trying to defend her here? What if she does? Fortune favors the bold." The man retorted. "Alright, your goddess is right in front of you. Let's ask her directly." Lu Chen turned to Ellie. "Ellie, if he defends you like this, will you like him?" "No, I won't." Ellie shook her head decisively. "Did you hear that? She said she doesn't like you." Lu Chen told the man. "I heard." The man replied in a low voice. "Can you let me through now?" "No." The man firmly refused. "Why not? She rejected you to your face. Why are you still speaking up for her?" Lu Chen couldn't understand what the man was thinking. "No. What you see is just the surface. I'm sure the goddess Ellie likes me, but there are too many people here, and she's just too shy to admit it." The man shouted hysterically. His words silenced the crowd. Lu Chen pondered for a while but didn't know what to say, so he patted the man's shoulder and said, "Bro, I've never admired anyone in my life, but you're the first. I have only one thing to say about you. Do you want to know?" "What is it?" the man asked curiously. Being a loyal follower is truly impressive. The onlookers nodded in agreement. Ellie, as the person involved, couldn't bear it any longer and rode off on her horse as if fleeing. And thus, this farce finally came to an end. Lu Chen returned to his horse, preparing to head to the academy. Along the way, many people cast envious glances at him. Quite a few recognized Lu Chen, their faces showing clear surprise. What's up with Steve these days? Stirring up more trouble than ever. I can't figure it out either. He's just a country bumpkin. Where did he get the money to buy a steed? You guys just don't get it. According to reliable sources, Steve is being kept by a wealthy lady from the royal city. Upon hearing this news, everyone couldn't help but smile knowingly. The elite academy of the royal city was located in a corner of the city of Lays. Lays was the capital of the kingdom of Blocks, prosperous and wealthy. 70% of the residents here were nobles from the royal city, while the remaining 30% of commoners served the nobles. The streets of Lays were crisscrossed with numerous shops. The most famous was the trading market located in the city center. Here, you could buy and sell whatever you needed. It was no exaggeration to say that as long as you had money, there was nothing you couldn't buy here. It was Lu Chen's first time at the trading market, and he was excited. It felt like being in an auction house and exchange in a game. However, Lu Chen was penniless, he needed to earn some money first. He found the most rundown stall by the roadside and started inquiring about prices. Various materials and props were displayed on the stall. "Boss, how much for a piece of skull bone?" "It depends on whether you're buying or selling. I sell them for 1 gold coin each, and buy them for 80 silver coins each." "Are you buying or selling?" The boss glanced at Lu Chen, seeing his shabby appearance, and replied casually, "I'm selling." As soon as Lu Chen heard that a piece of bone could be worth so much money, his eyes sparkled with excitement. His family lacked everything except bones. "Alright, how many pieces do you want to sell?" When the boss heard that Lu Chen wasn't there to buy, he lost some interest. "I have 10 pieces here, all for you." "Okay, 8 gold coins, take it and go." The stall owner readily handed over the money. Lu Chen held 8 heavy gold coins in his hand, his heart almost jumping out. Money! He finally had money. In fact, Lu Chen had many more bones in his backpack, but he wasn't in a hurry to take them all out. He had his own plans. Flaunting wealth at the trading market was akin to seeking trouble. Someone who could suddenly produce thousands of bones would surely cause a stir. Lu Chen didn't want to become a target just yet. After getting the money, Lu Chen went to a small but well-known inn in the royal city and rented a room. Located in a bustling area, the price was steep. It cost 1 gold coin for a night. Lu Chen hesitated but eventually booked it for a week. Isn't life about enjoying it? Money can be earned back, and he still had plenty of materials in his bag. As for Dahe, Lu Chen left it in the inn stable. To prevent any further trouble, he paid extra for a single room for it. Leaving the inn, Lu Chen returned to the trading market area. Standing on the main street of the trading market, he was troubled about how to deal with the batch of materials in his hands. He had thousands of monster loot items. If he brought them out, it would surely cause a commotion. Lu Chen understood the principle of not flaunting wealth. He didn't want to attract unwanted attention. You crazy? Why are you standing in the middle of the road? Don't block the way. A masked man pushed Lu Chen aside and walked past him. Lu Chen wanted to confront the man but was drawn to his mask. A mask. Of course, why didn't I think of that? His eyes lit up. This was a great idea. With a mask, no one would recognize him. Lu Chen quickly found a mask he liked at a nearby stall. This is a skull-faced mask that looks quite eerie when worn. However, this is exactly the result Lu Chen wants. He doesn't want to be seen as an easy target. This mask happens to save Lu Chen a lot of unnecessary trouble. Wearing the mask and a brand new black cloak, Lu Chen instantly changes his appearance. The small stalls by the roadside are too small to handle Lu Chen's inventory. Large trading houses become the best choice. There are several large trading houses in the trading market. Lu Chen chose the Tianqing Trading House. In terms of scale and grandeur, the Tianqing Trading House is clearly better than the others. There is a long white staircase at the entrance of the Tianqing Trading House. If Lu Chen is not mistaken, these should all be made of quartz. It can be seen that the Tianqing Trading House is wealthy and imposing. Walking along the quartz steps into the hall, it is spacious, covering thousands of square meters. Every 10 meters or so, there is a trading counter. These counters are divided into several areas based on the different types of traded items. Food, ores, potions, weapons, armor, mounts. Everything is available. Thousands of people gather here, queuing up for trades. When Lu Chen enters, a female attendant greets him with a smile. Sir, hello, how may I assist you? Lu Chen stiffens, feeling somewhat awkward. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly realizes the need to conceal his identity and lowers his voice. I have some materials dropped by monsters that I want to sell. Alright, sir, this way, please. With that, the female attendant leads Lu Chen to the monster loot trading counter. There are several people ahead of Lu Chen. After a few minutes of waiting, it's finally Lu Chen's turn. He steps forward to the counter. Seated behind the counter is a slightly bulky man. The man glances at Lu Chen and shrugs. He has seen many individuals like Lu Chen with strange masks. In his view, the more fierce-looking someone appears, the less confident they are. It's like a barking dog seldom bites. Welcome, may I ask if you are here to sell items or to buy? I have some bones and arrows here that I want to sell. Lu Chen gets straight to the point. We offer 90 silver for bones and 1 gold for arrows. How many do you want to sell? I have about 1,000 of each. Lu Chen says casually. How many? 1,000. The man behind the counter thinks his ears are playing tricks on him and asks again. 1,000 bones, 1,000 arrows. Lu Chen repeats. The man quickly perks up. Sir, this is the Tianqing auction house. Please don't joke around, or we'll have to blacklist you. Do I look like I have a lot of free time? Lu Chen takes out a large bundle of bones and arrows from his backpack and slams it on the counter. Here are 100 bones and 100 arrows. You can check the quality first. If everything goes smoothly, I'll give you the rest. The man behind the counter stares at the bones and arrows in front of him, his mouth wide open. He thought Lu Chen was joking, but it turns out to be real. He didn't even see where Lu Chen magically produced these items from. The man realizes he has encountered a big client. He quickly smiles and says, Sir, it's not convenient to talk here. Let's move to a different place. Lu Chen nods and follows the man into the backstage. Compared to the front, the backstage is even more luxurious. Monster heads hang on the walls, and colorful wool carpets cover the floor. The man leads Lu Chen to a sofa and hurriedly leaves. Not long after, a tall woman walked in. Hello, sir, I am the head of Tianqing Trading Company, you can call me Leah. Leah extended her delicate hand to Lu Chen, with a bright smile.
Lu Ken almost instinctively reached out his hand, but he managed to stop himself just in time.
Seeing Lu Chen's aloof demeanor, Leah could only smile awkwardly. She sat across from Lu Ken and started a conversation. "Sir, may I know how I should address you?" "Just call me Guimian," Lu Ken said in a low voice. "All right, Mr. Guimian, I heard you have a lot of bones and arrows to sell, is that correct?" Leah brushed her hair back, exuding charm. Such a powerful woman. Every move seems like a seduction. Lu Ken thought to himself. He instinctively shifted his gaze away from Leah. "Yes, currently there are 1,000 of each. I wonder if Tianqing Auction House can help me sell them." "Of course. Although 1,000 bones and arrows are not a small number, it's no problem for our Tianqing Trading Company." "That's good. I don't want to waste time. How much are you offering?" Lu Ken said decisively. "Mr. Guimian, we at Tianqing Trading Company are very willing to cooperate with valued customers like you, so we are willing to offer 10% more than the original purchase price. How does that sound to you?" After Leah finished speaking, she stared at Lu Ken, trying to see through the mask. "All right, let's proceed with the price you mentioned," Lu Ken said, taking out bundles of bones and arrows. Leah's eyes sparkled at the sight. "It's all here, do you want to count them?" Lu Ken asked. "No need, I trust you, Mr. Guimian, even if there are missing, I'm willing to take the responsibility." Leah flashed a charming smile at Lu Ken. Lu Ken felt his face flush, luckily his mask hid it, or he would have been exposed. Leah clapped her hands, and someone brought a large bag of coins. "Mr. Guimian, the coins are here, do you want to count them?" "Courtesy demands reciprocity, I trust you this time," Lu Ken said, pretending to be calm. In reality, he could hardly contain his excitement. Selling the bones for 990 gold and the arrows for 1100 gold, Lu Ken now had over 2,000 gold coins. Even in this royal city, he could be considered wealthy. Lu Ken waved his hand and put the bag of coins into his backpack. He didn't hide his actions, nor did he fear Leah's suspicions. This was the confidence a master should have. Keeping wealth discreet is for the weak. Lu Ken was determined to portray himself as an unparalleled expert. Leah didn't ask further, even though she had many questions in her mind. It was a matter of professional ethics not to break the rules. "Well, it's getting late, I should go. Pleasant cooperation. Let's keep in touch for future business," Lu Ken stood up and said. This time, he reached out his hand first. Without hesitation, Leah warmly shook it. Lu Ken held Leah's delicate and cold hand, almost reluctant to let go. In the end, Leah coughed, and Lu Ken realized he had been too carried away. He awkwardly withdrew his hand and left. Not long after Lu Ken left, a man came to report to Leah. "Miss Leah, our people have followed him." "Well done, make sure they keep a close eye on him. I want to see what this person is really up to." Leah reminisced about the warmth in her hand, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. "I really thought he was an aloof expert, but in the end, he was just as captivated by me." She smiled triumphantly. After Lu Chen left the Tianqing trading post, he had originally planned to go straight back to school. However, the black dragon suddenly appeared. "Big brother, someone is following you." Lu Chen was startled and casually glanced back, indeed spotting two suspicious-looking men. "Don't panic, I have my ways." Lu Chen sneered and quickly walked towards a nearby alley. The two men from the Tianqing trading post watched Lu Chen enter the alley and hurried to follow. However, when they entered the alley, they realized it was a dead end. Lu Chen had already vanished without a trace. "Where is he? Where did he go? I don't know." After searching around and failing to find Lu Chen, they had no choice but to give up and return. When Leah heard that Lu Chen had mysteriously disappeared in the dead end, a smile unconsciously appeared on her lips. "Interesting, it seems he truly is skilled. Miss Leah, should we conduct a city-wide search?" "No need, don't provoke this guy anymore. He must have noticed you guys, tracking him is pointless now." At that moment, with the setting sun casting golden rays on Leah's profile, she appeared even more stunning. Meanwhile, Lu Chen had already teleported back to the monster spawning tower. He deliberately led his pursuers into a dead end to confuse them. As soon as he turned a corner, Lu Chen found a secluded spot and teleported away. Unbeknownst to him, his unintentional actions had inadvertently worked in his favor, leading Leah to misunderstand. Whether it was his ability to conjure items out of thin air or his sudden disappearance in the city, these actions solidified Leah's belief in Lu Chen's skills. Nighttime, for ordinary people, was a time for rest. But for Lu Chen, it was a time for revelry. While others needed sleep, he did not. Lu Chen couldn't afford the accommodation fees at the academy. Usually, he would crash at Alex's dormitory. But not anymore. He needed to make the most of the time while everyone else rested and do more things. Lu Chen's level was approaching 40, and he had accumulated several boxes of monster loot. He had plenty of food reserves, but what he lacked were equipment. While basic iron gear could be bought in the market for around 50 gold coins for a full set, the more advanced diamond set was priceless and not available for purchase. Lu Chen had only 2,000 gold coins, which were far from enough. Instead of buying at high prices from the trading post, Lu Chen thought it was more reliable to mine on his own. In the quiet night, the moonlight shone brightly on the earth as Lu Chen confidently walked into the wilderness. Occasionally, a few zombies and skeletons passed by, but they posed no threat to him. He headed straight into the misty forest. With the presence of the black dragon, Lu Chen had no fear of getting lost in the misty forest. Despite its seemingly dangerous nature, the misty forest was actually much safer than the outside world. Many powerful monsters were sealed here, exuding immense pressure. The closer to the center of the misty forest, the lower the chances of encountering minor creatures. After a long trek of almost half an hour, Lu Chen finally found the entrance to the first natural cave. The entrance was located at the bottom of a small stream. Lu Chen leaped into the water, diving underwater. The entrance was only wide enough for one person to crawl through. Once inside, the space opened up. It was a massive underground cavern, spanning over 1,000 square meters. Lu Chen descended slowly along the water flow to the bottom of the cavern. It was dark, damp, and filled with bushes and vines. Lu Chen held a torch in his hand, illuminating the pitch-black surroundings. After surveying the area, Lu Chen decided to head west. There was a forked cave passage there, likely to yield plenty of ore. As he walked, Lu Chen placed torches on his right side. The mining tunnel wasn't long. It didn't take long to reach the end. However, Lu Chen faintly heard the sound of flowing water. After searching for a while, he confirmed that the sound was coming from beneath his feet. Stepping back 2 paces, Lu Chen dug where he had been standing. As expected, there was still a mining tunnel below. However, it was pitch black underground, and Lu Chen didn't dare to go down recklessly. No one knew how deep it was down there. One wrong step could be fatal. To ensure safety, Lu Chen chose the most prudent approach. He first threw the torch down to gauge the depth. Then, he dug a staircase down along one side of the wall. This way, he could avoid injuries and have an easy way back up later. Before long, Lu Chen descended into the mining tunnel. The water was flowing from above, all the way to the depths. In the cave, the water made movement difficult. Lu Chen swam against the current, searching for the source of the water. Eventually, he found it at a stone wall. The water was flowing out from a crevice in the wall. Lu Chen blocked the source. Taking advantage of the remaining water flow, he swiftly moved downstream. This was much faster than walking down slowly. However, Lu Chen underestimated the force and speed of the water. When he tried to stop, he found himself unable to break free. The water carried Lu Chen swiftly downward, gaining speed. The cave was pitch black, and Lu Chen couldn't even light a torch. Suddenly, Lu Chen plummeted downward. He felt weightless, out of control. Falling from such a height, he thought he was done for. Feeling the rush of wind by his ears, Lu Chen closed his eyes. Yet, the expected impact never came. With a splash, Lu Chen plunged into the water, sinking down. He opened his eyes abruptly, struggling to swim to the surface. Only when he surfaced, breathing fresh air, did Lu Chen come to his senses. How is there water here? Lu Chen lit a torch to survey his surroundings. To his surprise, he found himself in a massive underground lake. The lake was vast, its edges unseen even with a raised torch. Lu Chen picked a direction and swam to the shore. He sat down, still in shock. Who would have thought there would be an underground lake here? This was a terrain Lu Chen had never encountered before. After resting for a while, Lu Chen stood up, ready to continue searching for ore. Not far ahead, he saw a whole wall of coal. This was the first time Lu Chen had encountered such a mineral, and he couldn't help but feel excited. With so much coal here, there must be plenty of mineral resources. Perhaps he could even find diamonds here. Lu Chen took out his pickaxe and began digging frantically at the coal. It took him over 10 minutes to mine the entire wall of coal, yielding nearly 2 stacks of coal. Not only that, Lu Chen made some new discoveries. Halfway through, he found some iron ore next to the coal. There were only a few, about a dozen. Lu Chen mined the iron ore, then smelted it directly into iron ingots, crafting an iron pickaxe and a few buckets. Compared to the stone pickaxe, the iron one was much more efficient. It could also be used to mine diamonds, redstone, and other hard minerals. After obtaining the buckets, Lu Chen went directly to the underground lake to fill one with water and put it in his backpack. Having played Minecraft for so many years, Lu Chen could be considered an experienced miner. Every time he went underground, he had to be on high alert. For instance, he never dug straight down beneath his feet. Although digging straight down was the fastest way, it also came with great risks.
Sometimes, there could be a hollow space beneath his feet. If he accidentally broke through, he could fall and get injured, or even die. Another threat was the lava lake. Falling into it would render all his efforts in vain. Therefore, carrying a bucket of water for emergencies was crucial. Even if he fell into the lava, quick reflexes could save him. Lu Chen circled around the underground lake and noticed the terrain was unusually strange. Typically, mine shafts were narrow and winding, easy to get lost in. However, the underground mine he encountered was a series of large interconnected pits, spacious and open. The previous underground lake was probably a large pit filled with water. Not far ahead, Lu Chen spotted traces of a man-made mine tunnel. Wooden planks, iron tracks, long neglected and covered in cobwebs. It seemed like this place had been excavated by humans before, but abandoned for unknown reasons. Could it be that all the ores had been mined out? Feeling a bit frustrated after running so far only to find a mine that had been previously explored, Lu Chen still decided to venture into the man-made tunnel. Perhaps he could make some unexpected discoveries. Along the way, Lu Chen collected scattered iron tracks from the ground. These could come in handy, possibly serving a great purpose. As he delved deeper into the tunnel, the light grew dimmer. Luckily, Lu Chen stumbled upon a minecart chest. Upon opening it, he found some iron ingots, watermelon, and pumpkin seeds. With several types of crop seeds already in his backpack, he planned to expand his underground farm and develop agriculture upon returning. Eating bread all the time could get boring, so introducing new foods seemed like a good idea. Moving forward, Lu Chen encountered a large expanse of spider webs blocking the tunnel. Behind the webs, he could hear hissing sounds. No need to guess, there must be a cave spider spawner ahead. Lu Chen drew his iron sword and cleared the cobwebs in front of him. The next moment, spiders blocked by the webs lunged at him. With a swift strike, Lu Chen hit the spider's neck. A damage of -6 appeared. Surprised by the minimal damage, he had clearly struck the spider's neck. Puzzled, Lu Chen struck the spider's neck again. Yet, it only caused 6 points of damage. What's going on? Could I be hitting the wrong spot? Lu Chen changed his attack direction, aiming for the spider's red eyes. -18. As the iron sword pierced the spider's eye, triple the damage was dealt. With a single strike, the spider's health was depleted, vanishing into a wisp of smoke. Indeed, Lu Chen's assumption was correct. While humanoid monsters had weak points in their necks, creatures like spiders had theirs in their eyes. A spider eye dropped as loot on the ground, which Lu Chen stashed in his backpack. It was a valuable ingredient for brewing potions, especially for crafting poison potions. Continuing deeper into the tunnel, he encountered 2 more spiders. 10 meters away, Lu Chen could already see the spider spawner behind them. Gripping his iron sword, he swiftly struck twice. -18 with only 15 health points, the spiders couldn't withstand Lu Chen's attacks and were instantly defeated. This time, he obtained another spider eye. He walked quickly forward, inserted the torch into the monster spawning cage before the next batch of monsters respawned, preventing the spawning. After confirming that there were no other monsters around, Lu Chen began to inspect the treasure chest next to the spawning cage. Wow! A diamond! Lu Chen didn't have high expectations for this chest, but when he opened it, he saw a diamond lying inside. In addition, there was a diamond horse armor and some cobwebs in the chest. The saddle is used to tame mounts, while the horse armor can arm the mount and enhance its defense. The loot from this chest was quite rich, making Lu Chen exhilarated. Before leaving, Lu Chen set a teleportation coordinate here. Today was rushed, but next time he had free time, he would come back to transform this place into a monster spawning tower as well. The further he walked into the mine tunnel, the more uneasy Lu Chen felt. The mine tunnel here was much more dilapidated than outside, with no even railway tracks. Not only that, the road surface here was also uneven, looking like an unfinished product. In the end, the artificial mine tunnel disappeared, replaced by a long and narrow natural mine tunnel. Strangely, there were no torches in the tunnel, yet there was still a faint light. Lu Chen cautiously walked towards it, wanting to explore. As he got closer, Lu Chen was surprised to find that the brightness in the cave actually came from the fruit of a luminous vine. Glowing berry vine. Lu Chen had heard of this plant before but had never seen it. He had seen it in the update announcement of the test server when he used to play Minecraft. Not only could it be eaten, but it could also be used as a mobile light source. Can this really be eaten? Lu Chen picked it and observed it carefully. Finally, he picked one berry, put it in his mouth. The berry was indeed edible and could restore hunger value. However, the berry was too sour and not suitable for food. As he continued walking, the passage gradually narrowed. Some ores that Lu Chen had never seen before began to appear on the walls. One was gray andesite, and the other was white calcite similar to quartz. A little further, the path was blocked by cobblestone.
Obviously, this was artificially blocked. Lu Chen couldn't help but be curious about what had happened here before. To find out the truth, Lu Chen took out his pickaxe and started digging. After digging through the first layer of cobblestone, there were several more layers inside. What secrets were hidden inside? Why would a good mine tunnel be blocked? Several minutes later, Lu Chen finally dug open a passable entrance. He couldn't wait to go in. Inside, it looked no different from an ordinary mine tunnel, except that there was a kind of shy grass growing on the ground. As Lu Chen approached, the shy grass curled up its leaves. The further he went, the more andesite and calcite appeared. At the same time, some purple crystal ores appeared in the cave. Is this amethyst? Lu Chen was shocked to find some small amethyst ores on the wall. They grew on purple crystal ores, not very big but already taking shape. A little further, there were more amethyst ores. In the end, Lu Chen arrived at a cave with towering amethyst crystals reaching tens of meters high. The amethyst crystals here were much larger than those outside, all growing in clusters. Lu Chen dug into one with his pickaxe, but the amethyst shattered. It was only when he switched to an iron pickaxe that he finally managed to dig it out. Holding the sparkling and translucent amethyst, Lu Chen was overjoyed. During the anniversary celebration of Minecraft, the official announcement was made about a major change in the mine mechanism. However, at that time, Lu Chen was unaware and only learned about it later through the video explanation by the famous player Zeman. As a player in the national server, Lu Chen's heart remained calm. He had prepared himself to wait for 2 years before playing the new version, but unexpectedly, he could experience it earlier here. Thinking about this, Lu Chen couldn't help but shed tears. He took out his pickaxe and started digging the amethyst. The pickaxe hit the amethyst crystal bed, making crisp and pleasant sounds. Lu Chen had just dug out half of the wall of amethyst when suddenly a noise came from behind. Turning around, Lu Chen was startled. Without knowing when, a monster several meters tall appeared behind him. This monster looked like an iron puppet with 2 long horns on its head. Strangely, it had no eyes, only a huge mouth. Lu Chen recalled and remembered its name. Sound Seeker. This was a monster that would actively attack players. The Sound Seeker relied on its hearing to locate its opponents due to its lack of eyes. It was attracted by the sound Lu Chen made while mining the amethyst ore. The Sound Seeker charged towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen quickly dodged. The next moment, a large pit was created where Lu Chen had stood before. The destructive power of the Sound Seeker was terrifying. It was only at this moment that Lu Chen finally understood why this mine tunnel had been abandoned and sealed off. With such a fierce Sound Seeker guarding the amethyst mine, who would dare to stay here? Every time Lu Chen moved, the Sound Seeker chased after him and launched another attack. Despite its large size, it was surprisingly fast. Lu Chen's path was completely blocked, and he couldn't escape. Damn it! This guy is so fast. Before he could finish speaking, the Sound Seeker attacked again. Helpless, he had to use his shield to withstand the attack. With a violent impact, Lu Chen was sent flying. Despite being well prepared, Lu Chen still lost 2/3 of his health to the Sound Seeker. It was worth noting that Lu Chen was fully equipped with iron armor and a shield. Even with such strong protection, he was almost killed by the Sound Seeker's power. Lu Chen dared not linger any longer. While the Sound Seeker hadn't caught up yet, he struggled to get up from the ground and ran towards the exit. When Lu Chen finally saw the exit, he was overjoyed. He quickly ran to the exit and blocked the passage with stones. Just as Lu Chen finished blocking the passage, the Sound Seeker arrived. He deliberately left a gap to observe the situation inside. Holding his breath, he made no sound. The Sound Seeker stopped by the wall for a moment before turning away. Seeing the Sound Seeker leave, Lu Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly ate some bread to slowly recover his health. Although he was tempted by the amethyst inside, Lu Chen was currently no match for the Sound Seeker and had to give up. He would come back to challenge it after upgrading his equipment. Before leaving, Lu Chen set a teleportation point for easy return next time. Leaving the artificial mine tunnel, Lu Chen headed in another direction. It was apparent that this place had not been explored by anyone before, as he could see various ores every few steps. What kind of ore is this? As Lu Chen dug, he suddenly discovered a dark yellow ore. At first, he thought it was gold ore, but upon closer inspection, he realized it was not. Using a stone pickaxe, he easily dug it out. Is this copper ore? Lu Chen exclaimed. After years of mining, this was the first time he had encountered copper ore. It seemed like this ore was added in the latest update and was said to rust. Similar to iron and gold ore, copper ore needed to be processed in a furnace to become copper ingots. Copper ingots could be used to craft a telescope when combined with the amethyst Lu Chen had previously mined. This was a valuable tool for exploration. The specific synthesis method is as follows.
Empty amethyst, empty copper ingot, empty copper ingot, empty. In addition, copper ingots can also be used to make lightning rods.
Lightning rods can attract lightning attacks.
The manufacturing method is also very simple. Empty copper ingot, empty copper ingot, empty copper ingot, empty. Lu Chen held a telescope in his hand and looked into the distance.
Sure enough, the distant scenery was clearly visible. Inadvertently, a blue spot appeared in the telescope. Lu Chen focused and discovered that it was actually a piece of lapis lazuli. This was something Lu Chen urgently needed. There was an open enchanting table in the library of the academy. His current level was very high, but he lacked lapis lazuli for enchanting. It just solved the urgent need. Several minutes later, Lu Chen arrived near the lapis lazuli mine. He then discovered that this was actually an open-air large rift. Looking up, the clear night sky could be seen. In the rift, various ores such as coal, iron, gold, and redstone were visible everywhere. Lu Chen dug all the way until dawn, cleaning out the area. After counting, he had dug up a total of 4 sets of iron ore, 1 set of gold ore, 1 set of copper ore, as well as amethyst, lapis lazuli, and some redstone. Looking at the full backpack of harvest, Lu Chen was very satisfied. It was just a pity that he had not found any trace of diamonds so far. At this point, it was already bright outside. Lu Chen calculated the time and decided it was time to return. Lu Chen teleported back to his room at the inn. The interior of the inn room was very comfortable. Birchwood floors, soft wool beds. Lu Chen lay on the bed, feeling like he was sinking into it. Indeed, having money was good. Just as Lu Chen had laid down for a short while, someone started knocking on his door. Lu Chen frowned, feeling somewhat displeased. Who would come to knock on his door so early in the morning for no reason? Reluctantly, he got up to open the door. As soon as the door opened, he saw a panicked-looking man. Lu Chen recognized him as one of the inn staff. "Guest, something bad happened to your horse." The staff stuttered, unable to explain clearly. Upon hearing that something had happened to Dahe, Lu Chen didn't bother with small talk and ran straight to the stable. Arriving at the stable, Lu Chen looked around and didn't see any sign of Dahe. "Have you seen my horse? The big black one. Where is it?" Lu Chen asked one of the stable hands who was cleaning. "It was taken away." "What? Speak up. What exactly happened?" Lu Chen grabbed the staff member's collar upon hearing this. The staff member hesitantly explained what had happened. After listening, Lu Chen's anger flared up even more. It turned out that not long ago, a group of people forcibly took away Lu Chen's big black horse. According to the staff, the leader of the men seemed to have a strong background, accompanied by several henchmen. After finding out the whereabouts of those people, Lu Chen hurriedly left the inn. Lu Chen didn't rush to investigate the matter of the inn losing Dahe. The priority was to quickly find Dahe. Who knew what those people wanted with Dahe? Lu Chen asked around along the street and finally learned of Dahe's whereabouts. He arrived near a mansion. According to witnesses, the people who took Dahe had entered this place. After circling around, Lu Chen found that this mansion occupied a vast area. Being able to occupy such a large space in the city of Lays was enough to show the strength of the mansion's owner. Lu Chen pretended to be a passerby and walked past the entrance. He wanted to sneak a peek inside, but was chased away by the 2 guards at the gate. "Get lost, is Count Giddon's mansion a place you can come to?" Lu Chen could only nod reluctantly and leave. However, before he could walk far, a neigh echoed through the manor. Lu Chen froze in place. It was the sound of his horse, Big Black, and Lu Chen recognized it clearly. Soon after, another neigh followed. Lu Chen clenched his fists, trembling all over. Big Black was his mount and his companion. Lu Chen would not allow anyone to mistreat it. "Hey! I'm talking to you. Get lost now. If you don't leave, I'll have to take action." The guard at the gate scolded as Lu Chen stood motionless by the wall. Hearing this, Lu Chen quickly moved away. He couldn't act impulsively now. To rescue Big Black, he needed a solid plan. In the Kingdom of Blocks, nobility was determined by titles. The hierarchy went from Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, to Baron. The owner of this manor was Viscount Jidang. The front gate was heavily guarded, and breaking through alone seemed almost impossible for Lu Chen. So, he had to find a secluded corner to climb over the wall. Even if he managed to get in, he had to locate Big Black first and then figure out how to get it out without alerting anyone. Acting during the day would easily lead to discovery. But Lu Chen couldn't wait, he feared for Big Black's safety. Finally, Lu Chen came up with a compromise. He would sneak in during the day to find Big Black's location. When night fell, he would take action. Since it was a covert operation, he couldn't show his true face. Lu Chen decided to wear a mask. After lurking around for a while, Lu Chen took advantage of a shift change among the guards and quietly climbed over the wall. As soon as he landed, he began to search for an escape route. He found himself in a garden devoid of people. As Lu Chen pondered how to locate Big Black, the familiar neigh sounded again. The sound came from the east, not far from Lu Chen. Just as he was about to slip out, he heard footsteps approaching the gate. Lu Chen quickly hid behind a rockery. As he did so, someone entered the garden. Peeking through a crevice in the rockery, Lu Chen saw a young man in splendid attire accompanied by a shifty-looking henchman. "Johnny, you've done well this time, finding me such a good mount. I will definitely reward you handsomely," the young man said smugly. "Thank you, young master. It's my duty to serve you," Johnny replied with a smile. "By the way, young master, that black horse has been struggling and making a fuss. Should we knock it out first?" "No need, it wouldn't be good if we heard it. How would I ride it to impress the ladies later on? Keep a close eye on it, don't let it escape," the young man ordered. "Yes, young master, I'll go now." After Johnny left in a hurry, only the young man remained. From Johnny's words, Lu Chen learned that this person was Viscount Jidaing's son. As for why the Viscount's son had taken his mount, Lu Chen couldn't quite understand. He didn't gather much useful information from their conversation. Lu Chen had initially wanted to confront them directly but restrained himself in the end. He still didn't know the condition of Big Black. Acting recklessly could lead to irreparable consequences. Before long, the Viscount's son also left the garden. Lu Chen emerged from behind the rockery. The young master walked straight out of the manor's gate and headed outside. Lu Chen didn't follow. He needed to confirm Big Black's exact location first. Sticking to the wall, he stealthily made his way eastward. It didn't take long for Lu Chen to spot Big Black. It was locked in a spacious stable, its limbs bound, unable to move. Next to the stable, 2 guards were constantly on watch, and Lu Chen never had a chance to make a move. Unless he could take out both guards at once, it would definitely attract more attention. Lu Chen retreated into the shadows, pondering how to plan his actions for the night. His gaze fell on the set of equipment in his backpack, and his eyes lit up. This suit of armor was obtained by Lu Chen from Reinhardt, bearing the special emblem of the Knight's Order. Not only that, but Reinhardt's exclusive number was also engraved on the chest. So, Lu Chen had never dared to wear it. But this time, perhaps it could come in handy. Knowing the location of Big Black, and that it was temporarily safe, Lu Chen felt considerably relieved. Before leaving, Lu Chen left a teleportation point in a secluded corner. After leaving the Count's mansion, Lu Chen returned to the academy. By then, the first class had already begun. Coincidentally, it was an Old Man Wendy's class. When Lu Chen appeared, Old Man Wendy was extremely excited. "Teacher, you finally came. Your disciple has been waiting for you for a long time." Wendy completely ignored the students in the classroom, warmly addressing Lu Chen. Lu Chen was feeling irritated and couldn't be bothered, so he went straight to his seat and lay down to sleep. Wendy's face showed a slight hint of embarrassment, but he quickly regained his composure. The classmates in the classroom looked at Lu Chen with strange eyes. These past few days, Lu Chen had brought them too much shock. In their eyes, the alchemy master Wendy, who was highly respected, actually knelt down to ask Lu Chen to be his disciple. The key was that Lu Chen seemed somewhat reluctant, showing an indifferent attitude. After class, Wendy once again approached Lu Chen. Alex felt particularly uncomfortable being between the two of them. He simply gave up his seat to Wendy and left the classroom himself. "Respected Master Steve, may I have a few words with you?" Wendy asked cautiously, afraid of angering Lu Chen. "Speak up quickly." Lu Chen raised his head, sounding a bit impatient. "Master, the Alchemist Guild is hosting a banquet tonight. Would you like to accompany me?" "The Alchemist Guild's banquet? Never heard of it, not interested." Lu Chen buried his head, clearly not interested. Jokingly, he had to go save Big Black tonight. How could he possibly attend some stupid banquet? "Many important figures will be present tonight. If you attend, you might get to know some influential people," Wendy continued to persuade. "Important figures?" Lu Chen's interest was piqued. "Will Viscount Gidding be there?" Wendy was taken aback but nodded. "Master, why do you ask?" "Nothing, you don't need to worry about it." "What time is the banquet?" Lu Chen quickly changed the subject. "Are you planning to go?" Wendy asked excitedly. Just to show my face and maybe get a free meal," Lu Chen said, but he had a different plan in mind. He intended to cause a scene at the Count's mansion during the banquet. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Wendy couldn't help but shed tears. After confirming the time and location with Lu Chen, Wendy was dismissed. For the rest of the day, Lu Chen was constantly thinking about his strategy. He had originally planned to forcefully break in at night and escape with Big Black. This approach carried a high risk of failure. If something went wrong, it could all go down the drain.
However, now with this banquet, Lu Chen could make some arrangements. After an afternoon of careful consideration, Lu Chen's plan of action finally took shape. All he had to do now was wait quietly for the banquet to begin. As soon as school was over, Wendy eagerly ran to the classroom. "Teacher, it's getting late, let's hurry." Lu Chen nodded. "Teacher, are you going to the banquet dressed like this? Isn't this a bit beneath your status?" Wendy scrutinized Lu Chen's attire and inquired. "What status do I have? I'm just a country bumpkin, it doesn't matter what I wear." Lu Chen's mind was preoccupied with Dahe, he had no thoughts on what to wear today. Sensing Wendy's lack of interest, he awkwardly nodded. As they stepped out of the academy gates, a luxurious carriage awaited them at the entrance. "Is this your carriage?" Lu Chen asked Wendy. "No, this is sent by the Alchemist Guild to pick us up. I'm not that extravagant." "Alchemist Guild? What kind of organization is that?" Lu Chen inquired curiously as he settled into the carriage. The Alchemist Guild is responsible for assessing the professional levels of alchemists. All its members are alchemists. "Alchemists are graded too?" Lu Chen asked in surprise. "Yes, they are classified into 3 levels: beginner, intermediate, and advanced based on their alchemy skills." "Are there levels beyond advanced alchemists?" Lu Chen pressed on. "There are rumors of transcendent alchemists above advanced level, but in all these years, I've never seen one," Wendy explained. "So, how do you determine an alchemist's professional level?" "Beginner alchemists need to master the method of producing one type of potion. Intermediate alchemists must know how to make at least 3 types of potions. Advanced alchemists have higher requirements, they need to master the production of at least 10 types of potions." Lu Chen, feeling skeptical, remarked, "Is that it? Just 10 types of potions to become an advanced alchemist, seems too simple." Unable to hold back, he quipped. "Simple?" Wendy thought she misheard. With thousands of members in the Alchemist Guild, there were less than 10 advanced alchemists. How could it be simple? If only she knew that Lu Chen had mastered all potion recipes, she would probably faint on the spot. Lu Chen sighed, realizing they were narrow-minded. Over 10 minutes later, the carriage stopped. As Lu Chen alighted, he was stunned. He thought the Earl's manor he visited in the afternoon was top-notch, but the building before him, in terms of size and grandeur, surpassed the manor. It was a towering and magnificent giant castle surrounded by iron fences. The castle's interior was brightly lit, with guards patrolling everywhere. Just as Lu Chen was dazed, several carriages stopped at the entrance. Among them was the carriage of Count Gidding. Count Gidding was a slightly overweight middle-aged man. He alighted with his son and wife. As the 3 got off, they noticed Wendy standing nearby. Count Gidding hurried over and began chatting with Wendy. "Master Wendy, it's been a while. I'm truly honored to meet you as soon as I alight from the carriage," he said, extending his hand. Despite Count Gidding's warmth, Wendy remained composed. No matter how he tried to get closer, Wendy just nodded lightly, maintaining a lofty demeanor. "Master Wendy, my son, Jiais, also wishes to join the Alchemist Guild. I was wondering." Count Gidding was interrupted by Wendy before he could finish his sentence. "To join the Alchemist Guild, one must rely on their own abilities, using connections won't work. The Alchemist Guild doesn't welcome fools." Wendy's tone carried a hint of anger. Count Gidding's face reddened, and he could only smile awkwardly. His son, Jiais, was even more embarrassed. He had been practicing for a long time but couldn't grasp the essence of alchemy, hence he wanted to impress Wendy to join the Alchemist Guild. Little did he expect to be exposed and humiliated in front of everyone. Lu Chen watched on, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Well, who would have thought that this old man could be so good at pretending? No matter what, at least I've vented some frustration for myself. A smug smile appeared on Lu Chen's face. Jis was feeling irritated, but when he suddenly saw Lu Chen looking so happy next to Wendy, he became furious. Although he didn't know where this kid came from, judging from Lu Chen's shabby attire, he was definitely not an important figure. Viscount Jidang also noticed Lu Chen and asked, "Master Wendy, may I ask who this is?" Lu Chen had already agreed with Wendy on the carriage not to reveal Lu Chen's identity. If anyone asked, they were to say he was Wendy's disciple. "This is my new apprentice, Steve. I brought him along this time to broaden his horizons." Viscount Jidang was taken aback, then extended his hand in a friendly gesture. "Steve, right? I am Viscount Jidang, pleased to meet you." Lu Chen tilted his head as if he hadn't heard at all. His son, Jis, had not yet resolved the matter of taking away Big Black, so how could Lu Chen possibly be in a good mood towards him? Viscount Jidang's hand awkwardly retracted. His son, Jis, couldn't bear it any longer. "Hillbilly, who do you think you are? Just because you have Master Wendy backing you up, you think you're something special? You're just a backdoor waste." Jis pointed at Lu Chen and cursed.
Seeing this, Viscount Jidaing did not intervene.
After all, he was a person of status and reputation, yet Wendy had repeatedly humiliated him. This was unacceptable to him. If not for fearing the alchemist guild behind Wendy, he would have turned against him long ago.
Lu Chen rolled his eyes at JIS and gave him the middle finger. Although JIS didn't understand the meaning of Lu Chen's gesture, he could guess that it was definitely an insult to him. Upon hearing that Lu Chen was Wendy's disciple, animosity filled JIS towards Lu Chen. If he couldn't even join the alchemist guild with his background, why could this hillbilly come and go as he pleased? Nonsense! Wendy scolded, then slapped JIS across the face. JIS held his swollen face, feeling bewildered. Wendy, what do you think you're doing? Just because you're from the Alchemist Guild doesn't mean you can act recklessly. I, Viscount Jidaing, am not to be trifled with either. Viscount Jidaing looked at his son with concern, angrily addressing Wendy. Ridiculous. Your son insulted my disciple, which is equivalent to insulting the entire Alchemist Guild. He deserves it. Wendy retorted without backing down. You wait. Seeing Wendy escalate the situation to the Alchemist Guild, Viscount Jidaing could only leave with a harsh remark, dragging his son away. Lu Chen sneered. Neither of these father and son were good people. Teacher, it's all because of the disciple's fault. I'm sorry for the trouble you've faced. Seeing Viscount Jidaing and his son walk away, Wendy immediately reverted to his previous respectful demeanor. It's okay, you did well. I am pleased. I will teach you some potion formulas when I have time, to help you advance to become a senior alchemist soon. Lu Chen was very satisfied with Wendy's handling of the situation. Only now did he truly acknowledge this old man. Thank you, teacher. Upon hearing this, Wendy was almost overwhelmed with excitement. A senior alchemist, that was a title he didn't dare to dream of. Now it seemed that his decision to shamelessly ask Lu Chen to be his teacher was indeed very wise. After the farce, Lu Chen followed Wendy into the castle. Passing through the long corridors, they arrived at the castle's banquet hall. By this time, many people had already gathered in the hall. It had to be said that Wendy was indeed popular. When Wendy appeared, many people came up to greet him. They completely ignored Lu Chen, treating him as a mere attendant. Viscount Jidaing and his son stood together, their faces gloomy. Father, this Wendy is really too much. How dare he act so arrogantly in front of you, a viscount? JIS began to speak up for his father. Humph, he's just a mid-level alchemist. I will definitely make him lose face later. Count Giddon said viciously as he stared at Wendy's figure. Father, do you have a good way to deal with that old man? Guy's eyes lit up at his father's words. It seemed like he had a plan. I recently met a senior alchemist. I can ask him to deal with Wendy. A senior alchemist? My goodness. Father, you actually know someone like that. Guy's was almost speechless with surprise. It's important to note that there is a strict hierarchy among alchemists. The status of a mid-level alchemist far surpasses that of a junior alchemist, and a senior alchemist is the highest authority. The Alchemist Guild has thousands of members, but there are less than 10 senior alchemists. Many of the older senior alchemists have already disappeared. Father, which senior alchemist do you know? There are only a handful of active senior alchemists now. Guy's was quite curious. You wouldn't know him, he is a newly promoted senior alchemist, and this banquet is held in his honor. Guy's finally understood after hearing this. Son, don't worry, after the banquet, I will ask for his help, and you will definitely be able to enter the Alchemist Guild. Giddon patted his son's shoulder reassuringly. Guy's nodded ecstatically at his father's words. Lu Chen followed behind Wendy, his mind focused on how to rescue Big Black. Suddenly, a deep voice rang out. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Alchemist Guild. Lu Chen followed the sound and saw a golden-haired old man standing by the railing on the second floor. Let me introduce myself. I am the Vice President of the Alchemist Guild, Johnson. Today, we are here to celebrate the promotion of the new senior alchemist, Morris. Let's have Morris say a few words. After Johnson finished speaking, another middle-aged man stepped forward. Hello, everyone, my name is Morris. Seeing Morris, everyone present gasped in awe. Lu Chen asked Wendy in confusion, isn't he just a senior alchemist? Why are they reacting so strongly? Wendy shook her head. You don't understand, Morris is only 50 years old this year, and he has already become a senior alchemist with limitless potential. 50 years old? He's practically halfway to the grave. What more potential does he have? It's embarrassing to celebrate this, it's ridiculous, Lu Chen bluntly remarked. His voice was loud enough for both Morris and Johnson on the second floor to hear. Morris frowned and coldly asked Lu Chen, young man, do you have a problem with me? All eyes in the room turned to Lu Chen. Wendy regretted bringing Lu Chen today. She quickly came forward and explained, Mr.
Morris, this person is my disciple, he is young and inexperienced, I hope you won't take offense. Seeing Wendy come out to mediate, Morris's expression softened slightly. Alright, I'll let it go this time for your sake, but don't let it happen again. Lu Chen wanted to say more, but seeing Wendy's pleading eyes, he held back. Well, rescuing Big Black is the priority, he'll settle the score with these people later. Morris rambled on with a lot of nonsense, and then the banquet began. The banquet was buffet style, where guests could help themselves to whatever they wanted. Seeing the variety of delicious food on the table, Lu Chen admitted to himself that he was hungry. The matter of saving Big Black was temporarily put on hold. Big Black, oh Big Black, it's not that your master is unkind, just wait a little longer, I'll save you as soon as I'm full. The Alchemist Guild was indeed wealthy, even the spoons and forks were made of gold. Lu Chen approached the table with steaks and quickly grabbed 4 or 5 plates. The surrounding guests frowned upon seeing Lu Chen's actions. Where did this country bumpkin come from, not even ashamed? Lu Chen, however, paid no attention and continued to devour the delicious steak. Finding cutlery too troublesome, Lu Chen simply used his hands, leaving his mouth oily from the meal. His eating manners were so unsightly that even Wendy felt embarrassed to stand next to him. Before long, 5 large plates of steak were completely gone. Lu Chen stood up again and brought several trays of pork and lamb chops to the table. He was thoroughly satisfied with this meal, indulging in meat after a long time. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Lu Chen casually took some food and put it in his backpack. As the dinner came to an end, everyone was preparing to leave. Vice President Johnson suddenly raised his hand and exclaimed, "Wait! Before you all leave, the highlight of tonight is just beginning." Soon, dozens of tables were added to the hall, each filled with various ingredients and brewing stations. Curiously, Lu Chen asked, "What are they going to do?" Wendy was also puzzled, shaking her head repeatedly. "I know many of you here want to join the Alchemist Guild, and today, I will fulfill that wish for everyone. Later, we will hold an alchemy competition. Those under 30 years old can participate. The winner will not only receive generous rewards but also have the opportunity to join the Alchemist Guild directly." As Johnson's voice fell, the guests in the room all exclaimed in surprise. Which noble offspring wouldn't want to join the Alchemist Guild? Especially G.I.'s, who was already grinning from ear to ear. "Son, do your best. Make sure to secure that spot." Count Gidding patted his son, emphasizing with a serious tone. "I understand, father, I will do my best." G.I.'s beamed with joy. "Thank you, father." The father and son exchanged a smile, showing confidence in their eyes. "Teacher, if you participate in this competition, you will definitely be the first." Wendy looked expectantly at Lu Chen. Upon hearing about the alchemy competition, Lu Chen shook his head repeatedly. He didn't have time to play with these rookies. Big Black was still waiting for him. Wendy was not ready to give up and continued persuading. "The champion of this competition is said to receive a reward of 10,000 gold coins. Where do I sign up?" Lu Chen's expression changed instantly upon hearing about the prize money. Wendy couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. It seemed that offering tangible benefits was the most effective way to deal with Lu Chen. When Lu Chen came to register for the competition, Morris seemed to have heard the biggest joke ever, his expression mocking. The Gidding father and son also wore mocking expressions, waiting to see Lu Chen make a fool of himself. Lu Chen couldn't be bothered with them and went straight to the competition area. "Now, let me announce the rules of the competition." Seeing that the participants were mostly present, Johnson began to read out the rules. Each participant needs to produce at least 1 bottle of strength potion within an hour. Each person has only 1 set of ingredients, and failure will result in elimination. After the competition, Morris and I will judge the quality of each potion one by one and select the winner. Lu Chen found it a bit boring, yawning a few times, which made Johnson's face turn pale. "Let the competition begin." With a command, the competition finally started. All participants began to busy themselves, except for Lu Chen, who remained motionless. "Why aren't you moving?" Johnson walked up to Lu Chen and asked. "I bet this kid doesn't know how to make potions at all. Probably just pretending to be someone he's not." Count Gidding sneered from the side. The onlookers agreed with him, nodding in approval. Such attention-seeking individuals were often seen around. "I'm not feeling well, I need to go to the bathroom," Lu Chen said, then hurriedly left the arena. His departure seemed to confirm Count Gidding's words. Johnson sneered at Wendy. "Mr. Wendy, it seems like your disciple isn't up to par." Wendy felt embarrassed below the stage. He was puzzled. Lu Chen had agreed to participate in the competition, so why did he suddenly regret it? And using such a clumsy excuse about the bathroom to cover it up was simply embarrassing. Lu Chen found a secluded corner,
set up a teleportation point, and then teleported directly back to the Count's estate.
In front of the stable of the big black horse, 2 guards were still watching.
Following the plan, Lu Chen changed into Reinhardt's equipment, then masked his face and sneaked into the darkness.
His tactic was simple: create a diversion. If the stable was in the east, he would go to the west to cause chaos.
Since he was here, Lu Chen was ready to make a big move.
He planned to set fire to the Count's estate.
Lu Chen carefully avoided the guard's surveillance and approached a building.
He lit a torch and threw it directly through the window. It was the granary, stacked with a lot of wheat, very dry. As soon as the torch touched the dry straw, it quickly ignited.
Before long, the place was engulfed in flames.
The guards in the estate noticed the situation and called out loudly, "Fire! Help! Fire!" Immediately, everyone in the Count's estate was busy. Taking advantage of the chaos, Lu Chen quietly escaped. As he ran, he set fires along the way. Wherever he went, there was a sea of flames.
In just a few minutes, most of the estate was engulfed in flames.
As Lu Chen passed by a house, he suddenly paused.
"Brother, there are treasures inside." The black dragon appeared out of nowhere.
"Treasures? What treasures?"
Lu Chen's eyes lit up as he inquired. "You'll know when you go in."
Making sure there was no one around, Lu Chen pushed the door and entered. The room was pitch black, so Lu Chen took out a glowing berry to provide some light. The room didn't seem particularly special, and after searching around, Lu Chen found no treasures.
"Damn it, are you fooling me?"
"There's no treasure here."
Lu Chen cursed in frustration. "Impossible.
You may not believe me, but you can't ignore the intuition of the dragon race."
Seeing the black dragon's firm attitude, Lu Chen reluctantly checked again.
When his foot landed on the floor, there was a slight thud.
"Empty. There's something underneath." Lu Chen quickly took out an axe and split the floor open. Sure enough, he found a treasure chest underneath. "I told you, there must be something good inside. Hurry, open it." Lu Chen nodded and eagerly opened the chest.
When the chest opened, the whole room lit up.
"Wow, so many gold coins. We're rich."
The chest was filled with shiny gold coins, almost blinding Lu Chen.
"Not this. The treasure is underneath." The black dragon shook its head. "There's more?" Lu Chen skeptically began searching through the pile of gold coins.
Finally, at the bottom of the chest, Lu Chen found a box. Opening the box, he found a parchment inside.
"Yes, this is it. It emits a strong energy wave," the black dragon exclaimed excitedly. Lu Chen unrolled the parchment and discovered it was a map.
As he looked at it, his expression became increasingly strange.
How could this map look so familiar?"
After looking at it again, Lu Chen finally confirmed. "Isn't this the magic map of the Twilight Forest?
Could it be that the Twilight Forest exists in this world too? And why would it appear in the Count's house?" A series of questions flooded Lu Chen's mind. With time running out, there was no time to think about it. Lu Chen packed the box of gold coins and the map into his backpack and hurriedly left.
When he arrived near the stables, the 2 guards were still there.
Lu Chen was speechless. The manor was almost burnt down. Why were they still standing there motionless? Fortunately, not long after, someone came and ushered the 2 away. Lu Chen deliberately waited a while longer, making sure there was no one around before emerging from the corner. The big black horse was resting, and Lu Chen quietly approached and patted it. Seeing it was Lu Chen, the big black horse was extremely excited and was about to neigh. Lu Chen quickly covered its mouth. "You fool! Be quiet! Follow me!" The big black horse nodded understandingly. Lu Chen untied the rope from the big black horse and rode him to the garden.
Near the artificial hill, Lu Chen had dug a hole early on for the big black horse to hide.
The most dangerous place is sometimes the safest place. No one would have expected that the missing big black horse was actually hidden underground in the Count's estate.
"Big Black, stay here and wait for me, don't wander off.
I'll come back for you once I'm done." Before leaving, Lu Chen left enough food and water for the big black horse, not afraid even if it stayed for a week.
After leaving the underground area, Lu Chen covered the entrance to prevent it from being discovered. By now, the Count's estate was engulfed in flames, soon to be reduced to ruins.
Serves them right. Lu Chen felt extremely relieved, finally releasing the pent-up anger.
On the other side, the alchemy competition was in full swing. More than half of the competition time had passed, and several participants had already completed making their potions. However, Lu Chen was still nowhere to be seen.
"Last 10 minutes, Johnson announced, looking at the time.
With a loud bang, one participant mishandled the process, causing the potion bottle to explode.
Regretfully, he sighed and withdrew from the competition.
Minutes passed, and most participants had finished the competition. Only a few were left frantically working, along with the missing Lu Chen. When the last participant completed the competition, there were only 5 minutes left. There was a hint of satisfaction in Guy's eyes. His performance today was exceptional, coupled with the early announcement, victory seemed certain for him.
Since everyone has completed the competition, let's start the scoring.
Johnson's voice had just fallen when a discordant voice interrupted.
Who said that? I haven't finished yet.
Hearing this familiar voice, Wendy's eyes lit up with surprise.
Lu Chen was back. All eyes in the room turned to him. Lu Chen quickly returned to his table and started alchemy. Everyone thought he was crazy. There was less than 5 minutes left. No matter how hard he tried, it seemed futile.
Even for a master alchemist, it was impossible to complete a bottle of strength potion in such a short time.
Humph, what can you do in 5 minutes? I don't believe.
Johnson was cut off by Morris behind him.
Vice President, look quickly.
Something's off with that kid.
Johnson looked puzzled at Lu Chen. Lu Chen skillfully took 3 bottles of water from the alchemy pot and threw them directly into the brewing stand. Then he quickly added hellfire fungus, starting to make the most basic crude potion.
The whole process was smooth and efficient, not wasting a single moment.
As experts, Johnson and Morris admitted they couldn't match Lu Chen's proficiency.
Humph, it's just a show. What's the use of fancy moves?
Alchemy requires patience and focus. Johnson still sneered at Lu Chen.
In his view, Lu Chen was only speeding up due to the time constraint. Guy's, who had already finished the competition, stood at the sidelines, thinking the same. Joking aside, even a slight mistake during alchemy could affect the quality of the final product.
Lu Chen's speed was so fast, how could he possibly avoid making mistakes?
Besides, even if Lu Chen did succeed, it would be of no use. After all, the first place had long been predetermined.
3 minutes left. Come on, Steve.
Wendy's heart was pounding nervously on the side. The rough potion was finally ready, and Lu Chen threw in the flame powder, starting to make the strength potion. Other participants had to prepare for a long time before adding ingredients.
Alchemy required precise measurements of ingredients. Just a tiny bit more flame powder could turn this bottle of strength potion into a failure. But obviously, Lu Chen didn't have this worry. After so many years of playing games, making a potion was just a piece of cake for him, right? 1 minute left. Just as Johnson finished speaking, Lu Chen's strength potion was completed. His expression was somewhat grim.
He hadn't expected Lu Chen to make the strength potion in such a short time.
He was about to announce the end of the competition when he heard Lu Chen shout, "Hold on. Isn't there still 1 minute left? What's the rush?"
With that, Lu Chen made a surprising move that shocked everyone. Instead of taking out the finished strength potion, he knocked off a small piece of fluorite from the nearby fluorite lamp, broke it down into fluorite powder, and added it to the brewing stand.
Is this kid crazy? What does he want to do? Johnson was also shocked by Lu Chen's actions.
He could see that the 3 bottles of strength potion in Lu Chen's hands were all finished products. Adding ingredients randomly to finished potions could likely render them useless.
Wendy's eyes lit up.
He had seen this scene before. Previously, in the classroom, Lu Chen had extended the effect of the strength potion to 8 minutes by adding redstone powder to it. This time, Lu Chen added fluorite powder to it, and no one knew what the result would be.
Countdown, 10 seconds, 10, 9, 8. Johnson had already started counting down. As he was about to reach 0, Lu Chen raised his right hand and shouted, "I'm done."
Lu Chen's face looked particularly relaxed, as if nothing had happened.
And the potion in the brewing stand in front of him had changed from a light red to pink. I thought he was so amazing. The color of the potion has changed. It must have failed. Guy's laughed happily. Johnson, however, couldn't laugh. For some reason, he felt a little uneasy. Those 3 bottles of pink potion seemed inexplicably strange.
"Everyone, please wait, the results of the competition will be out soon." After saying this, Johnson and Morris began to inspect the participants' works in a pretentious manner. A few minutes later, Johnson said to everyone, "I announce that the champion of this alchemy competition is..."
Everyone tensed up. The son of Count Gidding, Guy's. As Johnson announced the result, Guy's immediately shouted excitedly, "I won. I'm first." He deliberately came in front of Lu Chen to show off, afraid that Lu Chen wouldn't know. Wendy was stunned, somewhat surprised. How could this be? Vice President, are you mistaken? Wendy, what do you mean by that? Are you questioning my fairness? Johnson asked coldly. No. I didn't mean that. Wendy hurriedly explained. Remember, you are just an intermediate alchemist. Morris and I are both senior alchemists. Do you think you have the right to interrupt us? Johnson reprimanded mercilessly. Wendy lowered his head, not daring to say more. If he offended 2 senior alchemists, he would have no place in the royal city. Lu Chen stepped forward. Vice President, I am also a participant. Why aren't you checking my work? Because you are not worthy, Johnson said coldly.
Lu Chen remained calm, turning towards the crowd. He spoke, everyone saw it, I completed the competition within the set time, but Vice President Johnson didn't even check my work and declared GIs as the champion.
Do you think this is fair? The guests at the scene looked at each other and chose silence unanimously.
Seeing this, Johnson laughed and shouted, the winner is GIs.
Anyone who disagrees can come forward. Let's discuss it.
Wendy wanted to stand up to support Lu Chen, but he discreetly held her back. Just when everyone thought Lu Chen's defeat was certain, a deep voice echoed from the hall entrance.
I object.
Wendy was startled and looked towards the hall entrance. There stood a tall man in golden armor, with a golden trident emblem on his shoulder.
Those invited to the Alchemist Guild banquet had some knowledge.
As soon as the man appeared, they recognized him.
Knight of the Seal. Pot Hose. How come he's here? Johnson's face turned ugly.
He never expected a Knight of the Seal to come forward in support of Lu Chen.
Things were getting complicated.
Although senior alchemists held high status, no one wanted to provoke a Knight of the Seal for no reason.
Moreover, Pothose was a rising star in recent years with limitless potential.
Pothose walked up to Lu Chen and smiled at him.
Who are you? Lu Chen asked in confusion. Wendy quickly pulled Lu Chen aside and explained how terrifying a Knight of the Seal could be. After listening, Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Sounds like a formidable person.
Pothose approached Johnson and Morris, the three locked eyes, and the air grew tense.
Knight of the Seal Pothose, why are you here? The Alchemist Guild didn't invite members of the Knight's Order tonight, did they? Johnson stared at Pothose, trying to discern something from his every move.
I'm sorry for intruding, but as a member of the Knight's Order, I cannot allow injustice to happen under my watch,
Pothose said firmly. Pothose, what do you mean by that? Are you implying our judgment is unfair? Johnson retorted angrily. The fact is, you didn't even check Steve's potion, isn't that right? Johnson's face turned from green to purple upon hearing Pothose's words. Pothose, what are you trying to do? This isn't your Knight's Order territory. Morris stepped forward, facing off against Pothose. It's simple, publicly inspect Steve's potion.
This.
Morris hesitated. Afraid? Or feeling guilty? Pothose sneered. Nothing to fear. Since you insist, let's do as you say. Johnson reached for the potion made by Lu Chen.
However, before he could get close, Pothose intercepted him with his trident.
Pothose, don't push it too far. Johnson was completely enraged.
I have no other intention, just need someone else to inspect it. I don't trust you.
You. Johnson pointed at Pothose but couldn't find words, visibly furious. The president is here.
Someone shouted, and all eyes turned to the hall entrance.
There were two elderly men.
The one on the left wore alchemist robes, while the one on the right was in Knight's Order armor.
The two elders walked together. Lu Chen stared at the elder on the right, feeling a sense of familiarity. After a while, he suddenly realized, oh my, isn't that the old man from the teleportation array? He's actually from the Knight's Order? President, Commander,
Johnson and Pox Halbert exclaimed at the same time. Originally, everyone was a bit confused. It wasn't until they heard the titles the two men used for the old man that the whole room was dumbfounded. The two old men in front of them were actually the president of the Alchemist Guild and the commander of the Royal Knights of the capital. The two most prominent figures in the Kingdom of Cubes had actually appeared here at the same time. Wendy stared at the golden sword and shield emblem on the right old man's shoulder, unable to help but gasp.
Goodness, what is happening today? Why have two top figures suddenly appeared?
As the two old men passed by Lu Chen, they stopped and both smiled at him. When everyone saw this scene, their eyes almost popped out.
What's going on?
The president of the Alchemist Guild and the commander of the Royal Knights of the capital actually greeted Lu Chen at the same time. Lu Chen had no idea what the identities of these two men meant, and remained calm.
Old man, what are you doing here? Lu Chen asked.
The crowd was once again stunned.
Who is this Steve anyway? How dare he speak to the old man like that? Steve, are you crazy?
This is Commander Mulin of the Knights of the Capital, also known as the top-ranked title knight, Swordheart. Wendy, forgetting that Lu Chen was her teacher, hurriedly reminded him. Steve, today, for your sake, I had to swallow my pride and invite old Carl here.
Don't disappoint me. With that, the two old men continued on their way.
Upon hearing this, Lu Chen scratched his head, somewhat puzzled by the old man's words.
Wendy, who is Carl? Carl is the president of our Alchemist Guild.
Wendy explained somewhat helplessly. The two old men approached Pox Halbert and took the potion from his hand. Johnson, you can step back now, leave this to me, ordered President Carl of the Alchemist Guild.
Johnson didn't dare to delay and quickly nodded.
Although he was also a vice president, compared to President Carl, he was simply not on the same level. Carl was highly respected and revered, the #1 alchemist in the Kingdom of Cubes, and no one dared to contradict him. The guests present were engaged in heated discussions. Most of them were seeing the two old men for the first time and couldn't help but feel excited. Swordheart, the title knight, was a legendary figure. It was said that he founded the Royal Knights of the capital himself, which was why the sword and shield emblem was used as their symbol. Carl held the strength potion made by Lu Chen in his hand and examined it carefully. "Steve, why is the color of this strength potion so strange?" he asked curiously. Lu Chen immediately stepped forward upon seeing this. "President Carl, this is an enhanced version of the strength potion, so the color is different. Please don't worry." Enhanced strength potion? Carl's interest was piqued. Yes, the normal strength potion only causes 130% damage when consumed, but the enhanced version I have improved can cause 260% damage. Upon hearing Lu Chen's explanation, everyone wore expressions of disbelief. 260%? Is this kid bluffing? How could there be such an incredible potion? Even President Carl is being deceived. This Lu Chen is really bold. Everyone thought Lu Chen was bragging. At first, Carl couldn't believe it either, until he took a small sip and his eyes lit up. What Lu Chen said was actually true. He could clearly feel that his physical strength had been greatly enhanced. Is this for real? Such a good thing exists. Give me a taste too. The old knight from the Knights of the Capital snatched the remaining potion from Carl and drank it all in one go. This. After drinking it, the old man's face showed an expression of disbelief. He drew his long sword from his waist and pointed it at Pox halberd. "Full defense, I want to test the power of this potion." Poxy and Spear nodded, holding his shield in a defensive stance. The old man roared, wielding his long sword, leaping high into the air. The onlookers held their breath, watching the battle between the two titled knights. Witnessing this battle firsthand would be a boastful tale to tell later. With a clang, the long sword struck the shield, creating a sound of metal clashing. In the next moment, Poxy and Spear was sent flying amidst the shocked gazes of the crowd. His shield was cleaved in half by the strike. "Marvelous! Absolutely marvelous!" exclaimed the old man excitedly. "Old man, my potion is quite effective, isn't it?" asked Lu Chen with a grin. "More than just effective. It's truly a top-notch product," praised the old man endlessly. Carl also nodded in satisfaction. "Old Moo, your taste is truly impeccable, it was worth it to come with you." Vice President Johnson and Morris standing in the back looked increasingly grim. They never expected Lu Chen's alchemy skills to be so exquisite. They had thought they could dominate, but now they were faced with the consequences. "Steve, would you like to join our alchemist guild?" Carl once again surprised everyone, extending an invitation directly to Lu Chen. Being personally invited by Carl was a great honor. However, Lu Chen seemed uninterested. "Sorry, not interested." The crowd was once again in an uproar. "This Steve is too arrogant. He dares to refuse even President Carl's invitation. Damn! I dream of joining the Alchemist Guild, yet this kid is unwilling. Ah, the saying goes, the grass is always greener on the other side. Steve, come join my royal knights in the city. I'll give you the best treatment." Captain Mulin of the Knights also spoke up. Upon hearing Mulin trying to recruit him, Carl spoke again. "Our Alchemist Guild has always been about freedom. We will never restrict your actions. As long as you join, I might even pass on the position of president to you." This statement caused a commotion. For the president of the Alchemist Guild to offer to step down for a young recruit was unprecedented. The impact they experienced tonight was overwhelming, leaving them somewhat numb. Wendy's eyes rolled back, fainting on the spot. Lu Chen shook his head. "I'm not interested in these things, I only care about the outcome of this match." Positions in the Alchemist Guild meant nothing to Lu Chen. He was more concerned about the 10,000 gold coin reward for the match. Seeing Lu Chen's firm stance, Carl did not insist further. For him, being on good terms with Lu Chen was enough. "President Carl, my son is the first. Vice President Johnson just announced it. Your Alchemist Guild wouldn't go back on its word, right?" Seeing the situation turning unfavorable, Count Gidding stepped forward. He had paid a hefty price to bribe Morris and Johnson privately. He couldn't let it all go to waste. "Johnson, Morris, what do you think?" Carl asked the two. Johnson and Morris were sweating profusely, looking flustered. It was clear to everyone that Lu Chen had won the match. The two exchanged a glance and immediately made a decision. "President, we were ignorant before, but now it's clear that Steve is the true winner of this match." Everyone nodded in agreement, except for Count Gidding and his son, who looked particularly displeased. Count Gidding never expected Johnson and Morris to turn against him. This turn of events greatly angered him. GIs couldn't accept this reality and shouted in defiance, "I am the first."
I am the winner. You're cheating. I refuse to accept this. He lay on the ground, throwing a tantrum like a child. The crowd watched the somewhat crazy GIs like they were watching a clown. Suddenly, GIs convulsed, foaming at the mouth, and fainted. Count Gidding held his unconscious son, tears welling up in his eyes. Before he could gather his thoughts, a cry came from outside the hall. Lord Gidding! Something's happened. Count Gidding stared blankly at the newcomer and asked, "What's going on? Why the panic? The estate is on fire, it's almost burnt down. You need to go back and see." As soon as the messenger finished speaking, there was a thud. Count Gidding, holding his precious son, also fainted. Lu Chen, witnessing this scene, felt immensely relieved. The fate of these two was well deserved. They shouldn't have provoked Lu Chen in the first place. The farce came to an end, and the guests left when they saw there was no more excitement to be had. Before leaving, Knight Captain Mullen patted Lu Chen on the shoulder and handed him a badge. "This is my token. Hold on to it, and if you ever change your mind, come find me at the knight's order." The two elders then left the castle together. Only Johnson and Morris remained. "What about the winner's reward?" Lu Chen asked the two. "Master Steve, here are the 30,000 gold coins, please have a look," Johnson said in a subdued tone. He now understood Lu Chen's strength and no longer dared to be arrogant. Wasn't it 10,000 gold coins? Why is there an extra 20,000? "The extra 20,000 is a token of our appreciation, please don't reject it, we hope you can forgive us." Morris tried to force a smile, but it looked more like a grimace than a smile. After taking the money, Lu Chen left the Alchemist Guild. Tonight was quite profitable. At least 50,000 gold coins were in the chest he had obtained from the Count's mansion earlier. Adding the 30,000 gold coins he had just received, Lu Chen's value increased tenfold. He teleported back to Count Gidding's estate. By now, the fire had been extinguished. The once grand estate was now in ruins. From a distance, Lu Chen heard Count Gidding's wails. "My estate, my gold coins, all gone." As soon as Count Gidding returned home, he saw his mansion reduced to ashes. That was nothing compared to when he found his chest hidden under the study completely looted. He fainted on the spot. It took him a while to come to. "My lord, we found this in the stables." A guard handed over a badly damaged breastplate. "This is the Knight's Order emblem." Although the breastplate was charred beyond recognition, the emblem and number were still visible. Seeing this breastplate, Count Gidding suddenly became alert. His estate inexplicably caught fire, and this breastplate was found at the scene. Anyone with half a brain could connect the dots. "Find out the owner of this number for me. I want to know who dares to cause trouble on my territory." Lu Chen hid in a corner, listening to Count Gidding's outbursts, almost bursting out laughing. It seemed like his frame-up plan had succeeded. Reinhardt's days ahead were probably going to be tough. Taking advantage of the chaos at the estate, Lu Chen quietly slipped out with his big black horse. This time, he didn't choose to return to the inn but went straight back to the academy. At least here, Big Black wouldn't be taken away. After settling Big Black, Lu Chen teleported back to his underground farm at home. Lu Chen had upgraded his backpack 5 times, increasing its capacity to 54 slots. To upgrade further, he would need a whopping 100,000 gold coins. Since he didn't have that much money, he had to give up on the idea. The backpack was filled with a pile of ores, and just smelting them would take a long time. In his spare time, Lu Chen began excavating new farmland. This time, Lu Chen had enough materials on hand. He was ready to upgrade the farm into a semi-automatic redstone farm to improve efficiency. Just like before, he first outlined a 9x9 farm, digging a hole in the center. Below the hole, he connected a hopper to collect crops. He surrounded the farm with lower slabs. Then, 2 blocks above the lower slabs, he surrounded it with upper slabs. Next, he used slabs to enclose the 4 upper corners. He removed 1 slab from each of the enclosed corners and replaced them with opaque blocks like stone or wood. Underneath the opaque blocks at the corners, he placed pistons and replaced 1 slab in the middle of a side of the square enclosed by upper slabs. This side should not have pistons, with an opaque block. Then, he placed a redstone torch on the replaced block and a lever on the side. He connected the 4 pistons with redstone dust, pulled the lever down to extend the piston's push rods. Finally, he placed a bucket of water above the push rods, and the semi-automatic redstone farm was completed. Lu Chen only needed to wait for the crops in the farm to mature, then pull the lever to let the water flush the crops into the central hole. The hopper below would automatically collect the crops and store them in a chest. All Lu Chen had to do was sow the seeds. Lu Chen quickly built a 3-layered automated farm. When the final layer was finished, Lu Chen returned to school. It was already the 2nd class of the morning. Coincidentally, it was another class with Landy. "Steve, why are you late?" Landy asked Lu Chen sternly. Overslept, Lu Chen replied casually. Be more careful next time, go back to your seat quickly. Landy, wary of the existence of the Skybreaker, didn't dare to confront Lu Chen openly and could only swallow his anger. In reality, he despised Lu Chen to the core. Lu Chen returned to his seat, continued to sleep soundly, completely ignoring Landy. Halfway through his nap, Lu Chen looked up at the blackboard and raised his hand. Landy was puzzled, not knowing what Lu Chen was up to. But since Lu Chen raised his hand, he couldn't pretend not to see it. Steve, do you have a question? Lu Chen stood up abruptly. Teacher Landy, there's a typo on the blackboard. Lu Chen pointed at the blackboard. Landy turned around and indeed found a word written incorrectly. His face turned red instantly. As a teacher, making a spelling mistake was a huge embarrassment. Thank you for pointing that out. Please sit down, Landy said helplessly. Seeing Landy embarrassed, Lu Chen felt particularly pleased. At lunchtime, Lu Chen went to the library. His experience level was high enough, so he decided to try enchanting. The library was vast, with rows of bookshelves everywhere. However, there were hardly any people in the entire library. After some searching, Lu Chen finally found the enchanting table in the middle of the library. It seemed like no one had been here for a long time, as there was even a layer of dust on the enchanting table. He took out 3 lapis lazuli and placed them on the enchanting table. This time, he was going to enchant his full set of iron armor. To enchant equipment, one must first understand the enchantment spells. There was a book on the enchanting table that kept opening and closing, and every now and then, some enchantment spells would fly out of it. Lu Chen placed his helmet and lapis lazuli on the enchanting table, and a bunch of enchantment spells flew out of the book again. These enchantment spells were made up of individual letters. Lu Chen's task was to rearrange these scrambled letters correctly to form a group of pinyin. This might be as difficult as reaching the sky for others, but for Lu Chen, who was proficient in pinyin, it was quite simple. Shuixia Hoxi, Aqua Affinity. This means that the next enchanted helmet that appears will definitely have the attribute of underwater breathing. Sure enough, after consuming 3 levels of experience points, Lu Chen obtained a helmet with underwater breathing level 2, protection level 3, and durability level 3. The attributes were not bad, barely usable. Lu Chen then took out a chest plate and began enchanting it. This time, Lu Chen obtained a chest plate with projectile protection level 4, protection level 2, and durability level 3. Once he put on this chest plate, the damage that skeleton archers could inflict on Lu Chen would be almost negligible. Subsequently, Lu Chen successively obtained several pieces of enchanted equipment. Although some attributes were a bit lackluster, it was still better than having none. This was just the simplest basic enchantment, with random attributes. To obtain precise enchantments, one would need books. Players needed to write the enchantment spells on blank books for the enchantment books to take effect. However, Lu Chen currently did not have any blank books on hand, so he could only practice with random enchantments for now. Putting on a brand new set of enchanted equipment, Lu Chen returned to the classroom. Oh my, isn't that Steve? What is he wearing? It looks so cool. As soon as he entered, Lu Chen was spotted by someone. His armor was shimmering with a mesmerizing blue-purple light, extremely stylish. His classmates envied Lu Chen. Who wouldn't want to have a stylish set of armor? However, the price of iron armor was quite high, nearly 50 gold coins for a complete set, which most people couldn't afford. And a fully enchanted iron set like Lu Chen's was even more rare and invaluable. In the afternoon, it was Wendy's alchemy class. Lu Chen took advantage of the teacher's name and slipped out openly. In this world, there was no one who could teach Lu Chen alchemy. With nothing else to do, Lu Chen wandered around the academy. There was a birch forest behind the academy. Beyond the forest was a small lake. As Lu Chen passed by the lake, he saw the clear water and couldn't resist jumping in for a bath. As soon as he entered the water, Lu Chen felt something was off. In the middle of summer, the water was surprisingly cold. The black dragon appeared once again. Brother, there's something down here. Lu Chen noticed. This guy was only interested in treasure hunting, and rarely came out otherwise. The water is so cold, I'm afraid we won't find the treasure before freezing to death. Lu Chen couldn't help but comment. That's easy, just dig from the side. The treasure must be hidden at the deepest point, the black dragon suggested. Right, you're smart, little black. Lu Chen slapped his head, wondering why he hadn't thought of that himself. He took out his tools and started digging downwards in a step-by-step manner. Although this method was slower, it was safer and more convenient. After more than 10 minutes, Lu Chen estimated that he had dug deep enough and started digging towards the direction of the lake. However, the imagined scene of the lake water pouring in did not happen. Lu Chen was surprised to find a sloping stone staircase underground in the lake. He lit a torch and walked downwards. The further down he went, the lower the temperature became. Frost began to appear on the stone steps. Finally, the entire passage was covered in a thin layer of ice. Ahead, the road abruptly ended. An ice-sealed iron door appeared in front of Lu Chen. "We're here! We're here! It's inside!" the black dragon exclaimed excitedly. Lu Chen pushed but found he couldn't move it, so he had to take out his tools and start chipping away at the ice. In no time, the ice on the door was cleared. Lu Chen put away his tools and pushed hard again. The door opened. The moment the door opened, Lu Chen felt one thing: cold. It felt like walking into a frozen warehouse in the middle of summer, refreshing and chilling. Lu Chen couldn't help but shiver, his body instantly covered in goosebumps. Behind the door was a chamber entirely made of ice crystals. In the middle of the secret room stood an ice pillar. As he approached, Lu Chen discovered something frozen inside the ice pillar. It was hard to see through the ice, but it seemed to be a weapon. Lu Chen took out a pickaxe and pried open the top of the ice pillar, revealing a slender wooden sword handle. Lu Chen was taken aback. This handle looked familiar. He quickly cleared out the remaining parts and was shocked. "What the hell, isn't this a sword?" Lu Chen was dumbfounded. The treasure mentioned by the black dragon turned out to be this thing? If it were a high-level sword, it would be acceptable, but this was just a basic wooden sword puppet. Lu Chen suddenly felt a bit annoyed. But since he was already here, he couldn't leave empty-handed. Lu Chen walked up to the sword, ready to pull it out, only to find that it seemed rooted to the ground. "Hey! I don't believe this!" Lu Chen was getting impatient. He was determined to take this sword with him today. However, no matter what method Lu Chen tried, the sword remained unmoved. "Brother, why don't you try dripping a drop of blood on it?" The black dragon couldn't bear it any longer and suggested. "Blood?" Lu Chen hesitated, looking at the sword in front of him and then at his hand. Although it seemed unreliable, it was the only option for now. Lu Chen pricked his finger, squeezed out a drop of blood, and let it fall on the sword. It quickly disappeared. Activating sword module. Current progress 0.1%. The system suddenly displayed a progress message. Lu Chen was stunned. He felt an urge to curse. If just a drop of blood activated 0.1%, wouldn't it require draining all his blood to fully activate it? He initially thought of leaving but hesitated at the thought of activating the sword module. Inside the sword module were many good things. With a handy sword, Lu Chen's combat power would increase several times. After weighing the pros and cons, Lu Chen decided to stay. It's just bloodletting. Who's afraid of whom? Lu Chen drew his long sword and slashed his arm. Green blood gushed out and was absorbed by the sword. Activating sword module. Current progress 10%, 20%, 30%. As the progress increased, Lu Chen released more blood. Fortunately, he could restore his blood by eating. If it were someone else, they would probably faint soon. Only Lu Chen, with his bug-like existence, could bleed endlessly. Current progress 99%. Sword module successfully activated. Obtained, sword puppet. As the system prompt appeared, Lu Chen effortlessly pulled out the sword. At the same time, his mind was filled with information about the sword. Now, Lu Chen could craft items related to the sword at the workbench. As Lu Chen pulled out the sword, the entire ice crystal chamber began to collapse. Seeing this, Lu Chen quickly escaped. The entire academy and even the entire royal city felt a slight tremor at that moment. Knight Elder Mirin, sensing the vibration, turned his gaze towards the direction of the academy. He smiled meaningfully. What he couldn't achieve back then, you have done. Truly surpassing the master. Lu Chen did not return to the classroom but directly teleported back to the skeleton spawn tower. This basic dagger is just a low-level puppet. Lu Chen plans to upgrade it. Lu Chen arrived at the workbench, put in 2 iron ingots, and 1 gold ingot. After synthesis, he obtained a sharp blade white sheath. Upgrading the white sheath will turn it into a great sword. The great sword requires more materials: coal blocks, lapis lazuli blocks, spider silk, gold ingots, soul gems, and blaze rods. Among them, Lu Chen is still missing soul gems and blaze rods. Soul gems are relatively simple. Lu Chen has a monster spawner, so a few hours of spawning should be enough. All that's left is the blaze rod. This thing probably can only be obtained by members of the Alchemist Guild. Blaze powder is the product of breaking down blaze rods. But there's no rush now, let's focus on getting enough soul gems first. Killing monsters has a chance to drop soul fragments. For soul fragments plus an iron ingot can yield a soul iron ingot. Finally, smelt the soul iron ingot in a furnace to obtain a soul gem. Lu Chen spent the whole afternoon in the monster spawner tower, diligently collecting soul fragments. After obtaining enough soul gems, Lu Chen went to Wendy to get the blaze rod.
Just as Liu Kang was about to upgrade the white sheath to a great sword, he realized he didn't have enough lapis lazuli in his backpack. It dawned on him that he had used up most of the lapis lazuli when he enchanted at the library at noon. With no other choice, Liu Kang had to return to the natural cave to search for lapis lazuli. The cave he had previously explored was almost exhausted, so this time, he decided to find a new cave. The night had grown deep. Liu Kang walked through the dark misty forest holding a torch. However, after searching for hours, he still couldn't find a new cave. "Shohei, do you know where there are any more caves?" With no other options, Liu Kang had to ask the Black Dragon for help. The Black Dragon shrugged, indicating he didn't know either. Liu Kang couldn't help feeling frustrated. He was just a few lapis lazuli short of upgrading to a great sword. It was frustrating not being able to find them. "Brother, I know of several large mines under the jurisdiction of the royal city, near the royal city. Shall we go there and take a look?" The Black Dragon suggested. "What are we waiting for? Lead the way." Liu Chen's eyes lit up, urging eagerly. Half an hour later, Liu Kang arrived outside the city of Lays. He lay in a patch of grass near the mine, quietly observing the situation not far away. According to the Black Dragon, this should be one of the large mines. The entrance to the mine was heavily guarded, and every miner entering or leaving had to be searched. If anyone was found hiding or to take out secretly, they would be immediately arrested. Liu Kang pondered for a while, unsure of how to get in. There were at least 10 people watching at the entrance. Barging in was impossible. Just as he was racking his brains for a solution, a stern shout came from behind. "Don't move!" Liu Kang turned around in surprise, only to find several guards pointing long swords at him. Liu Kang hadn't expected there to be patrolmen here. He had been caught red-handed. "Tell the truth. Why are you lying here?" Liu Kang was taken to the entrance of the mine, where the leader began to interrogate him. "I was just looking at the moon. Do you believe me?" "Believe my ass. You're obviously up to no good. Take him and throw him into the mine to work," the leader ordered. Soon, Liu Kang was led into the mine by a group of people. They made Liu Kang change into a uniform miner's outfit and then put heavy shackles on his feet. "Kid, you're unlucky to fall into my hands. I warn you, work hard in the mine. If the daily quota isn't met, you'll regret it." A burly man with a whip warned Liu Kang menacingly. Liu Kang nodded. "Kick, there's a newcomer here. I'm handing him over to you. If he doesn't mine properly, you both will be whipped together," the man said to an elderly man beside him. The old man nodded repeatedly. "All right, Captain Rag." The man kicked Liu Chen's buttocks and scolded, "Get your ass to work. Otherwise, don't even think about eating." Liu Chen almost couldn't resist hitting back. "When I get what I want, the first thing I'll do is kill you," he thought to himself. "Let's go, young man, or we'll be late." The old man waved to Liu Chen. Liu Chen followed the old man, starting to inquire about the mine. After some understanding, Liu Chen finally had a rough idea of the place. The man's name was Kick, although he was only in his 50s this year. But from the outside, he looked as weathered as a 70 or 80-year-old man. This was the third mining area of the Kingdom of Blocks. The miners working here were mostly poor people who had to come here to make a living. At least here, there was food to eat. In addition, there were many unlucky ones like Liu Chen who were captured and brought in. Easy to come in, hard to get out. There were overseers responsible for patrolling the mine. Once they caught a miner slacking off, they would immediately beat them. Every day, everyone had to hand in a certain amount of ore. If the task was not completed, they would inevitably suffer a beating. Some miners tried to hide or and take it out, but if caught, they were beaten to death on the spot. Outside, there was a miners' camp, where they ate and rested. If anyone dared to escape privately, once caught, they would be killed. After Kick finished speaking, he patted Liu Chen's shoulder and said with a heavy heart, "Young man, since you're here, be prepared to die here. They won't let you go." Liu Chen could only nod. Perhaps others would be trapped here, but how could he, Liu Chen? As long as he wished, he could leave now. However, he hadn't found the lapis lazuli yet, so Liu Chen couldn't leave yet. The two chatted and arrived at the bottom of the mine. The mine shaft here was very narrow, barely enough for one person to stand. What Liu Chen had to do was to continue digging forward at this height. "Alright, you dig here, I'll go to the other side. Remember, don't slack off. If caught, I'll be punished with you," Kick cautioned carefully before leaving. "Got it, Uncle Kick, you go, I can handle it alone." As soon as Kick left, Liu Chen began to search for ore everywhere. Indeed, it was a large mine, with more resources than an ordinary one. Liu Chen dug around casually and soon found some redstone ore. He unceremoniously put it in his backpack. Not long after, Liu Chen found the lapis lazuli he had been longing for. "It's really a good place. Just don't know if I can find diamonds." Originally, Lu Chen planned to dig up the lapis lazuli and run, but now he changed his mind.
With so many ores here, he couldn't just leave them untouched.
The miners used ordinary stone pickaxes, which were too slow.
Lu Chen took out an iron pickaxe enchanted with efficiency 4 and started digging with determination.
Before long, Lu Chen dug up a large pile of ore. The mine in front of him had advanced hundreds of meters.
Lu Chen was happily digging away when suddenly he heard footsteps behind him.
He quickly put away the iron pickaxe and switched back to the stone pickaxe, pretending to work hard at mining.
A patrol overseer approached and asked, "You're new here?" Lu Chen nodded.
He was in charge of this area and knew the progress of mining here like the back of his hand. Seeing Lu Chen mining so fast, the man was very satisfied. He suddenly thought of something, a smile creeping onto his lips.
"Well done. Follow me."
Lu Chen was taken aback, unsure of the other party's intentions. The man led him to another area, patted his shoulder, and whispered in his ear, "Kid, I see you're quick with your hands and feet. I have a good job for you.
This is the richest area in the entire mining area. Dig as hard as you can.
Once you've dug enough for today's quota, hand over the rest of the ore to me."
Lu Chen suddenly realized.
This guy was eyeing his fast mining speed to line his own pockets. He quickly nodded in agreement. "Work hard, I'll come to check later." With that, the man dropped a pickaxe and left.
This place became Lu Chen's paradise. What a good person. He deliberately left the best mining area for me.
I must not disappoint his expectations, Lu Chen muttered to himself.
He picked up the pickaxe again and started digging frantically.
It had to be said, the distribution of ore here was incredibly dense. Every few meters, he found numerous ores.
In less than half an hour, Lu Chen had dug up most of his backpack. Symbolically, he threw some redstone and coal into the ore box. Before long, the man returned.
When he saw the haul in the box, his brow furrowed.
"You dug so much, and this is all you have?"
He began to suspect that Lu Chen was hiding something.
Lu Chen put on a look of grievance. "I'm innocent, I didn't hide anything." The man remained suspicious until he searched Lu Chen's body and finally believed him. "All right, keep up the good work, this little won't cut it." Lu Chen sneered as the man walked away. "With your intelligence, you still want to compete with me? Maybe in your next life." Lu Chen returned to the mine tunnel.
As he dug, Lu Chen suddenly froze, the pickaxe in his hand stopping in midair.
"This is a diamond." Lu Chen was full of joy. He cleaned the area around the diamond ore and counted them. There were a total of 8 diamonds in this pile.
Earlier, Lu Chen had obtained an enchantment book with Fortune 3 and Unbreaking 4 from a monster spawner chest, and now it came in handy.
Lu Chen immediately crafted an anvil on the spot and enchanted a brand new pickaxe with Fortune 3. The Fortune 3 enchantment was very powerful, with a 20% chance to double, triple, or even quadruple the drops. With the Fortune 3 pickaxe, Lu Chen mined the 8 diamond ores. The first diamond ore only yielded 2 diamonds, luck was slightly lacking. The second one was a bit better, yielding 3 diamonds. In the end, he obtained a total of 24 diamonds. Compared to the original 8, the yield had tripled. This harvest left Lu Chen very satisfied. He continued to dig forward, and before long, he found more diamonds. He finally understood why the kingdom wanted to control these large veins themselves. It was simply a money-making machine. The diamonds he found this time were fewer, only 3. Luckily, with Fortune 3's help, 3 turned into 10, making him very happy. After a while, the patrolling man returned once again. This time, Lu Chen threw a diamond into the box. The man couldn't stop smiling, praising Lu Chen repeatedly. "Well done. Keep it up." With that, he hummed a tune and happily left. Lu Chen looked at the nearly full group of diamonds in his backpack and almost burst out laughing.
This guy thought he had gained a huge advantage, not realizing that Lu Chen had taken all the profits. As he continued to dig, Lu Chen suddenly felt something was off. He used to see other minerals, why could he only see diamonds now? Moreover, the frequency of these diamonds appearing was increasing, almost connecting together. Despite his doubts, the temptation of diamonds was too strong for Lu Chen to stop. You might not believe it, but there were already 4 or 5 sets of diamonds in Lu Chen's backpack, and this number kept increasing. Finally, in front of Lu Chen, there appeared an entire wall of diamond Oregon. This time, Lu Chen was truly stunned. Suddenly, strange cries echoed in the mine tunnel. The sound was like a ghostly wail, particularly chilling. Lu Chen always felt that there was something peculiar behind this diamond wall. After hesitating for a while, he decided to dig and see. Lu Chen first dug out the corner piece of diamond Oregon. Behind it was a black stone. Lu Chen felt that this thing looked somewhat familiar, and upon closer inspection, he discovered it was actually obsidian. How could obsidian appear here? Lu Chen couldn't help but feel puzzled.
He dug out the other 3 corners, and they were also obsidian. Thinking about those strange sounds, Lu Chen suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be a nether portal? He dug out all the diamonds around the edge. Sure enough, a nether portal appeared. If he wasn't mistaken, the eerie cries just now came from inside here. Lu Chen stood in front of the nether portal, unsure whether to continue digging. Just then, a supervising overseer suddenly appeared. Damn! What are you standing there for? So many diamonds, hurry up and dig. His eyes widened at the sight of the diamonds. Move aside, if you won't dig, I'll do it myself. Seeing Lu Chen standing still, he impatiently pushed Lu Chen aside, took out a pickaxe, and started digging. Lu Chen stumbled and fell to the ground. You can't dig! Seeing the man's actions, he hurriedly tried to stop him, but it was too late. The man had already dug out the middle piece of diamond Oregon. He then proceeded to dig out the remaining pieces of diamond Oregon. The entire nether portal was now fully revealed. The purple chaos on the portal kept undulating, distorting even space. We're rich! We're rich! The man joyfully held several diamonds, completely ignoring the changes in the nether portal. Lu Chen stood up, gazing at the nether portal. Suddenly, the purple chaos began to violently fluctuate. A figure gradually emerged from the portal. Lu Chen suddenly felt like he couldn't breathe. This powerful sense of oppression was even more terrifying than when he first encountered the black dragon. Lu Chen shouted in alarm and immediately activated the teleportation. As Lu Chen suddenly disappeared on the spot, the man was taken aback. Before he could react, a hand pierced through his chest. In disbelief, he turned his head, only to see a pair of eerie white eyes. The man with white eyes chuckled lightly. One actually ran away, interesting. I wonder how my brother is doing now. Back at the underground farm, Lu Chen collapsed on the ground. That was close, I almost lost my life. He could clearly feel the immense pressure. Whatever came out from there was definitely no ordinary monster. If Lu Chen hadn't left in time, he might have lost his life there. He was still somewhat puzzled. Why would a nether portal appear underground? What was the origin of the terrifying monster that emerged from the nether portal? Lu Chen felt a bit anxious and confused. But fortunately, he had obtained what he needed. Lu Chen took out lapis lazuli and crafted a lapis lazuli block. Then he placed all the materials in the crafting table and obtained the great sword. Empty blaze rod soul gem lapis lazuli block white sheath sword coal block spider silk gold ingot empty. When Lu Chen appeared at the academy with the great sword, his popularity skyrocketed. Wow, what weapon is that around Steve's waist? So cool. I have no idea. I've never seen anything like it before. Hearing the discussions of the crowd, Lu Chen sneered coldly. A bunch of ignorant fools. He had just reached the staircase when he encountered a girl named Eli. They almost collided as they came face to face. Just as Lu Chen was about to go upstairs, she stopped him. Hey, why are you in such a hurry? I was about to ask you the same, why are you blocking me? Lu Chen retorted. A beauty is talking to you, and you're not interested? Eli pouted. Beauty? Where is the beauty? Why don't I see one? Lu Chen looked around, puzzled. You're making me so mad. Eli's face turned red as she stomped her foot. Despite being the campus belle, this man in front of her was completely ignoring her, which made her furious. You can stay here and get angry, I'm leaving, Lu Chen said as he tried to go upstairs. Eli blocked his way with her body. You're not allowed to leave. Explain yourself to me. Lu Chen felt a bit overwhelmed. You really won't let me go upstairs? No. If you can, grow wings and fly up there. Eli was determined to go against Lu Chen today. She wanted to make this man in front of her remember that she was not someone to be easily dismissed. Fly? Lu Chen's eyes lit up at her words. He touched the sword at his waist and suddenly smiled. How could he forget about this? Lu Chen lightly jumped, then drew his broadsword and swung it twice in the air. Half a second later, Lu Chen swung the sword again. Eli was still puzzled about what Lu Chen was up to. The next moment, she covered her mouth and exclaimed, You can actually fly. Lu Chen's figure was floating in the air and ascending higher. More and more onlookers gathered. They were all dumbfounded watching Lu Chen flying in the air. Damn, this guy can fly. Brother, teach me. I want to learn this. Before long, Lu Chen flew to the rooftop. He waved at Eli and headed towards his classroom. Using the sword to climb heights was one of the sword's little tricks, but to the onlookers, it was truly astonishing. In fact, the key to this technique was quite simple. After jumping, quickly swing the sword twice, pause in the air for a moment, then swing the sword a third time to gain an upward thrust. Repeat the previous steps to ascend in place. In the morning, there was an outdoor combat training class. Lu Chen didn't want to go, but he was dragged there by Eli.
When they arrived at the training ground, everyone was assembled.
Strangely, the instructor was nowhere to be seen. People started discussing. "Steve, have you heard? Our combat class instructor is new, and they say he's very powerful." "Really? How powerful is he?" "They say he's from the Royal Knights Corps. His strength is unfathomable." Alex spoke excitedly. Lu Chen frowned upon hearing this. Where had he heard this before? "The instructor is here," someone shouted. There was a commotion in the crowd. Everyone wanted to see what the new instructor looked like. Lu Chen looked up and saw a familiar figure. Wasn't this the guy who had asked him to spar a few days ago and ended up being knocked down by him in one move?
He crouched down quietly, trying not to let the other person see his face. Ma Baogwa limped in front of everyone and began to introduce himself.
"Hello, everyone, I'm Ma Baogwa, your combat class instructor." "Instructor, why is your face swollen?" Suddenly, a student asked. Ma Baogwa's face stiffened, feeling a bit embarrassed. "Stung by a bee." "Instructor, why are your eye sockets black too? Did someone hit you?" The student continued to ask. "These are dark circles. I haven't been sleeping well lately."
Ma Baogwa casually made up an excuse to brush it off.
Today, he was entrusted by Landy to find a student named Steve.
Mastering combat skills proficiently can give you an edge in battles with others. Next, I will choose a classmate to be my sparring partner, and we will demonstrate how to apply combat skills in real combat.
Steve, please step forward.
Ma Baogwa had no idea who Steve was, so he had to shout out with a stiff face.
Lu Chen ignored him. Ma Baogwa shouted 2 more times, starting to get impatient. "Steve, where are you? Come out." Everyone turned to look at Lu Chen at the back, making way for him. "I heard you were looking for me?" Lu Chen walked slowly to the front, smiling. Ma Baogwa was petrified, as if he had seen a ghost, his legs going weak. How? Is it you?" He pointed at Lu Chen, stammering. "Master, I am the Steve you are looking for. Don't come near me." Lu Chen left a deep psychological impact on Ma Baogwa.
The classmates, puzzled, watched their terrified teacher. Suddenly, someone loudly pointed at Ma Baogwa's pants, exclaiming, "Master, why are your pants wet?"
With that shout, everyone noticed.
A strong smell of urine spread, causing everyone to step back, their faces full of disgust.
Ma Baogwa felt embarrassed and angry. "I'll fight you."
He suddenly stood up and threw a punch at Lu Chen's jaw.
Lu Chen remained calm, drew his sword, and easily blocked Ma Baogwa's attack.
Sneak attacks are not a good habit.
Lu Chen kicked Ma Baogwa in the chest, sending him tumbling before falling down. Ma Baogwa, already bruised, looked even more pitiful now. Lu Chen took a few steps forward, squatting in front of Ma Baogwa. "Speak up, why did you come looking for trouble?" Ma Baogwa hesitated. Lu Chen stood up, kicking Ma Baogwa again. "Will you talk?"
Ma Baogwa held his slightly sunken chest, in pain.
I'll talk. It was Landy who sent me, he said, to teach you a lesson." "Landy." Lu Chen's eyes turned cold, a hint of killing intent flashing.
Seeing Lu Chen kicking the new teacher around like a ball and learning that Ma Baogwa was sent by Landy, everyone was stunned. It turned out there were such complex relationships involved.
Lu Chen left with a stride. He went straight to the vice dean's office, kicking the door open.
Lanchio was dozing off inside, startled to see Lu Chen barging in.
"Steve, what are you doing?" "I want to drop out." Lu Chen slammed a dropout application on his desk. "Drop out? Are you serious?" Lanchio quickly confirmed. "Yes, I'm sure."
He had been thinking of ways to get rid of Lu Chen all day. Never did he expect this guy to walk right into the trap.
Without further ado, Lanchio signed the dropout application, afraid Lu Chen might change his mind. After dropping out, Lu Chen returned to the teaching building.
It was still class time, and the corridor was empty.
Lu Chen went to Landy's office but didn't find him. After wandering around the teaching building, Lu Chen finally found Landy.
At that moment, Landy was teaching in the classroom. Ailey sat by the window, still sulking over the morning incident. The thought of that despicable Steve made her want to strangle him. Just then, Steve's face appeared at the window. Ailey was stunned, thinking it was her imagination. The next moment, the classroom door was kicked open.
Everyone was startled. Seeing it was Lu Chen, Landy arrogantly said, "Steve, this is a classroom. Why aren't you paying attention in class? What are you doing here?"
Lu Chen sneered, picked up the wooden stick in his hand, and struck Landy on the head. Landy covered his head, howling in pain. Landy never expected Lu Chen to dare to lay hands on him in front of so many people and give him a beating.
"Steve, how dare you hit a teacher? I will have you expelled for sure."
Despite being beaten up, Landy remained defiant.
Lu Chen was particularly pleased with himself. "You idiot, I've already dropped out. your dad just agreed, so it's fine for me to hit you now." With that, he intensified his actions. Lan Di was almost driven to spitting blood in anger. He had always wanted to kick Lu Chen out of the academy, but who would have thought that this guy would turn the tables? This was completely beyond his expectations. Lu Chen's bold move dazzled everyone in the class. Publicly beating Lan Di was something no one had ever dared to think of. But Lu Chen managed to do it. After beating for a while, Lu Chen's hands were tired. Finally, he kicked Lan Di on the butt before leaving. He was careful not to endanger Lan Di's life, only causing some superficial injuries. Lan Di, with a head swollen like a pig's, staggered to his feet. The audience burst into laughter. Lan Di wished he could find a hole to hide in. "Steve, this isn't over between us." Lan Xiao was in a pretty good mood today. Steve leaving saved him a lot of trouble. Lan Xiao was about to share this good news with his son when the office door was pushed open again. "Who's the one with no eyes?" He was about to scold when he saw a guy with a fierce face covered in blood walking in. "Damn! Who are you?" Lan Xiao was almost scared off his chair. "Father, it's me, I'm Lan Di." Lan Di mumbled. "Son, how did you end up like this?" Lan Xiao only recognized his son Lan Di when he heard his voice. He quickly went over to help Lan Di sit down. "What happened? Who did this to you? Tell me. I'll go find trouble with him," Lan Xiao said angrily. "It's Steve." Lan Di recounted what had happened. After hearing it, Lan Xiao was dumbfounded. This. He never expected that a casual withdrawal notice he signed would lead to such a disaster for his son. "Father, you must avenge me. I want that kid dead," Lan Di shouted hysterically. Lan Xiao's face turned extremely ugly. Killing Steve? That was almost impossible. Offending Steve was one thing, but offending a titled knight was a death sentence. However, seeing his son beaten like this, Lan Xiao couldn't swallow this anger. "Son, it's not the time yet, endure a little longer. Rest assured, father will avenge you." He patted Lan Di on the back, speaking with deep sincerity. Lu Chen rode off on a big black horse, leaving the academy behind. From today on, he no longer belonged here. It was a kind of liberation for him. Lu Chen couldn't learn much in the academy but had to stay in the classroom every day. Thinking back on the scene just now, Lu Chen felt exhilarated. His grudge with Lan Di had been building up for a long time, and today he finally let out all the dissatisfaction and resentment. He felt refreshed. However, when he calmed down, Lu Chen suddenly felt lost. After leaving the academy, where should he go now? The Alchemist Guild or the Royal City Knights? It seemed like these were his only two choices. The Alchemist Guild wouldn't bring him much improvement, even in terms of alchemy skills. Not even Carl was a match for Lu Chen. If you go to the Knight Order in the Royal City, you might learn some useful things. After some internal struggle, Lu Chen finally decided to go and check out the Knight Order in the Royal City. The headquarters of the Knight Order is located at the westernmost part of the city of Lays. The security here is tight, and outsiders cannot enter at all. Just as Lu Chen reached the gate of the Knight Order, he was stopped by the guards at the entrance. "Halt! What are you doing here? This is the Royal City Knight Order. No entry without permission." The guard at the gate spoke arrogantly, almost looking down his nose at Lu Chen. Lu Chen couldn't be bothered with such people and directly took out the waist badge given to him by Murin. "Your captain gave me this, told me to come find him when I have time." Upon hearing the word captain, the guards were first stunned, then they all laughed. "Do you think we are fools? Just taking out some random badge and trying to fool us?" The guards didn't take Lu Chen's words seriously at all. The name of the titled knight Jianxin was well known. As members of the Knight Order, they had never seen the real Murin. The simple-dressed young man in front of them, boldly claiming to possess the token of the Knight Order captain, was simply ridiculous. "Are you not planning to let me in?" Lu Chen asked coldly. "Let you in? Who do you think you are? Is the Royal City Knight Order a place you can just come and go as you please? Those who know what's good for them better get lost, or don't blame us for being impolite." The guards threatened. "A bunch of fools." Lu Chen's eyes turned cold as he placed his hand on the hilt of his sword at his waist. "You dare to start a fight on the Knight Order's territory?" Several guards, seeing Lu Chen's actions, without hesitation, also drew their weapons. Lu Chen beckoned at them with his finger. "Come on, let's do this together, I'm in a hurry." "Such arrogance. Since you're so eager to die, we'll grant your wish." The guards showed cruel smiles simultaneously. In their eyes, dealing with a brat like Lu Chen was simpler than squashing a mouse. The guards gripped their long swords and slashed towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen remained calm, his hand still on the hilt of his unsheathed sword without moving. "Go to hell." The leader of the guards, thinking Lu Chen wasn't going to resist, believed Lu Chen was scared stiff. His sword was about to fall on Lu Chen's head.
At that moment, Lu Chen finally moved. He drew his large broadsword and swiftly swung it twice in front of him. The guards were horrified to find that their bodies suddenly lost control and couldn't move.
Why can't I move? Me too.
Lu Chen sneered and swung a third time, executing a slashing motion.
Lu Chen's movements were lightning fast, and the guards only saw a flash of the blade.
The next moment, a tremendous force struck them, sending them flying out. Several guards were thrown several meters away, crashing heavily to the ground, clearly not lightly injured.
This was still Lu Chen showing mercy.
In his hands was a large broadsword, inflicting much higher damage than a regular iron sword. And Lu Chen hadn't aimed for their necks with his strikes just now, otherwise, these guards would have been corpses by now. It wouldn't be appropriate to cause fatalities on his first visit to the Night Order. Anyone else wants to challenge me, feel free to come forward.
Lu Chen addressed the guards.
The guards lay on the ground in pain, whimpering, not daring to provoke Lu Chen further. Just then, a man emerged from within the Night Order.
This is the sacred ground of the Night Order. Who dares to cause a commotion here?
Lu Chen heard the voice and was suddenly stunned.
Wasn't this Reinhardt's voice?
What a coincidence, he encountered him as soon as he arrived. Reinhardt was taking a nap inside when he suddenly heard a commotion outside.
Disturbed from his peaceful slumber, how could Reinhardt tolerate it?
However, as soon as he stepped out, he saw several guards lying on the ground.
You few, why are you lying around here instead of keeping an eye on the door? Reinhardt shouted angrily. Knight Reinhardt, you arrived just in time. Someone is trying to force their way into the Night Order. A few of us were injured by him.
A guard, upon seeing Reinhardt, clung to him like a lifesaver, crying and pleading.
Who dares to be so audacious? To dare to harm people on our Night Order's territory? Are they tired of living?
Reinhardt, upon hearing this, immediately got fired up. Those who come looking for trouble with the Night Order usually need a tragic end. He had been in a bad mood lately and this was a perfect opportunity to vent. However, when Reinhardt saw Lucien standing at the gate, he suddenly froze.
Mr.
Reinhardt, what a coincidence, we meet again.
Lucien greeted Reinhardt with a smile. You are that kid from Carlo Village?
Reinhardt asked, puzzled.
Absolutely, Lucien confirmed.
Reinhardt frowned at his words. He glanced at the injured guards behind him, then back at Lucien, feeling somewhat incredulous.
Did you injure these people? Reinhardt pointed to the guards behind him.
Yes, I wanted to go in, but they insisted on stopping me and even resorted to violence. I had no choice.
Lucien shrugged, somewhat helpless. What do you think this place is? Daring to use force here?
Reinhardt, now understanding the situation, immediately changed his demeanor.
Oh, Mr. Reinhardt, do you also want to fight me? Lucien looked at Reinhardt with interest. Kid, no matter what you say, since you've hurt people, you must pay the price today.
Reinhardt's words carried a hint of killing intent.
I'm happy to oblige. Lucien smiled even more brightly. Last time at the Monster Tower, Reinhardt couldn't defeat Lucien, and now, the opportunity had come again.
Reinhardt gripped his iron sword, full of confidence.
Even if Lucien could take down a few guards, so what? Reinhardt didn't think Lucien would be a match for him. Just as the two were about to start a fight, a voice suddenly appeared. Both of you, stop right there. Reinhardt's face changed drastically upon hearing this voice. The titled knight, Skybreaker. How could he be here? Skybreaker was a well-known figure in the Night Order, having achieved the title of a titled knight at a young age. Within the Royal City Night Order, knights were strictly ranked.
From low to high, they were Squire, Bronze Knight, Silver Knight, Golden Knight. Above the Golden Knight were the legendary titled knights.
Reinhardt was about the same age as Skybreaker, but he was only a Silver Knight. Although he had done well in the Night Order, he was far behind Skybreaker.
Reinhardt hurriedly went to greet him, trying to get closer.
Lord Skybreaker, why are you here?
As long as he could establish a good relationship with Skybreaker, it would be a simple matter for him to be promoted to a Golden Knight in the future.
Skybreaker smiled. Reinhardt's face lit up, thinking he was being smiled at.
However, Skybreaker seemed to ignore Reinhardt completely and walked past him.
Reinhardt was stunned, turned around, and saw a scene that shocked him.
Skybreaker walked to Lucien's side, patted his shoulder, and said with a smile, Steve, you finally made it, been waiting for you.
Lucien was also surprised to meet two acquaintances at the Night Order's gate today.
As he slightly turned, he caught sight of the displeased Reinhardt.
Lucien instantly understood.
It was clear that this guy was trying to flatter someone who wasn't even paying attention to him, and he was clearly not happy about it. He also smiled and replied, I came to join the Knight's Order because I had no other choice, and I'll need your help along the way.
No problem, come on in. Poxy led Liu Ken inside. Reinhardt watched Liu Ken leave with wide eyes but dared not say more. If he accidentally offended Poxy, he wouldn't be able to stay in the Knight's Order. Knight Reinhardt, who is this person after all? How does even Lord Poxy know him?
A guard curiously asked as he stood up from the ground.
How would I know? Just a country bumpkin from the borderlands, what background could he possibly have? In my opinion, this kid must have had some incredible luck to know Poxy.
Reinhardt said disdainfully.
Why did you just get into a fight with someone? Poxy asked as he led the way.
I showed the gatekeeper Swordheart's waist badge, but he wouldn't let me in, so I had no choice but to force my way in,
Lucan said helplessly. A token? Poxy was momentarily surprised, then burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? Lucan scratched his head.
It's the captain's, probably only a few people in the entire Knight's Order have seen it, no wonder they didn't recognize it, Poxy said as he took out a waist badge from his pocket, bearing a trident symbol.
Here, this is my waist badge, you can use it for now.
Oh, I couldn't possibly, Lucan said, but he took the badge without hesitation and put it in his pocket. Each member of the Knight's Order only had one waist badge. The badge served as proof of identity, allowing unrestricted access anywhere in the royal city. It was evident that the Knight's Order held a high status in the Kingdom of Blocks. Poxy was a well-known figure in the Kingdom of Blocks, recognized wherever he went, so having a badge or not was not important to him. Lucan now had two identity badges in his hands. One belonged to the currently popular titled Knight, Poxy, and the other came from the legendary figure of the Kingdom of Blocks, the titled Knight Swordheart. If this were to be known, probably no one would dare to believe it. Lucan followed Poxy for quite a while until they reached a large cathedral. Here we are, the captain is waiting for you inside. Poxy pointed to the cathedral door. Lucan nodded and walked straight into the cathedral. The entire cathedral was made of pure white quartz, with oil lamps lit on the walls. The top of the cathedral was a huge circular dome covered with colored glass all around. A super long red carpet extended from outside the cathedral all the way inside. Lucan followed the red carpet all the way to the end. The elder knight of the order, Mulan, was smiling at him.
Steve, I knew you would come. Mulan came up and patted Luchan's shoulder.
Old Mulan, I have nowhere else to go now, you have to take me in, or else I'll be sleeping on the streets. You can rest assured about that, as long as this old bone of mine is still alive, the doors of the Knight's Order will always be open to you,
Captain Mulan assured firmly. By the way, where is this place, and why meet here? Lucan asked curiously.
This is our Kingdom of Blocks Knight's Order's sacred cathedral, where we confer medals upon knights,
Captain Mulan explained. Medals? Can I have one? Lucan asked eagerly. Of course, as long as you go through the swearing-in ceremony, you can be awarded one.
Captain Mulan pointed to a statue behind him and said, see that, that's the statue of the first king of our Kingdom of Blocks.
Lucan followed his finger and looked up at the statue.
However, when Lucan saw the face of that statue, he suddenly froze. Beard, small eyes, and a big white tooth exposed.
Isn't this Notch, one of the two great creator gods in Minecraft?
Mulao, are you sure the first king was called Marcus, not Notch?
Luchan hurriedly sought confirmation from Mulin, only to receive a negative answer. The king's name is Marcus, who's Notch? Never heard of it. Luchan fell into contemplation. Marcus. Right. Isn't Notch's real name Marcus Alexei Poisson? Could it be that there really exists a creator god in this world? Mulao, do you know him?
As Luchan's words fell, Mulin rushed up and covered his mouth.
What are you doing?
Luchan struggled to break free, puzzled.
Do you know what you just said? Captain Mulin asked sternly. I just asked if you knew him. Captain Mulin covered Luchan's mouth again. Are you crazy? Don't you know that in the Kingdom of Blocks, mentioning that name is forbidden? Ha? Is that so? Luchan scratched his head in confusion. How come he had never heard of it before?
I almost forgot. You come from the borderlands, so it's not your fault, but remember never to mention that name in front of others, it will cause trouble,
Captain Mulin warned.
Okay, I got it. Although he didn't know the specific reason, Luchan still nodded vaguely.
Mulao, can you tell me why? I really don't quite understand.
That guy is a great demon, almost destroying the Kingdom of Blocks, and later King Marcus had to put in a lot of effort to seal him in the Netherworld.
Since then, that guy's name has become taboo, Captain Mulin explained. Notch sealed him. Luchan's expression became even more peculiar. How come the story is getting closer and closer to the game plot? Luchan thought of the nether portal he found in the mine before. He suddenly had a foreboding feeling. Could the immense pressure in the portal be?
Thinking of this, a cold sweat broke out on Luchan's forehead. He didn't dare to tell Mulin about this, fearing he might be killed in a fit of anger.
Forget it, I'll go back and take a look at it some other time. Luchan comforted himself in his mind, maybe he was mistaken.
Don't go blabbering about this, Once you cause any trouble, not even I can save you.
Captain Mu Lin warned again. Lu Chen quickly nodded. Well, it's getting late, let's hurry with the oath.
With that, Mu Lin took out a thick book and held it in his hands. Before the oath, you must understand the 8 virtues of a knight, which are humility, honor, mercy, bravery, justice, sacrifice, integrity, and soul. Let's start with humility, being courteous, respecting others, being modest and cautious. This is how a knight should treat others in daily life. Then comes honor. Knights fight for honor, even at the cost of everything.
This is the creed that knights adhere to. The bright emblem of the Knight's Order reminds its wearer prominently under the sun. This is your pride.
As Captain Mu Lin spoke more enthusiastically, Lu Chen became more and more drowsy, almost falling asleep.
Alright, the explanation of the 8 virtues is done. Did you understand?
After a long time, Mu Lin finally stopped and asked.
Understood. Understood. Lu Chen quickly replied. Then follow me in reciting the Knight's Pledge, and you will become a true knight.
I swear to treat the weak kindly, I swear to bravely face strong enemies, I swear to resist all wrongdoings, I swear to fight for the unarmed, I swear to help anyone who asks for my help, I swear not to harm any woman, I swear to assist my fellow knights, I swear to treat my friends sincerely, I swear to love faithfully until death do us part.
Lu Chen followed Mu Lin in reciting the oath, and the swearing-in ceremony was officially completed. Lu Chen also received the Knight Medal bestowed by Mu Lin. It was a wooden sword and shield emblem, symbolizing Lu Chen's status as a reserve knight. The promotion of a knight has strict requirements. Even if Lu Chen had connections, he could not be promoted out of order. He had to start from the lowest level of reserve knight and climb up gradually. The conditions for promotion were simple, requiring enough honor points to advance. The Knight's Hall had many tasks posted by the citizens of the Square Kingdom, offering rewards of coins and honor points upon completion. However, the honor points obtained through this method were minimal, requiring a long time to advance. If one wanted to promote quickly, they needed to go kill monsters. A regular zombie was worth 1 honor point, while a regular skeleton archer was worth 2 honor points. As long as one killed enough monsters, they could advance rapidly. After listening to Mu Lin's explanation, Lu Chen almost burst out laughing. Compared to grinding monsters? With 2 monster spawning cages in hand, who would dare to compete with his speed? When Lu Chen accumulated enough honor points, he could advance to a bronze knight and upgrade the wooden sword and shield emblem to a bronze one. Following this, a silver knight would receive an iron emblem, and a golden knight would receive a golden emblem. Once reaching the level of a titled knight, one could have their unique golden emblem. For example, the emblem of the skybreaking spear was a golden trident. Although Lu Chen had just become a knight, his mind was already filled with thoughts of his golden emblem. Maybe he could get a golden katana emblem, which should look pretty cool. If Mu Lin knew what Lu Chen was thinking at that moment, he would surely not be able to resist the urge to chop him. Did he really think it was easy to advance to a titled knight? Alright, the oath is complete, you are now a true knight. So, what should I do now? Lu Chen was a bit at a loss. What else? Quickly accumulate honor points and advance. After Mu Lin finished speaking, he ushered Lu Chen out of the church. Old Mu, can't you be a bit nicer? You begged me to come in earlier, and now that I'm in, why are you changing your attitude? I couldn't control you before, but now I am the leader of the Knight Order, and as a reserve knight, you must follow my orders. Don't come to see me until you reach the level of a silver knight. The leader said. Old Mu, you're burning bridges. I want to quit the Knight Order, Lu Chen said indignantly. As you wish. With a bang, Mu Lin shut the church's door. Lu Chen looked frustrated. For some reason, he felt like he had been tricked. As for leaving the Knight Order, he decided against it. Lu Chen was just talking, as he had nowhere else to go now. The Knight Order was his best choice. Peeking through the door crack as Lu Chen walked away, Mu Lin let out a sigh and said, "Silly boy, you better work hard and not disappoint him." Leaving the church, Lu Chen arrived at the Knight's Hall. The liveliness here took Lu Chen by surprise. Upon entering, he caught a whiff of alcohol. He had thought this was a place to pick up tasks, but it turned out to be a large tavern inside. Sitting beside the bar were over a dozen burly men, all flushed from drinking. Glancing around, Lu Chen noticed that most were bronze knights, with a few silver knights mixed in. Across from the bar was a notice board for task assignments. As Lu Chen entered, all eyes turned to him. Hey, the Knight's Order actually has a newcomer. Yeah, looks pretty young too. So young, probably hasn't even grown a full beard yet. I wonder if he can even lift a shield. The crowd teased Lu Chen shamelessly. Lu Chen didn't get angry and walked straight to the bulletin board to take a closer look. After a few glances, Lu Chen's expression turned somewhat strange. These mission requests are too easy. Most of them are one-star tasks like finding lost pets or helping old ladies move.
These 1-star tasks usually only offer 1 or 2 honor points, meager gold rewards, but take up a lot of time. These tasks that are not worth the effort, hardly anyone is willing to do them, the profits are just too low. Only a rookie knight like Lu Chen would foolishly take them on. There are also some 2 or 3-star mission requests, but these higher level tasks require a bronze or silver knight to accept.
Lu Chen is still just the lowest ranked rookie knight, so he can only slowly accumulate honor points by doing these 1-star tasks. Just when everyone thought Lu Chen was about to reluctantly accept the mission requests, he turned around and left the Knight's Hall. This surprised the onlookers. They didn't expect Lu Chen to give up so quickly, feeling a bit disappointed. Lu Chen found a secluded corner to hide, teleported back to the monster tower, and quickly defeated 50 skeleton archers. In less than half an hour, Lu Chen returned to the Knight's Hall. People couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why is this kid back again? When Lu Chen placed the loot from 50 skeleton archers on the counter, everyone was dumbfounded. The loot from 50 skeleton archers can be exchanged for 100 honor points. A staff member in front of the bulletin board counted and said, "Please upgrade my badge." Lu Chen took off the wooden sword and shield badge from his shoulder and said to the staff member, "Sure, please wait a moment." Before long, Lu Chen received a bronze sword and shield badge. This also meant that Lu Chen had been promoted from a rookie knight to a bronze knight. He stood in front of the bulletin board for a while, selected a few tasks with generous rewards, and then left directly. As Lu Chen walked away, the people in the Knight's Hall began to discuss enthusiastically. Damn! How long has it been, and this kid actually killed 50 skeleton archers? How did this kid manage to do that? Just as everyone was puzzled, someone provided an explanation. "I'm sure those loot were all bought, used to exchange for enough honor points to level up as a knight." Hearing this explanation, everyone agreed. This kid must be a nobleman's son who got in through the back door. Otherwise, where did he get so much money? You see, 50 pieces of skeleton loot are worth over 100 gold coins, which most people can't afford. After a lively discussion, everyone concluded that Lu Chen must be a privileged individual. This made everyone feel ashamed. Those who can join the Royal Knights Order are usually quite capable. These knights look down the most on people like Lu Chen who have connections. Next time you see that kid, remember to teach him a lesson. Let him know that in our Knight's Order, strength speaks. Everyone nodded in agreement. Lu Chen left the Knight's Hall, about to go check on Big Black at the stables. Just as he turned the corner, he ran into a familiar face. "Isn't this Count Giddings? Nice to meet you." The person was indeed Count Giddings. At that moment, his face was extremely gloomy, as if he wanted to kill someone. When Count Giddings saw Lu Chen, his anger flared even more. "Steve, I haven't settled the score with you for snatching my son's championship last time." "Ah, Count Giddings, one must be careful with words. Carl the president said I am the champion. If you disagree, you can go find him." Lu Chen shrugged. "You." Count Giddings was so angry that he couldn't speak. Lu Chen had calculated that Count Giddings wouldn't dare to cause trouble with Carl, so he deliberately said that. Count Giddings suddenly noticed the big black horse in the stable, his eyes lighting up. "Whose horse is this?" he asked excitedly. Well. Lu Chen felt a pang in his heart, thinking Count Giddings had discovered something. Before he could explain, Count Giddings spoke again. "I know. This must be the damn Reinhardt's horse." Lu Chen was surprised that Count Giddings would think that way. He hadn't said anything, yet Count Giddings had jumped to conclusions. But it was fine with Lu Chen. He didn't mind letting Reinhardt continue to bear the blame. "The knights are too much. You, and that Reinhardt, just wait for me. I'm not done with you." Count Giddings left in a hurry after his harsh words. Watching this scene, Lu Chen found it somewhat amusing. "Reinhardt, this time it's not me framing you intentionally, it's this guy being too foolish to clarify things before making assumptions. If you want to blame someone, blame him," Lu Chen silently mocked in his mind. Meanwhile, Reinhardt was still fast asleep in the house, completely unaware of what was happening outside. Lu Chen rode his big black horse out of the Knights group. He had just accepted several 2-star mission commissions and one 3-star mission. Compared to 1-star missions, the rewards for 2-star and 3-star missions were much more generous, with a minimum of 20 honor points. Of course, the honor points needed to advance from a bronze knight to a silver knight had also increased significantly, from 100 to 10,000 honor points. With so many honor points, even if Lu Chen stayed up all night in the monster tower, it would take a long time to accumulate them all. Therefore, accepting high-star mission commissions was particularly important. The first 2-star commission was to help an old lady move things. Lu Chen wasn't keen on it at first, but the reward for this dull commission was unexpectedly high, with 100 honor points and 10 gold coins. Despite the generous reward for this mission commission, the knights seemed uninterested. Their disinterest worked in Lu Chen's favor.
When Lu Chen arrived at the destination, the employer was already waiting at the door. The old lady was quite excited to see Lu Chen.
Great! I thought no one would take my commission. Madam, it is our duty as knights to help the people. Just tell me what you need, Lu Chen replied.
The old lady pointed to a house on the right.
Can you help me move the boxes inside? No problem. Lu Chen readily agreed.
But as he entered the house, his expression changed instantly.
These were not ordinary boxes, they were beehives.
The whole house was buzzing with flying bees.
Lu Chen quickly backed out. Goodness, if he got stung accidentally, wouldn't he swell up on the spot?
No wonder no one dared to take this mission. There was a reason for it.
With a brave face, Lu Chen went back in and started moving the beehives.
When he tried to lift a beehive, he unexpectedly found out that he could store it in his backpack.
Lu Chen was delighted. This made things much simpler. There were at least 100 beehives in the house,
and Lu Chen could only carry a third of them at a time. Seeing the employer was not around, Lu Chen sneaked out and placed the beehives in the designated location.
He made 3 trips back and forth, moving all the beehives.
When the old lady returned to the yard, she was stunned by what she saw. At this moment, Lu Chen had already left to take on the second commission. The second task required Lu Chen to help cut 100 pieces of timber. The reward was 50 honor points and 5 gold coins.
This kind of hard labor was nothing to Lu Chen.
While others would get tired from chopping trees, Lu Chen could restore his energy by eating. When Lu Chen arrived at the commission location, he was pleasantly surprised to find that the trees in front of him were jungle trees. Lu Chen happened to have cocoa bean seeds in his hand, and cocoa beans could only be planted on specific jungle trees. Jungle trees usually only appeared in rainforest areas, and Lu Chen was thinking about where to find a rainforest. This conveniently solved a major problem for Lu Chen.
100 pieces of jungle wood might not seem like much, but it actually took quite a bit of time.
Luckily, Lu Chen had an enchanted efficiency 4 iron axe in his hand, making the tree cutting process very fast. Before long, 100 pieces of timber were neatly stacked on the side. Lu Chen completed the commission, and before leaving, he inquired about the direction to the rainforest. Finally, he learned that after leaving the city of Lays, if he kept heading west, there would be a rainforest.
Lu Chen made a mental note of the location, ready to take a look when he had time. The rainforest held many secrets, such as the jungle temple.
With 2 2-star commissions completed, only 1 3-star commission remained. The content of this 3-star commission was somewhat strange. The employer actually wanted someone to accompany him fishing. The reward was exceptionally generous, with 500 honor points and 50 gold coins. However, the Knights of the Night Order only knew how to fight, not how to fish. This task had been left untouched, with no one taking it. Since coming to this world, Lu Chen had not yet tried fishing. When he used to play games, his favorite activity was fishing. This commission was tailor-made for him.
Following the address, Lu Chen arrived at a farm outside the city of Lays.
In the middle of the farm was a clear lake, where a young man was focused on fishing with a fishing rod in hand. Lu Chen saw this person from afar, but before he could approach, he was stopped by a group of guards.
"Hey, stop! Can't you read the sign? Private farm, no entry," said one guard arrogantly. Lu Chen was puzzled. Wasn't this just a farm? Why were there a dozen guards stationed at the gate? Could it be that there were treasures hidden inside?
"I am from the Royal City Knight Order. Someone here has posted a commission. Please let me in." Lu Chen pointed to the bronze sword and shield emblem on his shoulder.
"Who do you think you are? Just a small bronze knight. Do you know where this is?"
"This is..." Before he could finish, a voice interrupted him. "This person was invited by me, let him in." The voice came from the young man fishing. He seemed to have a high status among these guards. With his words, all the guards voluntarily made way for Lu Chen. Humming a tune, Lu Chen casually rode past the guards on his horse. The guards' faces changed repeatedly, but they dared not act out and could only hold their frustration inside. "I didn't expect you to become a bronze knight at such a young age. The Knight Order truly has many talents," the man praised Lu Chen as soon as he approached.
"You look even younger than me. Why do you speak like an old man who has been through a lot?" Lu Chen couldn't help but tease.
The man was taken aback by his words and took a while to recover.
Hee, you're right. I almost forgot I'm only 14. 14? Then I'm older than you. I'm already 16 this year.
Technically, you should call me Big Brother."
Lu Chen joked.
"Big Brother." The man's face stiffened slightly, somewhat stunned by Lu Chen's words. Who exactly was this guy in front of him, daring to call himself a brother and act so boldly?
However, the man just smiled faintly, not revealing his own identity. He was curious to see what Lu Chen was up to. "What's your name, little brother?" Lu Chen patted the man's shoulder and asked. I'm called Mars, and you?" "I'm Steve," Lu Chen said with a smile. Do you know why I called you here? Mars asked. Yes, isn't it to go fishing? You know how to fish? Mars asked curiously. What's so difficult about it? Watch closely.
Luchan picked up a fishing rod from the side, cast it gently, and the hook landed in the water smoothly.
The whole process was seamless and fluid.
Mars watched with shining eyes. He could tell that Luchan was experienced, as he enjoyed fishing and farming in his spare time.
Before long, ripples appeared on the calm water surface. The fish is biting. Reel it in quickly. Mars reminded eagerly. Luchan, however, remained calm.
Don't rush, wait a little longer. When the fishing float had completely submerged, Luchan suddenly reeled in. A plump salmon was pulled out of the water, flopping on the grass behind them.
Wow! That was quick. You're amazing. Mars admired Luchan. Do you want to learn? I can teach you, Luchan asked with a smile. Really? Can I?
Mars scratched his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Of course, as long as you're willing to call me Big Brother, I'll teach you,
Luchan said mischievously.
It was just a casual remark, but Mars took it seriously.
Big Brother Steve, please teach me. Mars bowed respectfully to Luchan.
Several guards saw Mars bowing to Luchan and hurried over to stop him.
However, before they could reach them, Mars gave them a fierce glare, making them back off. Luchan nodded in satisfaction, acknowledging Mars as his little brother.
For the next half day, Luchan began teaching Mars hands-on. Mars was quick to learn everything. However, he had bad luck and kept catching trash instead of fish.
Luchan, having some free time, sat by the lake and started fishing as well.
By the end of the afternoon, Luchan had caught hundreds of fish and a pile of miscellaneous items. Among them was a fishing rod enchanted with the favor of the sea. Mars looked on enviously, realizing that Luchan's 1-hour catch surpassed his entire afternoons. Feeling sorry for Mars, Luchan gave him the enchanted fishing rod.
Mars was overjoyed and insisted on giving Luchan a bag full of gold coins in return.
Reluctantly, Luchan accepted the gift. After all, one couldn't refuse money that came knocking on the door. Before parting ways, Mars hesitated for a while and handed a piece of paper to Luchan.
Big Brother, this has my address. If you encounter any trouble, you can come find me here. What? You think you can help me out if I get into trouble?
Luchan took the paper and stuffed it into his pocket.
As long as it's not too big of a problem, I should be able to.
I think, Mars said uncertainly.
Alright, don't worry too much. Do I look like an easy target to you? Luchan glanced at Mars, nodding at first and then shaking his head.
From the outside, Luchan seemed like a naive child who hadn't seen much of the world.
After spending the afternoon with Luchan, Mars was completely in awe of him. Mars felt like there was nothing that Luchan didn't know. No matter what he asked, Luchan could answer. Watching Luchan walk away, Mars suddenly felt a bit down.
The guards behind him breathed a sigh of relief. Your Highness Mars, that man just now was just a lowly knight. How can you treat him like a brother? It's not appropriate. Before the guard could finish, Mars raised his hand and slapped him across the face. Steve is my brother. If any of you dare to gossip about him behind his back, you can go and meet your death willingly, Mars said with a dark expression. The guards were trembling in fear, as this was the first time they had seen Mars so angry.
As Luchan rode away on a large black horse from the farm, it was already dusk.
He returned to the city of Lays and headed straight towards the direction of the Knight's Order. The Knight's Hall was particularly lively that evening. The knights were here to drink and be merry, to drink until they dropped. Luchan, who had returned to collect his reward, seemed like an outsider among them. Young man, don't rush it. The gap between a bronze knight and a silver knight is not something that can be bridged quickly. Even after completing hundreds of missions, it's not certain you'll gather enough honor points. You might as well join us for a drink and have a good time,
a knight advised. Exactly, now that there's no war and the borderlands are so peaceful, it's almost impossible to quickly accumulate honor points, another knight added.
Just as he finished speaking, someone shouted as they ran in from the entrance.
Bad news. There's a riot in the 3rd mining area. The miners are on strike and fleeing. Upon hearing this news, the joyful atmosphere in the Knight's Hall instantly turned tense. Luchan's gaze sharpened, instantly thinking of the portal to the lower realms.
He couldn't help but feel that he was somehow responsible for this riot.
However, since things were not clear yet, Luchan didn't dare to jump to conclusions.
Without a word, he went straight out, mounted his horse, and rode towards the 3rd mining area outside Lays. As he raced along, Luchan arrived at the chaotic scene in the 3rd mining area. The miners were raising their pickaxes, desperately trying to escape. The guards of the 3rd mining area were doing their best to control the miners and prevent them from fleeing.
Luchan settled his horse, Black, and quickly made his way to the entrance of the mining area.
The guard initially wanted to stop Luchan, but upon seeing that he was a member of the Knight's Order, he lost his temper.
Who is in charge of this mining area? Lu Chen shouted loudly. I am. A slightly overweight man hurriedly ran out. Lu Chen was taken aback. Wasn't this the guy who had kicked him earlier? However, it seemed like this guy didn't recognize Lu Chen. What's happening here? Lu Chen suppressed the urge to hit him and began to inquire about the situation. Well, in the past few days, several miners and a supervisor have died mysteriously in the third mining area. Some people even claim to have seen ghosts inside the mine, causing panic among the workers, and the remaining miners refused to go back down to work. The man explained. Ghosts? Lu Chen almost wanted to laugh. There were no ghosts in this world, just things meant to scare people. He didn't believe in them. What about the deceased? Let me see the bodies. They all died at the very bottom, and no one dares to bring them up. The man shook his head quickly. Is that so? Then you better come with me personally. Lu Chen grabbed the man and headed towards the mine, leaving the man pale with fear at the thought of going down into the mine. He quickly knelt down and begged for mercy. Big brother, spare me. I have elderly and young ones to take care of at home. Lu Chen couldn't be bothered with his nonsense and directly drew his sword, holding it against the man's neck. Are you leaving or not? The man's face turned pale with fear as he nodded repeatedly. I'm leaving. Please don't hurt me, big brother. After speaking, the man tremblingly walked towards the mine. Lu Chen, seeing him dawdle without making much progress, kicked him in the buttocks. This kick was payback from Lu Chen. Before the man could react, he fell flat on his face. The miners who were originally protesting cheered at the sight. Well done. Kick him hard. Good job, young man. The atmosphere was filled with anger and excitement. It was evident how much resentment these miners held towards the man. Lu Chen grabbed the man like an eagle catching a chick and dragged him into the mine. The mine was eerily empty, exceptionally silent. The two descended to the deepest part of the mine. Lu Chen had a deep impression of this place. It was where he had found diamonds before. Walking along the long mine tunnel, Lu Chen became increasingly nervous. It's right there. The man pointed to the ground ahead, where a charred corpse lay. The wall made of diamond ore was still there, but the portal to the lower realm behind the wall had disappeared. Lu Chen approached and squatted in front of the corpse, beginning to examine it. There was a diamond under the body. Lu Chen immediately thought of the foreman. This corpse was most likely his. Thinking of this, Lu Chen couldn't help but shudder. What secrets lay beyond the portal to the lower realm? Why had the portal disappeared? Thinking about the legend concerning him, Lu Chen became even more uneasy. Just then, a scream came from behind. Lu Chen turned abruptly and witnessed a horrifying scene. A man dressed as a miner was biting fiercely into the neck of the overweight mine manager. Hey, what are you doing? Lu Chen frowned, thinking the man had a grudge against the manager and moved to stop him. The miner heard Lu Chen's voice and slowly raised his head. Lu Chen's expression changed instantly. Damn! What kind of creature are you? The miner's face turned green, his eyes wide open, his skin covered in rotting wounds, looking disgustingly grotesque. The monster released its grip, stretched out its hands, and slowly approached Lu Chen. This is a zombie? Lu Chen was stunned. The actions of the person in front of him were almost identical to those of a zombie. But how could a normal person turn into a zombie? The zombie came closer, opening its mouth to lunge at Lu Chen. Lu Chen swung his sword, sending it flying. Initially intending to eliminate the creature, Lu Chen hesitated upon recognizing the person as the old man he had encountered in the mine before. Lu Chen dug a hole nearby and pushed the old man into it to prevent further attacks. Before he could catch his breath, the mine manager who had been bitten suddenly stood up from the ground. Are you okay? Lu Chen's words were cut short. The mine manager had also turned into a green-faced creature like the old man before, stretching out his hands towards Lu Chen. Damn it! This thing can mutate too! Lu Chen exclaimed in shock, not holding back this time and swiftly finishing off the mutated creature. Such people deserved their fate. However, from the recent events, Lu Chen learned an important lesson. Once bitten by these mutated zombies, a person would soon turn into one of them. It turns out that everything said in zombie movies is true. Once bitten by a zombie, one will mutate. He can deal with these mutated zombies. Ordinary people don't have this ability. Thinking about the many miners gathered outside, if a zombie rushes into the crowd and bites someone, the consequences would be unimaginable. Thinking of this, Lu Chen suddenly felt a chill. He hurriedly ran towards the entrance of the mine to evacuate the crowd. Before leaving, he imprisoned the old man who would turn into a zombie in a sealed space to prevent him from being discovered. The old man was probably the first to encounter zombies here. Maybe he could get some important information from him. Now he must protect him first to prevent him from being mistaken for a monster and killed. Lu Chen rushed urgently towards the entrance of the mine.
Along the way, Lu Chen saw several figures of mutated zombies. He took care of them all easily. When he passed a fork in a mine tunnel, he saw a dozen mutated zombies wearing miner uniforms gathered together. Help! A foreman was surrounded by zombies in the middle, despairingly shouting at Lu Chen. Lu Chen hesitated for a moment, then decided not to intervene. This person was already infected, there was no saving him. The most important thing now was to quickly inform everyone to retreat and avoid more casualties. When Lu Chen rushed out of the mine, he found that there seemed to be no signs of mutated zombies outside. This relieved Lu Chen quite a bit. He quickly shouted to the crowd, "Everyone listen, if you don't want to die, leave here quickly, or it will be too late." The crowd looked at Lu Chen in confusion, all exchanging glances. Everyone thought Lu Chen was a madman and ignored him. Lu Chen stomped his feet in frustration. Why were these people so foolish? Just as he was getting anxious, the main force of the Knights Brigade finally arrived. "Look! The people from the Royal City Knights Brigade are here," the crowd exclaimed. Leading them was Lu Chen's old acquaintance, Reinhardt. "Steve? What are you doing here?" Reinhardt received the message and hurried over. Seeing Lu Chen as soon as he arrived made him somewhat displeased. They had a little conflict at the gate of the Knights Brigade before, which was interrupted before they could resolve it. Now meeting here again was just a twist of fate. "Forget about that, quickly evacuate the crowd here, it will be too late if we delay," Lu Chen said sternly. "Kid, are you teaching me how to do things?" Reinhardt's face was full of disdain, completely ignoring Lu Chen's words. "Reinhardt, I'm not joking with you, there are mutated zombies in the mine, evacuate the crowd quickly, or the consequences will be dire," Lu Chen reminded with suppressed anger. He knew it was not the time to argue with Reinhardt now. "Mutated zombies?" Reinhardt laughed heartily at the words. "Steve, is your brain malfunctioning? This is the third mining area, there won't be any monsters here. Stop scaring people, believe it or not. I don't care." Lu Chen, seeing Reinhardt's ignorance, didn't bother to continue arguing with him. He continued to shout at the crowd, trying to evacuate them. "Reinhardt is a silver knight, if he says there's no problem, a mere bronze knight like you shouldn't fool around here," someone in the crowd suddenly said. This caused a burst of laughter. Seeing this, Lu Chen simply stopped shouting. He turned around and stared at Reinhardt. Reinhardt was about to walk towards the mine entrance. Suddenly, an old man with white hair slowly emerged from the mine. He hung his head low, his face unclear. Reinhardt quickly went up to meet him, pretending to be very concerned, and asked, "Old man, are you okay? I am from the Royal City Knights Brigade." Before he could finish speaking, the old man suddenly bit Reinhardt's hand. A deep wound appeared on Reinhardt's arm. Grimacing in pain, he asked through clenched teeth, "Old man, what are you doing?" However, as he saw the old man's face clearly, he was so frightened that he fell to the ground. "Damn! A ghost!" Reinhardt shouted in terror, scrambling back. The knights behind him were also startled. They were about to help Reinhardt up when Lu Chen rushed over and stopped them. "Back away quickly!" Before they could react, Reinhardt suddenly shuddered and stood up stiffly from the ground. His face turned green, his pupils dilated, and he walked like a zombie. The knights pulled away by Lu Chen all turned pale, grateful gazes directed at him. If it had been a moment later, they might have met the same fate as Reinhardt. "Leave this to me, quickly seal off the area, evacuate the crowd, the public must not know what happened here," Lu Chen ordered. The men nodded repeatedly and hurried away. Reinhardt had lost consciousness, his eyes fixed on Lu Chen as he approached. Lu Chen drew a large sword and cleanly swung it 3 times in front of him. Reinhardt weakly fell to the ground, turning into a corpse. Lu Chen's swift moves just now directly earned him an SSS rating. When inflicting damage or blocking with the drawn sword, a rating gauge appears. The ratings range from D, C, B, A, S, SS, to SSS and limit. The damage rating is displayed as BSS/SSS/limit in the sword panel. As the rating increases, the damage inflicted by the drawn sword also increases. Lu Chen's recent moves directly earned him an SSS rating, adding 11 points of attack damage to the large sword, instantly killing Reinhardt with 3 strikes. "I gave you a chance, but you didn't cherish it," Lu Chen sneered and swiftly dealt with the remaining zombie. Reinhardt stared blankly at his hands. He didn't die, he resurrected once again. However, this time, the cost of resurrection was high. Last time, he died in the Borderlands, wasting a resurrection opportunity. Later, he bought a life charm, spending a whopping 10,000 gold coins, almost bankrupting himself. He thought the life charm would save him at a critical moment, but it was consumed just like that. "My life charm! Wasted like this!" He wailed in agony, feeling as if his heart was bleeding. Just then, the sound of hooves echoed in the courtyard of the Knight's Order. The majority of the knights had returned safely, with only Reinhardt injured. Rushing out to meet them, Reinhardt wanted to know what had happened. He had no recollection of how he died, only remembering being bitten and then losing consciousness.
Reinhardt, you're alive. We all thought you were dead. A knight greeted him. Tell me quickly, how did I die?
Reinhardt's face changed, restraining his anger as he inquired.
Ha? Don't you know?
The knight asked, puzzled.
Know what? Reinhardt furrowed his brow.
You didn't listen to Steve earlier, insisted on going down the mine tunnel, and then. The knight hesitated to continue, frustrating Reinhardt.
And then what happened? Just say it.
You were bitten by a mutant zombie, and you turned into one too.
Steve killed you directly. Don't mention that I told you.
The knight finished speaking and quickly ran away, leaving Reinhardt looking bewildered.
Steve!
After a long while, Reinhardt roared and rushed out. At that moment, Lu Chen was sitting in the meeting room with hundreds of knights discussing the incident at the third mining area. This incident had caused quite a stir, with several titled knights present at the meeting. These titled knights were usually elusive figures, rarely seen even by members of the Knight Order. Today, they had all gathered here, indicating the seriousness of the situation.
Even the leader of the Knight Order, a top-ranked titled knight in the Kingdom of Squares, had been alerted. He was a legendary figure. The ordinary knights, upon seeing these prominent figures, were filled with admiration. They excitedly discussed below, creating a noisy scene. When most people had arrived, the leader of the Knight Order, Mulan, cleared his throat. Everyone, please be quiet for a moment. I have something important to say.
As soon as he spoke, the room fell silent. Mulan's position in the Knight Order was unquestionable, and no one dared to oppose him.
The reason I called you all here today is to deliver some important news.
I hope you will listen carefully. Just now, outside the city of Les, in the third mining area, there was an incident of monsters attacking people. Such incidents are not uncommon, I'm sure you all have seen them before. However, these monsters are different this time. They are not ordinary zombies or skeletons, they are humans. This revelation caused a commotion throughout the room.
Is the leader confused? How can humans be monsters? Yeah, isn't this a joke? Mulan had anticipated the reactions of the crowd.
He raised his hands, signaling for everyone to quiet down.
I know you must be surprised.
I, too, found it hard to believe when I first heard this news.
But it is indeed true. Just now, there were monsters in the third mining area that had mutated from humans.
Their behavior is similar to zombies, and once bitten by these monsters, one would be infected and turn into the same kind of monster in a short time. Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in shock. The knights who had witnessed Reinhardt being infected were drenched in cold sweat. However, there is no need to worry too much. The mutated monsters in the third mining area have all been dealt with, and the hero who discovered and stopped this disaster is. Before Mulan could finish, the doors of the meeting hall were kicked open abruptly.
Steve! You scoundrel! Get your ass out here! Reinhardt burst in angrily.
All eyes in the meeting hall turned to Reinhardt. The expressions of leader Mulan and the titled knights were grim.
Lu Chen sat below the stage, unable to contain his laughter, ready to see Reinhardt embarrass himself. Someone, drag this intruder out of the meeting hall. Mulan ordered, his tone displeased. You old bastard! Who do you think you are talking to like that? Dare to speak to me like that, I'll kill you. Reinhardt retorted upon hearing Mulan's words.
He was now consumed by anger, completely losing his rationality. The onlookers were dumbfounded by Reinhardt's words. They never expected Reinhardt to insult Mulan in public.
Damn! Reinhardt is so bold. He dares to insult even the leader. Impressive. I've never admired anyone in my life. Reinhardt is the first.
Let's mourn for Reinhardt in advance.
Lu Chen suddenly had some doubts. Had Reinhardt's intelligence been affected after his rebirth? Why insult anyone else when he could insult the old man Mulan? Truly bold and daring. Lu Chen couldn't help but give Reinhardt a thumbs up. Reinhardt, are you blind? Do you even know who you're talking to?
The Knight of the Sealed Spear, Poxian, said with a cold expression.
Lord Poxian, what brings you here? Reinhardt's demeanor immediately turned flattering upon seeing Poxian.
However, as he noticed the golden sword and shield emblem on the old man's shoulder, he froze. The golden sword and shield emblem.
He couldn't help but feel regretful for not recognizing the old man as a golden knight. Nevertheless, offending just a golden knight shouldn't be a big issue. If he had angered Poxian, that would have been disastrous.
However, when Reinhardt's gaze fell on the shoulders of the people surrounding Murin, his pupils suddenly contracted.
The Nameless Knight, the Thousand Blades Knight, the Thunderous Knight.
He was shocked to find that the 6 or 7 people sitting in front of him were all renowned sealed knights. The golden medals on their shoulders were too conspicuous for Reinhardt to feign ignorance.
Murin stood up, and the others followed suit. Witnessing this scene, Reinhardt couldn't help but feel puzzled. Why were these sealed knights showing such respect to a golden knight? Thinking back to the golden sword and shield emblem on the old man's shoulder, Reinhardt suddenly thought of a possibility. Typically, the golden sword and shield emblem symbolized a golden knight. However, there was one person who also possessed the golden sword and shield emblem. He was none other than Niren, the captain of the Royal Knights. Furthermore, he held an even more special title, the top-ranked sealed knight of the Diamond Kingdom, Swordheart. As Reinhardt considered this possibility, his face turned pale in an instant. What had he just done? Insulting the captain of the knights in front of nearly 1,000 knights. I can't be this unlucky. Reinhardt lamented, wishing he could slap himself. Reinhardt, you caused a scene in public, insulted the captain. According to the Knight's Code, I hereby strip you of your silver knight title, clear your honor points. Do you have any objections? Poxian publicly announced Reinhardt's punishment. Upon hearing this, Reinhardt's face changed drastically. No, I am innocent. Steve took advantage of me while I was distracted, attacked me during a mission, and I was just here to settle the score with him. I offended the captain, and I am willing to accept punishment, but Steve harmed me, and I cannot bear this grudge. I need a fair judgment, he explained hysterically. His words caused a commotion in the room. The knights had a clear rule against infighting. Once they resorted to violence, they would face severe penalties. Reinhardt was well aware of this. Having offended Captain Niren, he could not escape blame. By pushing Steve forward at this moment, Reinhardt had a simple goal in mind. He wanted to drag Steve down with him, to share the punishment. Several sealed knights exchanged glances and quickly reached a consensus. Captain Niren stood up slowly, and all eyes were on him. Reinhardt, regarding this matter, the information I have contradicts what you've said. Steve told me that you didn't listen to his advice, insisted on entering the mine, and got bitten by a monster, leading to infection and mutation. He had no choice but to kill you. Reinhardt, do you have anything else to say? Niren asked with a playful smile. Captain, Steve is lying. Reinhardt, seeing a chance for a turnaround, firmly blamed it on Luken. Oh, Steve, Knight Reinhardt says you're lying. Do you have anything to say? Niren asked Luken, who stood up from his seat and walked to the front. Captain, everything Steve said is true, not a word of falsehood. I hope you can see through this. Niren smiled and continued, now, both of you have conflicting stories. Who should I believe? When I killed Reinhardt, there were several knights present. If you have doubts, you can call them to testify, Luchen said. Very well, bring them in, Niren said, and the involved parties stepped forward. Did any of you witness Steve killing Reinhardt? Niren asked. The knights lowered their heads, unable to meet Niren's gaze, and nodded. So, which one of them is telling the truth? Niren inquired again. The knights exchanged glances, hesitating. It's all right, with me here, speak freely. No one can threaten you, Niren reassured them. Encouraged by Niren's words, they finally made up their minds. Reinhardt, seeing this, couldn't contain a smirk. Those knights were his men, they would surely speak in his favor. Steve, you're done for this time. Reinhardt discreetly made a throat-slitting gesture towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen remained impassive. Steve is telling the truth, the knights said in unison. Hearing this, Reinhardt nearly collapsed in disbelief. He thought he had misheard. Now that the truth is out, I leave the rest to you, Niren instructed Skybreaker. Skybreaker nodded. Guards, seize Reinhardt. Take him to the Obsidian prison. As Niren's command echoed, several guards rushed in and restrained Reinhardt. Despite his struggles, Reinhardt couldn't break free. As his men passed by him, he pointed at them hysterically. You all dare to betray me. What are you waiting for? Take him away. Skybreaker urged. Following his orders, the guards dragged Reinhardt towards the door. Lu Chen waved goodbye to Reinhardt with a smile. Goodbye, until we meet again. Steve, just you wait for me. I'll. Before Reinhardt could finish, a guard covered his mouth and knocked him unconscious. And so, the farce came to an end. Niren was particularly pleased with the outcome. Well, that was just a minor incident, let's not dwell on it. I'm sure you all know the hero of this operation, our knight Steve. To honor Steve's contributions in this mission, the Knight's Order has decided to reward him with a piece of land in the royal city and 10,000 gold coins. As these words were spoken, applause filled the room. Everyone envied Steve. 10,000 gold coins were no small sum, but compared to the reward of a piece of land, it paled in comparison. A piece of land in the royal city could be worth tens of thousands of gold coins, if not more. Lu Chen scratched his head, surprised that his unintentional actions had led to a reward. After the meeting, Lu Chen eagerly followed Skybreaker to receive his reward. Skybreaker handed him a pouch made of rabbit fur. This is a storage bag,
where all 10,000 gold coins are placed for you.
Lu Chen took the bag from Skybreaker and curiously examined it.
It was a small backpack that could only hold a single item.
As for the land reward, you'll need to choose it yourself. See if there's one you like. I can choose?
Lu Chen was taken aback, not expecting such good fortune.
Yes, our Night Order has many properties in the royal city, spanning across the entire city. What kind of land are you looking for? Explained Poxing Tianji. No need to ask, I definitely want the biggest and most valuable one.
Lu Chen smirked, showing a greedy look. In the end, Lu Chen chose a piece of land closest to the center of the royal city. The reason for choosing this place was twofold. Firstly, the location was good and valuable, and secondly, it was close to the royal palace, relatively quiet, with not many pedestrians. After obtaining the land deed, Lu Chen didn't say a word and hurriedly rode away on his black horse from the Night Order. Poxing Tianji turned around to find Lu Chen had already disappeared, so he could only smile.
This kid is just like his father, a complete money lover.
At some point, the captain of the Night Order, Mulan, walked out of the house and sighed. Captain, do you think
Steve will surpass his father's achievements in the future? Poxing Tianji couldn't help but feel regretful when he thought of that guy.
The exceptionally talented young knight had already reached the threshold of being titled a knight at the age of only 22. Unfortunately, this talented individual bravely sacrificed himself during a mission. Otherwise, the title of the youngest knight in history would not have fallen to him. After leaving the Night Order, Lu Chen headed straight to the location of the land. To get there, he had to pass through a bustling market. This place had the largest street in the whole city of Lays, bustling with people and lined with shops. Passing through the market, from a distance, Lu Chen could see a tall stone wall. Inside the stone wall was the royal palace where the royal family resided. The land chosen by Lu Chen was just outside the high walls of the royal palace. Even on the outskirts of the palace, there were heavily guarded troops. As soon as Lu Chen approached, a group of soldiers stopped him. Each of these soldiers had a golden crown emblem on their chests. This was the emblem of the Royal Palace Night Order. The Royal Palace Night Order and the Royal City Night Order were the two most powerful forces in the city of Lays. The Royal City Night Order was responsible for handling the affairs of the entire royal city and even the entire kingdom of blocks. The Royal Palace Night Order only needed to ensure the safety of the royal family. The strengths of the two forces were evenly matched.
Halt, what are you doing?
A member of the Royal Palace Night Order stopped Lu Chen and asked. I'm here to claim the land, please make an exception, Lu Chen replied.
Claim the land? You, a mere bronze knight, can't possibly afford the land near the royal palace, can you? The man expressed doubt.
The land near the royal palace was all very expensive, with the cheapest costing over 10,000 gold coins. It was like a fool's dream for this young knight to own land here.
Yes, please let me through. Lu Chen was starting to get impatient.
No, the outskirts of the royal palace are a restricted area.
I can't easily let people in. If something happens, I could lose my head. The knight refused Lu Chen's request. Then what do you want? Lu Chen asked, suppressing his anger.
The knight smirked and made a gesture with his fingers towards Lu Chen.
Lu Chen wasn't stupid. It was obvious this guy wanted a bribe. Dream on. Lu Chen sneered.
This person dared to extort him. It was like he was tired of living. Those who could take advantage of Lu Chen hadn't even been born yet.
Lu Chen subtly placed his hand on the large sword at his waist, ready to strike at any moment. Sensing Lu Chen's unease, both sides were on the brink of a battle. The atmosphere on the scene immediately became tense. Lu Chen was alone, facing an entire team of enemies. The equipment of these royal palace knights was not inferior to Lu Chen's. They were all clad in iron armor, just lacking some enchantments. If a real head-on conflict were to break out, Lu Chen wouldn't have much confidence in winning. However, with the arrow on the string, it had to be released. If he chose to submit it the first time, these people would only become more arrogant and aggressive in the future. Just as both sides were about to erupt into battle, the sound of hooves came from behind a second before. The arrival of His Royal Highness the Little Prince, everyone unrelated, step aside. Over a dozen people on horseback rode towards this direction. Behind the crowd, there was a uniquely shaped golden carriage. The carriage came to a slow stop. What's going on? Why did we suddenly stop?
A young voice came from the golden carriage. Lu Chen, upon hearing this voice, was slightly stunned. Why did he feel like he recognized this voice? The knight who had blocked Lu Chen hurriedly went to greet them, completely forgetting Lu Chen's presence. Captain of the Royal Knights Squad, Hanji, greets the little prince.
Enough, stop babbling, let me in quickly.
Before Hanji could finish his sentence, the person inside the carriage interrupted.
Yes. Hanji wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and glared fiercely at Lu Chen. Get lost if you know what's good for you.
If you offend His Royal Highness the little prince, you're done for. Lu Chen, however, remained unmoved, simply sitting on the ground, blocking the way.
You. Hanji was almost infuriated by the sight. Enough already. Hurry up.
The person inside the carriage urged. Your Highness, it's not that I don't want to let you in, it's just that there's someone causing trouble here, being a nuisance.
Hanji's words directly pushed Lu Chen into the spotlight. Who is it? How dare they? They even dare to block me.
The curtain of the carriage was slowly drawn back, revealing a young face.
Mars? Big brother?
Almost simultaneously, Lu Chen and the person in the carriage exclaimed.
Lu Chen never expected Mars to appear here.
And suddenly, he transformed into the little prince of the kingdom of blocks. Little did he know, Mars was even more surprised than Lu Chen. He had just rushed back from the outskirts of the farm and unexpectedly met Lu Chen, whom he had been thinking about. Although they hadn't spent much time together, Mars already considered Lu Chen a true big brother. He was just thinking about when he could meet Lu Chen again, and they happened to meet here. Mars quickly jumped off the carriage and came to Lu Chen's side. Big brother, your mount looks so cool. Much better than those domesticated horses. Mars circled around Big Black several times, his eyes shining. This is a wild horse I tamed myself, how about it? Pretty good, right? Lu Chen also said proudly. Great. If only I could have such a handsome horse. That's easy, I'll help you catch one when I have time. Really? Big brother, don't trick me. Mars asked excitedly. Why would I trick you? What's our relationship? Lu Chen assured, patting his chest. Hanji, seeing how familiar Lu Chen and the little Prince Mars were, felt a bit flustered. But he quickly regained his composure and said, Your Highness, this person is a fraudster, you must not be deceived by him. In his eyes, Lu Chen was nothing but a fraudster. The little prince was probably misled by him. How dare you question my big brother? Mars was happy, then suddenly doused with cold water, feeling very displeased. Your Highness, this person just falsely claimed to have a piece of land near the palace, wanting to sneak in using this, he must have ill intentions. Hanji said nervously. Land. Mars looked at Lu Chen with some surprise. He naturally knew how expensive the land around here was. A bronze knight owning land in a place like this is quite unbelievable. Brother, is what he said true? Do you really have land? Mars asked Lu Chen. Of course, just a moment ago, old Mulan rewarded it to me. Mulan, old man. Mars asked with some confusion. He's the leader of the Knight Order, don't you know him? Lu Chen said casually, but to those around, it was like a thunderclap. Mulan, the leader of the Royal City Knight Order, and the first titled knight of the Square Kingdom, Swordheart. Either of these two identities could dominate a region. But in Lu Chen's words, he became an old man. Now, everyone was dumbfounded. Brother, you can't say such things casually. Mars nervously remarked. The title of Swordheart was extraordinary. Even as a prince, he dared not offend Mulan. It's fine, old mole is easy to talk to. Lu Chen remained nonchalant. Your Highness, as you can see, this guy is just a liar full of lies, don't fall for his tricks. Hanji said to Mars. Mars wanted to argue with Hanji, but he also questioned what Lu Chen said. He hadn't even seen Mulan himself, so how could Lu Chen, just a bronze knight, know him? As Mars hesitated, Lu Chen reached into his pocket and rummaged around. You don't believe me, then you should believe this. Lu Chen pulled out the token Mulan had given him. Heavens! This is the token of the Swordheart, Poxy's spear. How did it end up in your hands? Hanji was knowledgeable and recognized the golden trident emblem on it at a glance. He was utterly dumbfounded. This token was the proof of identity for every knight, extremely important, rarely lent to others. And yet, this guy casually took it out? Mars also looked at Lu Chen in astonishment. Lu Chen hesitated for a moment. He looked at the token in his hand and suddenly slapped his forehead. Oops, sorry, I took the wrong one, this is it. It turned out that Lu Chen had accidentally taken out Poxy's spear token earlier without noticing. As he spoke, he took out Mulan's token. Now, Mars and Hanji were both dumbfounded. Is this really Lord Mulan's token? Hanji stretched his neck out, his eyes almost popping out. If you don't believe it, go and check it. Lu Chen tossed the token to Hanji after speaking. Hanji clumsily caught it, almost getting scared out of his wits. The token of Swordheart, Lu Chen was tossing it around like trash. Hanji carefully examined it, sweat beading on his forehead. How is it? Is it real? Mars asked eagerly. Your Highness, it should be. Hanji swallowed and said. Mars's eyes widened even more, looking at Lu Chen as if he were a monster. He had thought Lu Chen was just an ordinary bronze knight, but now he realized Lu Chen was hiding a lot. Having the tokens of both Poxy's spear and Swordheart indicated a special relationship between Lu Chen and the two. Done looking?
Can you give it back to me now?
Lu Chen reached out his hand to Hongji. Hearing this, Hongji quickly handed over the token respectfully. I was clumsy just now, I'm truly sorry, I hope your excellency won't hold it against me.
Hongji suddenly knelt down before Lu Chen, his body trembling.
Lu Chen chuckled softly. Don't judge a book by its cover, and don't measure the sea with a pint pot.
Remember that for next time.
Yes, I will remember. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Hongji hurriedly agreed. I have something to attend to, so I'll be leaving first.
I'll come find you when I have time.
Lu Chen patted Mars on the shoulder and said. Although Mars was reluctant, he could only nod. It was getting late, and he needed to head back and couldn't wander around outside.
Lu Chen mounted Big Black and left gracefully.
Hongji dared to get up only after Lu Chen had walked far away. Your Highness, may I ask for the name of your elder brother? His name is Steve, Mars said slowly as he watched Lu Chen's retreating figure. With no one stopping him, Lu Chen found his piece of land in just a few minutes. It was an open space, about 300 to 400 square meters in size, quite spacious, with several trees planted for greenery. This was convenient for Lu Chen as he wouldn't have to worry about the source of wood in the future. As the sky darkened, it became difficult to see the surroundings clearly.
Lu Chen lit torches all over the empty land, instantly brightening the area.
Next to his land were several luxuriously decorated buildings where the most powerful and influential nobles of Lei City resided. Their houses were adorned with golden decorations everywhere, exuding a sense of wealth and power. Lu Chen sneered at the style of these buildings. Vulgar. Too vulgar. Apart from spending money, there was no sense of beauty at all. Lu Chen used to be a fan of architecture and later became a national architect through approval. Since coming to this world, he had wanted to build a large house of his own. However, he never had the opportunity. Now, with money and land in hand, everything was ready, just waiting to start construction. Lu Chen couldn't wait to get started. He took out an axe and began clearing the trees on the land. With the efficiency of a level 4 iron axe, Lu Chen quickly cleared the hundreds of trees on the land. He then took out a shovel and started leveling the ground without stopping. An hour later, the entire piece of land looked fresh and new. Satisfied, Lu Chen nodded and walked around the land to confirm its overall size. With the necessary information in hand, he could now consider the next steps of construction. The architectural style in this world leaned towards the Middle Ages, with castles and manors being predominant. Lu Chen wanted to create a different style and decided to build a modern villa here. This meant he would need a variety of materials like red bricks, quartz, and glass. Lu Chen first dug an underground space on the land to store items. He planned to move the underground farm from his house here for convenience. After finishing his tasks, Lu Chen planned to visit the Tianqing trading post. Before leaving, he set the permissions for the land so that outsiders couldn't enter without authorization. This provided absolute security, which was one of the reasons for the high price of land in the area. Having learned from being tracked last time, Lu Chen was now smarter. He first appeared near the Tianqing trading post in his true form, found a secluded corner, and set up a teleportation point. After leaving the trading post, he changed into a disguise and teleported back. This way, no one could guess Lu Chen's whereabouts. In the night, Lei City was brightly lit, even livelier than during the day. A high brightness meant that the city hardly saw any monsters. Even if there were a few, they would be taken care of by the patrolling guards directly. However, outside the city, monsters were more likely to appear. When Lu Chen arrived at the entrance of the trading post, Leah was already waiting for him in a fiery red long dress. Leah's beauty made many passers-by stop and stare, all mesmerized by her. Upon hearing of Lu Chen's arrival, Leah quickly changed into her outfit and came over. Faced with the intense gazes of the crowd, she remained calm and confident in her own beauty. Unfortunately, in Lu Chen's eyes, Leah, no matter how beautiful and charming, was just a square person. Although Lu Chen made a fool of himself when shaking hands with Leia last time, in the absence of contact, he could completely ignore Leia's charm. Mr. Guimian, you're here, Leia has been waiting for you for a long time. Leia flashed a smile she thought was very charming. The onlookers were almost mesmerized by her smile. However, Lu Chen remained unmoved. Without even looking at her, he passed Leia directly and coldly said, I need some materials, let's talk inside. Leia stiffened, finding it hard to believe. What's wrong with this person? How could he have no reaction to her? Could it be he's not interested in women? Leia glanced meaningfully at Lu Chen and followed him inside. Although it was already evening, the Tianqing trading house was still bustling with people. Lu Chen walked skillfully to the VIP room at the back. As soon as he sat down, Leia sat next to him, almost leaning against him. From Lu Chen's height, the view was unobstructed. Lu Chen sneered inwardly. Leia was quite forward.
If it were an ordinary person, they might have succumbed. Unfortunately, she met Lu Chen. Seeing Lu Chen's indifference, Leia decided not to flirt anymore. Mr. Guimian, I wonder what good things you've brought this time. Leia is very excited. I didn't bring anything this time. When Lu Chen spoke, Leia felt a bit disappointed. She had been hoping for a big deal from Lu Chen. I need to buy some materials, do you have them here? I wonder. What materials do you need? Leia asked. Quartz, red bricks, and glass. Leia was taken aback. Mr. Guimian, we do have some quartz here, but it's quite expensive. However, I've never heard of red bricks and glass. What are they? Hearing Leia's words, Lu Chen was also surprised. Could it be that the architectural level in this world is so backward? They don't even know how to make red bricks and glass? Then, do you have clay and sand? Lu Chen asked. These two things are too cheap, our trading house doesn't deal with them. Leia shook her head. But if you need them, I can give you some for free. Isn't it inappropriate? Lu Chen said somewhat embarrassedly. It's nothing, they're worthless things. Alright, how much is the quartz here? The price of quartz is relatively high, 5 gold coins per piece, while quartz blocks are much cheaper, only 1 gold coin. Leia said. Why is the price of quartz so much higher than quartz blocks? Lu Chen asked puzzled. Well, quartz ore needs to be mined with a precise pickaxe, the labor cost is high, and after mining quartz ore, you can gain experience, so the price goes up. Lu Chen suddenly realized. Well, how much quartz ore and quartz blocks do you have here? I'll take them all. All of them? Leia was surprised. Usually, only enchanters need quartz ore to gain experience. She looked at Lu Chen, feeling somewhat suspicious. Could it be? The mysterious man in front of her is also an enchanter? This was an important discovery. In the Kingdom of Blocks, enchanters are even rarer than alchemists. Ordinary people can become alchemists through study, but enchanters rely entirely on talent. The obscure and incomprehensible enchanting spells are an insurmountable barrier. The more powerful the enchantment, the more complex the enchanting spells required. Any enchanter is a sought-after figure by major powers. They were able to occasionally obtain some enchanted equipment because of their relationship with an enchanter at the Tianqing trading post. Every time enchanted equipment appeared at auction, all the nobles in the city of Lays would gather there. They would spare no expense for a piece of enchanted gear. It was evident how popular enchanters were. Leia realized this and her gaze towards Lu Chen became even more intense. Mr. Guimian, may I ask if you are an enchanter? Leia asked nervously. Somewhat, I know a little. Lu Chen hesitated for a moment before nodding. He did enchant items, but he wasn't sure if he could be considered an enchanter. Leia's eyes lit up at his words. She was about to say something when the door to the VIP room was suddenly pushed open. A woman dressed in a revealing outfit walked in slowly. As soon as Leia saw her, her expression turned cold. Kelly, what are you doing here? Can't you see I'm in the middle of a business discussion with a guest? Leia's tone was very impolite. Oh, Leia, you seem nervous? Are you afraid I'll steal your customer? The woman named Kelly said with a light laugh. Lu Chen glanced at her and then averted his gaze. Another woman trying to show off her looks in front of him. Kelly, you are not welcome here, please leave. Leia said, trying to contain her anger. Leia, we are good sisters, how can you bear to drive me away? Kelly put on a pitiful look. She took the opportunity to slowly approach Lu Chen, lowering her body and bringing her face close to his. As long as Lu Chen looked up, he would see a great view. Kelly believed that with her looks, no man could resist glancing at her. Seeing this, Leia couldn't help but grit her teeth. Kelly, ignoring her presence and trying to steal someone right in front of her. She was filled with anger but restrained herself because Lu Chen was present, so she had to keep it to herself. In terms of looks, Leia had a slight advantage over Kelly. However, she had to admit that Kelly was more professional in pleasing men. Kelly's attire today was very revealing, clearly she had come prepared. In this aspect, Leia felt inferior. Kelly's face was getting closer and closer, almost touching Lu Chen's mask. Leia's heart was also hanging in suspense. She just hoped Lu Chen wouldn't be easily swayed by her. The only enchanter who collaborated with the Tianqing trading post was the one Kelly had managed to win over. According to Leia's investigation, Kelly often visited the enchanter's residence. It was easy to imagine what was happening between them. Leia didn't want to do this, but she also didn't want to be overshadowed by Kelly. So, Lu Chen became her last straw. Just as Kelly was about to press her body against Lu Chen, he finally acted. With a light slap, Kelly's cheek was hit. Kelly couldn't dodge it and was slapped to the ground. Half of her face immediately swelled up, with a clear palm print visible. Leia was dumbfounded by this turn of events. Sorry, Miss Kelly, there was a mosquito on your face, I just helped you out, didn't mean to hit you so hard, are you okay?
Lucan said with a smile, pretending to be concerned.
You! How dare you hit me? You're dead! Kelly threatened fiercely, holding her swollen cheek high. What did you say? I didn't hear you, can you repeat that? I said you're dead. I know, Mr. Polly. If you mess with me, you won't be able to stay in the enchanter business, Kelly exclaimed. Who is Mr. Polly? Lucan asked, puzzled, turning to Leah beside him.
Polly is a well-known enchanter in Lay's city, with a great background, Leah quickly explained.
Luchan's expression turned fearful. Oh no! What should I do? I'm so scared. How about that? Scared, aren't you?
Hurry up and kneel down to apologize to me.
Maybe I can plead with Mr. Polly to show you mercy, Carrie said with a sneer, observing Luchan's reaction.
Before she could finish, there was a light slap sound.
Lucan unexpectedly slapped Carrie's face hard again, first the left cheek, then the right.
Carrie's face swelled like a pig's head, blood dripping from her mouth as she sat on the ground in disbelief, unable to utter a word. I hate it the most when someone threatens me in my whole life.
If there's a next time, I'll have to use this.
Lucan pointed to the sword at his waist, speaking coldly. Although Lucan wore a mask, the killing intent in his eyes couldn't be concealed. Carrie struggled to stand up, not daring to look back, and left dejectedly. She could feel the aura of death emanating from Lucan. After Carrie left, Lucan sheathed his sword, returning to his seat. Laya was still immersed in the previous scene, her heart unable to calm down for a long time.
Miss Laya, what's wrong with you?
It was only when Lucan reminded her that Laya came back to her senses.
Did I cause you trouble? Lucan asked with a smile.
No, you helped me deal with Carrie, so I should thank you. Laya hurriedly waved her hands.
Afterwards, Laya recounted the story between her and Carrie. Initially, Carrie was just an ordinary employee at Tianqing Trading Company under Laya's supervision. Later, impressed by Carrie's dedication, Laya promoted her to a managerial position at the company.
At that time, Carrie and Laya were like sisters, with a close relationship.
However, Laya never expected that Carrie would secretly expand her influence and manipulate people behind her back.
Recently, she was even promoted to the head of the trading company by the higher-ups.
From then on, Carrie's ambition gradually surfaced.
Initially, the two were evenly matched. However, Carrie managed to win over an enchanter through some unsavory means.
This made the higher-ups favor her even more. Laya was gradually alienated and on the verge of losing her position as the head.
Just now, Carrie overheard that Lucan was an enchanter and barged in immediately, hoping to win Lucan over from Laya. Unfortunately, she underestimated Lucan. After listening, Lucan nodded slightly.
Miss Laya, rest assured, I have principles. Since we have reached a cooperation agreement, I won't get involved with anyone else. Really? Mr. Ghostface, I'm so grateful to you. Laya was deeply moved, her eyes slightly moist. It's nothing, it's just a small matter. As long as you can get me what I need. Definitely. I'll arrange it right away.
After saying that, Laya hastily got up and went out to give instructions.
A few minutes later, Laya returned to the room.
She carried many rabbit skin bags inside.
Mr.
Ghostface, these bags contain quartz or quartz blocks, sand, and clay, 10 sets of each.
Currently, the trading company only has this much inventory. If it's not enough, I'll find a way to get more, Laya said. This should be enough for me for a while. Here's 10,000 gold coins. Keep the rest prepared for me. I'll come back for them next time. Lucan took the rabbit skin bags and stored them all in his backpack.
Each bag could hold one set of items, totaling 40 bags, almost filling up the backpack. After collecting the items, Lucan hurriedly left. Laya stood at the entrance of the trading company, watching Lucan leave, her mind in turmoil. Not long after Lucan left the trading company, he sensed that a group of people was following him again.
Last time, Lucan had already been tracked once. This time, he decided not to evade them. Lucan turned into a dark alley. The group of people immediately caught up with him.
As they entered the alley, they found Luchan standing still, facing away from them.
You've been following me for so long, what do you want? Luchan asked coldly. What do we want? Offending Miss Kelly and thinking of leaving?
The leader of the group said fiercely.
Luchan glanced at them disdainfully and said, just a few rotten shrimps like you dare to come and bother me? We have 5 people, you're just one person, do you really think you can handle us?
The leader said confidently. He had never failed in outnumbered situations.
Then let's try, Luchan said, placing his right hand on the large broadsword at his waist, ready for a showdown.
The group brandished their long swords and charged towards Luchan.
Luchan remained motionless in his stance.
Seeing Luchan like this, they thought he was scared stiff.
their eyes glinting with malice. Die! 5 swords swung towards Lu Chen's head. Only then did Lu Chen finally move. He drew his large broadsword from his waist. In a flash of cold light, the group suddenly stopped in their tracks. The next moment, 5 swords fell to the ground. The group couldn't believe it as they clutched their necks. There was a deep wound, blood gushing like a fountain. Lu Chen sheathed his sword, turned and left without looking back, disappearing into the night. He had just executed a single decisive strike, instantly killing 5 people. A decisive strike aimed to kill with one blow, as fast as lightning. Those people dared to provoke Lu Chen without even wearing proper gear. Lu Chen never showed mercy to those who sought to harm him. Not long after, Leah learned of the news from her subordinates. She naturally knew that it was Kelly's people who had died. Miss Leah, those 5 people seemed to have been killed by a single move. Her subordinate added. Leah was somewhat surprised. She had always thought Lu Chen was skilled. But she had never imagined that Lu Chen's strength was so terrifying. It seemed like she had struck gold this time. A faint smile appeared on Leah's lips. Kelly passed by. Seeing Leah, she was seething with anger. Losing 5 of her men in an instant was a significant blow to her. Lu Chen returned to his underground space and packed everything into boxes. He had the quartz, but he needed to make the glass and red bricks himself. Luckily, Lu Chen had plenty of round stones in his bag, so he built a furnace for glass and red brick production. He put sand and clay inside for firing, and soon he would have glass and red bricks. While waiting for the firing process, Lu Chen also mined the quartz ore. After several hours, all the quartz was dug out, and the red bricks and glass were ready. By then, it was already early morning. Lu Chen returned to the surface and began building the villa. First, he had to construct the overall framework of the villa. Once the main frame was in place, the rest of the construction would be much simpler. In Lu Chen's design, the villa had 3 floors in total. The first floor was the living room, the second floor was the bedroom, and the third floor was the study. As for the rooftop, he planned to build an outdoor swimming pool. Each floor of the house was 4 blocks high, ensuring a spacious feel inside. The exterior walls were built with a mix of white quartz blocks and red bricks, giving it a classy look. Paired with large glass windows, the outside view was unobstructed. The interior floors were made of white birch wood, making the rooms brighter. A layer of wool carpet was laid in the hallway for softness and comfort. Lu Chen had intended to build a redstone elevator, but lacking sticky pistons, he had to settle for a more rudimentary water elevator. After finishing his work, Lu Chen realized it was already broad daylight. Overnight, a 3-story modern villa had sprung up out of nowhere. The exterior structure of the villa has been completed, and all that's left is to slowly perfect the interior design of the villa. Lu Chen looked at his masterpiece and was quite satisfied. It was already late, so Lu Chen mounted his big black horse and headed towards the Knights Guild. As a knight, daily tasks were not that many. Besides actively taking on commission tasks, all they needed to do was stay in the guild and wait for orders. That's why there were so many drunken knights in the Knights Hall. Lu Chen didn't want to become a drunkard. He chose to take on commissions to earn gold coins and honor points. After all, there was nothing else to do. As soon as Lu Chen entered the Knights Hall, many people recognized him. After all, Lu Chen had been in the limelight these past few days, not only achieving great feats but also sending Reinhardt to prison. Reinhardt's former henchmen were also in the Knights Hall, feeling complicated upon seeing Lu Chen. Yesterday, in front of the guild leader, they did not choose to stand by Reinhardt's side. Now, thinking back, they were somewhat fearful. Regardless, Reinhardt was their leader. If Reinhardt were to get out, they would face his crazy revenge. They were all too familiar with Reinhardt's vengeful nature. Lu Chen went to the notice board, picked a few commissions, and then turned to leave. Seeing this, the others hurried to catch up and stopped Lu Chen. "What are you guys up to?" Lu Chen looked at them suspiciously. The group hesitantly expressed their concerns. After listening, Lu Chen fell into contemplation. He had almost forgotten about Reinhardt. Having such an unstable element around was not a good thing. "I understand your concerns. I will go and explain to the guild leader to ensure your safety." After saying this, Lu Chen was thanked profusely by the group, who appeared grateful. As they walked away, Lu Chen turned towards the prison. The Night Guild's prison was mainly used to detain important prisoners. It was the most heavily guarded place in the entire guild. As soon as Lu Chen arrived at the entrance, he was stopped by the guards. Glancing around, he noticed that all of them were silver knights. The captain inside was even a golden knight. "Halt, this is a restricted area of the Knights Guild. Without a pass, you cannot enter." Lu Chen didn't waste any words and directly presented the token of the broken sky halberd. The guards immediately became respectful upon seeing it. "Please, come in." Lu Chen took back the token of the broken sky halberd and smiled. He hadn't expected the token to be so effective. Upon entering the prison, someone guided Lu Chen deeper inside. The guild's prison was located underground, and the further they went, the more important the prisoners held. Knight Steve, ahead is where Reinhardt is being held. The knight guiding him pointed to a cell not far ahead. Where is it? Why don't I see it? Lu Chen glanced into the distance but saw nothing. The knight was stunned and turned to look, his face changing drastically. What's going on? Why is Reinhardt not here? The two hurried over. There was only an empty cell, with no sign of Reinhardt. Strange? Could I have been mistaken? Reinhardt isn't here? The knight scratched his head. You're not mistaken. Reinhardt was indeed held here, but he has escaped, Lu Chen suddenly said. Just now, he had noticed a line of small words carved on the wall. Steve, you wait for me. That was enough to explain everything. Impossible. No one has ever escaped from the guild's prison. He must still be here. The knight still couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. He quickly reported Reinhardt's escape. This news caused chaos throughout the entire prison. Dozens of knights, after searching for hours, still couldn't find the whereabouts of Reinhardt. In other words, Reinhardt had truly escaped. This was undoubtedly a heavy blow to the entire Knight Order. Lu Chen carefully inspected the scene but found no escape route. This puzzled Lu Chen greatly. Could a person just vanish into thin air like that? Frustrated, Lu Chen had to give up. However, Reinhardt's sudden disappearance added a hint of worry to his heart. The news of Reinhardt's escape was quickly suppressed, and apart from the dozens present, no one else knew about it. This was done to protect the Knight Order's prestigious image. After all, the Knight Order's prison was said to be impenetrable. If news of an escape got out, it would be a huge embarrassment. Riding his large black horse, Lu Chen couldn't shake off thoughts of Reinhardt. Unknowingly, he arrived at the designated location for a 4-star mission, offering a reward of 100 gold coins and 1,000 honor points. As soon as Lu Chen reached the bulletin board, the mission appeared. Without even reading it properly, others were surprised to see Lu Chen accepting it. The employer of this mission lived near the center of Les City, where land prices were second only to those near the palace, indicating the wealth of the employer. Just as Lu Chen was about to knock on the door, he heard voices inside. Upon hearing the voice, Lu Chen was stunned. Wasn't that Kelly, whom he had slapped yesterday, talking inside? How could she be here? Peeking through the door crack, he saw a man and a woman embracing intimately. Mr. Polly, you must help me teach the damn masked man a lesson. He almost disfigured my face. Kelly, still slightly swollen, said with a grievance. As soon as she spoke, Lu Chen guessed most of it. It turned out that the enchanter Polly was the one who posted the mission. What a coincidence. Don't worry, Miss Kelly, I will make sure you get justice, Polly said, then inappropriately touched Kelly. Mr. Polly, I heard that guy is also an enchanter. I mentioned your name, but he didn't even care. It's outrageous, Kelly said indignantly. What masked man? I, Polly, am quite well known in the enchanter circle. I've never heard of such a person, Polly said disdainfully. Yes, how can such a minor character compare to you? In talent, he's no match for you. In looks, you're far superior. Before Kelly could finish, Lu Chen couldn't help but laugh. Polly was almost as round as a ball. Kelly was blatantly flattering Polly to please him. Hearing the commotion outside, Kelly's expression changed. She opened the door and saw the indifferent face of Lu Chen. Who are you? Why were you eavesdropping on our conversation? Lu Chen didn't speak, just pointed to the medal on his shoulder. Miss Kelly, don't panic. This is the assistant I hired from the Knight Order, Polly said, recognizing Lu Chen's identity from his attire. I see. Since Mr. Polly is busy, I won't disturb you further, Kelly said before leaving quickly. Hello, Mr. Polly, I'm Steve. Lu Chen extended his hand, but it was ignored. Lu Chen didn't mind. It was just a formality. Let's go in and talk, Polly said, his face now stern. As Polly turned around, Lu Chen overheard him muttering, how did we end up with a useless bronze knight? Can't rely on him at all. His voice was extremely low, but it still reached Lu Chen's ears. Lu Chen couldn't help but sneer inwardly. He wanted to see what this Polly was up to. The two entered the room. The bed was still in disarray, indicating that something had happened here recently. Mr. Steve, time is of the essence, so I'll get straight to the point. I called you here this time because I need your help, Polly said slowly. Help? What kind of help? Lu Chen asked, puzzled. I need to go on a trip and I want you to be my bodyguard, Polly added. I'm sorry, but I don't think. Lu Chen instinctively wanted to refuse. Polly immediately added, after it's done, I can pay you 10,000 gold coins. All right, when do we leave? Lu Chen changed his mind instantly upon hearing about the money. 10,000 gold coins, only a fool would refuse.
Perfect, following this guy will reveal his true intentions. Wait here, I'll go out to prepare some things, you stay here and wait, Polly said, then turned and left. After Polly left, Lu Chen was bored. With nothing to do, he started wandering around the room. Polly's room was messy, with random scribbled notes scattered on the floor. Most of these notes were filled with messy and illegible enchantment spells. This should be practice for writing enchantment spells. To be honest, Lu Chen could probably write better with his eyes closed. In the corner, there was an enchanting table and a pile of bookshelves. This was where Polly practiced enchanting. Looking at the pile of bookshelves, Lu Chen suddenly chuckled without restraint. Advanced enchanting required at least 16 bookshelves, and Polly had stacked them all together. This gave Lu Chen an opportunity. He took out an axe and hollowed out all the bookshelves inside, leaving only a few outer bookshelves to cover up. Now, the entire enchanting bookshelf was just an empty frame. From the outside, there was no trace of a flaw. Just as Lu Chen finished restoring the scene, Polly walked back in from outside. He looked at Lu Chen suspiciously, searched the room, found nothing unusual, and then relaxed. Alright, follow me, Polly beckoned to Lu Chen, and the two left the room. Polly mounted his horse, with Lu Chen following closely behind. They headed straight towards the outskirts of Lei City. Where are we going? Lu Chen asked curiously. Don't ask, just follow me. Lu Chen had no choice but to follow Polly. It wasn't until they left Lei City and reached the outskirts that Polly finally spoke. This time we are going to find a temple hidden in the vast desert. So, your task this time is to ensure my safety, understood? At the mention of a temple related to the desert, Lu Chen immediately thought of the desert temple. However, he didn't know what treasures the desert temple held that would make Polly take such a big risk to come here. Lu Chen nodded, indicating his understanding. Polly took out a sheepskin map and began to check the directions. Lu Chen leaned in to take a look and found that it was a map covering the entire kingdom of blocks. However, the kingdom of blocks seemed to only occupy a quarter of the map. The kingdom of blocks was surrounded by the sea on 3 sides, with the remaining side bordering the misty forest. The rest of the map also showed areas of the misty forest. Lu Chen couldn't help but feel skeptical. Was the misty forest really that vast? What could be beyond the sea? At present, Lu Chen didn't know any of this. But one day, he would find out. For the whole day that followed, Lu Chen and Polly rode non-stop. Da Hei's stamina was sufficient, but Polly's mount was struggling. Unable to continue, the two decided to rest on the spot. Anyway, it's getting late, we should build a shelter first. This is not Lei's city. Who knows what kind of monsters might appear at night. Although Lu Chen is not afraid, he doesn't want to reveal his strength in front of Polly. The two of them set up a matchbox and moved in. Lu Chen lit a fire at the door to prevent monster attacks. Polly obviously hadn't spent many nights outside. As soon as it got dark, he quickly hid in the shelter pretending to be dead. The night grew darker. Both of them suddenly felt hungry. Damn, I forgot to bring food. Polly slapped his head, feeling regretful. Lu Chen took out a piece of bread from his bag and started eating it in front of him. Hey, do you have more food? Give me some. Polly awkwardly asked Lu Chen. Food? Sure. Lu Chen took out a big bag of bread and shook it in front of Polly. As long as it's not rotten meat, Lu Chen is happy. But Polly clearly didn't think the same way. He looked at the bread with disdain. Only poor people would eat this. Forget it. Lu Chen shrugged and took the bread back. You damn dog. Lu Chen cursed silently in his mind. After a few more hours, Polly couldn't bear his hunger anymore. He mustered up the courage to ask Lu Chen. Give me a few pieces of bread, I'm hungry. 1 gold coin each, pay up, Lu Chen demanded boldly. 1 gold coin each. Are you crazy about money? Polly exclaimed. Take it or leave it. Lu Chen sneered and put the bread away. After much hesitation, Polly finally gave in. 1 gold coin each, right? Give me 1. Polly took out 5 gold coins, but Lu Chen waved his hand. 5 are not enough, it's 10 gold coins now. Why? Weren't they 1 gold coin each just now? Polly asked puzzled. That was then. Prices have gone up now. 10 gold coins for 1 bread. Buy it or leave it. Lu Chen said with a smirk. You, don't push it too far. Polly was infuriated by Lu Chen's attitude. Considering your bad attitude, it's now 20 gold coins each. Polly was speechless with anger. 30 gold coins. Do you want it or not? Polly was at a loss and could only nod. Yes. 30 it is, please don't raise the price anymore. After paying 30 gold coins, Polly finally got the bread. He was so hungry that he devoured it greedily. Lu Chen counted the coins with a smile on his face. If everyone in the world was as easy to deal with as Polly, he would be rich. After finishing 1 bread, Polly still felt empty. Anything else?
Give me another one.
Money first, bread later. Lucan held out his hand to Polly. Reluctantly, Polly paid another 30 gold coins. While munching on the bread, Polly cursed Lucan in his heart. He was forced by circumstances and had no choice but to submit. Polly had made up his mind. When he returned to the royal city, Lucan wouldn't have it easy. As for the 10,000 gold coin reward, Lucan shouldn't count on it. With his influence in Lei City, a few golden knights could make things difficult for Lucan. Just as they were thinking, a flock of birds suddenly flew up from the trees where they were resting. Rustling footsteps came from deep within the forest.
Polly's face turned pale with fear. Go out and see if there are monsters outside. He quickly ordered Lucan. Lucan looked at him disdainfully. He had never seen such a cowardly guy. What are you looking at? Go check it out. I didn't invite you here to freeload. Polly was annoyed by Lucan's gaze and retorted angrily. Lucan rolled his eyes and got up to leave. The shelter he and Polly built was located in a clearing in the woods, surrounded on all sides by trees. Before nightfall, Lucan had placed many torches near the shelter to prevent monster spawns. However, this did not stop creatures from emerging from the dark woods. As soon as Lucan stepped outside, he saw two zombies slowly approaching the shelter. In addition, he could faintly hear the sound of bones clashing. Undoubtedly, there were skeleton archers nearby. Moving in the jungle was inconvenient and made one vulnerable to ambushes. Lucan had no intention of confronting the skeleton archers head-on. He turned around to head back to the shelter, only to find that the door wouldn't budge. Open the door. Let me in, there are monsters outside. Lucan knocked on the door. Monsters? Then why did you come in? Hurry up and deal with the monsters, Polly shouted from inside the house. As soon as Lucan stepped out, Polly had blocked the door with blocks. Lucan couldn't help but furrow his brow. Polly was indeed not a good person. For his own safety, he had locked Lucan outside. With a cold snort, Lucan turned and disappeared into the jungle. Thinking Lucan had gone to fight the monsters, Polly felt relieved. In reality, Lucan had no intention of dealing with those creatures. He searched for the monsters' traces in the nearby jungle. Killing monsters was out of the question. Since Polly was unkind first, Lucan had no regrets. After circling the nearby jungle, he returned to the shelter. How is it? Are the monsters all gone? Polly asked nervously upon hearing Lucan's footsteps. No, there are too many monsters, I can't handle them alone. Damn, why are you so useless? Bronze Knight is really unreliable. Polly cursed. Stop the nonsense, let me in first. Lucan urged. Come in, dream on. Find a place to hide yourself. It's too dangerous outside now, I dare not open the door, Polly said coldly. You're ruthless. Lucan pretended to be angry. Upon hearing Lucan's words, Polly suddenly felt much better. He could finally make Lucan suffer a bit. A faint smile played on Lucan's lips. Polly had indeed fallen for it. Seeing the monsters he had attracted gathering at the shelter's entrance, Lucan finally took action. He quickly stacked blocks under his feet, building a platform tens of meters high. Expanding on the foundation, he created an aerial platform. This position was very safe, with torches inserted, preventing monster spawns. Lucan laid a wool carpet on the ground and lay down comfortably. The moonlight shone on him, incredibly soothing. Due to the distance between Lucan and the underground monsters, their hatred dissipated. Unable to find Lucan, the monsters began to wildly pound around Polly's shelter. Polly had expected Lucan to be out there fighting, but the monsters started banging on the door. Initially, there were only one or two, but soon the walls were surrounded by the sound of monsters hitting them. Even the sound of spiders moving on the ceiling could be heard. Listening to these terrifying monster noises, Polly was on the verge of wetting himself. He curled up in the middle of the room, covering his ears, trembling. He suddenly regretted not letting Lucan in. At least he would have had someone to chat with and boost his courage. Now, hiding in the house, he dared not move, worrying about monsters breaking in. Unable to rest, he couldn't sleep at all. For Polly, this was truly the most painful torment in the world. He covered his ears, tears streaming down his face. This place is so scary, I want to go home, sobbing. At this moment, Lucan was lying high up, sleeping soundly. This torment continued until dawn. Lucan stretched lazily and returned to the ground. By now, the monsters had already left. Lucan broke open the door with an axe and found Polly unconscious. After a night of torment, the renowned enchanter of the city of Lays, Polly, was on the verge of collapse. When Lucan woke him up, his eyes were hollow, and it took him a while to come to his senses. Polly, upon seeing Lucan, angrily asked, "Where did you go last night?" "There were too many monsters, so I found a hole to hide in." "Are you okay? Do I look okay to you?" Polly retorted. As long as you're not dead, it's fine.
It's getting late, let's hit the road quickly, or we'll end up spending the night in the wilderness again. Polly was about to say more, but as soon as he heard they might spend the night in the wilderness again, he shuddered. The two mounted their horses again and began another day's journey. After a sleepless night, Polly fell asleep shortly after mounting his horse. Helpless, Lucien had to lead his horse forward. Following the map's directions, Lucien finally found the desert temple before nightfall. Lucien intended to wake up the sleeping Polly, but he was out cold like a log, so Lucien gave up. To prevent a situation like the previous night where they were surrounded by monsters, Lucien set up a refuge underground this time. After sending the horse and Polly underground, Lucien returned to the surface. Night was approaching, and Lucien planned to visit the desert temple ahead. Strike first. Lucien had no intention of leaving the treasures in the desert temple for Polly. Several monsters roamed around the desert temple. They were a unique type of zombie in the desert called corpse shells. These zombies were active even during the day. Lucien had encountered many of them on the way today. Fortunately, with his horse, the corpse shells couldn't catch up to him. These corpse shells had the same health and attack power as regular zombies. For Lucien, who wielded a large broadsword, dealing with these monsters was like cutting vegetables. To prevent Polly from discovering he had been there, Lucien deliberately circled around to the back of the desert temple. After determining the approximate depth, he dug in from underground. Tunneling in the desert was prone to collapses, which delayed Lucien considerably. Finally, after spending nearly half an hour, Lucien successfully entered the interior of the desert temple. The inside of the desert temple was pitch black, with no visibility. Just as Lucien was about to light a torch, he heard a hissing sound in front of him. Upon hearing this sound, Lucien drew his sword in an instant. Although he couldn't see clearly, Lucien decisively swung his sword twice in front of him. These actions flowed like muscle memory. That sound just now was clearly the noise a creeper makes before exploding. With his extensive gaming experience, Lucien was sure he hadn't misheard. As the hissing sound resounded again, Lucien struck 3 more times. A shiny experience orb appeared on the ground. Lucien lit the torch, illuminating the temple. There was nothing in front of him. However, the remaining experience orbs and gunpowder on the ground were the best evidence. Lucien wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, feeling a bit scared. The explosive power of a creeper was enough to give him a scare. Learning from the previous lesson, Lucien thoroughly inspected the entire temple. After confirming there were no other monsters, he began his work. The biggest secret of the desert temple was buried underground. In the center of the temple was a blue tile. Digging it up would reveal the hidden chamber below. The chamber was not large, with treasure chests in each wall. In the center of the chamber, there was a stone pressure plate. This is a mechanism, connected to a whole area of TNT below. If someone accidentally triggers the trap, the TNT below will explode. By then, the entire desert temple is estimated to be destroyed. Lucien dug a spiraling staircase from the side, all the way down to the bottom of the secret room. Carefully removing the pressure plate, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Just to be safe, Lucien directly dug out all the TNT below. Then he filled the gaps with blocks, put back the stone pressure plate, trying to restore it as much as possible. This way, a total of 9 TNT were obtained. These TNT are all rare and valuable items. When necessary, they might come in handy. Lucien collected the TNT and began to inspect the remaining 4 chests. The contents of the first and second chests were quite ordinary, containing a bunch of strings, a few bones, and some rotten flesh. All worthless items. In the third chest, he found a saddle and 2 emeralds. Only the last chest remained. Lucien silently prayed in his heart, hoping for something good. When the chest opened, a golden light appeared before Lucien's eyes. Wow, enchanted golden apple. And an enchanted book, this is a big win. Lucien looked at the enchanted golden apple in his hand with joy. This is something only the ultimate rich can afford to eat. Even when playing games before, Lucien hadn't come across many. The enchanted golden apple is an advanced version of the golden apple, not only restoring hunger points but also providing damage absorption and life recovery effects. Lucien remembered that in the earliest days, enchanted golden apples could be obtained through crafting. A golden apple required an apple and 8 gold ingots, previously 8 gold nuggets. An enchanted golden apple required a golden apple plus 8 gold blocks. The high cost was jaw-dropping. Later on, due to the enchanted golden apple's effects being too overpowered, the crafting method was directly cancelled, and it could only be obtained by opening chests. If Lucien ate this enchanted golden apple, he could probably go head-to-head with a boss. However, such a good item, Lucien couldn't bear to eat it. He decided to save it and only use it in critical moments. Suddenly, Lucien had a bold idea.
He wondered if it was possible to craft enchanted golden apples in this world. If so, he would be invincible. But now Lu Chen didn't have enough gold ingots on hand, so he could only try it later. Restoring the scene to its original state, Lu Chen retraced his steps and left the desert temple. Not long after he returned to the shelter, Polly woke up. "Where is this?" He rubbed his slightly groggy head and asked. "Near the desert temple. Since we're here, why didn't you wake me up?" Polly questioned. "You were sleeping so soundly, I couldn't wake you up. It's not my fault." Lu Chen shrugged. Polly was speechless, unable to find a reason to argue, so he prepared to leave. "Where are you going?" "Obviously, into the temple." Polly had an impatient expression. "It's already night, are you sure you want to go out?" Lu Chen smiled at Polly. Polly felt like Lu Chen was mocking him. How could he stand it? "I'm going out. What's there to be afraid of?" After saying that, he crawled out from underground. Lu Chen couldn't be bothered with him, didn't even try to stop him, and just blocked the door. After a few minutes, Polly urgently started banging on the door. "Steve, why did you block the door? Let me in quickly. There are so many monsters outside." Polly's previous toughness was gone, now he was wailing. "No way. There are so many monsters, I'm afraid you'll bring them in. You better bury yourself in the sand quickly, maybe you can still save your life." After saying that, Lu Chen ignored Polly. Polly was almost knocked out by the words. Last night, he seemed to have said something similar and then locked Lu Chen out. Now, the tables had turned, and it was his turn to be unlucky. Seeing the monster slowly approaching, Polly had no choice but to bury himself in the nearby sand. However, although this method was a bit embarrassing, it really could save his life. Polly hid in the sand pile until dawn. Lu Chen pushed the door open and stretched lazily. Polly, who had not dared to rest all night, finally dared to show his head when he heard Lu Chen's voice. "Damn, it's finally dawn. I almost suffocated." He quickly jumped out of the sand. Polly had also suffered greatly last night, with deep-set eyes, lifeless eyes, looking like he was about to pass gas. "Good morning, Mr. Polly." Lu Chen greeted him with a smile. "Damn you." Polly couldn't help but want to beat him up when he saw Lu Chen. But he was no match for Lu Chen, so he had to give up. Dragging his exhausted body, Polly walked towards the direction of the desert temple. As he reached the entrance of the desert temple, his eyes gradually became fiery. The treasures in the secret room had been plundered by Lu Chen, leaving the desert temple empty. Lu Chen followed closely, curious to see what Polly was up to. "Come here." Polly walked into the main hall of the temple, beckoning Lu Chen with a joyful expression on his face. Lu Chen walked to Polly's side, looking at him with suspicion. At this moment, Polly was looking up with a focused expression. Lu Chen looked up and saw a strange set of symbols on the top of the temple. "What is this?" Lu Chen asked curiously. "Stop talking nonsense, hurry up and help me dig out that slab," Polly urged anxiously. Lu Chen stepped on a block under his feet and quickly reached a position near the top. When he got closer, Lu Chen was amazed. These were not symbols at all but some pinyin similar to enchanted spells. Putting these letters together spelled out Tunshi. Tunshi, devour. Lu Chen couldn't help but feel puzzled. He had never heard of such an enchantment before. Lu Chen took out a pickaxe, ready to dig out the slab above his head. But as his hand touched the surface of the slab, a surge of electricity ran through Lu Chen's body. Lu Chen couldn't help but shudder. When he looked back at the slab, he found that the enchanted spell on it had disappeared. Lu Chen was dumbfounded. What was going on? "What are you standing there for? Come down quickly." Polly was waiting below, urging him impatiently. Lu Chen was somewhat amused and helpless. If he went down with this blank slab, he didn't know what expression Polly would have. "Where's the slab? Give it to me quickly." As soon as Lu Chen returned to the ground, Polly asked eagerly. "Here it is." Polly's eyes lit up as he snatched the slab. He held the slab, looking excited. "I finally found one of the legendary 8 divine enchantments. I wonder which one it is." Lu Chen frowned as he listened. What on earth were these 8 divine enchantments? He had never heard of such a thing. Polly quickly began to examine the slab. Not looking was fine, but as soon as he looked, problems arose. Why is it a blank slab? Polly thought he was seeing things and looked again several times. The slab remained blank. "Did you secretly switch the slab?" Polly angrily accused Lu Chen. "I didn't, don't falsely accuse me. I just dug up that slab, and the symbols disappeared. It has nothing to do with me." Lu Chen was also aggrieved. This incident was indeed not his fault. "You're lying. It must have been switched by you." Polly firmly accused Lu Chen of tampering, leaving Lu Chen speechless. "I said I didn't do it, and I didn't. Believe it or not." Lu Chen couldn't be bothered to argue with him and turned to leave the temple. If you don't hand over the item today, you won't be going anywhere. Polly tightened his long sword and swung it towards the back of Luchen's head. You're asking for it. Luchen sensed Polly's attack, casually drew his broadsword, and struck back twice without even looking. Polly never expected Luchen's speed in drawing his sword to be so fast. In an instant, he was sent flying by the broadsword. I'll fight you. Polly's face turned red as he angrily shouted. With a clang, the iron sword clashed with the broadsword once again. Accompanied by a clear sound, Polly's iron sword broke into two pieces, rendering it useless. How? How is this possible? I just bought it. Polly stood there dumbfounded, holding the empty sword hilt. Seeing this scene, Luchen was also puzzled. Normally, a brand new iron sword with full durability wouldn't break after just 3 strikes. He examined his broadsword and noticed a change in its attributes. The base damage of the broadsword, originally 7 points, had now increased to 8 points. Not only that, a new enchantment called Devour appeared on the broadsword. Devour, each time a different weapon is devoured, attributes will increase. Below was a message, Iron Sword, devoured. Luchen scratched his head involuntarily. This was probably the enchantment that disappeared from the stone tablet earlier. Unexpectedly, it had transferred to his broadsword. I'll offer 1,000 gold coins for the weapon in your hand. Polly stared at Luchen's broadsword. Why should I sell my weapon to you? Kid, you should know my identity, right? If you agree to sell me the weapon, I can enchant it for free. Free enchantment? Luchen suddenly chuckled. What are you laughing at? This is a rare opportunity. No one else can have it. With your mediocre enchanting skills, there's no need to show off. Luchen sneered. I am one of the top 3 enchanters in the city of Lays. What right do you, a mere bronze knight, have to criticize me? Polly retorted. He wouldn't allow anyone to belittle him in his professional field. Is this the level of the top 3 enchanters in Lays? Then take a look at my equipment. Luchen said as he put on a full set of enchanted iron armor. Polly, who had been somewhat dismissive, was dumbfounded when he saw Luchen's gear. Where did you get these items from? Who is the master behind them? I dare not claim to be a master. I made them myself when I had nothing else to do. Luchen grinned mischievously. You made them? That's impossible. Believe it or not. I know all the renowned enchanters in Lays. Where did you come from? Why have I never heard of you? You must be lying to me. Polly still refused to believe that Luchen was behind all this. Luchen remained silent, took out a mask from his backpack, and put it on his face. Recognize me now? You're the ghost-faced person Carrie described. Polly recognized the description Carrie gave of the ghost-faced person. You guessed right, but there's no reward. Luchen said, drawing his broadsword from his waist once again. What? What are you going to do? Do I need to say it? Now that you know my identity, I have to silence you. When you were discussing how to deal with me with Carrie, did you ever think this moment would come? Luchen said with a smile. You can't kill me. I serve under Prince Elwyn. If you dare to kill me, you're as good as dead. Polly threatened. I was originally planning to spare your life, but you dared to threaten me. I hate being threatened the most. So, you can go to hell. Killing intent flashed in Luchen's eyes, a cold light passed by. Polly's eyes widened, a scratch appeared on his neck. Before long, he fell to the ground with a face full of unwillingness. Luchen sheathed his knife and threw Polly's body into the secret chamber below the temple. Dealing with scoundrels like Polly, Luchen felt no guilt. If he didn't act today, he would be the one in trouble later. As for this so-called Lord Elwyn that Polly mentioned, Luchen was somewhat curious. Anyone addressed as Lord must have a significant status. After dealing with Polly, Luchen mounted Big Black and rode away. Calculating the time, if he kept going without stopping, it would probably take a day and a half to reach the city of Lays. Of course, there was a faster way. That was to teleport directly back to Lays City. However, in that case, Luchen wouldn't be able to take Big Black with him. He couldn't possibly leave Big Black in this wilderness, right? As he walked, a desert village suddenly appeared ahead. It was only then that Luchen realized he had deviated from the route. Since he was here, he might as well take a look inside. The desert village was quite large, with dozens of houses. The village was surrounded by a fence wall, probably to fend off monsters. Many villagers were working in the fields, and the whole village seemed prosperous. As soon as Luchen appeared, he attracted the attention of the crowd. Before he could reach the village gate, several strong men in armor with weapons approached him. Stop! Who are you? To show friendliness, Luchen dismounted and said to them, Hello, I'm Steve, just passing by nearby by chance. By chance? Who do you think you're fooling? This is a desert. Who comes here for no reason? The leader of the men questioned. Brother, I really just happened to pass by. If you don't believe me, I won't disturb you,
I'll leave immediately.
Lu Chen said, about to turn and leave. Stop. Who allowed you to leave?
What do you think this place is? Come and go as you please.
So what do you want?
Lu Chen frowned, feeling somewhat displeased. If these villagers didn't know any better, he wouldn't mind wiping out the village. After all, he had done such unethical things many times in the game before. You're in such a hurry to leave, you must have something to hide.
Come clean, are you with those bandits, trying to take over our village? The strong man asked. Bandits? I've never heard of them, I don't know them. Lu Chen shook his head repeatedly. Really? How can you prove it?
The strong man asked skeptically.
Do you recognize this?
Lu Chen pointed to the bronze sword and shield emblem on his shoulder.
This is. The man looked at Lu Chen's emblem, hesitating. Colin, he's from the Royal City Knights.
A man next to the strong man exclaimed excitedly.
Colin, the strong man, was taken aback, then his eyes lit up. Are you really from the Royal City Knights? Upon hearing Lu Chen's identity, Colin's tone became much more friendly.
However, he still seemed somewhat uncertain.
Absolutely, Lu Chen said confidently. Colin turned around in disgust with the people beside him.
Shortly after, he put on a smile and walked up to Lu Chen. Knight Steve, I'm really sorry for my rashness just now, mistaking you for those criminals.
I hope you're not angry, Colin said sincerely. Lu Chen's brows relaxed, thinking this was more like it. It's okay, it's all a misunderstanding. But, who are these bandits you mentioned? It sounds like you have conflicts with them? Lu Chen asked back. This is a long story.
Let's go into the village first, and I'll tell you slowly.
Lu Chen nodded and followed Colin into the village. As they walked, Colin talked about the bandits.
The bandits are a group of evil men roaming the desert, committing all sorts of atrocities.
Many villages in the desert have been looted by bandits.
To protect ourselves, we gathered together and built the current yellow sand village to resist the bandits. The desert is dry and harsh, but we have a well here that never dries up, so we managed to live relatively well. But recently, the bandits' activities have become more rampant.
Many villagers have been injured, and if they attack the village again, I'm afraid. Colin sighed involuntarily. Lu Chen fell silent. No wonder they were so tense, suspecting him of being a bandit accomplice. Don't worry, I'm here. Just a few bandits, nothing to worry about. Lu Chen patted Colin's shoulder reassuringly. I hope so.
Although Colin knew Lu Chen was from the Royal Knights, he still didn't have high hopes for him.
After all, Lu Chen was just a bronze knight. Even if he was strong, could he handle dozens of bandits at once? Colin understood the principle that 2 fists are no match for 4 hands.
Besides, the bandits were not to be underestimated. It is said that many of them were ruthless fugitives who had nowhere else to go but to become bandits.
Colin led Lu Chen around the village.
As they passed by the fields, Lu Chen's eyes lit up.
This is carrots.
Lu Chen stared at the ripe carrots in the field, feeling pleasantly surprised.
Sir Steve, what's wrong?
Colin, curious, asked as he saw Lu Chen standing still.
Big brother Colin, can you sell me some of these carrots? Ah, you mean these? No problem. I can give you half a bunch, Colin said generously. Lu Chen pulled out a carrot from the field, wiped it with his clothes, and put it in his mouth. The carrot tasted excellent, crunchy, juicy, and sweet. Lu Chen ate several before stopping. Such good stuff.
Although Colin insisted on not taking any money, Lu Chen still handed him 50 gold coins. 50 gold coins meant nothing to Lu Chen, but it was a huge sum for Colin. He stared at the 50 gold coins in the bag, his eyes almost popping out. After all, his annual income was only 10 gold coins. Lu Chen carried a large bag of carrots and ate as he walked. His black horse behind him was not happy, raising its head and neighing.
What, do you want some too? Lu Chen laughed and handed the horse a carrot.
The horse swallowed the carrot in one bite and started chewing happily. After eating the carrot, it lifted its front hooves and neighed joyfully. The horse, having tasted the carrots, refused even wheat and kept asking Lu Chen for more carrots. Lu Chen helplessly smiled and handed it another carrot. You sure know how to enjoy yourself. After strolling around the village, Colin brought Lu Chen to a small wooden house.
Sir Steve, it's getting late. You can rest here tonight, and I'll personally escort you out early tomorrow morning. Lu Chen nodded.
Since he couldn't make it back to the city of Lace today, he might as well spend the night here. In the evening, the village held a bonfire party to welcome Lu Chen. The villagers, hearing that Lu Chen was a knight from the royal city, revered him greatly. They brought out their finest wine and various delicacies to entertain him. Lu Chen gradually immersed himself in the atmosphere and bonded with the villagers. Just as everyone was full of food and drink, still in high spirits, the villagers on guard at the entrance suddenly ran in a panic. Trouble! The bandits on horseback are coming! As soon as the words fell,
the sound of horse hooves could be heard not far away. Lu Chen stood up and assessed the newcomers. This group of bandits on horseback numbered close to 60, their presence imposing. They held torches high as they galloped in, kicking up a cloud of dust. The villagers screamed in fear, scattering in all directions, creating chaos on the scene. Everyone, stay calm. The elderly, weak, and sick should hide first. The rest, grab weapons, we will fight the bandits. Colin remained composed in the face of danger, shouting to the crowd. With a leader in place, the villagers regained some composure. Many villagers picked up weapons and stood behind Colin. Sir Steve, if you get a chance later, you must escape. Why? Lu Chen was puzzled. The battle hadn't even started, why was Colin urging him to flee? You don't know, last time there were only 30-something bandits, and the village was almost breached. Now, the enemy has doubled in number, and we have some wounded. The difference in strength is too great. If we fight, we will undoubtedly lose. Colin patted Lu Chen's shoulder, speaking seriously. Lu Chen was about to say something but was interrupted by Colin. Sir Steve, you are not from Yellow Sand Village, there's no need for you to die with us. I hope you can escape. Report the situation to the royal city, and have them send troops to exterminate these despicable horse thieves. Consider it avenging us. Colin spoke firmly. Brothers, tonight, we must take this village. Do you have confidence? The leader of the bandits was a burly man with a stubbled chin, shouting loudly. Yes. The bandits behind the burly man echoed in unison. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen couldn't help but frown. These people didn't look like ordinary bandits, they seemed more like well-trained soldiers. Faced with such enemies, it was no wonder the villagers of Yellow Sand Village couldn't resist. Can't hear you. Say it again. You want to be bandits with such a soft voice? The burly man with stubble roared. Yes. The bandits replied in unison, their voices thunderous. Good. Very spirited. I'll give you 10 minutes to breach this village. Remember, only kill those who fight back. Spare those who don't resist. The bandit leader ordered. Lu Chen became even more curious about the identity of this leader upon hearing this. On the surface, he was giving a speech to his bandits, but in reality, these words were meant for the villagers to hear. As long as they didn't resist, they wouldn't die. Once the villagers chose to give up resistance, the bandits could take over Yellow Sand Village without a fight. To subdue without fighting. This psychological tactic was played out brilliantly. As expected, the villagers who were preparing to fight to the death hesitated upon hearing the bandit leader's words. They looked at each other, unsure of what to do. A few timid villagers had already dropped their weapons and crouched down, holding their heads. You few, stand up. Colin, enraged, demanded. Colin, brother, don't make a futile resistance. We will only die in vain like this. Yeah, didn't their leader say, as long as we don't resist, they won't kill us? Those villagers began to persuade Colin. The rest of the villagers, upon hearing their words, also dropped their weapons and crouched down. In the end, only Lu Chen and Colin remained standing. Cowards! All of you are cowards! Colin stomped in anger, pointing at the crowd and scolding. Ha, little brother, I admire your courage. However, you are destined to lose this battle. Why insist on resisting? As long as you give up resistance, open the gates, I promise no one in your village will be harmed. The leader of the horse bandits began to persuade Colin. Colin's face was ugly, he gritted his teeth, and his body was trembling. Choosing to give in might allow him to survive by chance. But what if the other party changed their mind? After all, they were horse bandits. How much credibility could be placed in the words of horse bandits? Just as he was in great turmoil, a hand patted his shoulder. Colin's trembling body immediately calmed down. Sir Steve, what are you doing? Lu Chen walked out from behind Colin, approaching the village outskirts where he was only a few meters away from the horse bandits. It's okay, leave it to me. Lu Chen was now clad in enchanted iron armor. In his backpack, there was a set of brand new diamond armor, but it had not been enchanted yet, so he didn't put it on. Furthermore, Lu Chen also put on a ghostly mask. Facing these horse bandits, Lu Chen didn't want to reveal his identity as a member of the Knight's Order to avoid alerting them prematurely. Who are you? The horse bandit leader curiously scrutinized Lu Chen. Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is, you're in for a big trouble. Lu Chen said coldly. The horse bandit leader was momentarily stunned at his words, then burst into laughter. His fellow horse bandits behind him joined in the laughter. Do you think wearing a mask and acting cool can defeat so many of us? The horse bandit leader mocked. Why don't you try and find out? Lu Chen looked relaxed and composed. Since you're looking for death, I'll grant your wish. Brothers, attack! Take down this arrogant fellow! The horse bandit leader shouted, and dozens of horse bandits rode towards Lu Chen. Lu Chen remained calm, standing still without moving. he even closed his eyes. "What an arrogant kid," the horse bandit leader remarked. In his eyes, Lu Chen was just a reckless young man seeking attention. As the horse bandit's attacks were about to hit Lu Chen, he moved swiftly, drawing his large sword in an instant. With a horizontal slash, a silver sword aura swept out. Before the frontmost horse bandits could even see Lu Chen's movement clearly, they felt a tremendous force entering their bodies through their weapons. The next moment, a shocking scene unfolded. The horse bandits hit by Lu Chen's sword aura were sent flying several meters, crashing heavily to the ground along with their horses. The villagers gasped, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. The horse bandit leader's face changed drastically as he suddenly realized that something was amiss. Damn! What just happened? How did these people fly out like that? I don't know, I didn't see it clearly either. Two horse bandits whispered to each other, equally surprised. I only used 30% of my strength for that strike. Anyone else wants to give it a try? Lu Chen stretched his neck, smiling. Leader, what should we do? A man beside the horse bandit leader asked softly. Continue. Send more people to attack together this time. I refuse to believe this kid can handle it, the horse bandit leader ordered angrily. Following the leader's command, the horse bandits armed themselves and formed a circle around Lu Chen, surrounding him from all sides. Attack! Take down this guy for me, the horse bandit leader commanded, and a dozen or so swords gleaming with cold light were swung towards Lu Chen. However, Lu Chen remained motionless in the middle, not making a single move. Seeing this, the villagers closed their eyes one after another, unable to bear watching any longer. Colin couldn't help but sweat for Lu Chen. Steve, please don't die. Colin silently prayed in his heart. Seeing Lu Chen showing no sign of resistance or retaliation, the horse bandit leader sneered. What a presumptuous fellow. Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden gasp erupted from the crowd. The leader of the horse bandits squinted his eyes and almost popped them out. At that moment, Lu Chen was actually floating in the air. Below him, more than 10 horse bandits collided, with many getting injured. The scene instantly turned chaotic. Colin stared dumbfounded at Lu Chen flying in the air, his mouth wide open. The leader of the horse bandits didn't see it, but he saw it clearly. Just now, as the circle of bandits closed in, Lu Chen suddenly flew up from the crowd, avoiding a fatal blow. The bandits rushing towards Lu Chen couldn't dodge in time and crashed into each other. Lu Chen remained calm, showing no ripples of emotion. The siege had no effect on him unless they used arrows to block his ascent route. He glanced around and then controlled his sword, flying horizontally towards the leader of the horse bandits. The sword could not only float but also move horizontally on the ground. By combining the two, he could achieve free flight in the air. Before the leader of the horse bandits could recover from his shock, he felt a cold blade against his neck. It was only then that he realized Lu Chen was by his side. Don't move if you don't want to die, Lu Chen coldly said, holding a knife to the leader's neck from behind. The leader of the bandits nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead. Leader, are you okay? Let go of the leader. The remaining bandits became extremely agitated at the sight. Who dares to come up? I will kill him. Lu Chen brought the blade closer, and blood vessels appeared on the leader's neck. Tell your men to drop their weapons, Lu Chen said to the leader of the bandits. Leader, we can't agree to his terms. Yeah, leader, this kid must have ill intentions. Don't trust him. Disharmonious voices arose among the bandits. Shut up. If you don't want me dead, put down your weapons now, the leader of the bandits roared. The bandits looked at each other, hesitating. The leader of the bandits was almost half dead with anger, seeing his men falter at a critical moment. It seems your men don't really care about your life, do they? Lu Chen's words chilled the bandit leader's heart. I'll say it one last time, everyone drop your weapons, this is an order. Anyone who disobeys will be expelled from the Yellow Sand Knights, the bandit leader shouted. Yellow Sand Knights? Upon hearing this name, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile. A group of scattered bandits dared to call themselves knights, which was quite laughable. Apparently, the bandit leader's words had an effect as the bandits began to drop their weapons one after another. However, their expressions clearly showed their displeasure. Lu Chen signaled to Colin, who immediately understood. He led the villagers to quickly pick up the weapons on the ground. The weapons the villagers had used before were wooden swords or tools. With the addition of the bandits' iron swords, their combat power increased significantly. The leader of the bandits watched with aching heart. Those iron swords were his hard-earned possessions. Brother, we've given you the weapons, can you let me go? The bandit leader asked. Let you go? I'm afraid that's not possible. You'll have to stay as my hostage. Lu Chen shook his head. What? You want me to be a hostage? The bandit leader's face filled with worry upon hearing this. "Don't worry, as long as you behave, I won't harm you," Lu Chen said with a smile. However, his smile, in the eyes of the bandit leader, seemed like that of a demon from hell. Lu Chen led the leader of the horse bandits slowly through the crowd of bandits. Although the bandits gnashed their teeth in hatred towards Lu Chen, they couldn't do anything to him.
In the end, Lu Chen safely returned to the village.
"Steve is awesome,"
the villagers cheered in unison. From charging into battle alone to capturing the leader of the horse bandits and returning unharmed, they had witnessed the entire process of Lu Chen turning the tide.
"Tie him up and lock him in my house, I have questions for him," Lu Chen ordered. "Steve, what should we do with the horse bandits outside?" Colin asked.
"They are currently unarmed and pose no major threat to the village for now. Let's leave them be," Lu Chen replied before heading towards his house.
The horse bandits outside soon left.
When he returned to the house, the leader of the horse bandits was already bound hand and foot, unable to move.
Seeing Lu Chen enter the room, he shrank back in fear towards the corner. "What are you afraid of? I'm not a bad person." The leader of the horse bandits gave him a skeptical look. "Alright, I won't waste time with you. Tell me, what is your background?"
Lu Chen sat cross-legged in front of the leader of the horse bandits, questioning him.
I'm Turner, the vice commander of the Yellow Sand Legion," Turner stammered. "Vice commander?"
Upon hearing this, Lu Chen became alert.
If Turner was the vice commander, then there must be a commander as well. This meant there was still a big fish yet to surface. "Where is your commander? Why didn't he come?" Lu Chen asked. The commander. Turner hesitated and couldn't explain clearly. Irritated, Lu Chen drew his large sword and held it against Turner's neck. "Be honest. Speak up. Where is your commander?"
The commander has been missing for a long time."
Turner's eyes turned red as he spoke. Lu Chen was taken aback. "Missing? What happened?" he hurriedly asked. "It's a long story.
20 years ago, back then, I was just a regular soldier. Once, I was severely injured in a battle with a monster, on the brink of death, when the commander suddenly appeared and saved me. To repay the debt, I decided to follow him and risk my life with him. At that time, the commander had just come of age and joined the Royal Knights of the city. Before long, the commander had become a Golden Knight, on the verge of being bestowed a titled knight. However, during a mission, the commander suddenly disappeared, and his companions claimed he was dead. I didn't believe it. How could someone as powerful as the commander die so easily? To find the commander, I left with a group of his subordinates. But soon after, the city labeled us as fugitives and hunted us down. We had no choice but to hide in the desert, barely surviving. After arriving in the desert, we encountered many horse bandits, but their combat strength was not strong, so we eventually recruited them under our command. Here, we formed the Yellow Sand Legion. Although we all know deep down that the commander will never return, this position will always belong to him." After listening to Turner's story, Lu Chen finally understood why these well-trained horse bandits appeared. He now showed a keen interest in the commander mentioned by Turner. Although Lu Chen had only recently joined the Knights, he had never heard of such a figure in the Knights. To reach the threshold of a titled knight at such a young age was unimaginable. After questioning, Lu Chen was unsure how to handle Turner. Logically, dealing with the ruthless horse bandits, Lu Chen should have taken decisive action. However, at this moment, Lu Chen was particularly conflicted. According to Turner, he was wrongly accused and forced to flee into the desert, with his own reasons. Adding to the fact that the person Turner was looking for was a senior member of the Knight Order, Lu Chen found it even more difficult to take action. After much deliberation, Lu Chen finally made a decision. He was going to the headquarters of the Yellow Sand Legion. "Get up! Let's go!" Lu Chen lifted Turner up and said. "Where are we going?" Turner asked nervously. He thought Lu Chen was going to execute him after asking questions. "Where else? I'm taking you back to the bandits' den." Turner was taken aback. Taking him back? Was this really happening? Lu Chen exchanged a few words with Colin before directly throwing Turner onto Big Black's back. Big Black carried the two of them out of the village and disappeared into the distance. Turner's hands and feet were bound, unable to move. At this moment, he felt somewhat uneasy. Lu Chen taking him back was definitely not going to be simple. Perhaps he intended to take down the Yellow Sand Legion in one fell swoop. After an hour of rough travel, Lu Chen followed Turner's directions and successfully found the bandit's lair. To Lu Chen's surprise, the bandit's lair was located in a huge cave. The cave was hundreds of meters wide and over 10 meters high, made of sandstone. Unlike sand, sandstone was harder, so there was no worry of the cave collapsing. Outside the cave, stood over a dozen bandits, constantly patrolling back and forth. Shortly after Lu Chen appeared, the guard bandit noticed him. The guard shouted, "Enemy!"
Chaos ensued. I didn't expect the guards here to be so tight, Lu Chen joked. Turner lay on the horse's back, with a bitter smile on his face. As the leader of the bandits, being captured was truly embarrassing. Before long, the bandits swarmed out of the cave. They were extremely excited to see Turner. However, Lu Chen's blade was still at their leader's neck, so they dared not make any sudden moves. Lu Chen dismounted, holding Turner hostage as they slowly approached the cave. The tension escalated. When they were just a few meters away from the main bandit force, Lu Chen suddenly raised his weapon. Just as everyone thought Lu Chen was about to strike, Turner was pushed out. His restraints were also removed. Turner looked at his hands in confusion, then at Lu Chen, puzzled. Why did you let me go? Lu Chen remained silent, removed his disguise, revealing the Bronze Knight's medal representing his identity. This is a knight's medal. You're from the Royal City Knight Order. Seeing the medal, Turner immediately understood. Turner had once been a member of the Knight Order, so he naturally recognized it. The bandits who had initially wanted to attack Lu Chen, upon learning his identity, immediately put away their weapons. They had many among them who had served in the Knight Order, but over the years, things had changed. Former knights had become fugitives on the run, a fact that filled their hearts with regret. Seeing the bronze medal, Turner suddenly had a question. Lu Chen was so skilled, why was he only a bronze knight? Among the group that had come here with him, many were at the silver knight level, and Turner himself had already reached the level of a golden knight. Yet, in front of Lu Chen, they seemed powerless. May I ask for the senior's name and title? Which knight are you? Turner's attitude suddenly became respectful. He felt that Lu Chen must be concealing his true identity. It was very likely that he was a titled knight. Only someone of that level could render him defenseless. Senior? Titled knight? Lu Chen was stunned by the words, his expression somewhat strange. How did he become a knight with a title? My name is Steve, but you've got it wrong. I'm not some titled knight, Lu Chen said as he took off his mask, revealing his true face. The bandits were dumbfounded. Lu Chen looked too young, probably not even 18. The guy who single-handedly fought dozens of people turned out to be just a kid. The image of Lu Chen in their minds instantly collapsed. Turner looked at Lu Chen's face, his pupils contracting sharply. With a thud, he suddenly rushed over and hugged Lu Chen. Just as Lu Chen was about to break free, he heard Turner tremblingly say, "Captain, you're finally back." As Turner's words fell, many bandits also rushed out. They surrounded Lu Chen, knelt down with a thud, and shouted in unison, "Hail to the captain!" This time, Lu Chen was truly baffled. What's going on? Why are these people suddenly kneeling down and calling him captain? You've got it wrong. I'm not your captain. I'm only 18 this year, your captain must be around 40, Lu Chen pushed Turner away and explained. But Turner remained resolute. Then explain to me why you look exactly like the captain. Well, maybe it's just a coincidence? There are so many people in the world, maybe there are others who look the same. Lu Chen scratched his head. Impossible, how could there be someone in the world who looks so alike? I've never heard of the captain having a twin brother. Unless you and the captain are father and son, Turner said. Father and son. Lu Chen fell into deep thought at the words. Since Lu Chen was born, he had no memories of his father. His father, whom he had never met, not even heard his name. Every time Lu Chen asked his mother about it, she remained silent. She only said that Lu Chen's father was killed by a monster before Lu Chen was born. At that time, Lu Chen was young and didn't ask much. Now, Lu Chen felt like his mother was hiding something. Lu Chen asked Turner, "Turner, what's the captain's name?" "Well, I really don't know, I usually just call him boss." Turner looked embarrassed, having followed the captain for so long yet not knowing his name. Oh, Lu Chen was speechless but didn't say much. Forget it, I'll ask when I get back. Are you leaving now? Turner quickly asked. Why? Do you want me to stay for a meal? Lu Chen asked Turner in confusion. No. I mean, you're not going to hold us accountable anymore? Turner explained. As long as you behave yourselves and don't cause trouble in the village. But, Turner hesitated. Is there anything else? Spit it out all at once, I'm in a hurry to get back, Lu Chen said impatiently. Well, recently, some monsters that we've never seen before have appeared in the desert, but they don't seem to attack people. Oh, non-aggressive monsters? What do they look like? Lu Chen became interested. There are few neutral monsters in Minecraft, could it be pigmen? These monsters are slightly taller than ordinary people, ugly in appearance, and they carry golden swords. One of our brothers accidentally angered one of the monsters, and he was swarmed and killed by over a dozen of the same kind. Recalling the scene, Turner was still somewhat shaken. Neutral, golden swords, living in groups, ugly appearance. Could it be pigmen? Lu Can immediately thought of this possibility. Yes, yes, yes. Those monsters do look a bit like pigs. Turner nodded repeatedly at the words. But, pigmen are creatures from the nether. How did they end up in the overworld? Lu Chen couldn't help but ponder. Could it be that they came to the overworld through a nether portal? After thinking for a while, it seemed like the only plausible reason. Last time, Lu Chen witnessed the opening of a nether portal at the bottom of the third mining area with his own eyes. Although the portal disappeared afterwards, there was no guarantee that it wouldn't reappear elsewhere. Where did you find the pigmen? Take me to see them, Lu Chen asked. Alright, I'll take you there. Turner mounted his horse and led Lu Chen towards the depths of the desert. Half an hour later, the two arrived at a tall sand dune. Here we are. Once we climb over this sand dune, we should be able to see those monsters. The slope of the sand dune was too steep for the horse to climb, so they had to walk over it. Lu Chen followed Turner up the mountain with hesitation. A few minutes later, they finally reached the mountaintop. Look! They are over there. Turner pointed not far away. Lu Chen looked in the direction he was pointing. Not far below the sand dune, there was an oasis. In the center of the oasis was a lake. And at that moment, dozens of pigmen were sunbathing on the shore of the lake. Lu Chen almost fell from the mountaintop. Well, these pigmen sure knew how to enjoy themselves. We used to live in that oasis, living carefree, but who would have thought, as soon as these pigmen appeared, they took over our territory. We planned to reclaim the oasis, but those monsters are extremely powerful. The three of us might not even be able to handle one of them, so we were forced to leave, Turner said, somewhat aggrieved. So, you went and occupied someone else's village? After all, you were once a member of the Knights. What about your knightly spirit? Lu Chen retorted. Turner's face turned red instantly. Since you claim to be innocent, then you are still a knight. What's the difference between your current self and a real bandit? Lu Chen reprimanded sternly. Turner wanted to say something, but he was speechless, unable to utter a word. Alright, let's not talk about it. After this matter is resolved, I will report back to the knights and see if we can restore your status. Really? Can I really become a knight again? Turner, who was initially a bit downcast, instantly perked up upon hearing Lu Chen's words, asking excitedly. It might be a bit troublesome, but I will do my best to try. Sir Steve, I am truly grateful to you. With that, Turner suddenly knelt down, tears welling up in his eyes. He now had only two wishes. One was to find out the whereabouts of the chief commander, and the other was to restore his own status. It's just a small gesture, no need to be so concerned. Please get up. Lu Chen quickly helped him up. Besides, I am also curious, who is this guy you mentioned that looks like me? If he really turns out to be my long-lost father, I might have to call you uncle, Lu Chen said with a smile. However, the possibility was too slim, and Lu Chen was just joking. If Steve's father was really that amazing, he and his mother wouldn't be living in such hardship. After saying that, Lu Chen slid down the slope alone. Turner watched Lu Chen's retreating figure, feeling a sudden sense of confusion. The image of the chief commander in his mind gradually merged with Lu Chen, eventually turning into one person. Turner's determination grew stronger. Even if this Steve wasn't really the chief commander's son, he would treat him as the chief commander. The Yellow Sand Legion couldn't live in the desert in misery forever. If they could establish a good relationship with Lu Chen, maybe they could start anew. Lu Chen quietly approached the oasis. The pig people were lying on the beach, basking in the warm sunlight. In the lower realm, there was no water, only scorching hot lava everywhere. Lu Chen counted, there were probably close to 30 pig people here. If he really had to fight them later, Lu Chen couldn't guarantee his safety. Fortunately, the pig people were neutral monsters. As long as Lu Chen didn't act recklessly or provoke them, he should be fine. Lu Chen cleared his throat and emerged from behind the sand dune. The pig people immediately became alert, staring at Lu Chen, who had suddenly appeared. Although they hadn't attacked yet, their eyes had changed. The golden swords that were originally placed aside were now held in their hands. If Lu Chen made any hostile moves, they would attack him together and tear him to pieces. Don't panic, everyone. My name is Steve, a human. I'm here just to ask you a few questions, no ill intentions, Lu Chen quickly explained. The pig people looked at each other, unsure of what to do. Human? Leave quickly. Humans are not welcome here. One of the pig people spoke in a somewhat unskilled human language. Lu Chen was surprised. These pig people could actually speak human language. Were they becoming more intelligent? This is our territory. Why do you think you can drive us away? Turner appeared from behind the sand dune at some point. The pig people all looked fierce upon hearing Turner's words. Lu Chen quickly pulled Turner behind him. Go away. Don't come and cause trouble. Turner reluctantly nodded and stepped back. If you don't want to die, leave now. We pig people are not easy to bully. The pig people emerged from the water, gripping their weapons tightly, ready to fight. Hey, pig brothers, why do we have to do this? Can't we sit down and talk? Lu Chen persuaded. Talk nonsense. Today, no one can make us leave here. The pig people said firmly. No, I don't mean to drive you away. I just want to ask you some questions today. Lu Chen took out the carrots Colin had given him from his backpack. A little gift, as a token of apology for the misunderstanding earlier. Lu Chen threw the carrots in front of the pig people. The pig people hesitated and looked at each other. After a while, a bold pig person approached. It took out a carrot and examined it carefully. Is this edible? Want to try? Lu Chen encouraged from the side. The pig person looked back at the others, and after getting their approval, it put the carrot in its mouth. With a crunch, it took a big bite of the carrot and chewed on it continuously. The next moment, the expression of that pig person changed instantly. The other pig people thought Lu Chen had given it poison and began preparing for battle. This taste is amazing, the pig person exclaimed excitedly. Then it stuffed another carrot into its mouth. Seeing this, the other pig people also started eating. Wow! What is this? So fragrant and sweet, tastier than meat. Oh my, this is so delicious. Give me 10 more. The group of pig people went crazy and in just a few minutes, they had devoured the entire bag of carrots on the ground. Lu Chen stood by, smiling without saying a word. Humans, your name is Steve, right? What did you just give us to eat? A pigman asked. This is called a carrot, a crop from the main world, Lu Chen explained. Do you have more carrots? Hurry up and give us some more. The pigman hurriedly asked. I do have some, but... Lu Chen deliberately paused, causing the pigmen to become anxious. But what? If you have any requests, just say it directly, we will do our best to fulfill them. The pigmen, being impatient, saw through Lu Chen's intentions. To grow these carrots, I need a lot of water and land. You took away the oasis, where can I get carrots for you? Lu Chen said. Well, hearing this, the pigmen hesitated. They really wanted to eat carrots, but it would be quite a difficult decision to give up the oasis. I know you like it here, and I am not unreasonable. How about this, you give up half of the territory to us as compensation, and we can provide you with enough carrots and food. How about this proposal? Lu Chen smiled at the pigmen. Hearing this, the pigmen began to whisper and discuss among themselves. Finally, the pigman leader spoke up. All right, it's settled then. You better not deceive us. Otherwise, you know the consequences. The pigman leader said. I promise. Seeing the deal made, Lu Chen finally relaxed. Turner was so excited behind him that he almost shouted long life Steve. Lu Chen called Turner over and instructed, go back quickly and bring your men here. I will chat with the pigmen for a while. Okay, I'll go right away. Turner left in high spirits. Lu Chen returned to the lake. The pigmen returned to the water, basking in the sun. They seemed to have an almost crazy obsession with water. Lu Chen joined them, lying on the beach. Although the desert was hot, the temperature in the oasis was not high. With the occasional cool breeze, it was refreshing. Lu Chen was not far from the pigman leader. The pigman leader obviously noticed Lu Chen. What should I call you, pigman leader? Lu Chen asked. I am Anta, the warrior leader of the pigman tribe. Anta? Aren't your pigmen tribe supposed to live in the lower realms? How did you end up here? Lu Chen finally asked what he most wanted to know. When it came to this matter, Anta couldn't help but sigh. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Hearing Anta's tone, Lu Chen knew there must be a problem. He hurriedly asked. In the lower realms, our pigmen tribe is definitely one of the top existences, no one dares to provoke us. But recently, a powerful force has appeared in the lower realms. It's a group of monsters we've never seen before, staggering as they walk. Although their numbers are small, their attack methods are terrifying. Once bitten by those monsters, one will mutate into the same kind of monster. In a very short time, they have infected 99% of our pigmen tribe members. If I hadn't accidentally found a portal to leave the lower realms, we, the last survivors of the pigmen tribe, would probably have turned into walking dead monsters. Anta's words greatly surprised Lu Chen. According to Anta, those monsters that mutate people should be the same as the ones Lu Chen encountered in the third mining area. He thought these monsters only appeared in the main world, but the situation in the lower realms seemed even more critical. Are there only this many pigmen left in your tribe? Lu Chen pointed to the pigmen behind him. Anta nodded helplessly. I don't want to either, but we are no match for those monsters. We have no choice but to leave. Then, do you know where those monsters came from? Lu Chen asked. I don't know.
I only saw them walk into the portal and disappear, Anta replied.
What? Those monsters teleported out of the lower realm? Lu Chen exclaimed.
Yes, I followed them here, Anta pointed westward. I saw them all heading west, but I don't know what they are up to. West? Lu Chen paused, suddenly realizing something, his face turning pale.
Oh no!
Huangsha Village. If those monsters were indeed heading west as Anta said, then Huangsha Village was likely their destination.
Lu Chen instructed the pigman Anta to stay put and wait for Turner's arrival.
He himself hurried towards Huangsha Village without delay.
Please, let nothing go wrong.
Lu Chen prayed silently in his heart. Along the way, Lu Chen found many abandoned tools and items, indicating that many unfortunate souls had encountered those monsters. After nearly 2 hours of arduous journey, Lu Chen finally arrived near Huangsha Village. Just one more sand dune to climb, and he would see the situation in Huangsha Village. However, before Lu Chen could reach the top, he heard terrified screams coming from behind the dune. His expression changed, he urged his horse faster and rushed out. When Lu Chen appeared outside Huangsha Village on his black steed, he witnessed the sight he dreaded the most. The once lively Huangsha Village had turned into a hell on earth. The mutated zombie monsters had broken through the village's defenses and were wreaking havoc inside. Terrified villagers ran in all directions, but they couldn't escape the clutches of the monsters. Just a touch was enough to turn them into the same kind of monsters. The entire Huangsha Village fell within minutes. Steve, save me. As Lu Chen reached the entrance, he saw a familiar face, Colin.
Colin was barely conscious, lying on the ground struggling weakly.
Although Lu Chen wanted to help him, Colin was already infected and slowly mutating. His only choice now was to kill Colin, or he would become a problem later. With no survivors left in Huangsha Village, only hundreds of mutated zombie monsters remained. Lu Chen had to act quickly while they were still in the village. Lu Chen's hand holding the sword trembled slightly. He tried to convince himself that now was not the time to be soft-hearted, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. Seeing several monsters running towards him, Lu Chen gritted his teeth and made a decision. He was about to do something extremely risky. First, Lu Chen blocked the village's exit with stones to prevent the monsters from escaping. Then, he quickly stacked over 10 blocks under his feet, sending himself to a relatively safe height. This way, the monsters in the village had nowhere to go but to gather below Lu Chen.
Lu Chen took out his bow and arrow, aiming at the monsters below.
With the advantage of height, each arrow hit its mark, causing high damage.
It usually took only 2 to 3 arrows to take down a mutated monster. Of course, Lu Chen's actions were not solely to kill the monsters. Due to their different attire, Lu Chen could clearly distinguish the monsters infected and mutated from the villagers. Although they were monsters now, Lu Chen believed that there must be a way to restore them to their original state. Next, Lu Chen only needed to take out all the other monsters. Arrow after arrow, Lu Chen stood high up, tirelessly attacking. The number of monsters in this batch was easily over 100, making the cleanup quite challenging. After nearly an hour of fierce battle, Lu Chen finally cleared all the mutated monsters in the village. What remained were the infected villagers. Lu Chen gathered all the villagers together and blocked them off with high walls outside. This way, he didn't have to worry about them escaping. After finishing all this, Lu Chen finally left the Yellow Sand Village. Lu Chen first rode Blackie back to the oasis, left Blackie there for care, and then prepared to teleport back to the City of Lays. He had to hurry back to report the situation to the Knight's Order. The pigman Anta watched Lu Chen disappear from the spot, his eyes wide open. Although pigmen were related to pigs, their intelligence was not low. Naturally, it could see that Lu Chen was extraordinary. Looks like I should butter up this human next time, Anta muttered to himself. Lu Chen's figure flickered, and he appeared in his modern villa. He quickly rushed out towards the direction of the Knight's Order. Just as he stepped out, Lu Chen froze. At this moment, there were a lot of people standing outside his property. They were enthusiastically discussing something about Lu Chen's villa. Look, the owner of the house is coming out. It was unclear who shouted, and everyone crowded around Lu Chen in an instant. Fortunately, Lu Chen had set property permissions, so these people could only stand outside and stare. If they were allowed in, Lu Chen's villa would probably be torn down in a second. Hey handsome, are you the owner of this house? Can you let us in for a look? A woman asked eagerly. In consideration of that handsome address, I can tell you with great compassion, no. Lu Chen said coldly. Let us in for a look. Come on, don't be so stingy. Nagging like old women, worse than actual women. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a headache. Wasn't the property supposed to be heavily guarded? Where did these people come from? After several unsuccessful attempts to leave, Lu Chen gave up directly. You guys are something. I won't go out anymore.
Lu Chen rolled his eyes and returned to his house. If he had known the chaos outside his doorstep, he would have teleported to another place directly. Lu Chen had set up 3 teleportation points in the city of Lays. One at home, one at the Tianqing trading post, and one at the Royal Elite Academy. Worried about being discovered, Lu Chen did not set a teleportation point in the Knight's Order. Therefore, Lu Chen had to choose to teleport near the trading post. Just as he walked out of the alley, Lu Chen ran into the last person he wanted to meet. The person in charge of the Tianqing trading post, Kelly. He quickly lowered his head, hoping not to be recognized. However, some things were destined to be unavoidable. Lu Chen and Kelly passed by each other, and she seemed not to recognize Lu Chen. Just as Lu Chen was about to rejoice, Kelly suddenly stopped him. "Hey, handsome knight from the Knight's Order, where did Mr. Polly go? Do you know?" Lu Chen was taken aback, not expecting to be recognized. "Mr. Polly. He seems to have gone out, I'm not very sure." Lu Chen replied somewhat nervously. "That scoundrel isn't having me enough? He must be out fooling around again. He'll end up dead outside sooner or later." Kelly complained discontentedly. "If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way." "Handsome, come visit our Tianqing trading post when you have time, sister will definitely entertain you well," Kelly said, placing a hand on Lu Chen's shoulder. Lu Chen shuddered all over and hurriedly left. Upon seeing the situation, Kelly burst into laughter, her whole body shaking with amusement. She had thought that Lu Chen was a pure-hearted young man, shyly avoiding her. But in reality, it was not the case. After Lu Chen walked away, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Polly was indeed dead, killed by Lu Chen's hands. This woman, she didn't expect to be so accurately predicted by her. It seemed that she needed to find an opportunity to deal with her as well, to prevent future troubles. Returning to the Knight's Order, Lu Chen found that there seemed to be no one around. Even the usual drunkards who idled in the Knight's Hall all day were nowhere to be seen. Only the bartender was boredly slouching on the table. Lu Chen couldn't help but feel puzzled. "Why is there no one here today? Where did everyone go?" Lu Chen asked the bartender. "I heard that there was trouble at the border, and all members of the Knight's Order were dispatched to support." "Sir Steve Knight, why are you still here?" Lu Chen was struck as if by lightning at the words. "Are you sure it's the border area?" "Yes, they left this morning, you should be able to catch up if you go now." Before the bartender could finish, Lu Chen dashed out in a flash. A matter that could mobilize all members of the Knight's Order was definitely not simple. What Lu Chen was most worried about now was his mother's safety. Carlo village was right at the border. If it was just ordinary monsters invading, it would be fine, but if a tragedy like the one in Yellow Sand Village occurred, Lu Chen would never be able to accept it. Lu Chen found a safe place and directly chose to teleport back to his family's underground farm. Upon returning home, the first thing Lu Chen did was to check on his mother's safety. Unfortunately, Lu Chen could not find his mother at home. The house was in a mess, looking as if it had been ransacked, even the roof had been lifted. It was hard to imagine what had happened here. Suddenly, cries came from outside. Lu Chen hurriedly ran out. Not looking, one wouldn't know, but a look would startle. The village was filled with wandering mutant zombies. A villager ran in terror, but accidentally fell to the ground. The mutant zombie behind him had caught up. He cried out for help in despair. Just as the mutant zombie opened its mouth, ready to bite, Lu Chen sprang into action. With a swift step, he unsheathed his sword and directly slashed the mutant zombie away. "Quick, hide inside the house," Lu Chen urged. The villager hesitated for a moment before reacting. He thanked Lu Chen repeatedly and then ran into the house. Lu Chen quickly dealt with the mutant zombie in front of him and retreated back into the house. To prevent other mutant zombies from breaking in, Lu Chen even reinforced the door with stones. The villager saved by Lu Chen sat paralyzed on the ground, gasping for air, his face filled with fear. "Have you seen my mother, Tiki?" "No. Are there any other survivors in the village?" "I don't know. Everyone in the village turned into monsters," the villager said in despair. Seeing that he couldn't get any information from him, Lu Chen stopped asking. "Stay in the house, it's relatively safe here. I'll go out and see if there are any other survivors." With that, Lu Chen waved his sword and flew out through the hole in the roof. The villager watched in astonishment. Lu Chen stood on the roof, surveying the surroundings. If his mother had really been killed, she would probably have been infected and turned into a monster. No matter what she had become, Lu Chen had to find her and bring her back. Along the way, Lu Chen encountered many villagers turned into monsters. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen felt a mix of emotions. Due to not having a synthesis station, they couldn't even produce weapons to resist when encountering monsters. They had to hand over so much food to the royal city every year, and in the end,
they couldn't even solve their own food and clothing needs. This was the exploitation of the lower class by the ruling class. Every day, Lu Chen enjoyed the luxuries in the royal city, completely forgetting that his mother was still suffering back in the village. Thinking about this, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel guilty. If only he had brought his mother to the city earlier, perhaps things wouldn't have turned out this way. Lu Chen circled the village but couldn't find his mother anywhere. As he moved forward, he reached the village entrance. From a distance, Lu Chen saw a group of people gathered at the entrance. It's the knights. He never expected to encounter them here. They were at the village entrance, fighting off mutated zombies. Lu Chen shouted in alarm and rushed towards them. Halt! Who goes there? Several knights responsible for guarding stopped Lu Chen and questioned him. It was then that Lu Chen realized he had forgotten to put on the knight's armor. Once they saw Lu Chen's identity, they let him through. As he joined the group, Lu Chen immediately pushed to the front and shouted, "Stop! Cease your actions!" His sudden move startled everyone, and they looked at him in confusion. "Steve, what are you doing? Move aside. It's dangerous here." A stern voice came from the crowd. Pathengus slowly emerged from behind. "Pathengus, you're here too. That's great." Lu Chen hurried over. "Steve, please step aside. We are on a mission, not playing games. If these monsters break through the defense line of Carlo Village, the borderlands will be in jeopardy," Pathengus said seriously. "I know. I don't intend to stop you. I just hope you can only kill the mutated zombie monsters, not the infected villagers," Lu Chen said. "Why? Steve, these villagers are already infected. They are no different from those monsters." "Don't be naive," Pathengus replied. "No. A monster is a monster. A person is still a person. They are just temporarily infected. There is a possibility of recovery. If you kill them, you are essentially killing people." "Steve, can you stop fooling around? These villagers are beyond saving. Only death can relieve their suffering." Although Pathengus was getting impatient, he continued to communicate with Lu Chen. If it were someone else, they might have been impaled by his trident already. "Pathengus, listen, I can help these villagers recover. Do you believe me?" As Lu Chen spoke, everyone present showed strange expressions. "Steve, I know Carlo Village is your hometown, and you may find it hard to harm these villagers, but the reality is in front of us, you have to accept it." Pathengus didn't take Lu Chen's words seriously at all. Lu Chen looked desolate, realizing the situation was beyond repair. He admitted to himself that he was being selfish. Pathengus was about to give the order to continue killing the monsters when someone interrupted him. "Hold on." Upon hearing this voice, a glimmer of hope reignited in Lu Chen's eyes. "Greetings, Captain." The hundreds of knights around knelt respectfully as the knight captain, Mulan, arrived. Pathengus also bowed to Mulan. Only Lu Chen stood there, unmoving. "Old Mulan, you finally came. I need to talk to you," Lu Chen hurriedly spoke. "I overheard your conversation just now. Pathengus, let's follow Steve's suggestion for now. Don't kill the infected villagers yet. Dig a pit and tie them up." Lu Chen was overjoyed at the decision. "Old Mulan, you've really helped me out." "Humph, don't get too excited, kid. I'll give you a week. If you can't find a way to restore them to normal, I'll have to kill them. Got it?" Mulan said. "Ah, a week, isn't that too short?" Lu Chen was a bit troubled. "If you disagree, we'll start now. Don't rush me. 1 week is 1 week. I'll give you an answer by then," Lu Chen hurriedly replied. Thanks to Lu Chen's efforts, the lives of the villagers in Carlo Village were finally saved. It took the knight's order half a day to clear out this batch of mutated zombies. They trapped the infected villagers in a deep pit. Almost all the villagers of Carlo Village were there, but Lu Chen still couldn't find his mother. He couldn't help but feel disappointed. Seeing this, Patienji came up to comfort Lu Chen. "Steve, don't worry, maybe your mother hasn't been infected, she just ran far away, right?" Lu Chen had thought the same, but when he thought of the big hole in the roof, he couldn't help but feel uneasy. What kind of attack could smash through the roof directly? If his mother wasn't infected, where would she go? Could she, a delicate woman, really survive in such a dangerous place? The more Lu Chen thought about it, the more upset he became, so he decided to put these thoughts aside for now. He had to find out about his mother, and save the villagers of Huangsha Village and Carlo Village. That evening, the knight's order returned to Lei City. Lu Chen followed Patienji to Mulan's office. "Steve, what are you doing here? Why don't you hurry up and think of a way to rescue the people in your village?" Mulan looked at Lu Chen in confusion. "Old Mulan, I came back this time to tell you some important news," Lu Chen said seriously. "Oh, important news? Then spit it out. If you dare to bother me with trivial matters, I'll throw you out immediately." I'm very busy right now, Newland threatened.
I took on a commission a few days ago. The client was Polly,
Lu Chen said slowly. Polly? Which Polly? Newland asked. The enchanter under Elwyn. Pa Tianji added.
Oh, that guy, I vaguely remember him. So what?
Is that your important news?
Polly commissioned me to accompany him to the desert, and promised to pay me 10,000 gold coins after the job was done.
What is an enchanter doing in the desert? Newland asked curiously.
He said he was looking for a desert temple, but after he found it, he wouldn't let me in. He asked me to stay outside.
And then? Newland inquired. And then? Not long after, the temple suddenly exploded. Exploded? What about Polly? Newland asked quickly.
Gone, turned to ashes along with the desert temple.
Lu Chen lied without a flinch. Newland didn't suspect a thing.
Newland was a bit puzzled.
Captain, Polly is a big shot by Elwyn's side. How should we explain this to him? Pa Tianji asked on the side.
Newland furrowed his brows slightly, pondered for a moment, then said, "It's a bit troublesome. After all, he caused trouble under the knight's order. It might take some effort to explain."
After exchanging opinions, they made a decision.
"All right, Steve, I already know about the situation. Go back and wait for news. I'll have someone inform you if needed,"
Newland said to Lu Chen. But what? Do you have any objections? Newland's tone was a bit displeased. Old Newland, I haven't reported my important news yet. You're sending me away now, isn't it inappropriate? Lu Chen said awkwardly. Newland and Pa Tianji looked at each other strangely. Polly's death wasn't considered important news? Fine, go ahead and speak. Newland sat back down. Old Newland, can I ask you a question first? Lu Chen asked tentatively. Speak up. Stop beating around the bush. Newland couldn't hold back any longer and slammed the table, shouting, "When did those mutated monsters start appearing in the borderlands?" Lu Chen asked.
"The earliest reports should date back to 2 days ago, but we only received them today," explained Pa Tianji.
2 days ago. Upon hearing this news, Lu Chen fell into contemplation.
According to the pig people, those mutated zombies probably started appearing 2 days ago. Although not in the same location, it was at the same time. 2 distant places, thousands of miles apart, simultaneously had 2 batches of mutated zombies appear. It was hard not to be suspicious. What are you pretending to be so deep in thought for? Spit it out. I still have to clean up your mess, Newland impatiently said, slamming the table. After Polly's death, I passed by a village on my way back and stayed there overnight. During the night, a group of mutated zombies suddenly appeared in the desert and attacked the village. Lu Chen deliberately concealed the incidents involving the bandits and pig people. These were secrets he didn't intend to share even with Newland. Upon hearing this, Newland couldn't remain calm anymore. What? Mutated zombies in the desert too? What happened to the villagers? I fought desperately to kill all the monsters, but unfortunately, all the villagers in the village were infected. I had no choice but to lock them up together and come back to find you. Lu Chen sighed. After listening to Lu Chen's account, Newland's face turned grim as he paced back and forth in the room. Captain, mutated zombies appearing in both the desert and the borderlands at the same time, could there be a connection? Pa Tianji asked. I was thinking the same, but these 2 places are thousands of miles apart, yet monsters appeared simultaneously. It's simply unbelievable. Newland agreed. Captain, do you think this situation might have occurred in other places too, but we haven't received any news yet? Pa Tianji expressed his concern. It's very likely. Pa Tianji, send someone to investigate quickly. If these monsters run rampant in the kingdom of blocks, it will be troublesome. After giving the order, Newland immediately left. At that moment, only Lu Chen and Newland remained in the room. Old Newland, didn't you say Pa Tianji is the youngest knight of the titles? How come I heard that over a decade ago? There was someone even more formidable than Pa Tianji, who almost reached the threshold of becoming a knight of the titles in his early 20s. Lu Chen couldn't hold back and asked, "Where did you hear this news from?" Newland's gaze changed as he stared at Lu Chen. "I heard it from Polly on the way." Lu Chen casually made up a reason. Newland observed Lu Chen for a while but couldn't detect anything unusual, which slightly eased his mind. That person has long been dead, fell into a pile of monsters during a mission, torn to pieces. After Newland finished speaking, he remained silent. No matter how Lu Chen inquired, he refused to say more. All right, go back and research how to save people. I have other matters to attend to. Newland ushered Lu Chen out of the office, slamming the door shut. Seeing Newland's reaction, Lu Chen became even more suspicious. What exactly happened back then? Why did Newland avoid the topic so adamantly? If you won't tell me, then I'll find out on my own. There are no secrets that can't be uncovered. Lu Chen snorted coldly and left.
Mulan had been eavesdropping behind the door all along.
Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, his mind was in turmoil. It wasn't until Lu Chen had walked far away that he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The scenes of the past resurfaced in his mind once again. Lu Chen left the knight's order and went straight to Windy Old Man's residence. Ever since this guy learned a bit of alchemy from Lu Chen, he never left his house again, spending his days locked in his room researching alchemy. "Open up, Wendy!" Lu Chen shouted at the door. Hearing Lu Chen's voice, Wendy hurriedly ran to open the door, not even caring about the potion she was about to finish. "Teacher, why do you suddenly have time to come here today?" Wendy asked, feeling a bit surprised. "What? I can't come?" No, I mean, if you're coming next time, please let me know in advance so I can send a carriage to pick you up," Wendy quickly explained. "Alright, don't make it so complicated. I came to ask you something today. Is there something that even you, teacher, can't solve? Recently, there's been a new type of mutated zombie. Once bitten, it infects quickly and turns into the same monster. Have you heard about this?" Lu Chen found a sofa and sat down directly. "I've heard a bit, but what does this have to do with you, teacher?" Wendy asked in confusion. "Nonsense. Why else would I come to you? The monsters have attacked my hometown village, and now the villagers are infected. I must find a way to save them within 7 days," Lu Chen said impatiently. "Is there still hope?" Wendy's tone was hesitant. "So I came to discuss with you and see if there's any good solution. They've already turned into monsters. I'm afraid the only way is to kill them." Lu Chen lowered his head, silent. He knew Wendy was right, but he just couldn't bring himself to do it. The folks of Carlo Village, the villagers of Huangsha Village, they were all innocent. Lu Chen suddenly felt regretful. He shouldn't have gone to the third mine to dig those diamonds, shouldn't have touched that portal to the netherworld. These monsters that suddenly appeared came out of the netherworld portal. The situation today was inevitably linked to Lu Chen. Lu Chen couldn't help but fall into deep self-blame. Seeing Lu Chen's low spirits, Wendy picked up an apple from the fruit bowl nearby and handed it to Lu Chen. "Teacher, don't think too much. Here, have an apple." Lu Chen slowly raised his head, his eyes brightening at the sight of the red apple. "Right. Why didn't I think of this earlier?" Lu Chen slapped his thigh, stood up abruptly, and hugged Wendy. "Good disciple. You've helped me greatly," Lu Chen exclaimed excitedly. Wendy stood still, looking puzzled. "Teacher, what's gotten into you?" "Don't worry about that. Tell me, where is the alchemy room?" "It's upstairs." "Why?" Wendy was completely confused. "Nothing, just let me use it." With that, Lu Chen dashed up to the second floor. Before leaving, he even took the fruit bowl from the table. Wendy stood there, dazed for a while before coming to his senses. He wanted to go upstairs to see what Lu Chen was doing, but the door was locked, and he didn't dare disturb Lu Chen, so he sat in the living room anxiously waiting. As soon as Lu Chen entered the alchemy room, he immediately set up the synthesis table on the floor. Just now, he saw the apple in Wendy's hand, and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. When he used to play games, Lu Chen often liked to stay in villages with the villagers. The result was waking up the next day to find the entire village attacked by monsters, turning into zombie villagers. The night Lu Chen spent in Huangsha village was like history repeating itself. It could be said that Lu Chen was the disaster of the villagers. In the game, zombie villagers could be turned back into normal villagers. Although he didn't know if it would work in this situation, he had to try. To help the infected villagers recover, he needed a few items. One is the golden apple, and the other is the splash-type weakness potion. It was the apple in Wendy's hand that inspired Lu Chen. Making a golden apple is quite simple, just an apple and 8 gold ingots can be synthesized. Lu Chen had dug up a lot of gold mines before, and now it came in handy. Opening the crafting table, skillfully placing the materials in it. Before long, Lu Chen obtained 5 golden apples. He didn't have any extra stock on him, so he could only take a few from Wendy's fruit plate first. Later, Lu Chen came to the brewing stand, ready to start making the splash-type weakness potion. Making the splash-type weakness potion was quite troublesome. First, you need to make a bottle of regular weakness potion. Making weakness potion requires fermented spider eyes. Fermented spider eyes require using brown mushrooms along with sugar and spider eyes to synthesize. Lu Chen had plenty of spider eyes, after all, he had a spider spawn cage. But he didn't have sugar and brown mushrooms on him. Without these 2 ingredients, the potion couldn't be continued. Helpless, Lu Chen had to go out and find them himself. He opened the door and shouted downstairs to Wendy. "Disciple, help me buy something outside." "Teacher, what do you need?" "I'll go right away." When Wendy, who had nothing to do, heard that Lu Chen had a request, he quickly stood up. "Brown mushrooms and sugar, buy as much as you can." "Okay. Teacher, wait for me, I'll be right back." With Lu Chen's command,
Wendy ran out eagerly. With time pressing, Lu Chen naturally wouldn't just wait here. He closed the door directly and teleported back to the underground of the misty forest. If this method could really restore the villagers to normal, it would definitely need a lot of spider eyes. Lu Chen knocked off the torches of the spider spawn cage, letting it spawn monsters on its own. He stood aside, waiting for the spiders to respawn. Spiders didn't have high health to begin with. Lu Chen used a large sword, and 2 strikes could kill them instantly. For Lu Chen, there was nothing more boring and tedious than this. An hour later, Lu Chen returned to the room. Just then, Wendy also rushed back. "Teacher, all the things are here, do you think it's enough?" Wendy placed a large bag of materials in front of Lu Chen and asked. Lu Chen glanced roughly. There was plenty of sugar in it, at least a dozen sets. However, the brown mushrooms were much fewer, less than half a set. "Why are there so few brown mushrooms? It's not enough." Lu Chen frowned. "Teacher, you don't know, these brown mushrooms are extremely expensive and in short supply. I've searched all over Lei City, and this is all I could find," Wendy explained. "It's just a mushroom, why is it so precious?" Lu Chen was puzzled. These brown mushrooms are a specialty of the misty forest, rare in quantity. Many people want to go mushroom picking to get rich, but end up disappearing. Hearing Wendy's words, the silent black dragon suddenly spoke up. "Brown mushrooms? They're everywhere in the misty forest, why spend money to buy them?" Lu Chen was stunned at the words. "Is that true? Don't fool me. Why would I lie to you? These things are everywhere in the misty forest, I'm sick of them," the black dragon said impatiently. "Well, that's great. I was just worried about not getting enough brown mushrooms." Wendy was puzzled to see Lu Chen smiling foolishly to himself. He pushed Lu Chen and asked, "Teacher, what are you doing? Why are you smiling at nothing?" Lu Chen then realized and quickly said seriously, "Nothing, just suddenly thought of something happy." Wendy looked at Lu Chen suspiciously, trying to read something from his face. Lu Chen just kicked him out directly. "Alright, I'm going to start making the medicine now, you wait outside. Remember, no matter what happens next, do not disturb me, got it?" Lu Chen repeatedly instructed, his tone very serious. Wendy nodded repeatedly after listening. Lu Chen turned back into the alchemy room and took out the materials he had just obtained. First, he needed to synthesize the brown mushrooms, sugar, and spider eyes to create fermented spider eyes. Then, he added the fermented spider eyes and 3 water bottles to the brewing stand. Before long, Lu Chen obtained 3 bottles of the most basic weakness potion. Next, he added fire, potion, and weakness potion to the brewing stand. With a little processing, he could obtain splash weakness potion. With the golden apple and splash weakness potion ready, the preliminary preparations were complete. Lu Chen did not rush to make more potions. The urgent task now was to quickly find an infected person to test it on. Lu Chen already had a desired test subject in mind. In the underground mining area of the 3rd mining zone, there happened to be an infected old man. Previously, Lu Chen had sealed him with stones to prevent him from running around, and now it was time to make use of it. Lu Chen took the items, had a thought, and teleported to the underground area of the 3rd mining zone. Since the appearance of mutated zombies here, the 3rd mining zone had never been reopened. Lu Chen arrived at the place where the old man was trapped before and removed the stones in front of him. Just as he dug a small hole, a series of unpleasant monster cries came from inside. The infected old man was still alive, but he appeared even more frail. Seeing Lu Chen's arrival, the old man became excited, frantically hitting the wall trying to climb up. Lu Chen squatted down, took out a bottle of splash weakness potion, and threw it at the old man. With a bang, the potion bottle shattered, spraying the potion all over the old man. The old man, who had been moving restlessly, gradually slowed down. When gray bubbles began to appear on the old man's body, Lu Chen decisively fed him the golden apple he held in his hand. After eating the golden apple, the old man suddenly made a hee-hee-hee sound from his mouth. Not only that, the gray bubbles on his body turned red. This was the phenomenon of the golden apple and weakness potion starting to mix. Lu Chen clasped his hands together, silently praying in his heart. It must succeed. This was all he could do. The rest depended on the old man's fate. 1 minute passed. The old man remained unchanged. 2 minutes, 3 minutes. It wasn't until 5 minutes later that changes were finally noticed in the old man's body. The most obvious feature of an infected person was the appearance of many marks on the face similar to corpse spots. At this moment, the corpse spots on the old man's face were rapidly fading. After about another half a minute, the old man's eyes gradually changed from the previous eerie red to a bright color. In the end, the old man's complexion had completely returned to normal, looking no different from a regular person. After a series of convulsions, the old man coughed violently a few times, spitting out a foul-smelling liquid from his mouth. "Sir, are you okay?" Lu Chen asked quickly upon seeing this.
The old man struggled to stand up with the support of the wall, his eyes filled with confusion.
Where am I? Lu Chen felt relieved seeing the old man conscious.
It seemed that his method was indeed effective. The villagers of Huangsha village and Carlo village were saved.
Sir, this is a mine, do you remember me?
Lu Chen began to try to converse with the old man.
You are. Oh, I remember now, you are the young man who entered the cave with me this morning.
The old man looked at Lu Chen and recognized him.
Lu Chen was taken aback. This morning?
It had been several days already. It seems that even those who have recovered from the infection will not remember what happened after being infected. Sir, please come up first, let's go out and talk slowly. Lu Chen took out a pickaxe and dug a step for the old man. The old man was very weak, so Lu Chen helped him up.
Thank you, young man, I'm just an old useless bone. Lu Chen helped the old man find a place to sit down.
It's okay, sir, have something to eat first. Lu Chen had noticed the old man's dwindling hunger value and quickly brought out some bread to give to him.
Thank you, young man, you are truly a good person.
The old man took the bread and quickly finished it. After regaining his strength, the old man seemed much more spirited.
Sir, do you remember what happened before? Or did you see any strange people? Lu Chen began to inquire about what happened that day.
The old man started to try to remember. After a while, the old man slowly spoke. I heard a strange sound coming from here that day, so I was curious and came over.
And then, I saw a guy in a black cloak. A black cloak? Sir, can you describe it more clearly? Lu Chen's eyes lit up as he asked for more details.
I didn't see the person's face clearly, but his eyes were special. They were white, the rest.
I can't remember.
The old man said apologetically.
White eyes. Lu Chen almost jumped up when he heard this information. Sir, are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Lu Chen suppressed his excitement and asked again.
I'm pretty sure, they were white eyes.
After getting confirmation from the old man, Lu Chen couldn't sit still anymore.
White eyes, coming from the lower realm.
Him. It must be him. Lu Chen was sure.
Not all milk is called Tetra Pak. Not all cataracts are called him.
Lu Chen never expected that the person coming out of the lower realm portal would be him.
If he had known he could witness his noble appearance, he wouldn't have run away. Lu Chen now felt like an obsessed fan who missed the chance to meet his idol, full of regret. The old man beside him was quite puzzled by this scene.
Hey, such a good young man, why did he suddenly go crazy?
After escorting the old man out of the third mining area, Lu Chen hurried back to Wendy's residence.
Teacher, why are you back so soon?
Wendy was surprised to see Lu Chen when she opened the door.
My good disciple. Thanks to you this time. Lu Chen hugged Wendy happily. What does that have to do with me?
Wendy was still puzzled and didn't quite understand Lu Chen's words. Before going upstairs, Lu Chen specifically instructed Wendy to get more apples and gold ingots for him. Although Wendy didn't understand what Lu Chen was up to, he obediently did as he was told. Lu Chen buried himself in the alchemy room, tirelessly making splash weakness potions.
1 bottle of splash weakness potion plus a golden apple could save an innocent life. Lu Chen had to work quickly to make all the antidotes before the 1-week deadline arrived.
After making more than 10 bottles of potions, the brown mushrooms were almost depleted. Wendy had not returned after going out, and Lu Chen was teleported back to the Misty Forest.
The Black Dragon told Lu Chen that there were brown mushrooms everywhere in the Misty Forest. At first, Lu Chen thought he was being lied to. It wasn't until he saw it with his own eyes that he believed it. The forest floor was covered with a thick layer of decaying leaves.
Many brown mushrooms grew near the base of the tree trunks.
You could see them by gently moving aside the decaying leaves. Almost every tree had them underneath. Lu Chen spent almost half an hour digging nearby and had already collected almost half a backpack of brown mushrooms. Due to their delicious taste and scarce production, these brown mushrooms were quite valuable in the market. The cheapest one would cost 5 gold coins. At this moment, in Lu Chen's eyes, the ground full of brown mushrooms seemed to have turned into a ground full of gold coins. After spending nearly another hour until Lu Chen's backpack could no longer fit anything else, he stopped. This time, Lu Chen dug up nearly 1,000 brown mushrooms in total. This many mushrooms would be more than enough to cure the villagers of Huangsha village and Carlo village. The remaining ones, Lu Chen planned to keep on himself for future needs. Back in the alchemy room, Wendy had been waiting outside for quite some time. When he saw Lu Chen coming out, he immediately greeted him. Teacher, everything you asked for is ready, all downstairs. Well done. Lu Chen patted Wendy's shoulder, expressing his satisfaction. The two went downstairs.
There were 2 large boxes placed at the door. Upon opening them, they were filled with gold ingots. Besides that, there were several baskets of apples nearby. Teacher, I've been a bit tight on resources lately, so I could only manage to gather this much,"
Wendy explained hastily, afraid that Lu Chen might not be pleased. Lu Chen accepted the items and tossed a bag of gold coins to Wendy. "It's fine, I won't take your things for free." With that said, he returned to the alchemy room. Wendy opened the bag of gold coins and found there were tens of thousands of gold coins inside. He couldn't help but sigh. His teacher was indeed wealthy and generous, casually throwing away tens of thousands of gold coins. Lu Chen estimated that the number of infected people in Huangsha village and Carlo village was around 300 in total. This meant they needed a total of 300 bottles of weak splash potion. Apples, brown mushrooms, sugar, spider eyes, blaze powder, potion ingredients. Lu Chen was counting the materials when he suddenly froze. Oh no, blaze powder is running low. Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a headache. After planning for so long, he had overlooked the most crucial item. The blaze powder he had used before was obtained from the desert temple's chest, and now there wasn't much left. Although there were a few TNTs in Lu Chen's backpack, who would dare to mess with that stuff for no reason? If not careful, he might end up blown to bits. Blaze powder was not something easily obtainable. Lu Chen didn't want to trouble Wendy, considering his age. He took out a mask from his backpack and put it on. The next moment, he appeared in an alley near the Tianqing Trading House. After entering the Tianqing Trading House, Lu Chen headed towards the VIP room as if he knew the way well. A fully armed guard from the Royal Knights stood at the entrance of the VIP room and stopped Lu Chen. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. How come a member of the Royal Knights was here at the Tianqing Trading House showing off his power? "Please step aside, I'm looking for Miss Laya," Lu Chen said. "Irrelevant people are not allowed to enter," the guard sternly ordered. Lu Chen furrowed his brows slightly. How could a member of the Royal Knights come to the Tianqing Trading House and act so arrogantly? "I am a VIP of the Tianqing Trading House, why can't I enter?" Lu Chen questioned. "I don't care who you are. You're not allowed in here. Be sensible and leave. Don't force me to kick you out." The guard looked down on Lu Chen and said disdainfully, "Leave? You have quite the nerve. I must go in today," Lu Chen said, drawing the white-sheathed sword from his waist. Every time he presented himself as the ghost-faced, he would switch to the white-sheathed sword to avoid being recognized. "Want to fight? I think you're tired of living." The guard also drew his weapon immediately upon seeing Lu Chen's move. "Fight me? You think you're worthy?" Lu Chen sneered, made a dash, and with a swift upward strike, he directly knocked the guard's long sword out of his hand. The long sword made a thud as it embedded into the wooden ceiling, emitting a buzzing sound. Lu Chen placed the white scabbard against the guard's neck and asked, "Can I go in now?" The guard was sweating profusely and quickly nodded. He could feel the sharpness of the weapon in Lu Chen's hand. "Get lost!" Lu Chen snorted coldly, pushing him aside and barging straight into the VIP room. Inside the VIP room, Leah was feeling restless. Not long ago, a prominent figure from Tianqing Trading House had arrived, specifically requesting to see her. Leah had no choice but to face him. However, to her surprise, this figure was not there for business but for her. The moment Leah appeared, the man forcibly pulled her to sit beside him. "Sir, please let go of me. Otherwise, I won't be polite." Leah frowned and instinctively tried to resist. "Miss Leah, before I introduce myself, I am Elwin." When Leah heard the name Elwin, she froze for a moment. "Prince Elwin, what are you doing here?" Leah forced a strained smile, feeling extremely uneasy. Elwin, the prince of the Square Kingdom, held a highly esteemed status. Although not the heir to the throne, his background and position in the city of Lays were influential. Leah, too, came from a noble family in Lays, with a significant status. If it were just the prince's identity, Leah might not have been so worried. However, Elwin held another special identity for Leah, her unseen fiancé. "Miss Leah, I am your fiancé. Do we need to be so distant?" Elwin reclined on the sofa, smiling at Leah. Honestly, it was Elwin's first time meeting Leah today. Initially, he had been against the marriage arrangement. However, upon seeing Leah, his feelings changed. If he could marry such a beauty, it wouldn't be a loss. Elwin reached for Leah's hand as he spoke. Leah calmly withdrew her hand from Elwin's grasp and moved to the other side of the sofa. "Prince Elwin, you jest. How could I be worthy of you? I think it's best to call off this marriage. Miss Leah, we are a match made in heaven. I have admired you for a long time." Elwin lied shamelessly, almost as shameless as Lu Chen. He then shifted closer to Leah. With Elwin crowding her, Leah had no space to sit and attempted to stand up, but Elwin pulled her back. "Miss Leah, where are you going?" Elwin's face was close, and Leah could feel his breath. Elwin's hand rested on Leah's waist, sliding downwards. "Prince Elwin, please let go of me." Leah's tone carried a hint of anger. This only fueled Elwin's desire for conquest. He tightened his grip on Leah's waist, bringing their bodies closer.
Elwin narrowed his eyes, leaned in to kiss Leah.
Leah was held tightly by Elwin, unable to move.
She didn't want to lose her first kiss or marry Elwin.
However, his background was intimidating, leaving Leah feeling powerless to resist. Despair enveloped Leah.
She closed her eyes, tears streaming down her face. In that moment, a masked face flashed in her mind. She would rather kiss a ghostly visage, perhaps finding some solace. This thought vanished as quickly as it appeared. Leah felt the urge to slap herself, questioning her own thoughts. Just as Leah felt utterly ashamed, a scream suddenly pierced the air. In an instant, Leah felt herself being embraced by a strong arm.
Leah opened her eyes in astonishment.
Before her eyes was the very face she had just pictured in her mind.
Mr. Guamian, what are you doing here? Leah was both shocked and delighted to see Lu Chen.
Thinking back to what had just happened, her face flushed red all of a sudden. When Lu Chen entered the room, he saw a strange man holding Leah, about to kiss her. Lu Chen was initially indifferent to such matters, but when he saw Leah's expression and the tears in her eyes, he immediately understood. Without a word, Lu Chen threw a hook punch, knocking the man off the couch, then effortlessly pulled Leah into his arms.
This series of actions was completed in the blink of an eye. Miss Leah, are you alright?
I just walked in and saw someone trying to assault you.
Lu Chen asked with concern. I'm fine, thank you.
Leah blushed and nodded in gratitude.
Ouch.
Who the hell dares to hit His Highness like that in front of me?
Elwin held his chin, struggling to get up from the ground.
Lu Chen's punch had landed directly on his jaw, knocking out several of his teeth. Elwin spat out blood and cursed angrily.
Oh, Your Highness Elwin, are you alright?
It was only at this moment that Leah finally came to her senses. She hurried to help Elwin up, but he pushed her away.
Get away.
I don't need your help.
Leah, you wretched woman. How dare you be so intimate with another man in front of me? I won't spare you.
Elwin's push made Leah stumble, almost falling.
Lu Chen, quick to react, caught her. Thank you. Leah felt the masculine aura emanating from Lu Chen and couldn't find the right words to say. Miss Leah, please go hide in the back for now. I'll teach this guy a lesson. Lu Chen pulled Leah behind him and said coldly. Mr. Guamian, please don't act rashly. This guy is actually a prince of the Square Kingdom. If anything happens to him, it will be troublesome. Leah quickly interjected. It's okay, I know how to handle this. Lu Chen said. What are you? What do you want to do?
I'll tell you.
I'm a prince. If you lay a hand on me, you're done for.
Elwin said, somewhat frightened.
Oh, is that so? Is being a prince something special? I've never fought a prince before, so today I'll give it a try. Lu Chen flexed his muscles, smiling. Help! Guards, come save me.
Elwin was truly panicked this time, shouting hysterically.
Stop shouting, I've already kicked him out. Lu Chen reminded. Upon hearing this, Elwin's face changed repeatedly.
He gritted his teeth, feeling regretful. Today, in order to keep a low profile, he had only brought one guard. Unexpectedly, he had run into Lu Chen, this star of calamity. In fact, even if Elwin had brought all his guards today, the result would have been the same. How could these people stop Lu Chen? Unless Elwin called a few titled knights to serve as his guards, there might be some hope. But titled knights were not easy to command. Even when the king traveled, he only had 1 or 2 permanent titled knights for protection. In any case, Elwin was bound to fall into Lu Chen's hands today.
Brother, please, don't kill me, I can give you a lot of money.
Seeing Lu Chen getting closer, Elwin suddenly knelt down and began to beg for mercy. Lu Chen was taken aback, not expecting this guy to be so cowardly. Before he even made a move, the man had already surrendered.
Lu Chen stopped in his tracks, about to say something.
Suddenly, Elwin flipped his wrist, revealing a sharp little knife. He waved the knife towards Lu Chen's heart. Seeing this, Leah exclaimed, Mr.
Guamian, be careful. Lu Chen shook his head, looking calm.
He didn't move a muscle, just stood there, allowing Elwin's attack to come.
Although Elwin was puzzled why Lu Chen didn't dodge, his actions continued. Die! Elwin shouted fiercely. The next moment, with a clang, the knife in Elwin's hand was directly bounced back.
Elwin felt like his body was pricked by needles, in excruciating pain.
Haven't you eaten? Dare to put in some effort? Lu Chen mocked Elwin. Lu Chen opened his cloak, revealing a full set of enchanted armor inside.
With Lu Chen's current defense, even if he stood still and let Elwin strike, he wouldn't lose much health.
Moreover, the chest armor on Lu Chen also had a second-level thorn enchantment.
When Elwin's knife struck, it not only failed to injure Lu Chen but also rebounded a considerable amount of damage back to Elwin due to the thorn enchantment.
I'll fight you.
Elwin, refusing to believe, picked up the nearby knife and charged towards Liu Ken again.
Liu Ken sneered and was about to act.
Liu Chen's movements were swift, drawing his sword from his waist. With a sweeping motion, he sent Elwin flying, crashing heavily into the wall of the VIP room.
Mr. Guamian, don't kill him, Leah exclaimed in shock. Liu Ken smiled faintly, saying, "It's okay, I know what I'm doing." Elwin's previous health was only 2 points, so logically, a strike from Liu Ken would have been fatal. However, at this moment, Elwin's health was exactly half, just 1 point. This was a characteristic of the sword attack technique, where the first 2 strikes, no matter how high the damage, wouldn't be fatal. Only the third strike would be lethal. That's why Liu Ken remained so composed. Liu Ken walked over to Elwin. Finding Elwin lying on the ground severely injured, he had fainted. This actually saved Liu Ken a lot of trouble. He leisurely sat back on the sofa, crossing his legs, whistling as if nothing had happened just now. Leah was stunned for a while before coming back to her senses. She quickly had the room tidied up and sent someone to take Elwin for treatment. If Elwin died here, the Tianqing trading house would be in big trouble. Carrie happened to pass by the VIP room and heard some commotion inside. She couldn't help but peek inside. This time, her eyes met Liu Chen's gaze. Liu Ken gave Carrie a meaningful smile and raised his fist. The look in his eyes clearly said, "If you dare to come in, I will have to take action." Remembering the slap she received from Liu Ken earlier, Carrie's face changed, and she immediately averted her gaze. Where did that poly guy run off to? He promised to help me vent my anger, but there's still no sign of him. Carrie stomped her foot, feeling annoyed. Several staff members carried the unconscious Elwin out, but Carrie blocked their way. "Miss Carrie, please step aside. We have urgent matters." Carrie was in a bad mood and was about to scold them when she saw a man covered in blood. Having been in Lei City for years, Carrie recognized the man at a glance. "Isn't this His Highness Elwin? How did he end up like this?" "I don't know, Miss Leah asked us to take him back." Leah. Upon hearing Lee's name, Carrie immediately perked up. Putting together the recent events in the VIP room, Carrie instantly understood. Estimating that Elwin was also beaten by that ghost-faced person. After reaching this conclusion, Carrie immediately had a new plan in mind. She walked out with the group carrying Elwin. "Mr. Ghostface, thank you for helping me teach that guy a lesson, otherwise," Leia said somewhat embarrassedly. "No need to thank me, just a small matter." Liu Ken waved his hand, indicating Leia need not say more. "I came to buy something from you today." "Mr. Ghostface, what do you need? I'll have someone arrange it for you immediately," Leia said enthusiastically. "Do you know what this is?" Liu Ken said, taking out a piece of fire medicine and placing it on the table. "I've seen it, but I don't know what it is exactly." Leia hesitated. "You don't know how to use this thing?" Liu Ken asked, puzzled. "I don't know, but if you need it, we have some here." "Really? How much do you have?" "I'll take it all." Excited, Liu Ken stood up from the sofa and grabbed Leia's hand. Leia's face instantly turned red, her cheeks burning. I'll arrange it for you right away." She freed herself from Liu Chen's hand and ran out as if escaping. Before long, Leia brought in a large box. "Mr. Ghostface, everything you wanted is here." Leia spoke with her head deliberately lowered, not daring to look Liu Ken in the eyes. Liu Ken opened the box and saw a whole box of fire medicine inside. "Wow! So much!" Liu Ken roughly counted. There were at least dozens of sets of fire medicine inside. Even if used to make TNT, it could probably fill an entire room. "We occasionally receive this kind of thing, but we can't sell it, and no one buys it, so it has been piling up in the warehouse," Leia explained on the side. "How much for all of this?" "Mr. Ghostface, consider these as my gratitude to you. I'll give them to you for free," Leia said with a smile. "Give them to me? That's not quite appropriate. It might be misunderstood if word gets out. I'd rather pay for it." With that, Liu Ken placed a money bag of 10,000 gold coins into Leia's hand. "Mr. Ghostface, you really don't have to." Leia was about to refuse when she heard Liu Ken say, "Miss Leia, we are friends. I don't like taking advantage of others. You must accept this money." Liu Chen's tone was firm, so Leia had to agree. Liu Ken packed everything into his backpack and left the trading post in big strides. Leia watched Liu Ken walk away, looking somewhat lost. Could it be? "We can only be friends." Leia stood in place, murmuring to herself. Liu Ken left the trading post, turned into a small alley, and teleported back to the alchemy room. This time, the preparations were finally completed successfully. With enough fire medicine, all the infected villagers could be saved. Liu Ken worked tirelessly, locking himself in the alchemy room to start brewing medicine. During this time, he didn't rest at all, brewing day and night. Under Liu Chen's intense usage, 2 brewing stations were broken. Those were Wendy's treasures for many years,
One of them was said to be a gift from his deceased teacher. When Wendy heard about this, he almost cried on the spot. This brewing took a full 2 days and nights.
Liu Chen opened the door of the alchemy room, stretched lazily. There were several large boxes in the room, all filled with splash-type weak potion, totaling over 1,000 bottles. The medicine prepared for the villagers of Yellow Sand Village and Carlo Village was in Liu Chen's backpack, and the rest were extras. "Teacher, what are these things in this box?" Wendy asked in confusion. "Something that can make us rich." Liu Chen flashed a confident smile. Before leaving, Liu Chen specifically instructed Wendy to keep an eye on the contents of the box until he returned. Then, Liu Chen transported back to the Yellow Sand Village with the antidote. In just a few days, the Yellow Sand Village had been partially buried by the yellow sand. Standing at the entrance, Liu Chen could hear the cries of the infected villagers. Liu Chen drew his sword and flew to the top of a shelter. Inside this circular stone-built shelter were hundreds of infected villagers from the Yellow Sand Village. Liu Chen dug an opening and peered inside. The villagers were all emaciated, their faces covered in corpse spots. After searching through the crowd for a while, Liu Chen finally spotted Colin. At that moment, Colin was incessantly banging his head against the wall. Liu Chen carefully moved above Colin. Colin was the leader of the village, so getting him back to normal would save Liu Chen a lot of effort. However, surrounded by infected villagers, rescuing him posed a significant challenge for Liu Chen. Initially, Liu Chen planned to use his sword to hover in the air and feed Colin golden apples and potions. But upon further consideration, Liu Chen dismissed this idea. Firstly, this method required high precision in controlling the sword, risking a fall. Secondly, even if Colin recovered, he would still be with the infected villagers. If he got bitten again, all efforts would be in vain. Just as Liu Chen was at a loss, his gaze fell on a large tree in the village. There, a spider was climbing up slowly on its silk thread. Liu Chen's eyes lit up. Right, a fishing rod. Why didn't I think of that? To rescue Colin, a fishing rod would do the trick. To Liu Chen, the space beneath him was like a fishing pond, and the villagers were the fish. All Liu Chen had to do was fish Colin out like catching a fish. Without hesitation, Liu Chen took out the fishing rod, aimed at Colin below, and cast it out. The fishing rod landed perfectly on Colin's back. Liu Chen pulled up with force, and Colin soared into the air. With a splash, Colin detached from the hook and fell into the water pit Liu Chen had prepared. Got it! Liu Chen was overjoyed and hurried to the edge of the pool. Colin, with a vacant look in his eyes, swam towards the shore but couldn't get out. Liu Chen squatted down, surrounding Colin with stones. "I'm here to save you." After saying that, Liu Chen fed Colin a golden apple and quickly threw a bottle of splash-type weak potion towards him. Colin froze in place, no longer moving erratically. Gray bubbles emerged from his body. After the weak potion took effect, the gray bubbles gradually turned red. After several minutes of anxious waiting, all the corpse spots on Colin's face faded away. Colin slowly opened his eyes. When he saw Liu Chen in front of him, he became alert. "Steve, why haven't you left yet? Run! Monsters!" Mid-sentence, Colin suddenly froze. He realized that it was already daylight. The monsters were long gone, and he was trapped in the water. "Big brother Colin, all the monsters are dead, you don't need to worry." Seeing Colin's concern for him, Liu Chen felt a long-lost warmth in his heart. Although in Liu Chen's eyes, Colin seemed like an ordinary village NPC, he no longer cared about such distinctions. Colin was not just Steve's friend now. He was also Liu Chen's friend. Steve was Liu Chen, and Liu Chen and Steve had become one. Unconsciously, Liu Chen had begun to slowly integrate into this blocky world of people. All dead? How? How is that possible? Colin found it hard to believe his ears. He clearly remembered that fateful night when the entire village was wiped out. Nothing is impossible. Come up and have something to eat and rest for a bit. There will be important things for you to help with later. Liu Chen reached out to Colin and pulled him out of the water. It was then that Colin realized how hungry he was. Without hesitation, he took the bread Liu Chen handed him and stuffed it into his mouth. "Damn, I'm starving to death." While Colin ate, Liu Chen recounted what had happened in Huangsha village. Tears welled up in Colin's eyes after hearing it. "Steve, you are truly a great benefactor of our village." Liu Chen waved his hands repeatedly, saying that it was his duty. 10 minutes later, Colin finally felt full. He burped contentedly and patted his belly. "Let's go. Let's rescue our fellow villagers." Liu Chen nodded and taught Colin how to fish. At first, Colin was a bit rusty, but soon, he was catching fish more accurately than Liu Chen. Seeing this, Liu Chen decided to let Colin stay up high while he guarded the edge of the pool. For each infected villager Colin caught, Liu Chen would guide them to the shore and give them medicine. Initially, Liu Chen only dared to feed them one by one.
But as they worked together, their coordination improved.
Lu Chen urged Colin to speed up.
The number of villagers in the pool increased.
Every few minutes, several villagers would return to normal. Lu Chen pulled them out and let them eat to regain their strength.
Eventually, the villagers who had recovered came to help Lu Chen, and the efficiency increased even more. In less than an hour, over 100 infected people in Huangsha village had fully recovered.
Colin jumped down from above, excitedly sharing Lu Chen's heroic deeds with the villagers.
Upon hearing that Lu Chen had come specifically to save them, the villagers of Huangsha village collectively knelt down to express their gratitude.
Lu Chen couldn't bear such a grand gesture and quickly asked everyone to stand up.
Afterwards, the villagers returned to their homes.
Huangsha village finally regained its peace. Watching this scene, Lu Chen couldn't help but feel emotional.
Located in the desert, Huangsha village did not have fields, so they did not have to submit food. Although conditions were tough, the villagers were self-sufficient and lived decently. However, Carlo village was not as comfortable. Despite having plenty of fields, the villagers still suffered from hunger. Having grown up in Carlo village, Lu Chen knew how tough life was there. If only Carlo village could become like Huangsha village,
Lu Chen thought to himself. However, this seemed unlikely. Unless Lu Chen could redefine the rules of this kingdom. Lu Chen and Colin bid farewell and hurriedly left.
As for the group of pig people and horse thieves in the desert oasis, Lu Chen temporarily ignored them. These were not things he needed to consider at the moment. The infected villagers of Carlo village were still waiting for him to rescue them. Perhaps he could learn about his mother from the villagers.
Lu Chen returned to the Knight's Order and immediately found Pak's Heaven Spear.
Pak's Heaven Spear was currently in the limelight, almost certain to be the next leader of the Knight's Order. Seeing Lu Chen's arrival, Pak's Heaven Spear put aside his work.
What wind blew you here? Have you already figured out a way to save the villagers? Pak's Heaven Spear hit the nail on the head. Wow, you can even guess that. You truly are amazing, Lu Chen said in surprise.
Pak's Heaven Spear was taken aback. He was just joking earlier.
Have you really figured out a way? Pak's Heaven Spear asked skeptically. Why would I lie to you? Hurry, come with me, lives are at stake, Lu Chen said, pulling Pak's Heaven Spear to leave. Hey, slow down. The Skybreaker was being dragged out by Lu Chen.
Just as they reached the door, they coincidentally met Captain Mulin returning from outside.
Steve, you're crazy enough on your own. Why drag the Skybreaker alone? Mulin reproached. The situation was critical, and it was a time to make use of people. Without the Skybreaker, the Night Order would be in chaos.
Mu old man, you came at the right time. Come with us to the border.
Lu Chen immediately pulled him into the group upon seeing Mulin.
Before Mulin could answer, Lu Chen forcibly dragged him over.
Captain, give this guy a chance. What if he really succeeds? The Skybreaker comforted Mulin.
Fine. I'll make an exception this time, but if you dare play tricks on me later, be prepared to be scolded. Mulin snorted coldly and joined the team.
A dozen minutes later, Lu Chen teleported with the two to the border village of Carlo.
Although it had only been a few days since he last visited, it felt like years had passed for Lu Chen.
Steve, get to work quickly, stop dawdling,
Mulin urged.
Watch closely, both of you. Lu Chen took out a shovel and dug a large pool of water at the village entrance.
Mulin and the Skybreaker looked at each other, puzzled about Lu Chen's intentions. Once the pool was dug, Lu Chen began his work.
The infected villagers were trapped in a closed pit.
Lu Chen climbed on top and opened the circular stone above. The monsters, who had not seen light for a long time, became agitated upon seeing it.
Lu Chen sat down directly on the ground.
He took out a fishing rod from his backpack, cast it with force, and hooked a villager.
It was a neighbor who lived near Lu Chen. He wanted to find out about his mother from the neighbor. What is this guy doing? How can he still have the mind to fish?
Mulin looked puzzled.
Watch this.
Lu Chen gave a strong pull, and the hooked villager flew high from the crowd. With a splash, he landed in the water pool Lu Chen had prepared.
Steve, are you crazy? Why did you release the monsters?
The Skybreaker and Mulin exclaimed upon seeing the scene.
Don't worry, the real show is yet to come.
Lu Chen jumped down from a height, controlling his sword to float to the edge of the water pool. The infected villager lay by the pool, trying to reach Lu Chen but failing.
Let's go up and see.
Mulin frowned and pulled the Skybreaker forward. Seeing the two approaching, Lu Chen smirked confidently.
Steve, what are you up to? If the monsters escape, neither of us can bear the responsibility.
The Skybreaker said seriously.
Skybreaker, I hope you can take back what you just said. They are not monsters, they are just innocent victims. Lu Chen stared at the Skybreaker.
Next time, if you say that again, don't blame me for not recognizing you. I don't care what kind of nonsense night title you have. The Skybreaker was frightened by Lu Chen's gaze. He had never seen this side of Lu Chen before.
Alright, I understand.
The Skybreaker nodded in response.
Lu Chen held the golden apple and splatter weakness potion in his hands, skillfully completing the treatment. Next, it's time to witness a miracle. Lu Chen's face lit up with a smile again. The Skybreaker and Mulin were also full of curiosity, wondering what surprise Lu Chen would bring.
A few minutes later, the once infected villager's corpse spots gradually faded from his face, and he finally regained consciousness.
This shocked both the Skybreaker and Mulin. It can actually be cured. This is too amazing. Steve, how did you do it? Can you tell me? Mulin's gaze towards Lu Chen became unusually intense.
The knights were recently busy dealing with the situation of mutant zombies.
Now, Lu Chen could actually cure the infected people, which was great news.
As long as Lu Chen was willing to share his method, many lives could be saved. Lu Chen, however, gestured for them to hold off and not speak. He pulled the villagers out of the water and handed them food.
Steve, what are you doing here? What's happening to me?
The villager looked at Lu Chen, feeling confused and unsure of the situation. The next moment, he suddenly remembered his previous encounter, his face filled with fear.
Steve, run! There are monsters in the village. He shouted loudly at Lu Chen. Don't be afraid. I have already driven away all the monsters. Driven them away.
The man clearly didn't quite believe Lu Chen's words.
Forget about that for now. I need to ask you, did you see my mother before the incident?
Lu Chen stared at the man expectantly.
The man hesitated upon hearing Lu Chen's question.
Lu Chen felt a pang in his heart, knowing it was probably not good news.
Just tell me if there's something, don't hesitate. Alright. The man sighed. Miss Tiki. She was taken away by the monsters. What? Taken away by monsters? How is that possible?
Lu Chen almost jumped up at the news. He had only heard of monsters hurting people, never of monsters kidnapping them.
What exactly happened? Lu Chen inquired further.
That day, I was working in the fields when suddenly, a huge zombie rushed into the village. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen immediately thought of the giant zombie he encountered at the village entrance that night.
Could it be him? And then? That giant zombie ran all the way and arrived near your house.
Your mother hid inside, but the giant smashed through the roof, grabbed her, and took her away. The villagers wanted to keep that giant zombie, but then a group of mutant zombies appeared, blocking our way.
We had no choice but to give up. Steve, I'm sorry, we just couldn't save your mother, the man said apologetically. Lu Chen shook his head. You did your best, it's not your fault. Those monsters were not something ordinary people could handle. Lu Chen fell into deep thought suddenly. Why did the giant zombie take his mother? Was she still alive?
Things were becoming more and more mysterious.
Steve, don't be sad. Your mother is lucky, she will be fine. Patianji approached and patted Lu Chen's shoulder to comfort him. I hope so. Lu Chen snapped out of his sadness.
It was not the time to be pessimistic.
Many villagers were still waiting for Lu Chen's rescue.
Lu Chen started to work busily, just like he did in the Yellow Sand village before, saving the infected villagers one by one. Patianji and Mulin watched for a while and probably understood how to rescue the villagers.
Steve, we'll help you.
The two of them walked up together and started to assist Lu Chen in rescuing the villagers. With the help of two titled knights, the efficiency increased significantly. In less than half an hour, Lu Chen had cured all the infected villagers. When they saw the golden medals on Mulin and Patianji's shoulders, they were all stunned.
Two titled knights. They were actually saved by two titled knights. What a great honor. The group of people all knelt down to express their gratitude. Thank you, noble knights, for saving us.
Mulin furrowed his brows and spoke loudly to the villagers. Folks, you don't need to thank the two of us.
The one you should truly thank is Steve.
The villagers seemed skeptical. In their eyes, Steve was just a kid. Moreover, Steve had clashed with the knight Reinhardt, who had saved their lives before. This made them even more reluctant to believe that Steve had saved them. Seeing the crowd's doubts, Pox Spear couldn't bear it and added, Our Knight Order initially planned to eliminate all the infected, but it was Steve who argued logically, allowing you to live until today. Not only that, Steve also found a way to restore the infected within a few days. All of this is because of Steve. After Pox Spear finished speaking, everyone looked at Lu Chen. The villagers' emotions were complex. They had never thought that Lu Chen had saved them from the beginning to the end. This sudden reality caught them off guard. Lu Chen, however, didn't care at all. He saved the people of Huangsha village sincerely, but he saved the villagers of Carlo village to find out about his mother's whereabouts. There was a fundamental difference between the two. Lu Chen turned and left,
walking towards the village outskirts, leaving a group of people behind. Seeing this, Newland didn't say much either. Lucan left the village and headed towards the forest. He had seen the shadow of the giant zombie here before, so he decided to try his luck. Maybe he could follow the clues and find out about his mother, Tiki. Unfortunately, things didn't go as planned. Lucan stayed here all night, but apart from a few foolish zombies, he didn't make any discoveries. It wasn't until dawn that Lucan sighed and walked away. After a night of rest, Carlo village returned to normal once again. Lucan, Pox Spear, and Mulan returned to the night order together. As soon as they sat down, Newland couldn't wait to ask, "Steve, do you still have those things to treat the villagers?" "Well, I do have them, but..." Lucan pretended to look somewhat troubled. Newland knew exactly what Lucan meant. He just wanted benefits. "Stop beating around the bush, just say what you want, I'll try to satisfy you." "Newland, you know me well. Then I won't be polite with you either." Lucian's little scheme was exposed, and he chuckled. To restore the infected, you need a golden apple and a bottle of splash-type weakness potion. "And then, get to the point," Newland urged impatiently. "A golden apple requires 8 gold ingots and an apple to synthesize. The cost of 1 gold ingot is about 5 gold coins, so 8 would be 40 gold coins. I won't charge you for the apple. In total, it would cost 40 gold coins, but that's just the cost price. I can't work for free, you have to give me some processing fee, right?" "How much do you want then?" Newland asked. "Not much, 66 gold coins, for good luck." Lucan chuckled. "So expensive?" "Newland, accounts are not calculated like that. For every bottle of potion you buy, you can prevent the loss of a knight in advance. Isn't a brave knight worth 66 gold coins?" Lucan began to persuade frantically. After hearing Lucian's words, Newland pondered for a moment and thought it made sense. "All right, then it's 66 gold coins. What about the price of the potion?" Newland asked. "This potion is my unique formula, requiring expensive materials like spider eyes, brown mushrooms, costing several tens of gold coins. Moreover, the potion is extremely difficult to refine, and apart from me, no one else can do it, which will significantly increase the labor cost. Name your price, let's see if I can accept it." Mu Lin couldn't be bothered with small talk and asked directly, 80 gold coins? "It's a bit expensive, but I can accept it." Lucian smiled and gestured. "It's not 80, it's 800. "How much?" 800 gold coins. "Steve, are you out of your mind? Who would spend 800 on a bottle of potion?" Mu Lin was almost faint at the price. "Lower it a bit, 800 gold coins are too high, even if reported, the king won't approve." Mu Lin persuaded. "What does it have to do with the king?" Lu Chen asked. "The knights belong to the kingdom of blocks. To purchase things, they need the king's approval." Mu Lin explained. "I don't care. This is the price. Buy it or not. If the king doesn't agree, then forget it." Lu Chen shrugged, indifferent. Lu Chen believed that something that could save lives, no matter how high the price, would still have buyers. Even if the knights didn't buy, there would be others. "All right, I'll report it first. If the king doesn't agree, I can't do anything." "Okay, you go ahead, I'll go back to rest, exhausted." Lu Chen pretended to stretch lazily and left. When Lu Chen was far away, Mu Lin sighed. "This kid is really a money lover." The sky-breaking halberd chuckled at the words. "Captain, Steve is fine everywhere, just a little greedy, don't worry too much." Earlier, Mu Lin thought Lu Chen resembled Steven. Now it seemed he was mistaken. I wonder what sin Steven committed in his past life to have such a son, really tarnishing his face. Mu Lin couldn't help but sigh. "Captain, should we tell Steve about those things?" the sky-breaking halberd asked. "No, wait a bit longer, the time is not ripe yet. If possible, I'd rather keep this secret forever." Lu Chen left the knights and headed home. Before reaching the doorstep, Lu Chen saw a crowd on the street. Why are so many people crowded here? Lu Chen was puzzled. He suddenly remembered the scene from that morning. Could it be? They're here for my villa again. As the saying goes, good wine needs no bush. It seemed his house was indeed too well built. Lu Chen struggled to squeeze through the crowd. Sure enough, these people were here to see the villa. What a beautiful house. I really want to go in and see. Compared to the house next door, this one is simply trash. I wonder which architectural master crafted this house. I really want to see. Lu Chen mingled in the crowd, listening to the crazy praises of the villa, feeling a bit elated. He walked out of the crowd, stepped onto the property amidst the astonished gazes, and entered the house. This immediately caused a commotion among the onlookers. "Wow! How did he get in?" someone exclaimed. "Need I say more? This person must be the owner of the house." Another person immediately guessed Lu Chen's identity. Lu Chen ignored the crowd, walked straight into the house, and closed the door.
This left the disappointed spectators outside, thinking they could go in.
Lu Chen went to the basement, thinking that after these people hit a wall, they should disperse by tomorrow.
He emptied his backpack and teleported back to the desert oasis.
Big Black was still waiting for him there. As soon as he appeared, 2 golden swords were pointed at his neck. 2 pigmen were staring at Lu Chen warily. Lu Chen was stunned and didn't dare to move. "Brothers, put away your weapons, he's not an enemy." The pigman Anta's voice suddenly rang out. Anta quickly ran up and explained. The 2 pigmen then reluctantly put away their weapons. "Anta, what's going on?" Lu Chen resumed his movements, somewhat puzzled, and asked Anta. "Steve, I'm really sorry, these pigmen are not my subordinates, they accidentally offended you," Anta said apologetically. "Not your subordinates? What happened?"
Lu Chen looked around and noticed that there were significantly more pigmen in the oasis, but he didn't know where they came from.
"It's like this," Anta began to explain to Lu Chen.
Just a few days after Lu Chen left, another group of pigmen appeared in the desert. It is said that they also escaped from the lower world through a portal. The 2 groups of pigmen met here.
Almost came to blows over territory. The newcomers outnumbered Anta's group by almost twice.
In order to avoid injuries to his subordinates, Anta chose to give up some territory to the other side. As a result, the other side directly occupied the oasis's lakes, driving Anta's group to live on the outskirts of the sand dunes.
Without the lakes, Anta could no longer comfortably sunbathe.
The desert was hot and unbearable, and if they wanted to cool off in the water, they had to watch others' moods. Lu Chen looked towards the lake and saw that most of it was occupied by unfamiliar pigmen.
Anta's subordinates could only hide in the shade to keep cool. Thinking of this, Anta began to sigh.
Seeing this, Lu Chen patted his shoulder and comforted him. "Don't worry, I'll find you a good place later."
"Really? Thank you so much."
Anta was quite moved by his words. "By the way, your friend was captured by those pigmen, you should go check on him."
"What? You mean Turner?"
Lu Chen was surprised, not expecting such a thing.
"Yes, the guy who planted carrots with us. Do you know why they captured him?" Lu Chen asked. "It's because of the territory dispute. After Anta decided to give up the territory, the other side directly occupied the lake. And by the lake was where Turner planted his carrots. In a few more days, the carrots would have been ready for harvest. After this group of pigmen arrived, they drove Turner out directly. Not only that, they also ruined the entire carrot field. Regardless of whether they were ripe or not, they pulled them all out and ate them." Enraged, Turner rushed up and was immediately captured by the other side. After listening to Anta's story, Lu Chen clenched his fists. "They dare to bully me. They're as good as dead," Lu Chen said fiercely. "Steve, please don't act impulsively, their combat power is much higher than ours, we'll lose if we fight," Anta hurriedly advised. He didn't want to lose any more of his subordinates. "Anta, this has nothing to do with you, don't worry, I can handle this myself," Lu Chen said firmly. Since coming to this world, he had never been at a disadvantage to anyone. Or rather, those who dared to oppose Lu Chen did not have a good ending, like Reinhardt and the Count's father and son. Lu Chen followed Anta to their territory. It was only a sand dune away from the lake. Lu Chen could see the situation by the lake from the sand dune. At this moment, Turner was forced to plant. The pigmen knew that carrots were delicious, so instead of killing him, they made him work as a laborer for free, planting crops for them. Turner wielded his hoe, sweating profusely, working hard under the scorching sun to dig the ground. He had many wounds on his body, and the sweat dripped onto the wounds, causing him to grimace in pain. "Hurry up!" The pigman in charge of guarding kicked Turner in the butt and scolded angrily. Turner collapsed in the field, the freshly dug ground was crushed again, and he had to dig it up again. Gritting his teeth, Turner stood up. He endured the pain, not uttering a sound. "When Steve comes back, you will all die," Turner thought to himself. He believed that Steve would definitely come back to save him. Lu Chen saw the scene and almost drew his weapon to rush up and kill the pigman. Anta quickly stopped him. "Lu Chen, calm down. If you rush up now, you won't save anyone, and you'll end up dead too." "Damn it!" Lu Chen pounded the ground with his fist, his anger soaring. "To treat me like this, I must kill these guys," he said fiercely. "Let's go, it's not safe here, let's find another place to talk." Lu Chen led Anta outside the sand dunes, where there was no one around, away from the pigmen. "Anta, tonight I'm going to take action, you better take your brothers and leave to avoid getting hurt." "Take action tonight? So soon?" Anta was surprised. "Yes, tonight it is. I can't bear it anymore," Lu Chen said angrily. Anta hesitated for a moment before making up his mind. "Alright, I'm fed up with them too. Count me in. Let's do it together." Anta, after days of frustration, couldn't hold back anymore. Then, Lu Chen and Anta began to plan their attack. The enemy outnumbered them several times, well equipped with pigmen wielding enchanted golden swords and armor.
On the other hand, Lu Chen's side was all bare, holding shabby weapons.
To fight the enemy, they needed to boost their combat power first. Without hesitation, Lu Chen took out his inventory and made a set of iron armor for each pigman. As for Anta, Lu Chen prepared a complete set of diamond equipment for it.
Lu Chen paid such a high price just to win over these pigmen. Pigmen were natural warriors, brave and skilled in combat. As long as he could enlist these pigmen, he wouldn't have to worry about fighting alone in the future.
Brothers, tonight we will go and take down those guys, reclaim our territory. Anta gathered his subordinates and gave orders.
The pigmen were excited. They had been holding back their grievances for days, looking for a way to vent them. Brothers, here are some equipment, take them and gear up, one set for each, everyone gets a share.
Lu Chen timely appeared, bringing out a pile of armor. The pigmen's eyes almost popped out. Wow! So much equipment. Rich guy, do you need a leg accessory? Anta, this set of armor is for you. Lu Chen handed the diamond set to Anta. Anta's hands trembled as he held the armor.
This, such a precious thing, how can I accept it? Anta was so excited that he could hardly speak clearly. This was a complete set of diamond armor, along with a diamond sword. Anta had never dared to hope that he could use such top-notch equipment in his life, feeling grateful and moved to tears. No more words, from today on, you are my leader, Anta. Just ask if you need anything. Anta was almost moved to tears. His subordinates also nodded in agreement. Lu Chen appeared calm on the surface, but he was ecstatic inside. These pigmen were so easy to please, just a set of iron armor made them so satisfied.
With the same equipment, the combat power of a pigman was comparable to that of a golden knight.
In this way, Lu Chen had dozens of golden knights under his command. If he equipped them with better gear in the future, their combat power could even rival that of a titled knight.
Thinking of this, Lu Chen was filled with excitement. The night grew darker. Lu Chen and the pig people hid in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to come.
The other side had guards arranged around the lake, ready to alert everyone at the slightest movement.
Lu Chen's primary goal on this trip was to rescue Turner. Turner had to be rescued first before the next plan could be carried out.
Brothers of the pig people, don't go out later.
Wait for me to rescue my friend, then you can take action. Lu Chen instructed the pig people behind him.
Boss, you go ahead. Once you succeed, my brothers and I will rush up to cover you.
Anta nodded, patting Lu Chen on the back. All right, I'm going. With that, Lu Chen put on a black cloak and disappeared into the night.
Although it was late at night, Turner was still being watched by the pig people. Hurry up and work. We're almost done with this last piece of land. If it weren't for watching you, I would have gone to sleep ages ago. The pig person in charge of watching Turner was full of resentment in his words.
While the other pig people could rest by the lake, it couldn't.
Although the overseer's job was easy, it was far from enjoying the sun by the lake. So, it vented its frustration on Turner. Turner was close to collapse at this point. He was almost 40 years old, his strength was declining, and he couldn't bear such heavy work. He had been working the land all day, his back ached. And he hadn't even had water to drink, only rotten meat that was hard to swallow. After eating, he couldn't keep it down and vomited up the remnants in his stomach. Turner was almost in despair, but he still held a glimmer of hope. Steve will definitely come to rescue me, Turner thought, but his body uncontrollably fell towards the ground.
Not good, can't hold on.
Just as his body was about to hit the ground, a pair of hands pulled him up.
Turner, are you okay?
A familiar voice sounded in his ears. Turner opened his eyes and saw Lu Chen looking at him with a worried expression.
Steve, you finally came.
Before he could finish his sentence, Turner's head tilted, and he passed out. He was just too tired.
Lu Chen was shocked and quickly checked Turner's condition.
It's okay, he just fainted from hunger,
Lu Chen exclaimed. He quickly fed Turner a golden apple to restore his strength.
The effect of the golden apple was indeed powerful, as it immediately woke Turner up. Seeing Lu Chen, he sat up abruptly.
Steve, you really came to rescue me. I thought that was just a dream, Turner exclaimed excitedly.
Now is not the time for this, come with me quickly.
Lu Chen pulled Turner towards the dunes. Turner looked at the pig overseer lying by the field and hesitated.
Did you
kill him?
Of course. If I didn't take care of it, how could I save you?
Hurry up. Lu Chen stood under the dunes and pushed Turner up. What about you? Aren't you coming up? Turner asked in confusion. Me? I'm going to avenge you, Lu Chen said before turning and leaving. Turner stared at Lu Chen's departing figure, his eyes suddenly moist. Too alike. It's just too alike.
In that moment, he remembered the past. Back then, Turner had also been bullied, and someone had stood up for him. But now, that person's fate was unknown. Lu Chen quietly approached the area where the pig people were resting. Nearly 30 pig people lay scattered in the grass piles here. Lu Chen couldn't help but sneer. Those who dare to bully me, all of you, will die. He buried a large amount of TNT near these pig people and dug a big hole outside, covering it with grass. After completing all this, Lu Chen spread redstone powder next to the TNT, extending it all the way outside the blast safety zone. After completing these preparations, Lu Chen activated the endmost push rod. The originally dim redstone instantly lit up and headed straight towards the pigmen's main camp. Before long, all the TNT was ignited. The next second, the entire desert oasis was as bright as day. With a deafening roar, over 30 pigmen who were sleeping were instantly blown to bits and ascended into the sky. Seeing this scene, the pigmen Anta excitedly shouted, "Attack!" The pigmen swarmed out, shouting and charging forward. The hostile pigmen, still groggy from sleep, were cut down by Anta's men before they could even understand what was happening. Not a single person on Anta's side was injured, and they wiped out the enemy completely. From Lu Chen's action to the enemy's total annihilation, all of this took less than 10 minutes. "Boss, all enemies have been eliminated," Anta reported excitedly to Lu Chen. "Well done." Lu Chen also showed a long-lost smile. After eliminating the pigmen, all that was left was to clean up the battlefield. After settling Turner, Lu Chen went for a walk by the lake. The massive explosion Lu Chen had just created was incredibly powerful. The lakeside camp where the pigmen resided was directly blasted into a large pit several meters in diameter. The lake water poured in, causing the lake's water level to drop. "Ha! What's this?" Lu Chen accidentally kicked a hard object. At first, Lu Chen thought it was a dry branch at the bottom of the water. It wasn't until Lu Chen wiped away the dirt on the surface of the hard object that he discovered it was actually a huge bone. What Lu Chen saw was just a small section exposed on the ground, with the rest buried in the sand. It took nearly 10 minutes for Lu Chen to dig out the bone completely. However, he couldn't figure out which kind of animal this bone belonged to. Helpless, Lu Chen had no choice but to seek help from the Black Dragon. The Black Dragon yawned lazily and asked, "What do you want from me?" "Black Dragon, wake up. Help me see what kind of bone this is." "Just a bone, is it worth bothering me for?" "Oh my god," the Black Dragon suddenly exclaimed. "What's wrong?" Lu Chen asked curiously. "Heavens! This is a dragon bone." The Black Dragon's tone was full of excitement. "You mean, a dragon died here?" "That's probably right," the Black Dragon confirmed. "Are dragon bones very precious?" "Of course. Dragon bones usually form only after a dragon with excellent lineage dies. These dragon bones contain their bloodline power. If I could obtain them, my strength would definitely increase significantly," the Black Dragon explained. "So, it's useful for you after all. I thought I could benefit from it." Lu Chen lost interest upon hearing this. Hey, you can't say that. If my strength increases, it's also good for you, right?" That sounds somewhat reasonable. "So, what should I do?" "It's simple. Just dig out that dragon bone and take it with you." The Black Dragon saw an opportunity and quickly said. Lu Chen nodded, crouched down, and prepared to put the dragon bone in his backpack. Just as Lu Chen's hand touched the dragon bone, a powerful force surged into Lu Chen's body. In the few seconds that Lu Chen was stunned, the luster on the surface of the dragon bone suddenly dimmed. Before long, the dragon bone began to emit a cracking sound. In the end, the entire dragon bone turned into powder, scattered by the wind. The Black Dragon stared blankly at Lu Chen, his mind a bit scrambled. Lu Chen also didn't know what had happened. However, he suddenly felt his body filled with strength. After checking his own attributes, Lu Chen was startled. Originally, Lu Chen only had 20 points of health. Now, it had actually increased to 30 points. Not only that, Lu Chen could also clearly feel that his strength and speed had improved significantly. "Black Dragon, what's going on?" Lu Chen asked. "I'm curious too. You're not a member of the Dragon Clan, how can you absorb the power of dragon bones?" The Black Dragon said with a mournful face. The dragon bones that were almost in his hands had actually been absorbed by Lu Chen. Where was the justice in this? After thinking for a while, the image of Lu Chen eating a dragon egg suddenly popped into his mind. "I got it. You must have gained the bloodline power of the Dragon Clan when you ate the dragon egg before, that's why you can successfully absorb the dragon bones. I didn't expect eating dragon eggs to have this kind of benefit. It seems I'll have to get a few more dragon eggs to try in the future," Lu Chen said to himself. The Black Dragon beside him almost fainted from anger. "Trying a few more dragon eggs?
Lu Chen really dared to say that. The reproductive capacity of the dragon clan was already low, sometimes not having a new dragon born in a group for decades. After the black dragon stole that dragon egg, it became the mortal enemy of the entire Shadow Dragon clan. Lu Chen had unexpectedly thought of targeting them. He was simply crazy. Lu Chen had picked up a huge bargain and was feeling quite good about it. Humming a tune, he continued to stroll by the lake. Oh, how could I forget about Big Black? Lu Chen slapped his head, suddenly remembering that his purpose for this trip was to take Big Black away. However, he seemed not to have seen Big Black's figure in the oasis. Where was Big Black? "Anta, have you seen my horse?" Lu Chen asked Anta upon returning. Anta looked at Lu Chen strangely. "Don't worry, it's definitely living a better life than us now." "What do you mean?" Lu Chen asked, puzzled. "Keep going east, there's a grassland, you'll know when you get there," Anta pointed to the east. Lu Chen was confused, but no matter how he asked, Anta refused to say more. Helpless, Lu Chen had to go there himself. Following Anta's directions, Lu Chen finally arrived at the grassland before dawn. From a distance, Lu Chen heard a familiar braying sound. It was the unique bray of Big Black. He couldn't be mistaken. He looked closely. In the distance on the grassland, a sturdy big black horse was riding on another gray horse. Lu Chen couldn't help but cover his eyes. It was unbearable to watch. No wonder Anta didn't want to tell him. This big black guy, really? Lu Chen was speechless. As he approached, Lu Chen realized that the gray one was not a horse, but a donkey. Lu Chen shouted angrily, "Big Black, come here." Big Black, excited at first, trembled all over when Lu Chen shouted, then hurriedly ran over. The gray mother donkey stared at Big Black with a resentful look. "Big Black, do you want to stay here or come back with me?" Lu Chen asked. Big Black looked at Lu Chen, then back at the mother donkey, hesitating and turning in place. With his head lowered, Big Black walked to Lu Chen's side and rubbed against him. Seeing Big Black like this, Lu Chen softened. "Never mind, you stay here for now, I'll come back for you in a few days." Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Big Black neighed happily and ran back to the side of the mother donkey. His own horse had found a partner, while he was still single. Was that fair? Lu Chen shook his head and teleported back home. As soon as he stepped out, Lu Chen noticed that those people were still waiting outside. He thought that after being rejected, these guys would leave sensibly, but to his surprise, there seemed to be even more people outside today. Unable to do anything about it, Lu Chen had to walk up to the crowd and shout, "Ladies and gentlemen, could you please not block my doorstep? It's really bothering me." Lu Chen put on a rather distressed look. Once the onlookers confirmed Lu Chen's identity, the crowd erupted into another round of commotion. They jostled to the front, eager for Lu Chen to let them in for a look. "Brother, can you let us in for a viewing?" Yes, I'm willing to pay a gold coin." "Just 1 gold coin to get in?" "I'll pay 5 gold coins. Let me in." Lu Chen had originally planned to tell everyone that he wouldn't let anyone in. But when he heard someone willing to pay in gold coins, his eyes lit up. Building a house was a piece of cake for him, but if he could make money out of it, wouldn't that be even better? Lu Chen immediately changed his mind. He cleared his throat and addressed the crowd, "Everyone, please calm down and listen to me." As soon as Lu Chen spoke, the noisy scene immediately quieted down. "I know you all want to visit my house, but unfortunately, the space is too small to accommodate so many people at once. So, I'm planning to charge for visits, 10 gold coins per visit, and there will be free food inside." As soon as Lu Chen announced this, the onlookers exploded with chatter. 10 gold coins? That's so expensive. Why don't you just rob us? Beggars, if you can't afford it, then don't come. I'll pay 10 gold coins. Let me in. Opinions on this were divided among the crowd. Lu Chen had anticipated this situation, so he wasn't very surprised. He set the price at 10 gold coins to weed out those who just wanted to join in for the sake of it. True enthusiasts of architecture would willingly pay even 100 gold coins. Upon hearing that a visit would cost 10 gold coins, many people left disappointed. However, many others stayed. Lu Chen counted and was surprised to find hundreds of people still waiting outside. This gave him a headache. His villa couldn't accommodate so many people. Helpless, Lu Chen hung a sign at the door. Private residence, paid visits, 10 gold coins per visit, limited to 100 visitors per day. Qualifications will be randomly selected. As a time traveler, Lu Chen was well versed in the art of hunger marketing. Indeed, when the onlookers saw the sign Lu Chen had put up, their excitement only grew. "Brother, let us in quickly. We have money," a man shouted eagerly. Lu Chen ignored him and put up another notice. "Opening tomorrow, no visits today." Those waiting outside looked at the notice board and exchanged glances. Is this guy stupid? He's not making money even when people are willing to pay. The onlookers all commented in unison.
Before long, everyone at the door had dispersed. Since entry would be randomly selected the next day, queuing early was of no use. Seeing the crowd finally dispersing, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Finally got rid of this bunch of people. It seems he needed to have a word with Hangi from the Royal Knights next time. The security in this area was really lacking, allowing so many people to sneak in. However, Lu Chen was unaware that since the last time he tricked Hangi at the door, Hangi had become much more cautious. Unless they were suspicious individuals, they generally wouldn't stop others from entering. They were afraid of provoking formidable individuals like Lu Chen again. This was probably what they called once bitten, twice shy. Lu Chen had brought this upon himself. Back in the house, Lu Chen went straight to the basement. The entrance to the basement was extremely well hidden, and ordinary people wouldn't be able to find it. Lu Chen took out cocoa beans and jungle wood from a box. This was an idea that had just occurred to him. In this world, no one had discovered the use of cocoa beans yet. Actually, besides being used to make cookies, cocoa beans have another major use. That is to make coffee. Lu Chen planted cocoa beans on the trees and then accelerated their ripening with bone meal. Before long, Lu Chen had several batches of cocoa beans. He took out some cocoa beans, roasted them over the fire, and then ground them into powder. This is the simplest coffee powder. Lu Chen took a cup, added the coffee made from cocoa beans and hot water, then gently stirred. A strong aroma wafted out, very enticing to smell. So fragrant, I wonder how it tastes. Lu Chen carefully examined the coffee in his hand, both in color and aroma. It matched his memory of coffee perfectly. He took a sip, and his eyes lit up instantly. The coffee was slightly hot on entry, and after a while, the taste spread throughout his mouth. The taste was rich, strong, and aromatic. One cup refreshed the mind. The coffee casually made by Lu Chen could rival the best Blue Mountain coffee. With this, he believed it would attract many wealthy people to taste it. After all, coffee has always been a symbol of the nobility. Lu Chen planned to transform this place into a coffee shop. Back in the yard, Lu Chen hung a conspicuous sign on the outer wall of his villa. The name was Square Coffee House. Lu Chen had not realized that the coffee he casually made would become popular throughout the Square Kingdom in the future. Of course, that was a matter for later. For now, it was not mentioned. Lu Chen was daydreaming about the future of the coffee shop. Suddenly, shouts came from outside the property. Lu Chen turned around and saw a short man standing outside his property, glaring at him angrily. Curious, he walked over. Before he reached him, Lu Chen heard the man cursing incessantly. "Who allowed you to build a house here?" The man's tone was unfriendly, and Lu Chen retorted directly. "It's my own property, what's wrong with building a house? I can't control you building a house, but ever since you moved here, more and more people have come, and it's a hassle just to open the door." These days, his house's gate was blocked by onlookers, forcing him to climb over the wall to leave. "They came on their own, not because I invited them, it's none of my business. If you have a problem, go talk to them." Lu Chen frowned, impatiently. "Hey, do you know who I am? How dare you speak to me like that?" The man puffed up and shouted. "I don't care who you are. I'm building a house on my own land, it's none of your business. Mind your own business, nosy Parker." Lu Chen's attitude was very firm. "You, say that again and see what happens." The man was infuriated by Lu Chen. Lu Chen found it somewhat amusing that someone was asking to be insulted by him. After living for so many years, it was the first time he had heard such a request. But since the other party had said so, Lu Chen couldn't refuse. After all, he was a helpful young man. "I said, you nosy Parker, mind your own business. Are you satisfied?" Lu Chen retorted word by word. The man's face grew darker, and his body kept trembling. "You're finished," the man said coldly. "Ha? Can you speak up? I can't hear you?" Lu Chen asked with a face asking for a beating. "Young man, I have to say, you're very brave, but being so arrogant in front of me, the Marquis of Gaoshan, is digging your own grave," the man said with a cold smile. "Marquis of Gaoshan?" Lu Chen was taken aback. "What do you think, scared now? Apologize and get out now, I might spare your life." The Marquis of Gaoshan thought Lu Chen was scared to speak after hearing his title. But the next moment, Lu Chen suddenly burst into laughter. "What are you laughing at?" Marquis Gaoshan furrowed his brow and asked. Normally, when people hear their title, they should be trembling in fear. After all, the title of Marquis is just below that of Duke, a prestigious position with only a few marquises in the entire city of Lays. Gaoshan. What a name, it's unique. I bet you're not even 5 feet tall, right? Well, the Marquis title is real, but you do look like a monkey indeed. Look at your features, sharp mouth, monkey cheeks, truly living up to the name of Monkey Marquis. Lu Chen suppressed a smile and said, You're dead." Marquis Gaoshan's face turned from green to purple. What he detested the most was being criticized for his height and appearance. Usually, those who dared to mock him would meet a tragic end.
Is that all? Is that all? You're getting worked up over this? Lu Chen mocked, laughing heartily. Men, surround this guy for me.
Unable to hold back any longer, Marquis Gaoshan gave the order, and dozens of people rushed out of the house, surrounding Lu Chen's residence. Get him, tear down this guy's house.
Bring me his head. Faced with the siege, Lu Chen remained calm. Thinking of tearing down my house? Dream on. Lu Chen sneered.
The land had protective settings. Without permission, no one could enter.
Even if the enemy had many more people, they couldn't break in.
The Marquis' men approached, but after some probing, they encountered an invisible barrier in front of the land.
My Lord Marquis,
we're blocked by an invisible barrier.
Bring out the weapons.
I don't care what kind of wall it is.
Tear it down for me. Marquis Gaoshan shouted fiercely. Witnessing this scene, Lu Chen couldn't help but chuckle. A bunch of fools.
Before he could finish speaking, cries of pain echoed around him. The attacks of the guards hit the invisible wall of the land and were then repelled by a tremendous force.
Ouch! That hurts. But feels like it's split in two. How can this thing rebound attacks? The guards lamented. Useless. What am I feeding you for? Get up.
Seeing his guards sprawled on the ground, Marquis Gaoshan's nose twitched in anger.
If you won't go, then I will.
Marquis Gaoshan drew his long sword and swung it towards the invisible wall. Unexpectedly, the invisible wall didn't appear, and Marquis Gaoshan entered the land directly. Today, I will raze this place to the ground. Marquis Gaoshan laughed arrogantly, believing he had destroyed the invisible wall.
Lu Chen didn't even spare a glance at the Marquis, turning and entering the villa. Marquis Gaoshan was taken aback. Was the other party backing down? Not willing to fight him? But this suited him just fine. Marquis Gaoshan took out an axe, ready to start demolishing the house.
Before he could bring down a piece of wood, a tall dark shadow loomed over him.
What the hell is this?
Marquis Gaoshan turned around to see a giant creature standing behind him, towering at 3 to 4 meters tall. This was the iron golem created by Lu Chen, specifically designed to prevent mischief makers from destroying the house. However, it seemed there were no mischief makers in this world. Before Marquis Gaoshan could call for help, the iron golem raised its sturdy arms and flung him into the air.
Ah!
Marquis Gaoshan's screams pierced the sky. Passing by a window, Lu Chen caught sight of the scene.
Well, daring to provoke the iron golem, you've got some guts. The guards watched helplessly as Marquis Gaoshan was thrown out by the iron golem but couldn't enter. Marquis Gaoshan landed precisely back in his own house.
However, his landing spot was rather awkward. It happened to be the cesspit of the Marquis' house. Though disgusting, he did manage to save his life in the process. If this falls on flat ground, it would probably be a disaster.
A middle-aged lady responsible for cleaning the toilets was startled when she saw the Marquis. Wow, a warrior. Lao Ba is just a little brother in front of you. Lu Chen returned to the basement to start researching something new.
He had obtained copper before, but never had the chance to use it. This time, Lu Chen was preparing to make a lightning rod.
A lightning rod can be used to attract lightning. Dehei's strength still needed further enhancement, so Lu Chen planned to use the lightning rod's lightning-attracting properties to transform Dehei into a skeleton horse.
After getting the lightning rod, Lu Chen did not rush to find Dehei. He first wanted to give a big gift to the neighbor next door with this thing. Late that night, Lu Chen quietly slipped out of the house and arrived near the Marquis' house. It was already late at night, and the guards were somewhat lax.
Lu Chen easily climbed over the wall and entered.
Finding the house where the Marquis lived, Lu Chen carefully climbed onto the roof. He inserted the lightning rod into the position above the Marquis' head and then retreated to a safe place to watch.
What's that smell? Why is it so stinky? Lu Chen squatted in the corner. A foul smell wafted out of the Marquis' house, almost making Lu Chen vomit.
He quickly ran further away before stopping.
After waiting for a few minutes, dark clouds began to gather in the sky.
A thick bolt of lightning struck from the sky, its light even making the pitch-black night sky a bit brighter. Immediately, a deafening roar followed. The Marquis of Gaoshan, who had just fallen asleep, was instantly awakened by the thunder. Before he could react to what had happened, he was struck by lightning all over his body.
Lu Chen did not expect the power of that lightning bolt to be so great that it directly pierced the roof.
Fortunately, the lightning rod had already absorbed most of the lightning, barely saving the Marquis' life. However, he looked quite disheveled at the moment. His face was completely black, his hair stood on end, and there was a burnt smell coming from his lower body. When the Marquis of Gaoshan looked down, he screamed and fainted directly. A certain part of him had been charred by the lightning. In other words, he was no longer a man. As more and more people gathered, Lu Chen did not linger and immediately concealed his figure, blending into the crowd and slipping away.
Shortly after Lu Chen left the Marquis's house, several more lightning bolts struck. The lightning caused a big fire, engulfing the entire Marquis's house in flames. Lu Chen returned home, sat by the window, and enjoyed the free fireworks display. That night, the Marquis's house was struck by lightning all night long.
So much so that the next day, rumors spread throughout the city of Lays. Have you heard? The Marquis of Gaoshan's house was struck by divine punishment. Really, I saw it last night too. Those lightning bolts striking his house were so spectacular. The Marquis of Gaoshan must have done something outrageous. How else would he be struck by lightning? I have a relative working as a cleaner in the Marquis's house. I heard from him this morning that the Marquis seems to have a special fetish.
A special fetish?
What is it? Tell us quickly. It is said that the Marquis of Gaoshan likes to eat olives, and my relative happened to catch him yesterday.
With this revelation, everyone was shocked. Wow! This is big news.
I need to go back and tell my friends. And so, the rumor that the Marquis of Gaoshan liked to eat olives spread throughout the city of Lays. As the instigator of this incident, Lu Chen never imagined that things would escalate to this extent.
Early the next morning, there were crowds of people outside Lu Chen's villa.
Many of them had come specifically to witness the divine punishment of the Marquis's mansion. When Lu Chen appeared, the crowd immediately erupted.
"Big brother, let me in, I have money."
People clamored to get close to Lu Chen, eager to see for themselves. Lu Chen waved his hand, signaling for everyone to be quiet.
"Ladies and gentlemen, quiet down, I have some good news to announce. Today, the Square Cafe is officially opening.
So, I've decided that for the first 3 days of the opening, there will be no charges.
Everyone is welcome to enjoy freely."
As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, cheers erupted from the crowd. After his announcement, Lu Chen began to announce the 100 entry slots for the day. The day before, as he was leaving, Lu Chen had given each person waiting in line a different numbered card. Numbered from 0 to 1000, a total of 1000 cards were distributed. Every day, Lu Chen would announce 100 numbers.
Anyone holding the corresponding numbered card would gain entry.
To others, Lu Chen seemed like a complete fool.
Why give things for free when you could make money? 100 people a day meant 1,000 gold coins. 3 days of free entry meant a loss of 3,000 gold coins. However, for Lu Chen, it was just a small amount.
Sometimes, hunger marketing was the most effective. The excited 100 people who qualified entered the premises. Before you start exploring, let me remind you, please don't cause any damage. Lu Chen's words were cut short by a scream. A malicious man, as soon as he entered, took out tools and started to dismantle things.
The iron golems in Lu Chen's courtyard couldn't stay calm.
They almost instantly appeared next to the man, raised their sturdy arms, and threw him out of the premises, causing him to crash heavily on the ground. Before the man could react, he was already severely injured. The remaining 99 people, seeing this, instinctively distanced themselves from the iron golems. There were over 10 iron golems in the courtyard, usually used as waiters, only coming into action when there was trouble.
"Alright, everyone, take your time to explore. I'll take my leave now. Have fun, everyone."
Seeing the iron golems effectively deter the troublemaker, Lu Chen left with peace of mind. He didn't need to worry about what happened next. He only needed to come by every day to draw an entry slot.
After leaving the Square Cafe, Lu Chen had planned to borrow the enchanting platform from the Royal Elite Academy. But remembering the unpleasant incidents before, he gave up on the idea. It's better to rely on oneself than others.
It seemed he had to make his own enchanting platform. The materials to make the enchanting platform were not hard to find, requiring diamonds and obsidian. Lu Chen had hundreds of diamonds on him, enough to make a full diamond set.
Water plus lava equals obsidian.
Now he just needed to find a lava lake.
Lu Chen vaguely remembered there was a large lava lake underground in the misty forest. He immediately teleported there.
Arriving at the edge of the lava lake, Lu Chen took out a bucket and poured it from a height.
With a sizzling sound, a large area of lava instantly turned into obsidian.
Obsidian was extremely hard, impossible to mine with other picks, only a diamond pick could handle it. With the power of the dragon bones absorbed, Lu Chen was now even more adept at mining. It didn't take long before he had mined enough obsidian.
However, Lu Chen didn't stop there.
He continued to mine until he had enough to make a nether portal.
Lu Chen had a bold idea. He wanted to visit the nether.
The nether was in turmoil, even the pigmen were fleeing their homes. Something big must have happened there. Lu Chen wanted to see for himself, to see if he could figure out the origins of those mutated zombies.
If Antao wasn't lying, the mutated zombies must have come from the nether.
If he could stop the appearance of mutated zombies at the source, that would be best.
But to go to the nether, Lu Chen's equipment was not sufficient.
Therefore, gearing up with stronger equipment became an urgent matter. After digging up obsidian, Lu Chen returned to the skeleton archer monster tower. He used the crafting table to make an enchanting table and placed it in a corner. With the enchanting table ready, he still needed bookshelves. Bookshelves could increase the enchantment level. To achieve the highest level enchantment of level 30, he needed a total of 16 bookshelves. The materials required for bookshelves were not few, involving leather and sugarcane. If he were to make them from scratch, it would take quite some time. Fortunately, when Lu Chen visited the enchanter Polly's house earlier, he had casually brought back some bookshelves, which now came in handy. The positioning between the enchanting table and the bookshelves was crucial. If they were too close or too far, the enchantment spells would fail. The bookshelves needed to be at the same height as the enchanting table or one block higher, positioned one block away from the enchanting table. The bookshelves had to be at the same height or one block higher than the enchanting table to be effective. Lu Chen placed a circle of bookshelves around the enchanting table, leaving only one entrance. This was the simplest way to arrange them. Once everything was set up, Lu Chen placed a blank book into the enchanting table. Adding the enchanting materials, lapis lazuli, he could start enchanting. Lu Chen needed an enchantment book for strength. This was crucial for him. His great sword had not been enchanted since the upgrade. Depending on the quality, the great sword could be classified into 3 types: sealed sword, stamped sword, and demon sword. A sealed sword referred to a great sword that had not been enchanted, with the weapon name in gray. After enchanting a sealed sword, it would become a stamped sword. Compared to a sealed sword, a stamped sword could unleash the SA skill. Special attack, abbreviated as SA, was a special attack skill that only stamped swords of higher quality could possess. After renaming a stamped sword using an anvil, it would become a demon sword. A demon sword could not only use the SA skill but also automatically restore durability through kills. Lu Chen's current plan was to enchant his great sword to turn it into a stamped sword. The SA skill of the great sword was called Dimensional Slash, which could unleash a powerful purple sword light attack with just a slight charge. If he was lucky enough to enchant it with a strength attribute, Lu Chen would not hesitate to rename it, turning the great sword into a demon sword. A demon sword enchanted with strength could unleash a skill called Phantom Sword. The power of Phantom Sword was even more terrifying than Dimensional Slash, capable of locking onto enemies from a distance and launching a sword light attack. Using his soul gem could upgrade Phantom Sword to a more powerful skill called Phantom Blade. Phantom Blade was the advanced skill of Phantom Sword. Not only would the power and moves of the sword technique increase, but the difficulty of operation would also rise. If he enchanted the great sword with an impact attribute, the SA skill, Dimensional Slash, would also be enhanced. A demon sword with both strength and impact attributes, when using the SA skill, Dimensional Slash, would forcibly pull hit enemies close, causing significant damage. Lu Chen used to dominate the server with these powerful SA and sword techniques. For example, the great sword, Muramesa, SSA skill, Draw Sword Slash, if charged long enough, could even instantly kill all creatures within tens of meters in front of him. Of course, the cost was directly consuming half of the durability. The power of the great sword was much higher than ordinary weapons like diamond swords and diamond axes. Lu Chen still had a long way to go. However, one day, he would become the strongest existence. Lu Chen placed lapis lazuli into the enchanting table, preparing to enchant. Due to the randomness of enchanting, it was easy to enchant various chaotic attributes. Therefore, Lu Chen chose not to enchant directly on the great sword but to use books for enchanting. Even if the enchanted attributes are not satisfactory, you can exchange the book for a new enchantment. Placing the book on the enchantment table, several intricate enchantment spells immediately appeared on the table. These enchantment spells were incomprehensible to others, but for Lu Chen, they were a piece of cake. Those obscure and incomprehensible enchantment spells were actually just phonetic spellings formed by individual letters. With a quick glance, Lu Chen already knew the attributes that would be enchanted on the book next. Flame Edition. Feels average. Seeing this enchantment, Lu Chen frowned slightly, somewhat dissatisfied. Once the enchantment attributes were determined, they could not be changed. To change the attributes, one could only enchant the unwanted attributes onto the book. Fortunately, Lu Chen had ample experience and enchantment materials, so he was not worried. After 4 or 5 enchantments, Lu Chen finally enchanted a book with a level 2 strength enchantment. Without hesitation, he used the anvil to combine the enchanted book with the great sword, then gave it a new name. In this way, the originally sealed great sword transformed directly into a demonic sword. With a light clang, the new weapon made its debut. Lu Chen renamed the great sword to Blade of Departure, meaning it was his exclusive weapon. After obtaining the Blade of Departure, Lu Chen excitedly wielded it a few times. Compared to the previous great sword, the Blade of Departure outshone its predecessor in appearance. As a demonic sword-level weapon, its name came with a cool pink special effect. Not only that, the blade of departure could now use the SA skilled dimensional slash. The usage was simple, just a slight charge for a few seconds, then a forceful swing. A buzzing sound rang out. A purple wave of blade energy appeared out of thin air, causing the air to vibrate slightly. In addition, due to the strength attribute enchantment, the blade of departure also came with an exclusive skill, Phantom Sword. After releasing the Phantom Sword, purple sword energy would appear around Lu Chen. Since Phantom Sword was a locked skill that could only be used on hostile targets, it could only be admired for now. I wonder how much damage this move can do. I should find a monster to test it out when I have time. Lu Chen was eager to try it out. Sheathed his sword, Lu Chen continued enchanting. He still had over 10 books on hand, so he decided to enchant them all at once. After enchanting a few books, he enchanted a book with an impact attribute. Damn! It worked! Lu Chen's face lit up. With this, Lu Chen's blade of departure was finally complete. Lu Chen used the anvil to combine the impact enchantment book with the blade of departure. There was something magical about the blade of departure. It could increase the maximum damage value of the weapon in SSS combat rating through forging, enchanting strength, renaming, and adding impact. That was 3 times of forging. The current maximum damage value of the blade of departure had increased from the initial 17 points to 20 points, significantly boosting its combat power. Theoretically, a blade of departure could be forged indefinitely. However, in reality, with each forging, the experience required for the next forging would increase significantly. This meant that as one progressed, the experience needed for each forging became a terrifying number. Lu Chen had just enchanted over 10 books and forged 3 times, depleting all his 60 to 70 levels of experience. He had planned to enchant the newly made diamond set, but now it seemed impossible. Unable to proceed, Lu Chen had to temporarily stop and wait until he had more experience to enchant again. Fortunately, the fully enchanted iron armor set he currently wore was sufficient, or else his combat power would have been greatly reduced. Equipped with the upgraded blade of departure, Lu Chen returned to the block cafe. By now, it was already dark, and only a few people remained in the cafe. A pile of food prepared by Lu Chen had been completely eaten. Only the coffee remained untouched. Lu Chen frowned, puzzled. How could this delicious coffee not interest anyone in the group? Just as Lu Chen was pondering this, a man walked up to him and sat down. Initially, Lu Chen didn't pay much attention to the man. It wasn't until the man picked up the coffee and took a sip that Lu Chen became intrigued. After drinking the coffee, the man's eyes lit up, a hint of surprise on his face. He took another sip. What is this? The taste is so unique, the man muttered to himself. This is called coffee, a type of hot beverage, Lu Chen explained enthusiastically. Coffee. This is the first time I've heard of such a thing, the man said, looking at the coffee in his hand with amazement. This is a new blend I just developed, so it's normal you haven't heard of it, Lu Chen said. May I ask how this coffee is made? The man inquired. This is a trade secret, I can't reveal it. Lu Chen firmly refused the man's request. The core technology of the coffee must be kept in hand, otherwise, Lu Chen's coffee would lose its competitive edge. Alright, then how can I buy this coffee? I'd like to take some home to enjoy slowly, the man said, sounding disappointed. I'm sorry, I currently have no plans to sell it. If you want to drink it, come back tomorrow, the coffee in the shop is free. Free? The man was puzzled at first, then realized that there was a 10-coin fee to enter, so it wasn't entirely free. Okay, I'll come back tomorrow. Remember to save me a spot, the man said. Sure, since you seem to like coffee, I'll make an exception for you, Lu Chen said. Lu Chen granted the man this privilege to set an example. The others didn't drink coffee because they had never seen anything like it before. The dark liquid made them somewhat fearful. The man's appearance was like being the first to try a crab. Lu Chen was very confident in the taste of his coffee. All that was missing was an opportunity. Once this group of people experienced the charm of coffee, they would surely become enthusiastic about it. Then, word would spread, and Lu Chen's marketing goal would be achieved. The man drank 3 cups of coffee in a row before finally leaving. Lu Chen watched him walk away. For some reason, Lu Chen felt that the man looked familiar, but after thinking for a while, he gave up. That night, Lu Chen slept soundly in bed, a rare occurrence for him. The next morning, Lu Chen arrived at the knight's headquarters. As soon as he entered the knight's gate, everyone started pointing and whispering about him. Lu Chen couldn't help but feel curious. Am I just a bit too handsome that everyone is staring at me? He thought, quite self-absorbed. It wasn't until he met Poxy that Lu Chen learned the truth from him. It turned out that the news of Lu Chen's previous rescue mission with Mulan and Poxy to save the villagers of Carlo village had spread.
Now everyone was discussing Lu Chen frantically. Many thought the news was surely fake. How could someone infected still be saved? Even if they were saved, it must be the merit of the two titled knights, not Lu Chen. Only Poxy and Mulan knew clearly that it was all Lu Chen's doing. They had just lent a helping hand. Poxy had tried to explain to everyone, but the more he denied it, the more people thought he was trying to give credit to Lu Chen. Some even started spreading rumors that Lu Chen was actually related to Mulan, which was why he was being treated specially. Despite the envy and jealousy in people's eyes, Lu Chen remained calm and unaffected. Do you want to explain a bit? Patianji smiled and asked Lu Chen. What's there to explain? I don't need their approval. Lu Chen replied nonchalantly. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Patianji's eyes showed a hint of approval. By the way, where is old Mu? I need to find him for something. Lu Chen looked around but didn't see Mulin's figure, so he asked Patianji. The captain said there was an urgent matter, so he left early this morning. He laughed? This old Mu is really unreliable. He promised me an answer today. Lu Chen was still counting on making a fortune by selling those potions and golden apples. I heard about your matter from the captain. He said the price has been submitted, so there should be a result in a couple of days. Patianji explained. Ah, such good stuff is only selling for 800 gold coins, yet it's so haggled over. Lu Chen sighed lightly. Steve, do you still have those two items you were selling? Get me some for self-defense. Patianji suddenly said in a low voice. You want them? That's definitely not a problem. Based on our relationship, I'll give you a 10% discount. Lu Chen waved his hand and took out the golden apples and splash-type weak potion. 10% off? Is our relationship only worth this discount? Make it cheaper. Even for Patianji, 800 gold coins was not a small expense. No way. As the saying goes, even close brothers need to settle the accounts clearly. At most, 8% off. Any less and I'll be at a loss. Lu Chen spoke firmly, as if he was really going to suffer a loss. I don't believe you. You money grubber. Patianji couldn't help but roll his eyes. That being said, in the end, he still obediently paid for the items. There was no choice, as this stuff could save lives. When you're out and about, preserving your life is the most crucial thing. Thank you, boss. I'll come find you again if I need anything. Lu Chen took the money and happily left. Lu Chen walked down the street, but his mind was occupied with how to sell these items in his hands. Or, should I go to the trading post? Lu Chen happened to pass by the entrance to the trading market and had an idea. However, this time, Lu Chen didn't plan to disguise himself as the ghost-faced. He wanted to go in as Steve. The ghost-faced was Lu Chen's hidden identity, requiring some mystery and not suitable for constant exposure. As soon as Lu Chen entered the Tianqing trading post, someone came to greet him. There was no way around it. The insignia on Lu Chen's shoulder was too conspicuous. Almost anyone could tell that Lu Chen was a knight. In the city of Lays, having a knight status was a symbol of honor. Therefore, the staff who welcomed Lu Chen were exceptionally enthusiastic. Respected knight, how may we assist you? I want to sell some things. Please help me contact Li. Lu Chen was about to say Leah's name instinctively, but he quickly realized he couldn't show that he was familiar with Leah, or he might expose his identity. The staff didn't dare to be negligent upon hearing Lu Chen's words. Before long, Lu Chen was led to the VIP room. Before he could even settle in, Leah arrived gracefully. Hello, I'm Leah, the manager of Tianqing Trading Post. Leah reached out her hand to Lu Chen. Lu Chen responded promptly and shook her hand. As their hands touched, Lu Chen felt a faint electric current flow through his body, which was particularly comfortable. Leah also sensed something different and blushed instantly. Hello, I'm Steve. Mr. Steve, are you planning to sell something? Leah asked. Yes, I have some potions and golden apples here that I intend to sell. I hope you can offer me a satisfactory price. Lu Chen's goal was simple, to make more money by selling. The golden apple is indeed a good thing. We are willing to purchase it for 100 gold coins. As for this potion, I'm not sure what it's for. Could you explain? Leah scrutinized the vial of potion in Lu Chen's hand, asking with some doubt. This is called a splash weakness potion. It can weaken enemies when used, Lu Chen explained. A weakness potion. Sounds good. What price do you have in mind for it? Leah asked tentatively. 800 gold coins, don't bother if it's less than that, Lu Chen replied. 800 gold coins? This. Leah was taken aback by the number. Just a bottle of potion, not even one that enhances combat abilities, being sold for 800, it's simply outrageous. But she couldn't express her thoughts openly and had to act a bit hesitant. I know, you must think this thing isn't worth 800. Let me tell you the truth, this is a life-saving potion, Lu Chen said. A life-saving potion. Leah was puzzled and full of doubt. Have you heard about the recent incidents with mutated zombies? Liu Kang suddenly asked. I've heard a little.
When those mutated zombies bite someone, the person turns into a monster. It's said that an entire village was attacked, completely wiped out, at the Borderlands, it's called.
What was it? Carlo Village?
You mean Carlo Village, Liu Kang added.
Yes, that's it. How did you know?
Because I come from Carlo Village. Laya suddenly felt flustered, thinking she might have said something she shouldn't have.
I'm sorry, I didn't know you were. Laya was interrupted by Liu Kang before she could finish.
It's okay, those villagers have all returned to normal.
How is that possible? Are you trying to deceive me? Laya was shocked. Why would I deceive you?
If you don't believe me, go see for yourself in Carlo Village, Liu Kang said helplessly. Laya found an excuse to leave the VIP room. She called one of her trusted subordinates and quietly asked a few questions.
Upon confirming Liu Kang's words were true, she returned to the room. I'm sorry, Mr. Steve, for keeping you waiting. No problem, Miss Laya, I have plenty of time.
As long as we can close this deal, I'm willing to wait as long as it takes, Liu Kang said with a smile.
Laya picked up the potion on the table again, examined it, but still couldn't see anything special about it. Mr.
Steve, you mentioned earlier that this is a life-saving potion, but I still don't quite understand what that means.
Could you explain?
It can restore infected individuals to normal, Liu Kang said casually, but to Laya, it sounded like a thunderbolt.
What? Are you not joking with me?
Laya widened her eyes, thinking she must have misheard.
Absolutely true, more real than real, Liu Kang affirmed. Let me think. Laya looked serious and began to contemplate.
If this potion truly had the effect Liu Kang described, then it was no longer a matter of 800 gold coins. After a struggle within her thoughts, Laya finally made a decision.
Mr. Steve, I accept your offer. How many bottles of potion do you have to sell?
Not many, currently just a few hundred, Liu Kang said casually.
A few 100 bottles? Laya was clearly shocked by this number.
1 bottle for 800 gold coins, 10 bottles for 8,000, 100 bottles for 80,000. With a few hundred bottles, it would amount to tens of thousands of gold coins.
This was almost half a year's turnover for the entire trading post.
Laya suddenly felt short of breath. Before she could calm herself, she heard Liu Kang add, if it's not enough, I can get a few thousand more, but it will take a few days.
Enough. It's enough.
Upon hearing this, Laya quickly intervened. If they were to ask for more, the trading house might not be able to come up with so many gold coins. Thinking about this, Laya suddenly had an idea.
Mr. Steve, I have a solution. What solution? We can hold an auction. I guarantee it will be a lucrative event.
Although the trading house couldn't handle so much merchandise, there were plenty of wealthy people in Lei City. Such fine goods, the nobles would surely be willing to pay a high price for them. After all, those nobles were all very particular about their lives.
An auction? Sounds quite interesting. Liu Kang pondered upon hearing this.
Otherwise, let's take this batch of goods to the auction. I'll go back and prepare some more, and when the auction is ready, I'll come find you.
Liu Kang had enough materials on hand to make thousands more. If that's the case, then it's perfect.
Just that, you might have to work hard in the next few days.
As long as there's money to be made, there's nothing too hard about it.
Liu Kang chuckled. Afterwards, the two carefully discussed the details of the auction.
The auction was scheduled to take place in 3 days, right in the auction hall of the Tianqing Trading House.
Laya immediately started gathering people to work busily. She needed to spread the news about the auction far and wide in Lei City within these 3 days. The bigger the commotion, the better. It would be best if the whole city knew about it.
Liu Kang and Laya bid farewell.
Just as they were about to leave, a sudden change occurred. Dozens of burly men rushed into the Tianqing Trading House's gate, blocking the entrance.
Royal Knight's business. Everyone, don't move. A man stepped forward, shouting loudly.
The crowd in the trading hall, upon hearing the man's words, was instantly frightened into stillness.
It's the Royal Knights. What are they doing here?
I don't know. We better not provoke these guys.
Liu Kang, upon seeing the newcomers, couldn't help but frown.
The man leading the group was none other than Hongji, who had stopped Liu Kang at the gate that day. Hongji now had a proud and imposing demeanor, looking quite formidable.
Before Liu Kang could speak, Laya walked up to him and questioned, "Why are you blocking the gate of my Tianqing Trading House? Who are you?" Hongji looked Laya up and down and asked,
"I am Laya, the person in charge of Tianqing Trading House. Whatever the matter is, you can discuss it with me. I have the authority here."
Laya remained remarkably calm. "You are Laya? Perfect. Men, seize her and take her back with me." Hongji ordered the soldiers behind him. What are you going to do?" Leia instinctively took a few steps back upon hearing this. His Highness Elwyn has ordered. We must bring you back to the palace. Two knights approached and were about to forcibly take Leia away. No! I won't go. You can't take me away. Leia shouted in fear. That's not up to you. Take her away. Seeing the two men grabbing Leia's arms, Lu Chen couldn't bear to watch any longer. He wasn't overflowing with a sense of justice, nor was he trying to play the hero. He was simply worried that Leia being taken away would disrupt the auction. Stop! Let her go! Lu Chen stepped forward, shouting loudly. Hanji, upon hearing Lu Chen's voice, suddenly paused. Steve, what are you doing here? Hanji looked at Lu Chen with a hint of unease. He had been thoroughly deceived by him before. Captain Hanji, what are you trying to do? Abducting a woman in broad daylight. Lu Chen coldly questioned. Steve, move aside. I'm not here to cause trouble for you today. Hanji said. I don't care, but you won't be taking Miss Leia away in front of me today. Lu Chen's tone was firm. Originally a little panicked, Leia felt much calmer upon hearing Lu Chen's words. She struggled to break free from the restraints and ran to Lu Chen's side. Mr. Steve, you don't have to speak for me. You seem to have misunderstood. I just don't want to delay the auction. Lu Chen's words left Leia speechless, so she could only smile awkwardly. It seemed she had overthought things. Just as Lu Chen had stepped forward a moment ago, she had a fleeting glimpse of a ghostly figure. But when she looked again, Lu Chen had returned to his original appearance. Indeed, it was just a trick of the eye. For some reason, Leia felt a bit disappointed. Steve, I advise you not to meddle in this matter. It concerns His Highness Elwyn. Don't get yourself into trouble. Otherwise, not even His Highness Mars can save you. Hangi warned Lu Chen. Oh, is that so? Well, I must intervene today. Let's see what you can do to me. If you dare, go ahead and try. Lu Chen also showed no signs of backing down, leading to a standoff. Alright, you asked for it. Brothers, seize this guy. Hangi finally gave the order. Seize this guy. Hangi gestured to the soldiers behind him. Following Hangi's command, over a dozen soldiers instantly surrounded Lu Chen and Leia. Just in time, I was looking for someone to practice with. Lu Chen sneered, drawing his sword. Still want to fight? Quickly take him down. Hangi ordered. Immediately, over a dozen soldiers approached Lu Chen with their weapons. Leia, pale with fear, hid behind Lu Chen. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Lu Chen remained calm. Gripping the blade of departure, he began to gather power. As the attacks from the soldiers were about to land, Lu Chen suddenly struck. A strange purple sword light appeared out of thin air, distorting the space around it. Before the soldiers could react, they were pulled forward by a tremendous force. Heavens! What is this thing? Why can't I control my body? The soldiers exclaimed. They had never seen the SA skill of drawing a sword, causing them to panic and try to escape. Lu Chen wouldn't let them off so easily. He swung his sword again, activating the SA skill Dimensional Slash. Due to the added impact and power enchantments, Dimensional Slash had the effect of pulling enemies towards him. Earlier, due to the scattered crowd, the damage was minimal. This time, Dimensional Slash unleashed its full power. The soldiers were immobilized, unable to move. This strike of Dimensional Slash directly reduced their health by a third. Mr. Steve, they are from the royal palace, we can't kill them. Leia quickly reminded. Lu Chen wasn't foolish, he knew that doing so would attract the pursuit of the entire Royal Knight Order. However, these guys needed to taste a bit of bitterness. Lu Chen struck again, reducing the soldiers' health with a few swift blows, then forcefully pushed them back. The soldiers flew backward, each falling to the ground in agony, clearly incapacitated. Hangi, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. He never expected Lu Chen to be so difficult to deal with. Steve, do you know what you're doing? Of course, as long as I'm here today, you won't take Miss Leia away. Lu Chen said firmly. Should he continue to fight or back down? Hangi fell into contemplation. Hangi, if you don't want things to escalate, take your men and leave, otherwise, face the consequences. Don't forget, I still have this. Lu Chen took out the sky-breaking halberd in Mu Lin's token, starting to threaten Hangi. With the tokens of these two great gods as protection, he felt invincible wherever he went. Hangi pondered for a moment before making a decision. Brothers, follow me. He shouted loudly to his men. Even the injured soldiers left the trading hall one after another. Just before leaving, Hangi cast a resentful glance at Lu Chen. Just when he finally had the chance to do something for Prince Elwyn as a lackey, Lu Chen suddenly appeared and messed things up. Steve, I'll remember this incident. I hope you don't fall into my hands in the future. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Hangi gritted his teeth.
As Hang Ji and his men walked away, Lu Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Mr. Steve, I'm truly grateful for your help this time. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid. Before Leah could finish, Lu Chen interrupted her.
I don't need any thanks, just make sure you handle the auction arrangements well for me.
Alright, I will do my best.
Leah slightly bowed, expressing her gratitude to Lu Chen once again.
By the way, I need you to help me gather some materials.
Currently, Lu Chen had sufficient stock of brown mushrooms, but the materials for making potions and golden apples were running low.
Feel free to ask for anything, I'll arrange it immediately.
Apples, gold ingots, glass bottles, and netherworts, get me 1,000 of each.
1,000. Leah thought she misheard and quickly confirmed. Yes, 1,000 of each.
Just get me as many as you can, I want them all. Previously, it was Wendy whom Lu Chen had asked to arrange the alchemy materials.
Although Wendy was willing, Lu Chen didn't want to trouble him constantly.
This time, taking advantage of the opportunity to cooperate with Tianqing Trading Company, he had them run errands for him. Lu Chen tossed a bag of gold coins, containing several tens of thousands of gold coins. Leah accepted the coins, hesitated for a moment, then spoke up.
Mr.
Steve, I have a question. Could you please answer it for me?
What's the question? Go ahead. May I ask if you are collecting so many materials to refine them yourself? Leah looked at Lu Chen with some anticipation.
Of course.
Why? Is there a problem? Lu Chen was somewhat puzzled by Leah's question.
No, I just asked casually.
Leah quickly waved her hand to explain. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. After speaking, Lu Chen was about to leave.
Seeing this, Leah hurriedly stopped him.
Wait, Mr. Steve, what is it now? After those materials are ready, will you come to pick them up yourself, or shall we deliver them to you? Oh right, I almost forgot about that. Leah didn't mention it, and he almost forgot. After some thought, Lu Chen decided to leave Wendy's address.
His place was spacious and well-equipped, a good place for alchemy.
Leah watched Lu Chen walk away, feeling a bit excited. Miss Leah, should we send someone to follow this person?
A subordinate emerged from the shadows, asking Leah for instructions. No need, go tell the others that this Steve is an important figure and must be handled carefully, no offense should be given, Leah said sternly. Initially, when she first saw Lu Chen, she thought he was just an ordinary young man. She thought the items Lu Chen brought for auction were crafted by some renowned alchemist. After all, alchemists capable of producing such a large quantity of high-level potions were rare in the entire city of Lays. She never imagined that these items were all refined by Lu Chen himself. Initially, Leah only wanted to use Lu Chen to get closer to the alchemist behind him. However, Lu Chen's subsequent bold move of facing many opponents with thunder was truly impressive. This overturned her understanding. And so, there was the question before leaving. Leah was probing. She wanted to see if Lu Chen was really an alchemist. If Lu Chen lied, Leah could judge it on the spot. Lu Chen's subsequent answer was very confident, completely dispelling Leah's concerns. Thinking about this, Leah suddenly felt emotional. Previously, she had managed to recruit such a powerful enchanter as Ghostface, and now she had met a young alchemy master with boundless prospects. It seems like her luck is pretty good. Lu Chen returned to Wendy's house and began to prepare. Since the other materials had not arrived yet, Lu Chen could only start by making the fermenting spider eyes for the weakness potion. After making a few, Lu Chen's supply of spider eyes was almost depleted. In other words, Lu Chen still needed about 1,000 more spider eyes. With such a large quantity, even with Lu Chen's monster spawning cage, it would take quite a while to gather them all. Lu Chen returned underground to prepare to transform the spider spawning cage into a monster spawning tower. First, he needed to expand the space near the spawning cage. 9 blocks in length and width, then dig down 15 to 16 blocks. If it exceeds 16 blocks, the spawning cage will become ineffective. Next, erect stone pillars in the bottom area. The placement of these stone pillars is also crucial. The height of the stone pillars is 3 blocks, with a gap of 1 block between each pillar. The reason for designing a height of 3 blocks is that the spider's body height is 1.5 blocks. This way, the spiders that fall from the spawning cage will get stuck between the stone pillars, unable to move, making it easier for Lu Chen to kill them. It took nearly an hour for Lu Chen to finally complete the transformation of the spider spawning cage. The next steps would be much easier. Lu Chen only needed to stand directly below the stone pillars, waiting for the spiders to fall, then strike to kill them. This way, the efficiency of obtaining spider eyes would be greatly increased. Lu Chen didn't plan to waste time waiting for monsters to respawn. He placed the crafting table below, synthesizing the fermenting spider eyes while waiting for the spiders to respawn and fall. Every few minutes, when the number of spiders gathered was sufficient, Lu Chen would take action to deal with them. After repeating this process for over 10 hours, Lu Chen finally gathered enough materials. Over 1,000 spiders later, Lu Chen had only gained over 40 levels. Thinking about the massive amount of experience needed for future forging, Lu Chen felt a bit uncertain. By then, even with the monster spawning cage, he feared the experience wouldn't be enough. Lu Chen returned to his room and opened the door. Wendy had been waiting downstairs and hurried up to meet Lu Chen. "Teacher, you're finally out. What's wrong?" All flustered, Lu Chen asked in confusion. "A group of people just came by. They brought a bunch of materials to the door and left without a word," Wendy explained. "It's okay, don't worry, they are from the Tianqing Trading Company." Tianqing Trading Company. Wendy stood there in a daze. "Yes, I bought some materials from them. Is there a problem?" Lu Chen asked. "Teacher, something big happened recently. It's better not to have dealings with the Tianqing Trading Company to avoid getting involved," Wendy warned. "What do you mean by that?" Lu Chen looked at Wendy in confusion. "A few days ago, His Highness Elwin was beaten up at the Tianqing Trading Company. He almost lost his life. When the king heard about this, he was furious and said he would investigate the culprit." "Is that it? I thought it was something major." Lu Chen listened with a lack of interest. This incident might have surprised others, but for Lu Chen, it was simply a joke. Because Elwin was the one injured by Lu Chen. What a joke! Investigate the culprit. Lu Chen didn't think they would find anything. After all, the identity of Ghostface was just a fabrication by Lu Chen. He wasn't afraid of being recognized. As long as Lu Chen is willing, he can create a bunch of new identities. Seeing Lu Chen's calm expression, Wendy felt relieved. The two of them carried the boxes at the door together and placed them in the alchemy room upstairs. "Teacher, you go ahead with your work, I'll leave first," Wendy said, ready to go out. Lu Chen quickly stopped him. "Hey, don't leave yet. Teacher, do you have any orders?" Wendy looked at Lu Chen in surprise. "This time, you don't need to avoid it. Help me with the preparations for the alchemy." 3 days have passed, and it's already halfway through. Time is running out, and Lu Chen alone cannot produce so many potions. Therefore, the hope now rests on his apprentice Wendy. "Really? Can I really stay?" Wendy's eyes lit up, looking incredulous. "Of course. You are my senior disciple, I have to teach you something." Lu Chen patted Wendy's shoulder. "Teacher, Wendy was too excited to speak upon hearing Lu Chen's words. Lu Chen's alchemy skills are among the best in the entire kingdom of blocks. Even the president of the Alchemists Guild treats Lu Chen with respect. Wendy has been obsessed with alchemy all his life, but due to his old age, his alchemy skills have not improved much. If he could receive personal guidance from Lu Chen, the benefits to Wendy would be unimaginable. "Stop dawdling. Come and help." Lu Chen didn't think much about it. He had already started the alchemy process. Wendy quickly came to Lu Chen's side, ready to assist. At first, Lu Chen was focused on his own work. "Don't ask anything, just watch me operate," Wendy nodded quickly. As an alchemist, Wendy naturally had some skills. Even by silently observing from the side, Wendy could learn a lot. He carefully watched every move of Lu Chen, afraid of missing anything. After a while, Lu Chen stopped and asked, "How's it going? Have you learned anything?" "Teacher, forgive my ignorance, I haven't learned anything yet," Wendy said somewhat embarrassed. "It's okay, take your time," Lu Chen comforted. After that, Lu Chen began the actual teaching. He first introduced the materials for making the weakness splatter potion to Wendy one by one. When Wendy saw a whole box of brown mushrooms, he couldn't help but be surprised. "Teacher, where did you get so many brown mushrooms?" Wendy had searched the entire city of Lays before and only found a few. But here with Lu Chen, they seemed as cheap as cabbage. "I just picked them up by the roadside, don't worry about these details." Lu Chen casually brushed it off with an excuse. The fact that he could freely enter and exit the misty forest was a secret that couldn't be revealed. Even though Wendy was his student, Lu Chen had to keep it a secret. After explaining the entire alchemy process to Wendy, Lu Chen asked again, "Have you learned it this time?" Wendy hesitated for a moment, nodded first, then shook his head. Although he remembered the whole process, he hadn't actually practiced it, so he wasn't sure if he had learned it. Lu Chen couldn't care less. Regardless of whether Wendy had learned it or not, he handed him a few materials. "Here are 10 sets of materials, try it yourself." Lu Chen's materials were not abundant, and there wasn't much room for waste. If he failed 10 times in a row, it would only show that Wendy's skills and aptitude were not enough. "Okay, I'll go now." Wendy took the materials, his hands trembling. This time, he finally had the opportunity to prove his skills to Lu Chen. Wendy went to a quiet corner and started the alchemy process. The first attempt ended in failure. "It's okay, it's just one failure," he comforted himself in his heart. The second time, still a failure.
Wendy remained calm. But after failing for the third time, Wendy started to feel anxious. Beads of sweat the size of beans slid down his forehead. However, alchemy required composure. The more anxious Wendy became, the quicker the failures occurred. Fourth time, fifth time, all the way to the ninth failure. There was only one material left in front of Wendy. If he failed again, it would be all over. Thinking of letting down Lu Chen's expectations, Wendy felt ashamed. Just as he was torn about whether to continue, Lu Chen walked over. "Teacher, Wendy was about to say he was ready to give up, but Lu Chen interrupted him. "You used too much fire in medicine, that's why you kept failing. Just use less." Lu Chen had been quietly observing Wendy's progress. After some time, Lu Chen noticed that Wendy's operations were perfect until a small issue at the end caused the failures. "Alright, let me try again." With Lu Chen's guidance, Wendy felt slightly more at ease. A few minutes later, he reached the step of adding fire in medicine again. Following Lu Chen's instructions, Wendy used a little less. After waiting for over 10 seconds, the potion in the brewing stand stopped boiling. The concoction was complete. Lu Chen walked to the brewing stand, picked up the potion bottle, and examined it. Wendy nervously watched Lu Chen, fearing to hear about another failure. Not bad. Keep up the good work." Lu Chen patted Wendy on the back, encouraging him. Wendy was momentarily stunned, then extremely excited. "I finally succeeded." After this success, Wendy seemed to have a breakthrough. Subsequent attempts all succeeded, without any failures. Lu Chen was pleased with Wendy's performance. However, Wendy, being an ordinary person, collapsed from exhaustion after dozens of attempts. "Teacher, I can't go on." Wendy panted and sat down on the ground. Lu Chen glanced at Wendy and was shocked. Wendy's health bar was almost depleted. Lu Chen quickly fed him a golden apple, and Wendy's complexion improved slightly. If it had been a little later, Wendy might have been in trouble. "Wow, you're really pushing yourself hard with this alchemy. Take a break for a while." Wendy struggled to stand up and went back to his room to rest. After sleeping for a few hours, Wendy returned to the alchemy room. Once again, he was exhausted. Eyes open to brew, rest when tired. With Wendy's help, Lu Chen's workload became much lighter. After 2 full days, they had successfully processed all 1,000 materials. The large box behind Lu Chen was filled with splash-type weak potions and golden apples. Even for someone like Lu Chen, after such intense work, he felt a bit weary. Not physically tired, but mentally numb. With still half a day left until the auction, Lu Chen decided to go back and bring back Dahe. Before leaving, he instructed Wendy to deliver the contents of the box to the Tianqing trading post. Then, he teleported back to the grassland where Dahe was. Lu Chen looked around the vast grassland. This time, he didn't spot Dahe immediately. He ventured further in but still couldn't see Dahe. Where did this guy run off to? Just as Lu Chen was puzzled, a noisy sound of galloping hooves came from a distance. Lu Chen looked up towards the direction of the sound. In the distance, a cloud of dust rose on the horizon. The urgent sound of horse hooves grew louder and closer, thundering as if 1,000 horses were charging. Lu Chen's expression hardened as he placed his hand on his sword hilt. If there is danger later, he can enter combat mode at any time. At first, Lu Chen thought it was a group of cavalry. But as they approached and the dust gradually dispersed, Lu Chen realized he was wrong. This was no cavalry at all. There wasn't even a shadow of a person. There were just countless wild horses. It turned out to be a group of wild horses. Lu Chen was dumbfounded. What's going on? How come there are so many wild horses on the grassland? Moreover, they seemed to be in a very orderly formation, like a group of well-trained soldiers. This made Lu Chen even more curious. Most importantly, with a quick scan, Lu Chen didn't see Big Black among the horses. Where did Big Black go? The lead chestnut horse in the group of wild horses suddenly neighed at Lu Chen. Lu Chen was puzzled. What was it trying to do? The next moment, a remarkable scene unfolded. The group of horses automatically parted to create a passage from back to front. "Are you letting me in?" Lu Chen hesitated, asking uncertainly. Just a casual question from Lu Chen, but to his surprise, the chestnut horse seemed to understand and neighed again. It walked slowly towards Lu Chen, lowering its head, indicating for Lu Chen to mount. This completely baffled Lu Chen. He cautiously approached the chestnut horse, confirmed there was no ill intent, and then mounted it. The chestnut horse raised its head high and neighed cheerfully. Lu Chen was carried by it into the passage among the horses. Sitting on the back of the chestnut horse, Lu Chen couldn't help but marvel. The chestnut horse swiftly galloped forward with Lu Chen. Lu Chen also took a rough count of the number of horses in the group. Not counting was fine, but when he did, he was startled. Before long, Lu Chen had already seen over 1,000 wild horses. and the group ahead seemed endless. In other words, there were at least several thousand wild horses here. If thousands of wild horses gathered together without someone directing them, Lu Chen would not believe it. Perhaps this was the work of a remarkable horse tamer. As Lu Chen was imagining the story behind the horse group, the chestnut horse suddenly stopped. Before Lu Chen could react, the entire formation of wild horses began to contract. Thousands of wild horses surrounded Lu Chen, forming a protective circle. Lu Chen was stunned. Were these wild horses protecting him to prevent him from getting hurt? How considerate! The chestnut horse beneath Lu Chen let out a long neigh, and the whole herd began to move. They all turned around and ran back in the direction they came from. This was the first time Lu Chen had experienced such treatment. He now felt like a general, leading thousands of troops and horses into battle on the battlefield. The herd carried Lu Chen deep into the grassland. They had been walking for almost half an hour. Lu Chen, bored, sat on the horse's back, almost falling asleep. Suddenly, the chestnut horse beneath him neighed again. Lu Chen woke up startled. When he saw the situation ahead clearly, he was surprised. How did we end up here? Not far ahead of the herd, there was a dense forest. From a distance, Lu Chen could see the white mist surrounding the forest. Although Lu Chen was not sure of his exact location, he could infer from the map that he was near the misty forest. The misty forest was vast, spanning almost half of the kingdom's territory. Lu Chen's hometown, Carlo Village, was located to the west of the misty forest, while this place should be in the southeast of the misty forest. This place actually borders the misty forest too. The black dragon seemed to sense the aura of the misty forest and couldn't help but exclaim, "Xiao Hei, it seems like this herd of wild horses is leading me in. I hope I won't get lost in there," Lu Chen asked. "Well, I can't be sure either. After all, this isn't my territory," Black Dragon hesitated to say. "Oh, then I can only hope that these wild horses know the way." Just as he finished speaking, the herd entered the forest. Due to the dense trees, the horses scattered as they entered the forest. After a while, Lu Chen completely lost his sense of direction. Everything here looked the same, making it impossible to distinguish the directions. However, the wild horses seemed unfazed. Swiftly navigating through the woods, they all ran in the same direction. After traversing the forest for over 10 minutes, a thunderous sound of water suddenly came from ahead. "There's something ahead," Black Dragon warned. Lu Chen, who was almost falling asleep out of boredom, immediately perked up. The closer they got, the clearer the sound of rushing water became. Lu Chen could even feel the ground slightly trembling. One can only imagine how intense the water flow ahead must be. Before long, the herd emerged from the forest. The view ahead suddenly opened up. Before Lu Chen's eyes was an incredibly breathtaking sight. At the edge of the forest was an open area. A few steps further revealed a gigantic waterfall hundreds of meters high, majestic and spectacular. And where Lu Chen stood was right at the top of the waterfall cliff. Looking down, he saw the swift water cascading down into the valley below, creating a misty spray in the air. "Oh my! Where on earth is this place?" Lu Chen couldn't help but exclaim. "If I remember correctly, this should be the Rift Deep Valley, one of the 4 forbidden zones in the misty forest," Black Dragon explained. 4 forbidden zones? Rift Deep Valley? What are all these things? Lu Chen was puzzled. It was the first time he had heard of these. The misty forest is much vaster than you think, and the most dangerous places are these 4 forbidden zones, Black Dragon said with a hint of mystery. "Really? Then tell me, what are these 4 forbidden zones?" Lu Chen asked curiously. "Apart from the Rift Deep Valley in front of us, the other 3 forbidden zones are the Echoing Cavern, the Dragon Trapping Marsh, and the Cross Mountain Range. For ordinary people, these 4 forbidden zones are places of no return, extremely perilous. Once you enter, you can't expect to come out," Black Dragon patiently explained. "Wait, Dragon Trapping Marsh? Could that be the deep pool where you were trapped?" Lu Chen suddenly remembered the marsh where he had ambushed Black Dragon before. Didn't expect you to find out about that too." Black Dragon chuckled awkwardly. "Hey, you really know how to praise yourself. 4 forbidden zones. Ridiculous." Lu Chen finally understood what shamelessness truly meant this time. "Well, you can't say it like that. The 4 forbidden zones are dangerous for ordinary people. But not for someone like you, big brother. For a master like you, who combines strength and looks, the 4 forbidden zones are just for show." Black Dragon's words were quite flattering, and Lu Chen found them quite enjoyable. "However, big brother, you still shouldn't let your guard down too much. When out and about, it's best to be cautious." Perhaps afraid that Lu Chen would become too conceited, Black Dragon added. His life was still in Lu Chen's hands. If something happened to Lu Chen, he would be in trouble too. Lu Chen nodded, understanding this deeply. Nothing is more important than one's life. This is an eternal truth. He had no idea where this herd of wild horses was leading him. Lu Chen was prepared to make a quick escape if things turned sour. The brown horse carrying Lu Chen slowly descended. After over 10 minutes, Lu Chen successfully reached the bottom of the valley. Just now, standing at a high place, Lu Chen was already amazed by the waterfall. But when he reached the valley and looked up, it was a different feeling. Lu Chen in front of the waterfall was like a tiny ant. The thunderous sound of water crashing echoed in the valley, with water vapor filling the air. Due to years of erosion, a huge deep pool had formed below the waterfall. The overflowing pool water flowed down a stream towards the depths of the valley. Wild horses followed the stream ahead. After walking a short distance, a flat clearing appeared in front of the valley. Once the horses entered the clearing, they automatically lined up in 2 rows. They dispersed to the sides, leaving a path for Lu Chen once again. At the end of the path was a cave. Curious, Lu Chen glanced inside but saw nothing. The brown horse came to the front of the cave, lowered its body, signaling for Lu Chen to dismount. Then, the brown horse trotted quickly to the entrance of the cave and went inside. Before long, 3 figures emerged from the cave. When Lu Chen saw the figure at the back, he suddenly froze. Hey, how can it be here? To find out the reason, Lu Chen hid to the side. Leading the way was the brown horse. Behind it were He and the previous female donkey. The next moment, a shocking scene unfolded. As soon as He appeared, the thousands of wild horses present all lowered their heads at the same time. For some reason, they seemed to regard He as the leader of the horse herd. All the wild horses saw He pass by, showing utmost respect. Lu Chen was speechless, his mouth wide open. After a while, he regained his senses. Wow! I knew this guy would run off somewhere. Turns out he came here to be the boss. He was always a troublemaker. Seeing so many wild horses submit to it, its confidence soared, walking with a swagger that almost made Lu Chen want to jump out and give it a beating. He looked like a villain who had succeeded, too smug. After watching for a while, Lu Chen couldn't hold back. He walked out from the horse herd to He. Initially arrogant, He was startled when it saw Lu Chen and jumped in place. He, come here! Lu Chen shouted loudly. He glanced at the surrounding wild horses, hesitated for a moment, then slowly walked up to Lu Chen. Its current status was high, so it had to maintain its image. Lu Chen was furious at the sight and slapped He. You little show-off! Behave yourself! He hung its head low, not daring to move. The surrounding wild horses began to stir. They surrounded Lu Chen, their hooves restlessly kicking. Obviously, Lu Chen's actions had angered them. Seeing this, He quickly let out a lone A. Following He's command, the restless herd dispersed. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen was somewhat surprised. It's comfortable being the king of the mountain here. I had a hard time finding this place. Lu Chen said irritably. He trembled at the words. It quickly approached Lu Chen and rubbed its head against him to show goodwill. Tell me, what have you been up to while I was away? How did you end up here? Lu Chen questioned He. He grunted a few times and looked towards the female donkey behind it. The donkey nodded at He, as if they were communicating something. After a while, He lowered its body. Understanding, Lu Chen mounted the horse directly. 1 man and 1 horse walked towards the cave. The cave was dark, but fortunately, there were fluorescent stones as a light source, allowing them to see the path somewhat clearly. From the structure of this cave, Lu Chen dared to affirm that it must have been artificially constructed. The neatly arranged round stones on the ground were the best evidence. The cave was very deep, and Lu Chen and He walked for several minutes without reaching the end. Lu Chen sat on horseback, his mind full of questions. Unfortunately, He couldn't speak and couldn't answer his questions. As they walked, the path ahead began to narrow. The passage started to extend underground. The terrain of the valley was already low, and going further down, they would soon reach the bedrock layer. Just then, He suddenly neighed. Lu Chen looked ahead and saw that the previously dim passage was gradually becoming brighter. After a few more steps, Lu Chen could already feel a wave of heat coming towards him. Is there lava ahead? This was Lu Chen's first reaction. Sure enough, a large lava lake appeared in front of Lu Chen. The area of this lava lake was estimated to be over 1,000 square meters, almost endless at a glance. In the center of the lava lake, there was a small island. To reach the island, one had to cross the lava lake. And to reach the center of the lava lake, there was only a narrow path made of round stones. He's head looked towards the center of the lava lake from afar but didn't dare to approach. Lu Chen asked He, do you want me to go there? He nodded repeatedly. Alright, then you wait here, I'll go up and take a look. He was hesitant, but Lu Chen was not afraid. He dismounted and walked up the round stone path.
The path was only 1 grid wide, very narrow, and next to it was the rolling hot lava, making the walk somewhat nerve-wracking.
Lu Chen crossed the round stone path and arrived at the small island in the center of the lake.
It was called an island, but it was actually just a circular stone plaza of about 10 square meters. In the center of the stone plaza, there was a platform.
Lu Chen walked up to take a look. There's actually a sword rack here.
On the platform in front of him, there was a black rack. It was undoubtedly a sword rack for hanging a sword.
Since there was a sword rack, there should be a matching sword to go with it, right?
Lu Chen began to search the area nearby, but after searching all around, he found no trace of the sword.
Strange, where's the sword? Could it have been taken by someone?
Lu Chen was puzzled. It was already strange enough to find a sword in this desolate area, but to find it missing was even more bizarre. He searched the vicinity but found only this one sword rack. Besides that, there was nothing else.
I thought there would be something good here. Turns out there's only a sword rack. Disappointing. Lu Chen sighed in disappointment.
However, as the saying goes, a thief doesn't leave empty-handed.
Someone like Lu Chen would naturally not return empty-handed.
With that, he was about to put the sword rack into his backpack. However, the moment Lu Chen's hand touched the sword rack, an electric current surged from it.
Startled, Lu Chen tried to let go but couldn't. Damn! This thing is so mysterious! Lu Chen exclaimed. With the effect of the electric current, some information appeared in Lu Chen's mind.
Lucky adventurer, I believe you have discovered the sword rack I left behind. Let me introduce myself. I'm Juier, a swordsmith specializing in forging swords. I have forged many powerful swords, so many that I can't even remember how many. I have hidden these swords in various places, waiting for the destined one to take them. On the sword rack in front of you, there was originally a sword, which I placed in a place called Twilight Forest. If you can retrieve that sword, place it back on the sword rack, you will learn the locations of the other hidden swords. Good luck, adventurer, I believe in you.
Lu Chen scratched his head, feeling a bit confused. What's going on? How did we suddenly end up talking about the Twilight Forest?
As far as Lu Chen knows, there is more than one sword to be drawn in the Twilight Forest.
The other party didn't specify which one. Are they planning to take them all back? Who exactly is this guy named Juier? Lu Chen fell into contemplation for a moment.
It wasn't until Dehei's call came that Lu Chen snapped out of it. Dehei stood on the opposite bank, neighing at Lu Chen.
It thought something had happened to Lu Chen. Lu Chen left the round stone square and returned to Dehei's side. Dehei nudged Lu Chen, then settled down. Why are you in such a hurry? I won't get into trouble.
Seeing this, Lu Chen smiled and patted Dehei's head. Before leaving, Lu Chen glanced back at the lonely sword-hanging platform.
Wait, I will definitely come back. Lu Chen thought to himself.
This task may be impossible for others, because they have no idea where the Twilight Forest is. But Lu Chen happens to have a map of the Twilight Forest.
That's his advantage. The swords in the Twilight Forest are extremely powerful.
If these swords were indeed forged by Juier, how powerful would the rest of the swords be? If he could obtain other powerful swords, it would be exhilarating just to think about it. And Lu Chen's great sword has devouring enchantments, so he's not afraid that those swords won't be useful. He can just devour them all. When Lu Chen rode out of the cave on Dehei, it caused a stir once again. Lu Chen noticed that the mother donkey seemed to hold a very high position among the wild horses. All the wild horses bowed their heads when they saw her.
There's actually a Pegasus here? That's really rare. Black Dragon suddenly appeared, astonished. Pegasus? Where's the Pegasus? Lu Chen looked around but didn't see anything. It's right there. Black Dragon pointed at the mother donkey. Wait, you call this a Pegasus? Lu Chen almost spat blood. Yes. Haven't you seen the white wings on both sides of her?
That's the symbol of a Pegasus.
Wings?
Lu Chen was stunned, then looked closely. He did see a pair of small wings, but the wings' color and fur were too similar, making it hard to distinguish. It's normal not to have seen it. The Pegasus clan is extremely rare.
Even I have only seen them once or twice.
Pegasus have a bloodline suppression over ordinary horses. These wild horses probably submit to her like that.
Black Dragon explained. Do you think Pegasus can fly? Lu Chen asked curiously.
Of course. Adult Pegasus have strong combat abilities.
They can even rival ordinary dragon races. That's amazing? Lu Chen was amazed. A horse being compared to a dragon sounded very unscientific.
But in the world of MC, there was no science to begin with. However, calling it a Pegasus when it clearly looked like a donkey was embarrassing.
But then again, the Pegasus's face and body looked just like a donkey.
The Pegasus clan is most proud of their flying speed. Even the dragon races can't match them.
Really?
Hearing Black Dragon's words, Lu Chen's gaze towards the Pegasus changed instantly.
It would be great if we could tame it as a mount.
Before Lu Chen could finish, Dehei became agitated. It neighed a few times, expressing its displeasure.
Hee hee, I was just joking. Lu Chen awkwardly patted his head. He almost forgot, this was Dehei's wife. If he really did that, it wouldn't be appropriate. Even if Dehei didn't fight him, the thousands of wild horses wouldn't let him off.
Lu Chen thought for a moment, then smiled kindly.
He patted Dehei and said, Dehei, let's go. Try to give birth to a bunch of little Pegasi for me. Dehei looked at Lu Chen with some fear.
As if realizing something, Lu Chen patted his head and took something out of his backpack.
Dehei, this time I've brought you something good. Lu Chen took out the lightning rod.
Dehei looked bewildered at the strange thing in front of him, not quite understanding Lu Chen's words. Later, I will use this thing to attract the lightning down, striking you, it might hurt a bit, so try to bear with it.
Lu Chen said with a smile. This time, Dehei finally understood.
His eyes were full of fear, and his legs were trembling. Dehei took a step forward, about to run away, but Lu Chen stopped him.
Where are you running? It hasn't even started yet.
Dehei whimpered a few times, looking at Lu Chen with a pitiful expression, silently protesting.
Protest is invalid, Lu Chen said firmly.
After that, Lu Chen found a piece of empty ground and dug a hole in it.
Dehei reluctantly walked into it. Lu Chen patted his head. Don't be afraid. It will be over soon.
The nearby Pegasi looked very concerned towards Dehei. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen felt a bit embarrassed. Even his mount had found a partner, while he was still a single dog, which was unreasonable. Lu Chen placed the lightning rod directly above Dehei.
This way, the lightning could strike Dehei directly.
Not long after the lightning rod was set up, the sky began to rumble.
Lu Chen was also getting nervous.
He had never tried this before and didn't know if it would work. Hopefully, Dehei could handle it and nothing bad would happen. Just as Lu Chen took a few steps back, a bolt of lightning struck from the sky, hitting near the lightning rod. The lightning created a large crater on the ground, almost reaching Dehei's position. There was a commotion among the horses. They had never seen the power of lightning before and were running around in panic. Before they could react, another bolt of lightning struck down. This time, the lightning struck Dehei directly. The spot where Dehei stood was blasted into a deep hole, with soil flying everywhere. Seeing this, Lu Chen quickly ran over and retrieved the lightning rod. One strike was enough. If there were two more, Dahei's life might have been in danger.
Lu Chen approached the deep crater created by the lightning strike.
There was no sign of Dehei, only a charred lump.
Damn! Did I get him killed?
Looking at the blackened lump, Lu Chen felt very guilty. He shouldn't have let Dehei try it in the first place. Now, not only did the skeletal horse not transform, but Dahei's life was also at stake. Just as Lu Chen was feeling extremely sad, the black dragon suddenly spoke. Look, there's movement. Lu Chen looked in astonishment at the deep pit, where a figure was slowly climbing out. This is Dehei. Dehei's not dead. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen was both surprised and delighted.
The current Dehei no longer looked the same as before.
All the flesh and blood on him had disappeared, leaving only an empty skeleton. Compared to before, Dehei seemed to have shrunk a bit in size. However, his strength and speed had greatly increased. Dehei was a bit confused. He only remembered being struck by lightning just now. Upon waking up, he had transformed from an ordinary black horse into a cool and handsome skeletal horse.
Dehei walked slowly to the water's edge and looked at his reflection.
He could no longer recognize his own appearance. However, the Pegasus could still distinguish Dehei. The two horses stuck together intimately. Unable to bear watching any longer, Lu Chen deliberately coughed. Dehei then remembered Lu Chen watching and quickly ran over to him. You lucky guy. I didn't expect it to actually work,
Lu Chen said with a smile.
Dehei was also excited, bouncing around in place.
Let's go out and give it a try.
Lu Chen mounted Dehei and galloped through the valley. Not long after they started running, Lu Chen could clearly feel Dehei's speed increasing significantly. Not only that, Dehei's jumping ability had also improved a lot. Previously, it could only leap over a one-step high staircase, but now it could easily cross 2 to 3 steps in height, and even jump over heights of up to 5 steps. Dehei became more and more excited as it ran, and eventually plunged into the water. Normal horses couldn't walk in water, but the skeletal horse was completely unrestricted.
Lu Chen was caught off guard and fell into the water, swallowing a bellyful of water. Damn it! Dehei, you heartless thing! Couldn't you have told me before diving into the water? I almost drowned.
After circling around the valley, Lu Chen returned to the front of the cave. When the wild horse herd saw Dehei, they all began to tremble. Why are these wild horses so scared? Lu Chen asked with some confusion as he looked at the wild horses.
This is the suppression of bloodline and race, the Black Dragon explained. Between creatures, the suppression of race and bloodline is inherent. Even the powerful dragon race finds it hard to escape, and the situation is even more severe. Oh, is there such a saying? Lu Chen found it somewhat novel. It was the first time he had heard of such a thing. According to the Black Dragon, the wild horse herd had originally submitted to Dehei due to the bloodline suppression of the Pegasus. Now, Dehei had become a skeletal horse, elevating its strength. Even without the presence of the Pegasus, they would still feel genuine fear towards Dehei. Seeing that it was getting late, Lu Chen prepared to return to the city of Lays. He looked at Dehei and asked, "Dehei, do you intend to stay here or come back with me?" Dehei glanced at the Pegasus and then walked towards Lu Chen. "Don't worry, I'll bring you back here when I have the chance." Lu Chen patted Dehei and said. Seeing that Dehei was willing to follow him, Lu Chen felt quite relieved. Dehei came to Lu Chen's side and lowered its body. Lu Chen mounted the horse and rode on. Dehei carried Lu Chen, walking proudly in front of the wild horses, raising its head and neighing towards the sky. The wild horses all looked respectfully at Dehei. Upon hearing Dehei's command, all the wild horses lined up again. "Let's go!" With Lu Chen's command, the herd of wild horses began to move. Dehei was surrounded by the wild horses like the center of the universe, walking towards the valley. Initially, in the misty forest, everyone's pace was about the same. But when they emerged from the forest onto the vast grassland, things changed. With a single stride, Dehei leaped several meters ahead. The wild horses looked at it enviously. At this point, Dehei's speed was extremely fast, like a bolt of lightning. In just a few steps, it had already surged to the front of the horse herd. And Dehei's speed kept increasing, to the point where it left the horse herd far behind. It wasn't until they reached the border between the desert and the grassland that Lu Chen had Dehei stop. They waited for a while in place, and the herd of wild horses behind them had just arrived. This time, there were even more wild horses following Dehei, probably close to tens of thousands. For a moment, the thundering of thousands of horses raised a billowing dust cloud on the grassland. With an neigh, Dehei almost simultaneously brought the herd of wild horses to a halt. They looked at Dehei, seeming very reluctant to see it leave. Dehei paid no attention to that, shook its hooves, turned around with Lu Chen on its back, and left. The wild horses watched Dehei leave until its figure was no longer visible, then slowly dispersed. Although Dehei was finally taken away, Lu Chen still had several unanswered questions in his mind. Why did tens of thousands of wild horses suddenly appear on a grassland? Why would the extremely rare Pegasus appear in the forbidden zone of the misty forest? Who built the cave in the deep valley? Although Dehei was somewhat human-like, he couldn't speak after all. Therefore, Lu Chen had no way of knowing these things. The only clue left to Lu Chen was the information from the swordsmith Zhuo about the sword. Perhaps the sword hidden in the Twilight Forest is the key to solving the puzzle. Lu Chen happened to have a map of the Twilight Forest, and he planned to go there after the auction ended. After Dehei turned into a skeleton horse, his speed increased significantly. Not long after rushing out, Lu Chen returned to the desert oasis. The pigman Antao was busy. He had to watch over the cultivation of the vegetable field and have people fill the deep pit blown up by Lu Chen before. Turner had already settled with his men near the oasis. Because of Lu Chen's presence, the two factions got along well. This was the situation Lu Chen wanted to see. If he couldn't make it in the city of Lays or the kingdom of blocks, these people would be his guarantee. Lu Chen greeted Turner and casually took a few bunches of carrots. The treasure map he had swindled from the Black Dragon had not been used yet. Many treasures were buried in the sea, where visibility was low, so carrots were needed to make night vision potions. Lu Chen rode Dehei and galloped towards the city of Lays. Dehei's speed was now extraordinary, covering 1,000 miles in a day. What used to be a day-and-a-half journey was completed in half a day by Dehei. When Lu Chen reached the gates of the city of Lays, it was already late at night. The streets of the city were deserted. This suited Lu Chen just fine. After all, the skeleton horse was a novelty, and if too many people saw it, it might attract unwanted attention. Lu Chen arrived at the entrance to the land district. The guard responsible for patrolling the entrance became alert upon seeing Dehei. A monster is attacking. The guard shouted loudly, breaking the silence of the night. Dozens of fully armed soldiers rushed out of the palace gates. They looked at Dehei, then at Lu Chen, unsure of what to do. Who's making a ruckus in the middle of the night? Captain Hongji of the Palace Knights was rudely awakened from his sleep. He rubbed his eyes, yawned, and came out looking displeased. Captain Hongji. A monster appeared outside the palace. The guard quickly reported to Hongji upon his arrival. A monster? Hongji was instantly alert. A monster outside the palace was not something to be taken lightly.
If a monster sneaked into the palace and caused casualties, Hanji would be in big trouble.
Quick, take me to see. Yes. Hanji followed his subordinates and quickly arrived at the guard post.
This was the border between the land district and the palace, the most vulnerable area. Every few days, the guards would catch a few thieves trying to break into the palace.
Captain, over there. The subordinate pointed ahead. Hanji looked in the direction indicated and was stunned. How could it be him? Seeing Lu Chen, Hanji furrowed his brows.
He still remembered clearly when Lu Chen forcibly stopped him from taking Leah at the Tianqing trading house. When he returned that day, he was scolded by Prince Elwin. Hanji had just recently gotten close to Elwin, thinking he could rise to prominence, but because of Lu Chen's interference, he was once again assigned the unpleasant task of guarding the palace gates.
Hanji harbored resentment towards this,
but he dared not complain to Elwin and could only keep it to himself.
Now, seeing Lu Chen, Hanji was filled with anger. He truly despised Lu Chen. Hey, isn't that Captain Hanji? Long time no see.
Lu Chen rode on Dahei, smiling and greeting Hanji.
Hanji frowned and replied, Steve, what are you up to, wandering around in the middle of the night? Captain Hanji, you've got it all wrong.
I've been busy outside all day, just got back home and got stopped by you guys. Lu Chen put on a look of extreme grievance.
Come clean. What kind of creature are you riding? Are you planning to cause trouble at the palace? Hanji questioned, pointing at Dahei. Oh, you mean this?
It's just a horse, just looks a bit peculiar.
Lu Chen explained. Are you saying I'm blind?
A horse with a body made of bones. This is clearly a skeleton monster.
Hanji said.
Captain Hanji, you have quite a sense of humor. This is clearly just a horse.
It's not a monster at all. Lu Chen wanted to say more, but Hanji didn't listen at all. I say it's a monster, then it's a monster. Men, seize this monster. Hanji ordered his men.
The soldiers quickly surrounded Lu Chen and Dahei. Seeing the seriousness of the situation, Lu Chen didn't bother wasting more words with them.
Captain Hanji, you forced my hand, don't blame me for not warning you.
Humph.
Last time I didn't bring enough men, this time I'll see how you can escape. Hanji boasted.
Last time he suffered a loss at the hands of Lu Chen, this time he was determined to regain his pride. He didn't believe Lu Chen could withstand the siege of nearly 100 soldiers. If they could capture Lu Chen and bring him to His Highness Elwin, maybe they could make amends.
Thinking of this, Hanji became even more excited. Quick, capture this guy for me.
As soon as Hanji's words fell, the soldiers drew their weapons and closed in on Lu Chen. Lu Chen sneered disdainfully, bent down, and whispered next to Dahei's head, Dai, get ready to show these ignorant bumpkins something. Upon hearing this, Dahei raised his front hooves high and let out a neigh into the night sky. As the soldiers' attacks were about to come, Lu Chen remained calm. Dahei slightly gathered strength, his body slightly sinking down, then exerted force on his limbs, leaping high into the air.
The soldiers were dumbfounded watching Dahei and Lu Chen leap high into the air. Damn!
What kind of thing is this?
How can it jump so high? Is this really a horse? It can jump so high.
Lu Chen looked down at the soldiers below him, a hint of disdain on his lips.
A bunch of ignorant fools.
Hanji never expected Lu Chen to escape so easily from the encirclement.
After Dahei leaped out of the encirclement, he quickly ran towards where Hanji was. Oh no!
Hanji's face changed, turning to run towards the palace gate behind him,
but Lu Chen wouldn't give him that chance.
Lu Chen jumped down from Dahei, drew his sword in midair, and thrust forward, blocking Hanji's path.
Trying to run? Do you think you can escape? Lu Chen coldly stared at Hanji. Steve, this is the entrance to the palace. If you dare cause trouble here, you'll regret it. Hanji tried to use the power of the palace to threaten Lu Chen, but Lu Chen wasn't buying it.
Even if this is the entrance to the palace, even if the king himself were here, I will act today. The blade in Lu Chen's hand, the blade of departure, flickered in the moonlight. Hanji was frightened by the killing intent emanating from Lu Chen. At that moment, he felt that Lu Chen was like an invincible god of death. The fear of death surged in Hanji's heart, his legs went weak, and he knelt down with a thud. The soldiers who had come to attack Lu Chen earlier were about to come to his aid, but Hanji stopped them.
Don't come over. Hanji's forehead was covered in cold sweat. If his subordinates were not sensible, he might have become a corpse the next second. You are quite clever, knowing not to let your subordinates come over. Lu Chen held the blade of departure against Hanji's neck, smiling.
Big brother Steve, it was all a misunderstanding just now, just an accident. You are so powerful, why bother with someone like me?
Show mercy and spare me. Hanji begged repeatedly.
I'll spare you, fine, but first, kowtow to me a few times.
Lu Chen said calmly. Hanji hesitated. What? Unwilling? Then I'll have to take action? Lu Chen said, raising his blade. Seeing this, Hang Ji quickly knelt down and started kowtowing to Lu Chen. Is this enough? Hang Ji asked after kowtowing. I can't even hear a sound, no sincerity at all. Otherwise, I'll do it myself. No, no, no. I'll kowtow harder. This time, Hang Ji kowtowed vigorously. His head knocked on the ground, making a loud sound. Kowtow 100 times, I'll count for you. If you slack off, I'll take action. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Hang Ji almost cried. He had only kowtowed 3 or 4 times, feeling dizzy and blood starting to seep from his forehead. If he kowtowed 100 times, he would probably pass out. But he dared not negotiate with Lu Chen and could only grit his teeth and continue kowtowing. 10, 11, 12. Keep going, 80 more to go. Put more effort. I want to hear the sound. Hang Ji kowtowed while Lu Chen counted beside him, occasionally finding faults. Hang Ji felt extremely humiliated. His face was dyed red by the blood flowing from his forehead, looking extremely miserable. After Hang Ji kowtowed for the 48th time, his head tilted and he fell to the ground. Lu Chen was stunned, then shouted to the soldiers behind him, "Did you all see that? I didn't lay a hand on him. He insisted on kowtowing to me and got injured." The soldiers, upon hearing Lu Chen's words, were furious. How shameless could this guy be? Their captain wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state if not for being forced. Although the soldiers knew the truth, none dared to refute Lu Chen. They had witnessed Lu Chen's abilities. Whoever dared to oppose him would probably be the next one lying on the ground. If you don't speak up, it means you agree. Let's go. Dahe, we're going home. Lu Chen said to himself, mounting his horse and heading home. The soldiers didn't dare to stop Lu Chen, fearing they would be the next victims. Once Lu Chen was far away, they hurried to Hang Ji's side to check on him. Lu Chen hummed a tune, leisurely returning home. Here we are. This is your new home. Isn't it beautiful? Lu Chen led Dahe to the stable he specially built. The ground of the stable was covered with wheat, soft in texture and could even be eaten when hungry. Dahe happily bounced around the stable, looking very excited. Feeling good today, I'll give you an extra meal. Lu Chen took out a few carrots from his bag and threw them to Dahe. Dahe's eyes lit up, picking up a carrot from the ground to eat. Suddenly, Dahe froze in place. The carrot dropped from his mouth. Lu Chen was puzzled. What's wrong? Don't you like to eat this? He asked. Dahe snorted a few times, feeling a bit wronged. Big brother, this guy has turned into a skeleton horse. Why are you still feeding him? Hei Long couldn't bear it and reminded him. Right. How could I forget about that? Lu Chen slapped his head, suddenly realizing. Dahe no longer had a physical body, so he couldn't eat regular food. If he remembered correctly, a skeleton horse should be considered an undead creature. Skeleton horses cannot regenerate health by eating, they can only be restored with potions. Moreover, only instant damage potions can heal skeleton horses, continuous damage potions are ineffective. Using healing potions would actually have the opposite effect of causing them to lose health. Therefore, Lu Chen needed to prepare some instant damage potions. Without delay, Lu Chen returned to the basement to gather materials. Making instant damage potions required watermelon, which Lu Chen had obtained seeds for from the artificial mine tunnel before, but had not planted yet. Now, it was time to start planting watermelons. The method of planting watermelons was different from other crops, but similar to pumpkins. When watermelons ripened, they did not grow in the same spot but in a field near the watermelon vine. If there was already a watermelon on adjacent farmland, soil, or grass, no new watermelon would grow on that vine until the existing one disappeared. Moreover, if the land was plowed, it would be destroyed after the watermelon grew, turning into soil. Therefore, when planting watermelons, it was essential to leave a row of space between them to avoid issues with growth. After harvesting ripe watermelons, the watermelon vine remained, allowing for continuous growth of new watermelons. Like other crops, watermelons required sufficient sunlight to grow. There needed to be at least one space above the watermelon vine for the watermelon to grow properly. Watermelons grew slower than other crops and took longer to harvest. Although bone meal could accelerate the growth of watermelon seeds before they turned into vines, it was ineffective once they became vines. Therefore, Lu Chen had to wait a few days before harvesting. After some thought, Lu Chen decided to create a redstone watermelon farm. The structure of the watermelon redstone farm was simple, requiring pistons to be placed next to the watermelons in empty spaces. It was crucial to ensure that the watermelons were positioned in front of the extended pistons when they grew. The pistons and watermelons were arranged in a row, with a trench dug beside them. Redstone dust connected the pistons, leading to a lever at the end for control. Once the watermelons ripened, pulling the lever activated the pistons. The extended pistons pushed the ripe watermelons, causing them to drop slices into the trench.
The watermelon slices flowed into a funnel and then into a chest prepared by Lu Chen, saving him a lot of time. If he could find slimes and obtain slime balls to make sticky pistons, Lu Chen could create a fully automated watermelon farm, increasing efficiency. However, the conditions for slime spawning were very strict and difficult to encounter. Slimes could spawn in specific blocks below level 40 or in swamps between levels 50 to 70 with a light level of 7 or less. Slimes would not spawn within 24 blocks of a player and would disappear if no one was within 32 blocks of them. If the distance exceeded 128 blocks, slimes would vanish immediately. Finding wild slimes mostly relied on luck, but it was possible to build a slime farm, provided a swamp was available. Slimes typically spawned below level 39. The first spawning area could be built at level 39, with a size of 16 by 16 or 18 by 18. Pumpkin lanterns could be embedded for illumination. Additional platforms could be expanded around the area, maintaining a gap of at least 3 blocks between 2 layers to accommodate slimes of varying sizes. Heading towards the slime spawning area on the 5th or 6th floor, then placing iron golems in funnels on the bottom floor. After the slimes spawn, they will attack the iron golems, get killed, and turn into slime balls falling into the chest through the funnel. Lu Chen finished his farm work, and it was almost dawn. The auction was about to start soon. Just as Lu Chen was about to leave, he saw the man he had encountered before. The man was standing outside the gate waiting. "What time is it? Why are you here so early?" Lu Chen curiously asked as he approached the man. "I'm afraid of being late and missing my turn." The man laughed upon seeing Lu Chen. For some reason, Lu Chen always felt a strange pressure when talking to the man. "By the way, that coffee you gave me a few days ago, do you still have it?" The man looked at Lu Chen expectantly. "Yes, why?" "Well, after drinking your coffee that day, I felt energized when I got home and worked more efficiently, so I wanted to taste it again." "Sure, no problem. Coffee is something I always have plenty of," Lu Chen said as he went inside to pour a cup of coffee for the man. "Here, enjoy, it's freshly brewed." The man eagerly took the cup from Lu Chen's hand and took a sip. Immediately, a look of enjoyment appeared on his face. "This coffee is really something special." The man couldn't help but praise. Lu Chen didn't have time to discuss further with him. He led Dahei out of the stable, mounted him, and prepared to attend the auction. Lu Chen rode Dahei out of the gate, disappearing around the corner. The man watched Lu Chen's disappearing figure, a slight smile forming on his lips. "He's quite an interesting fellow. Looks like I need to investigate his background thoroughly." Lu Chen first went to Wendy's house, instructing him to deliver the potions and golden apples to the trading post. Upon opening the door, Lu Chen was taken aback. "Wendy, what happened to you?" Lu Chen asked with concern. Wendy had dark circles under his eyes, clearly having not slept all night. He had been immersed in studying alchemy techniques for the past few days, almost forgetting to eat and sleep. "Master, I'm fine." Wendy forced a smile. Although Wendy was a bit older for an apprentice, he had good talent and room for improvement. Stuck at the intermediate alchemist level for a long time, Wendy made rapid progress in alchemy techniques under Lu Chen's guidance. Given time, he would surely become a qualified senior alchemist. Take care of yourself. Alchemy is important, but good health is paramount. I have several new potions that I need your help with, so don't overwork yourself. Lu Chen patted Wendy on the back. "Thank you for your concern, Master. I will take care of myself." Wendy was pleasantly surprised and nodded repeatedly. Upon hearing that Lu Chen had new potions to make, he immediately perked up. This meant he could learn new formulas from Lu Chen again, something every alchemist looked forward to. "Go help me set up a few brewing stations. I keep bothering you, and I feel bad about it," Lu Chen said. "Well, you have to get approval from the Alchemist Guild for that," Wendy said somewhat hesitantly. Each alchemist could only apply for a brewing station once a year. Last time, Lu Chen had used up several brewing stations while making the weakness splash potion. Those were Wendy's inventory accumulated over the years. "Okay, I'll go there myself after I'm done with my tasks." Lu Chen didn't press Wendy further. He would go to the Alchemist Guild headquarters and find Carl. After all, he was the president of the Alchemist Guild, so getting a brewing station for himself shouldn't be a problem. Riding Dahei, Lu Chen left Wendy's house and headed to the Tianqing trading post. Not yet at the main gate, Lu Chen saw several exquisite carriages parked in front of the trading house. The people getting off the carriages were all dressed in luxurious and splendid attire. They were all invited guests attending the auction. Leah stood at the main gate, warmly greeting the arriving guests. Seeing Lu Chen approaching, Leah immediately welcomed him. "Mr. Steve, you finally arrived. Come with me, the auction is about to start." Lu Chen nodded and followed Leah inside.
As soon as he entered the auction hall, Lu Chen was amazed. Wow, this place is huge.
There must be at least tens of thousands of square meters here, all filled with seats.
By now, the venue was almost full of people.
This is the second largest venue in the whole city of Lays, only used for auctions, Leah explained.
Then why not use the largest venue? Lu Chen asked, puzzled. Leah was taken aback by Lu Chen's question. Her expression turned strange as she said, do you want to hold the auction in the palace? Never mind. Lu Chen realized Leah's implication in an instant.
But it made sense, in the entire city of Lays, only the palace could boast such grandeur.
Leah led Lu Chen to the second floor.
This is our VIP area, where almost all the dignitaries of Lays gather.
Be cautious in your words and actions here. Being a shrewd person, Lu Chen sensed Leah's hidden warning.
She was probably afraid he might cause trouble here.
Alright, I understand.
You go about your business, no need to worry about me.
Lu Chen found an excuse to dismiss Leah, feeling much more at ease. He pushed the door open and entered the room.
The room was simply furnished, with only a sofa and a table. Soft carpets covered the floor, and there were plenty of fruits on the table. Sitting on the sofa, he could see what was happening downstairs through the room's window. Not long after he sat down, a figure passed by the window. Lu Chen recognized him as the man who had been queuing at the entrance in the morning. He hadn't expected to see him here.
Lu Chen quickly stood up from the sofa. Hey, stop!
The man halted at Lu Chen's words.
What a coincidence, you're here too.
Seeing it was Lu Chen, the man smiled and said, I
was just bored, so I came to join the fun. What about you? Weren't you supposed to be at my cafe? How did you end up here? Lu Chen asked in return. Me. The man hesitated for a moment. I'm just here for the excitement too. Great, I'm alone and bored. Come over to my place. Lu Chen warmly invited the man. Is that appropriate? Aren't we not supposed to wander into rooms? The man hesitated. What's the harm?
I know the person in charge here very well.
If anything happens, I'll take the blame. Without giving the man time to think, Lu Chen pulled him into the room and made him sit down. The man was somewhat amused and helpless but didn't refuse. Look, it's starting.
Not long after they sat down, the auctioneer took the stage. This time, Leah herself took on the role of the auctioneer. The men in the audience were dazzled by Leah's appearance. Many of them had come just for her. As soon as Leah appeared, an excited man tried to rush onto the stage to embrace her. He was immediately caught by the guards and dragged out unconscious. Leah was clearly startled, but she quickly regained her composure and began hosting the auction. I declare the auction officially open. As Leah announced the opening, the hall immediately quieted down. Hello everyone, let me introduce myself. I am Leah, the person in charge of the Tianqing Trading House. Today, it is truly our fortune at Tianqing Trading House to have all of you attend this auction.
I assure you all that the items to be auctioned later will not disappoint.
Lu Chen stood by the window, nodding involuntarily.
Leah was indeed professional, speaking with great tact. Her concise opening words made the guests present feel at ease. Seeing Lu Chen's expression, a man couldn't help but ask with a smile, young man, what do you think of this Leah?
She's pretty good, Lu Chen replied casually. The man's smile deepened upon hearing Lu Chen's response.
Do you want to marry her and bring her home as your wife?
This time, Lu Chen hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and said in a pretentious manner, women will only slow down my swordplay speed, so I'd better not.
Upon hearing Lu Chen's answer, the man was first stunned, then burst into laughter. Young man, you've got character. Just for that statement, you've made a friend in me. Are you someone important? Why does it seem like it's an honor for me to be friends with you? Lu Chen looked at the man in confusion.
The man was momentarily speechless at Lu Chen's response, then awkwardly cleared his throat.
Ahem. Let's just forget I said anything. Lu Chen scratched his head, then turned to look downstairs. With that, the man's gaze towards Lu Chen became more complex. Leah waved her hand, and someone brought up a tray.
On the tray, there was a bottle of splashing weak potion and a golden apple.
All eyes were fixed on that tray. Everyone was speculating what these two items were for. An apple? A potion? Did they call us all the way here just to fool us with these things? Someone immediately raised doubts.
Soon, others joined in the commotion.
Yeah, what's the use of these things? Don't we even have enchanted equipment?
I came prepared with 50,000 gold coins today.
I was planning to buy a decent weapon. The auction suddenly became a bit noisy. Leah seemed prepared for this.
She made a quiet gesture to the crowd and then said, please be patient, listen to me first, and feel free to ask questions later. Leah's ability to control the situation was top-notch. With just a few words, she quieted the crowd. She picked up the golden apple and showed it to everyone.
Do you know what this is? It's just an apple. What's so special about it? They're everywhere. Someone couldn't help but comment.
No, this is not an ordinary apple, it's a golden apple, Leia explained with a smile, shaking her head.
Golden apple? What's the difference between that and a regular apple?
As soon as Leia finished speaking, someone in the audience immediately asked. While others were unaware, Lu Chen had already guessed the general idea.
Most of those asking questions were likely planted by Leia. It was with the presence of these planted individuals that the audience's interest was piqued. That's a good question from our guest. This golden apple in my hand is much more precious than a regular apple. Regular apples can only fill your stomach, but a golden apple can be used for emergency healing, even life-saving. It's worth mentioning that its healing effect is comparable to curative potions. Initially, upon hearing the name golden apple, many in the audience were dismissive. In their eyes, an apple was just an apple. Even if it was a golden apple, it was probably still meant for eating. However, when everyone heard that the golden apple could restore health, even rivaling the effectiveness of healing potions, they were finally moved. The value of healing potions needs no further explanation. Those who have used them all praise their efficacy. As long as there is a breath left, lives can be saved. This is one of the reasons why alchemists are so highly sought after. These wealthy individuals are all of high status and extremely afraid of death. They often carry a bottle of healing potion on them for emergencies. As a result, the price of healing potions has skyrocketed. Alchemists capable of producing healing potions are already rare, and with such high demand, the supply falls short. Nowadays, healing potions are almost impossible to find on the market. Even if a few bottles occasionally appear, they are sold at exorbitant prices. The cheapest healing potion costs tens of thousands of gold coins. In fact, there are other life-saving items available, such as the Knight's life-saving talisman. However, the talisman is only available for purchase by members of the Knights, making it inaccessible to others, no matter how wealthy they may be. This is why healing potions are so highly regarded. Now, Leia actually claims that this apple can replace healing potions. This is undoubtedly groundbreaking news. Just as everyone was discussing fervently, someone raised doubts. I don't believe it. How can an apple have such powerful effects? I suspect you are deceiving people. Needless to say, this doubt was definitely premeditated. Lu Chen, lacking interest, sat back on the sofa, while the man kept his eyes fixed on the stage. Guest, our Tianqing Trading Company has always been honest and will not exaggerate, so please rest assured. Leia patiently explained. I still don't believe it, unless you can prove it on the spot. As soon as this was said, the people below immediately joined in the clamor. We want on-site verification. Yes. Words are not enough. Let us see the effects quickly. Seeing everyone's reaction, a faint smile appeared on Leia's lips, barely noticeable. Her goal had been achieved, and now it was time for the golden apple to show its effects. Leia clapped her hands, and immediately someone brought up an iron sword. Since you all want to witness the effects of the golden apple, I will demonstrate it for everyone. After speaking, Leia handed the long sword to her assistant. Strike me with the sword, and I will say stop when necessary. Although the assistant had been prepared for a long time, when it came time to act, his hand couldn't help but tremble. Miss Leia, I dare not, the assistant said with difficulty. It's okay, go ahead, stop after 3 strikes, Leia said calmly. All right. The people below were initially confused, not knowing what Leia intended to do. As a result, the person on stage actually swung the long sword towards Leia. Leia's face instantly turned pale, and she let out a painful cry. However, she still maintained her original posture. Everyone was dumbfounded. What's going on? Lu Chen was also taken aback. He knew about this part beforehand. However, Leia hadn't told him that she would personally verify the effectiveness of the golden apple. Lu Chen couldn't help but sigh. This woman was really ruthless to herself. She was someone who dared to take risks. The man sitting next to Lu Chen saw this scene and suddenly sat up. Isn't this nonsense? No, I have to stop her. After speaking, the man was about to rush out. Seeing this, Lu Chen quickly held him back. Hey, why are you in such a hurry? This was planned in advance. There won't be any problems. Lu Chen explained to the man, who then relaxed. I see, but she's really going all out, isn't she? The man frowned. After a misunderstanding, the two continued to watch the stage. Enduring the pain, Leia said, Don't panic, everyone. I volunteered for this injury. You will see the effects of the golden apple soon. Tianqing Trading Company never deceives. The audience fell silent. 2 more swords, continue. Leia ordered her men. With a determined nod, one of them swung another sword. This time, Leia couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed to the ground. Her men were petrified, unsure whether to continue. Miss Leia, maybe we should stop. It's okay. Continue. Leia gritted her teeth. The audience below held their breath. Leia was not wearing any protective gear. An ordinary person could withstand 3 strikes from an iron sword at most before facing death's door. Without prompt treatment, excessive blood loss would lead to demise.
Leia had already taken 2 strikes, one more would put her life in grave danger. Initially unconcerned, Lucan was chatting and laughing with a man. However, when he glanced at Leia's health bar, his demeanor changed instantly. Just as the 3rd strike was about to fall, Lucan shouted, "Stop!" Simultaneously, he drew his bow and shot an arrow. Before the sound reached the stage, the arrow hit the iron sword's blade accurately, deflecting it away from Leia just in time.
Lucan's action shocked the entire hall. All eyes turned to the 2nd floor of the auction hall, and the crowd was dumbfounded once again. They saw a figure leaping from the 2nd floor. "Oh my God! Someone jumped!" the people below exclaimed. In the next moment, they realized something was amiss. Lucan wielded the blade of departure and dashed towards the stage. "No! He's not jumping! He's flying! He can actually fly!" another person exclaimed.
People dumbfoundedly watched Lucan descend from the sky and land on the auction stage. The man sitting next to Lucan was equally astonished. He never expected Lucan to conceal such abilities.
Lucan landed smoothly and pushed aside the man next to Leia. "Miss Leia, are you okay?" Lucan asked anxiously. At that moment, Leia had lost consciousness, fainting. Is there one more sword to continue?" the man stuttered nervously. "Continue my foot. She's almost dead." Lucan snapped. Lucan had noticed Leia's health bar was dangerously low, prompting him to intervene. Leia was left with only a sliver of health. If that last strike had landed, Leia would have surely perished on the spot. Leia originally had 20 health points, but due to recent stress from the auction preparations, she had lost a few points of health. That's why she was left bleeding from just 2 strikes. Lucan couldn't help but feel guilty for not reminding Leia earlier despite noticing her condition. It was only at that moment that the audience below realized the gravity of the situation, their gazes fixed on Lucan and Leia. "It's over, it seems Miss Leia is beyond saving. A reputable alchemist in the city of Leyside. Shut your mouth. You jinx. She's not dead yet." Lucan glared fiercely at the man upon hearing his words. The man felt irritated by Lucan's public reprimand. He was about to retort but caught sight of Lucan's face and immediately fell silent. He had been present when Lucan caused a commotion at the Alchemist Guild headquarters. Hence, he recognized Lucan instantly. This was a person even Guild Master Carl had eagerly sought to invite. He decided to keep quiet. Though unconscious, Leia still tightly held the golden apple in her hand, indicating her high regard for the auction. Lucan felt uneasy. He quickly fed Leia the golden apple, temporarily saving her life. However, Leia's injuries were severe, and even with the golden apple, it could only sustain her for a short while. To completely get Leia out of the life-threatening situation, something stronger for recovery is needed. Enchanted golden apples might work, but Lucan couldn't get his hands on that stuff right now. Instant healing potion. Yes, this might work. The healing effect of regular healing potions is not enough for Leia, only instant healing potions can meet the requirements. Lucan gestured to one of his subordinates. "Do you have any watermelons here?" "Yes." "Why do you need watermelons?" the subordinate asked, puzzled. "Don't ask. Hurry and get me some, and bring a brewing station too. Go quickly. Whether Miss Leia can be saved depends on this," Lucan said sternly. "Alright, I'll go right away." The subordinate hurried off. "Who is this guy?" "I don't know, but he seems pretty impressive." The crowd below started discussing Lucan's background. "Hey, what are you doing? Is the auction still on or not? Don't waste time," someone impatiently voiced out. Without a word, Lucan shot an arrow. The man who was shouting was pierced through the abdomen by Lucan's arrow and pinned to his seat. The man let out a painful cry and was then carried away. "Those who don't want to stay, leave now. If there's another bark, my arrow will aim for the heart," Lucan coldly addressed the crowd below. Lucan's actions indeed silenced many people. Despite tens of thousands of people present, not a single person left. Everyone wanted to see what Lucan was up to. Before long, his subordinates brought the brewing station and materials. The atmosphere below the stage became lively again. What is this guy up to? Is he planning to brew medicine and save someone on the spot? Are you kidding me? How is that even possible? Riley, aren't you an alchemist? You should be the one doing this. How can you let this kid steal the limelight? In the crowd, someone recognized the alchemist named Riley. Riley was the one who had a confrontation with Lucan earlier.
Soon, more and more people started urging Riley to show his skills. Riley smiled bitterly. Don't praise me too much, compared to the master on stage, I'm just a nobody. He's someone who can sit on equal footing with President Carl. With these words, the crowd below the stage was once again dumbfounded. Who is President Carl? The president of the Alchemist Guild. One of the most prominent figures in the whole city of Lays. Riley's statement that the person on stage could sit on equal footing with Carl was simply unbelievable. Riley, don't fool us. I don't see this guy as some powerful figure. Someone expressed doubt. I'm not lying. This person's alchemy skills are extremely advanced. Even President Carl himself admitted defeat. If you don't believe me, just watch. With Riley's words, the gazes towards Lu Chen became more intense. If Riley wasn't lying, then they were in for a treat today. To witness a top alchemist brewing medicine on the spot. This could be bragged about for a lifetime. Lu Chen paid no attention to the others' gazes. He skillfully divided a large watermelon into several slices. He set up a workbench on the side. He took gold ingots, broke them into gold grains, then combined them with the watermelon to create a sparkling watermelon. He added nether wart and a water bottle to the brewing stand, obtaining a crude potion. Then he added the sparkling watermelon to the brewing process and let it brew for a while. In just a few minutes, Lu Chen obtained 3 bottles of healing potions. Riley watched Lu Chen's actions throughout and was left dumbfounded. Every move Lu Chen made was so skilled, without any hesitation. Normally, Riley would carefully brew a crude potion for a long time. But for Lu Chen, it was as easy as pie, even simpler than drinking water. Riley, what are those 3 bottles of potions? Someone asked towards Rue Rue. Rue swallowed and said, if I'm not mistaken, it should be a healing potion, the finest kind. This time, everyone was shocked once again. As the saying goes, bystanders watched the excitement, while experts watched the doorway. Although they didn't understand how skilled Lu Chen's alchemy techniques were, they were clear about the value of healing potions. A bottle of the top-grade healing potion could be sold for a sky-high price of 30 to 40,000 gold coins. In other words, Lu Chen had already earned over 100,000 gold coins in just a few minutes. With such a speed of making money, who could refrain from exclaiming in amazement? Rue, what is he going to do now? At this moment, Lu Chen placed the just-obtained healing potion back into the alchemy table and added flame powder to it. It's here! Flame powder! Rue's eyes sparkled as he closely watched Lu Chen's actions. Ever since Lu Chen demonstrated the process of making enhanced strength potions last time, the entire Alchemist Guild had been discussing the effects of flame powder. Everyone was not foolish and naturally could see the efficacy of flame powder. However, no matter how they tried, they couldn't grasp the dosage of flame powder. Rue had tried it himself and failed several times. He almost blew up the brewing table. That's when he stopped trying. Now, seeing Lu Chen once again adding flame powder to the potion, he couldn't help but be extremely excited. The effect of the healing potion was already potent. If it was enhanced further, who knew what it would become? Today, he might witness the birth of a miracle. Lu Chen frowned throughout, feeling somewhat impatient. Although it was only a few minutes, it was extremely agonizing for Lu Chen. Watching Lia's life force gradually dissipate, Lu Chen could only pray silently. Lia, you must hold on. Time passed slowly. 1 minute, 2 minutes. There was some noise in the hall. Lu Chen felt irritated. Lu Chen drew the blade of departure and casually released a SA skill, Dimensional Slash. The blade flashed, and the nearby table was split in half, crashing to the ground with a bang. Those who don't want to die, shut up. The people below immediately closed their mouths obediently, not daring to speak further. As the bubbles in the brewing table gradually disappeared, the healing potion was finally successfully brewed in an instant. It's done! Lu Chen shouted, taking out the potion from the brewing table. He approached Lia carefully with the freshly brewed potion and helped her up. Lia, hang in there. You will be fine. Supporting Lia's head, Lu Chen poured the instant healing potion into her mouth. The potion flowed down her throat into Lia's body. At this point, Lia's health bar was almost close to 0. If it weren't for the golden apple hanging by a thread, Lia would probably have died long ago. Lu Chen anxiously waited for the potion to take effect. Over 10 seconds later, Lia, who had her eyes tightly closed, suddenly moved. Her furrowed brow gradually relaxed, and her pale face gradually regained its color. Lu Chen checked Lia's status bar and found that her health had recovered to 5 points, indicating she was out of danger. Lu Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Lia slowly woke up from unconsciousness, feeling a bit confused. She clearly remembered hosting the auction, so how did she end up lying here? Mr. Steve, what are you doing here? Seeing it was Steve, Lia was even more surprised. What exactly happened just now? Miss Lia,
you finally woke up. Do you know you almost died just now? Lu Chen said with lingering fear.
Leia was about to say something when she suddenly realized she was lying in Lu Chen's arms.
Leia's face turned red instantly.
She wanted to stand up in embarrassment, but due to her weakness, she couldn't stand steadily and fell into Lu Chen's arms once again.
Leia felt the warm breath from Lu Chen, instantly feeling weak all over. Lu Chen quickly embraced Leia.
Miss Leia, your body is still weak, don't force yourself, Lu Chen said with concern.
Leia felt even more embarrassed now.
Her head was pressed against Lu Chen's chest, wanting to break free but lacking the strength.
Lu Chen didn't notice anything unusual, thinking Leia was just physically weak.
The people below the auction stage saw Leia and Lu Chen like this and thought they were a couple. It was unclear who started it, but suddenly someone began to applaud. Soon, the applause grew like a tide. Leia was startled, only then realizing they were at an auction. Facing the crowd's teasing, she wished she could disappear. Being embraced by a man in public and being watched was too embarrassing. Miss Leia, drink this bottle of potion, and you should recover soon. Lu Chen handed her another bottle of instant healing potion. Leia curiously examined the bottle in Lu Chen's hand.
Is this a healing potion? Leia asked. No, this is an instant healing potion, more effective than a regular healing potion, Lu Chen explained. Instant healing potion? Did you make this?
Of course. Leia's eyes lit up at his words. She knew the value of healing potions. Even at their Tianqing trading house, they only occasionally saw 2 bottles.
This bottle of instant healing potion was even more precious than a healing potion. This bottle must be worth several tens of thousands of gold coins, right? It would be a waste to just drink it like that. Leia hesitated as she held the bottle of potion. Mr. Steve, such a precious thing, you should keep it for yourself. I can heal slowly. At this point, why are you still thinking about these things? Drink it quickly. The auction still relies on you, Lu Chen urged. But, Leia still hesitated. Not drinking it is disrespecting me. Okay. Faced with Lu Chen's threatening words, Leia had to compromise. After drinking the 2 bottles of instant healing potion, Leia's injuries quickly healed. She felt even more energetic than before she was injured. Mr. Steve, I'm really sorry for the trouble. Thank you so much. Leia bowed deeply to Lu Chen, expressing her deep gratitude. The auction is important, but your life is your own. Don't push yourself too hard for work. Lu Chen's tone was quite serious. Leia was a workaholic, willing to do anything for work, which could easily lead to her disadvantage. Fortunately, with Lu Chen present, today's auction didn't turn into a memorial service. Mr. Steve, rest assured, I will give you a satisfactory answer at this auction. After saying this, Leia returned to the auction stage. Ladies and gentlemen, there was a small incident just now, but it's nothing serious. The auction will continue. The people in the audience returned to their seats, and the auction resumed. Regarding the effects of the golden apple, I believe everyone has seen it before, so I don't need to say more. Everyone nodded in agreement. They had just witnessed Leia go from near death to standing here lively and well. As Leia said, the golden apple could indeed save lives. Even someone on the brink of death could hang on. However, they were more interested in Lu Chen's on-site production of the instant healing potion. The powerful medicinal effect made everyone present amazed. Leia's recovery process was undoubtedly the best proof. Isn't there another bottle of potion? I bid 10,000 gold coins. Sell it to me. A man stood up from his seat and shouted loudly. 10,000 gold coins for such a good thing? Dream on. I bid 30,000 gold coins. Sell it to me. Immediately, someone came out to mock with a couple of remarks and offered a higher price. I bid 40,000 gold coins. 50,000. Before Leia could even speak, the crowd below started shouting on their own. Just as Lu Chen returned to the VIP room, he witnessed this scene and couldn't help but feel a bit amused. Young man, your move to save the beauty is impressive. A man in the room raised his thumb in praise as Lu Chen entered. You flatter me. It's just a small matter. Lu Chen scratched his head awkwardly. Are you an alchemist? The man asked. Sort of. Did you also build that structure yourself? The man continued. Yes, I made it one night when I was free. It's quite rudimentary. You built it in one night? The man thought he misheard and quickly asked. Yes, just one night, built it on a whim. The man was almost out of breath upon hearing Lu Chen's words. Even the most skilled architect in the Kingdom of Blocks wouldn't dare claim to build such a house in one night. Wow, this young man is extraordinary. The man's gaze towards Lu Chen became even more fiery. The price of the instant healing potion was soon shouted up to 100,000 gold coins. Leia also didn't expect that this potion would be so valuable. She cleared her throat and said, Everyone, please quiet down. I must clarify that this instant healing potion is not the item up for auction. It is Mr. Steve's personal item, and I have no authority to handle it.
Saying this, Leia looked towards Lu Chen's room.
Mr. Steve, do you intend to sell this potion?
All eyes in the room turned to Lu Chen, eager to hear his response.
Just a bottle of trash. Do these people really need to fight over it so eagerly?
Lu Chen sighed, speaking softly with some helplessness.
Trash.
The man beside him was dumbfounded.
This instant healing potion was worth at least 100,000 gold coins, and Lu Chen actually called it trash? Luckily, Lu Chen's voice was not loud enough for others to hear.
Otherwise, the people below would definitely not be able to resist rushing up to beat Lu Chen up. There was no way around it. Lu Chen's words were truly infuriating. Seeing this, Leia quickly gave Lu Chen a signal with her eyes. Lu Chen nodded slightly to her, indicating that she didn't need to worry, he could handle it himself.
I'm sorry, I have no intention of selling this potion. Lu Chen said calmly. Not selling?
The people below were stunned at his words, some feeling disappointed.
Such a good thing right in front of them, and they couldn't buy it.
This life-saving item was hard to come by, missing it now would be a big loss. Just as they were processing this, Lu Chen spoke again. This instant healing potion will be treated as a reward and given to the wealthiest boss who spends the most today. As soon as Lu Chen finished speaking, people in the room started shouting.
What are we waiting for? Continue the auction. I'm taking this potion. Humph, just you? I brought all my assets today. No one should dare to compete with me. The auction continued. Leia didn't rush to announce the auction price of the golden apple but instead picked up the splash weakness potion.
She showed the potion to everyone, and soon someone raised a question.
Miss Leia, what potion are you holding? Is it the instant healing potion from earlier?
No, this is a different potion called the splash weakness potion.
Throw this potion at the enemy, and it will weaken them. After being weakened, the enemy's damage will decrease. Leia explained the potion's effects to the crowd. This thing is great. Can use it to weaken the opponent in a fight. I'm buying it.
A sneaky-looking man said. He usually causes trouble everywhere, but always ends up getting beaten.
With this thing, he can now ambush his opponents.
However, before he could enjoy it for long, Leia mentioned a price that he couldn't accept. Oh, I forgot to tell everyone, the splash-type weakness potion and golden apple are being auctioned together, starting at 888 gold coins per set, with a minimum of 10 sets.
As Leia announced the price, silence fell over half of the auction house. One set for 888 gold coins, 10 sets would be 8,888 gold coins.
This price was beyond what ordinary nobles could afford.
Damn! Just an apple and a bottle of potion and they dare to sell it for so much. Is the Star Trading Company too greedy? Exactly. We may have money, but we're not fools. Who would spend so much on buying this stuff for no reason? Dissatisfied voices quickly arose from the crowd. Everyone, please calm down and let me finish. Leia gestured for everyone to quiet down. Have any of you thought about why we are auctioning these two items together? Leia's question woke up many people. They suddenly realized that something was amiss.
Leia continued, recently, there have been reports of mutated zombies that bite people outside the city.
You must have heard about this, right?
Despite the strict information blockade by the Knight's Order after the incident, some information still leaked out.
Those sitting in this auction hall were not ordinary people. They more or less knew about what happened that day. In noble circles, discussions about mutated zombies were met with fear.
These nobles were more afraid of death than anyone else.
Now, with Leia bringing up this topic, the nobles became even more uneasy. Young Steve, do you know anything about these mutated zombies? The man asked Lu Chen. Lu Chen hesitated for a moment and nodded. I know some. Oh, can you tell me about it? The man asked with interest. You don't know anything? Lu Chen was curious.
Although the information was sealed off, those who could enter the VIP room should have some understanding.
Am I too ignorant? The man said somewhat self-deprecatingly.
You'll find out soon, Miss Leia should explain.
Lu Chen didn't want to directly reveal the truth to the man.
After all, knowing too much about such matters was unsafe.
Seeing the reactions of the crowd, Leia had a good idea.
It seemed that many of these people already knew about the mutated zombies. The so-called mutated zombies are a variant of regular zombies. After being attacked by ordinary zombies, you would at most get injured. But after being attacked by mutated zombies, you would get infected and turn into a monster like them.
As Leia's words fell, the entire hall fell into a dead silence.
Although these people knew some information, most of it was just hearsay. However, this was enough to cause panic. Now, Leia's words confirmed the situation.
People could no longer remain calm. Miss Leia, you can't spread this kind of news. Yes,
I've lived for most of my life and never seen any mutated zombies. Don't scare people. The more people denied it, the more panicked they became. For a moment, chaos reigned in the hall.
Everyone, don't panic.
Regarding the mutated zombies, the Star Trading Company has found a solution.
Saying this, Leia picked up the golden apple and the splash-type weakness potion. With these two items, we can ensure everyone's safety.
Without giving the crowd a chance to question, after Leia finished speaking, she clapped her hands. Immediately, a staff member brought up a cage as tall as a person. The cage was covered with a huge red curtain on the outside, making it impossible to see what was inside. Just as everyone was puzzled, a harsh roar came from the cage. Upon hearing the sound, Lucien suddenly stood up from the sofa, his face changing drastically.
This Leia. This is outrageous.
The staff of Tianqing Trading Company walked up to the cage and lifted the red curtain covering it. When everyone saw what was inside, the whole place erupted in gasps.
Inside the cage, a mutant zombie was frantically gnawing on the iron bars. Damn! What kind of monster is this? It looks so terrifying. I know. This is a mutant zombie. My uncle saw one outside the city.
There really are such monsters.
I thought it was a hoax.
For a moment, the audience was in an uproar. People left their seats, eager to get closer to observe the mutant zombie.
Some bold ones even climbed onto the auction platform and approached the cage directly. Leia wanted to go and stop them but was pulled back by someone. When Leia turned around, she saw Lu Chen and was a little stunned.
Mr.
Steve, what are you? Don't go. It's dangerous, Lu Chen said solemnly. Leia obediently nodded and stood behind Lu Chen.
For some reason, as soon as Lu Chen appeared, she felt very safe. This sense of security was only felt from two people. One was Lu Chen, and the other was the masked ghost face. The ghost face hadn't appeared for a long time, which made Leia somewhat worried. Since the last time he helped her deal with Elwyn, there had been no news.
Leia couldn't contact him and could only worry. Could it be that Elwyn's people had captured the ghost face? Thinking of this, Leia's heart suddenly became uneasy. Miss Leia? Lu Chen called out, but Leia didn't pay attention to him. She seemed to be thinking about something else.
Helplessly, Lu Chen gently tapped Leia.
Miss Leia, are you okay? Leia then came back to her senses. Sorry, I was thinking about something else just now. What's the matter? Where did you get this mutant zombie in the cage from? Lu Chen pointed to the iron cage and asked. Normally, mutant zombies should have been eliminated, so how could they still appear here? I'm not sure either.
This mutant zombie was just brought in these past 2 days.
Where was it brought from? Lu Chen was surprised. Could it be that another wave of mutant zombies had invaded? It seems to have come from the borderlands.
It is said that when this mutant zombie was discovered, it was trapped in a deep pit and then captured by villagers. Hearing the words borderlands, Lu Chen became even more puzzled.
The borderlands? That's impossible.
The monsters there should have been dealt with. Just as Lu Chen was puzzled, a scream suddenly came from the crowd.
Ah!
Lu Chen turned his head and his face changed drastically. He saw a man near the iron cage being bitten on the arm by the mutant zombie inside, screaming in terror.
Seeing this, Lu Chen quickly shouted, "Quick! Everyone who doesn't want to die, scatter."
At his words, the crowd dispersed like a tide, extremely fast. It had to be said that the speed at which these people fled for their lives far exceeded what Lu Chen had imagined. At this moment, the man was banging on the bars, desperately trying to pull his bitten arm out. However, the mutant zombie inside the cage was biting tightly, and the man couldn't break free.
Lu Chen rushed forward, drew his weapon.
The leading blade unsheathed, slashing towards the mutant zombie inside the iron cage.
The bitten person didn't matter, as he could be saved with a potion. But the mutated zombie must be eliminated at all costs.
It must be taken care of immediately.
The blade of departure pierced through the iron bars of the cage, about to land on the mutated zombie's neck.
At this critical moment, Lu Chen's sword movement suddenly stopped.
What are you standing there for? Hurry up and do something. I've been bitten by this damn monster. Lu Chen remained motionless in place. Hey, are you listening? I'm telling you, if anything happens to me today, the entire Tianqing trading post will pay the price.
The man who was bitten said fiercely.
Are you sure you want me to do it? Lu Chen turned around, asking coldly. Hurry up and do it. It's killing me with pain.
The man impatiently said. Before he could finish his words, a cold light flashed before his eyes. The man closed his eyes as the blade flashed by. When he opened his eyes again, he heard Lu Chen say, "All right, you're safe now." The man opened his eyes. He saw the mutated zombie in the cage still lively, fiercely tearing at something.
The man was stunned. Why did the thing the mutated zombie was tearing it look so familiar? It looked like an arm.
He subconsciously reached out to touch, but his sleeve was empty. The next moment, an indescribable pain shot from his arm.
Ah, my arm!
The man screamed as if possessed.
The audience below was dumbfounded.
The man didn't see it, but they saw it clearly.
Lu Chen had just cleanly cut off the man's arm with a swift motion. Damn! He's so ruthless. He's done for. That's Count Marion's beloved youngest son. I need to get out of here. With Marion's temper, we'll all be held accountable. Mr. Steve, what are you doing? That man is Count Marion's youngest son. Leia quickly pulled Lu Chen aside to explain.
It's okay, I understand, everyone is responsible for their own actions, I won't involve your trading post.
Lu Chen didn't expect the man he had just cut the arm off to have such a big background.
But he wasn't in the mood to deal with these trivial matters.
Lu Chen looked back at the mutated zombie in the iron cage.
The mutated zombie bore a striking resemblance to his missing mother.
If he guessed correctly, this should be Steve's mother, Tiki.
That's why he stopped. Lu Chen could have waited for the man to be infected and then saved him with a potion.
But Lu Chen didn't.
Finding his missing mother should have brought joy to Lu Chen.
But the guy who was bitten dared to order him around and even threatened him. Lu Chen never took well to threats.
Without hesitation, he directly severed the man's arm. Although this also prevented the man from being infected, he would lose an arm and become disabled. The man had fainted from excessive blood loss. Lu Chen sneered and walked past him. He returned to the cage, observing his mother Tiki. He didn't know what had happened, but his mother had somehow ended up here by mistake.
Fortunately, Lu Chen was present today.
Otherwise, he might have been killed.
Lu Chen called Leia over. Open the cage, I'm going in to save someone. Save who? Leia asked puzzled. Save my mother. Lu Chen pointed to Tiki inside the cage. Leia looked incredulous. This is your mother? Yes. Lu Chen nodded gently. Oh my god.
Why did your mother appear here and then turn into?
Leia was about to blurt out the word monster but suddenly realized it was inappropriate, so she stopped herself.
It's okay, she did turn into a monster, but she will soon return to normal. With that, Lu Chen took out a splash weak potion and threw it at his mother. When the weak potion took effect, Lu Chen fed his mother, Tiki, a golden apple.
After taking the golden apple, Tiki gradually calmed down from her agitation.
Gray bubbles kept appearing on her body, and the corpse spots on her face were gradually disappearing.
The incident just now made the audience more cautious. They didn't approach but stood at a distance watching the changes in the cage.
When the mutated zombie slowly began to revert to human form, everyone was dumbfounded.
However, the good times didn't last long.
Tiki, who had calmed down, suddenly became agitated again.
Lu Chen's eyes narrowed in surprise. What's going on here? Mr. Steve, what's happening? Leia asked cautiously, seeing Lu Chen's dark expression. I don't know, something seems to have gone wrong.
Lu Chen furrowed his brow, pondering a solution. In theory, the combination of Splash Weak Potion and Golden Apple should have restored his mother to normal.
But now it had failed. Could it be the dosage was too small? To verify his suspicion, Lu Chen this time used a double dose of potion and Golden Apple on his mother, Tiki. Tiki calmed down once again. But not long after, she returned to her previous state. This made Lu Chen somewhat frantic. Where did it go wrong? Lu Chen squatted down, holding his head and pondering. The audience below couldn't contain themselves any longer. Fraud.
Those potions and golden apples are all scams. You, Tianqing Trading Company, are going too far.
Do you think we are fools with money, trying to cheat us out of it? Luckily, I didn't buy any. Otherwise, I would have been swindled to death today. The crowd began to denounce the Tianqing Trading Company in unison. For a moment, curses filled the air. Even Leia, who had seen big scenes before, was at a loss in this situation. She could only keep explaining to the crowd. Everyone, this is just an accident. Don't take it too seriously. However, no one was willing to listen to her. Because of his mother's situation, Lu Chen was already upset. Now with so many people chattering and arguing here, he became even more irritated. Get the hell out of here. The auction is cancelled. I'm not selling anything. Lu Chen stood up and roared at the audience below. Even if you give me those things for free, I wouldn't want them. This is a matter of life and death, and you dare to deceive us. Does Tianqing Trading Company not want to continue operating in the city of Lays? The audience below also fiercely retorted. Do as you please. Leia, find someone to move the cage for me. Upon hearing this, Leia was about to instruct her subordinates.
Suddenly, a commotion came from the entrance of the auction hall. Leia was puzzled about what was happening when one of her subordinates rushed in hurriedly.
Miss Leia, something bad is happening. What's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry?
There are many soldiers at the entrance of the trading company, and they have sealed off the area.
The subordinate gasped. Soldiers? Did they say where they came from? Upon hearing this news, Leia's heart sank, sensing something ominous. Before her subordinate could report, a loud voice came from the entrance of the auction hall. Count Marion has arrived. As soon as she heard this name, Leia's face instantly paled. It's over, it's over. How did Count Marion arrive so quickly? Don't worry, one person does the deed and one person bears the responsibility. If he has any questions later, he can come find me. Lu Chen stepped forward, blocking in front of Lilia. Count Marion was a tall and burly middle-aged man. As soon as he entered, he hurriedly ran to his injured son. Son, what happened? How did you get hurt like this? Where is your arm? When he saw his son's empty sleeve, he was shocked. He had just received a message at home saying his youngest son had been injured. He then rushed here with hundreds of soldiers. Unexpectedly, he saw his son unconscious as soon as he arrived. What he couldn't accept the most was that his son had actually lost an arm. Who did this? Come out. Marion no longer cared about his status as a count and cursed directly. All eyes turned to Lu Chen on the stage. Lu Chen remained calm. It was me, he replied calmly. Good. Very good. You've got guts. Seeing Lu Chen's calm face, Marion was furious. This guy who hurt his son acted as if nothing had happened, which was simply disrespectful. Count Marion, it was indeed me who cut off your son's arm. However, I did it with his consent. You can ask these people present here, they can testify. Marion was stunned. How could it be possible? His son wasn't a fool, why would he let Lu Chen cut off his arm? Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, everyone present looked at each other. Lu Chen's words were indeed reasonable, but something felt off. Count Marion called one of the guards who accompanied his son and inquired about the situation. After listening, his face became even uglier. The situation was indeed as Lu Chen had said, it was his son's own request. Now, Count Marion was in a dilemma. Although he had more people, he still needed to act with dignity. If he were to attack Lu Chen in public, it might affect his reputation. Nobles of his level valued their reputation the most. Do I have to thank you then? Count Marion asked, suppressing his anger. No need. It's what I should do. When Lu Chen said this, Marion almost fainted from anger. He now wished he could kill Lu Chen with a sword. But for the moment, he couldn't find an excuse to act, so he had to hold back. Just then, a man approached Marion and whispered a few words to him. Marion's eyes lit up after hearing it. He looked at Lu Chen maliciously, a cruel smile playing on his lips. Lu Chen felt a sense of unease. Since you injured my son to save him, let's drop the matter here. Marion suddenly made a 180-degree change in attitude, making Lu Chen even more uneasy. However, the mutant zombie that bit my son, I must take it away. With these words, Lu Chen's face instantly darkened. If the mother fell into their hands, she would definitely face retaliation. He would never hand over his mother. Seeing this, Lilia stepped forward to help defuse the situation. Respected Count Marion, I believe there must be some misunderstanding here. Can we sit down and talk calmly? Miss Lilia, my son was injured on the premises of your Tianqing trading house. This is your negligence. Marion said discontentedly. Lilia couldn't find a reason to refute his words. Such an incident was indeed the fault of Tianqing Trading House. It is true that we were negligent in this matter, causing harm to your son. Please rest assured, we will take responsibility for this. Lilia bowed apologetically towards him. Humph, consider yourselves lucky. Marion snorted coldly, continuing, however, I don't have time to argue with you today. Quickly hand over the monster that bit my son. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Leia looked at Lu Chen with some difficulty. Mr. Steve, Before Leia could finish, Lu Chen interrupted her. He stepped forward, pulling Leia behind him. This matter has nothing to do with your Tianqing Trading Company. The trouble I caused, I will handle it myself. Lu Chen said coldly. Mr. Steve, what are you planning to do? Seeing this, Leia hurried forward to try to stop Lu Chen but was pushed away by him. Lu Chen drew the blade of departure from his waist and thrust it into the ground. Anyone who dares to touch this iron cage will have to step over my dead body. Lu Chen said coldly to the crowd. Count Marion first looked puzzled, then a hint of disdainful smile appeared on his lips. Who do you think you are to stop me? Men, teach this ignorant brat a lesson. Marion ordered, and the soldiers behind him began to move. Many onlookers, fearing being involved, kept their distance, waiting to see the show. The soldiers reached the platform and were about to ascend the wooden steps. Lu Chen took off his scabbard, approached the stairs, and swung the scabbard at the soldier in the front. The soldier didn't even have time to react before being sent flying by the tremendous force of the scabbard. Those behind him couldn't dodge in time and were hit. Anyone else unafraid of death, Come up. I won't hold back next time. Hearing Lu Chen's words, the soldiers stopped their advance. They were well-trained soldiers and could naturally feel Lu Chen's formidable strength. Fortunately, that was just the scabbard earlier. If it had been the blade of departure, that soldier would probably be dead by now. Lu Chen's thunderous action directly intimidated the whole crowd. The soldiers hesitated. What are you standing around for? Attack now. Do I have to step in myself?
Marion, seeing his soldiers hesitating, shouted angrily. However, no matter how he urged them, not a single person dared to charge forward. The soldiers were not stupid. They knew that being the first to charge forward would likely lead to a bad end, most probably death. No one wanted to lose their life in vain, so they all stood still. Whoever can be the first to take down this damn guy, I'll reward them with 10,000 gold coins. Seeing that threats didn't work, Marion resorted to bribery. Under a heavy reward, there must be a brave man. This saying was absolutely correct. The soldiers who were hesitating before, upon hearing Marion's words, suddenly became spirited. After all, 10,000 gold coins were a fortune. They were like they had been injected with chicken blood, rushing to the auction platform. This time, they didn't use the stairs but chose to climb up from the edge. The height difference between the auction platform and the ground was only a little over a meter, so with a little effort, they could climb up. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen felt a sense of impending danger. If they came one by one, he might still be able to handle it. But if a group of people swarmed up, even if he had 3 heads and 6 arms, he wouldn't be able to hold out for long. Seeing the soldiers about to climb onto the auction platform, Lu Chen pulled out the blade of departure from the ground. He gripped the hilt with one hand and took out a golden apple and a strength potion from his backpack with the other. With his mother here, Lu Chen would never abandon her. Since he couldn't run away, he could only fight to the death. Lu Chen's eyes sharpened, ready to strike at any moment. Just then, a commotion came from the entrance of the auction hall. Stop right there! A familiar voice rang out, and Lu Chen's eyes lit up. The person who arrived was none other than Lu Chen's apprentice, Wendy. Wendy led a group of soldiers wearing the emblem of the Alchemist Guild into the room. Count Marion, long time no see. Wendy spoke politely, but her face was cold. Master Wendy, what are the members of the Alchemist Guild doing here? Marion frowned and asked. Someone is trying to bully our Alchemist Guild members, so of course, I had to come. Master Wendy, what do you mean by this? Marion sensed there was more to Wendy's words and asked, displeased. Do you know who the person your soldiers have surrounded is? Wendy inquired. He's just a mere bronze knight. If anyone should intervene, it should be the Knight's Order, not you people from the Alchemist Guild. That's not necessarily true. Wendy snorted and walked past Marion. As he approached the stage, the soldiers blocked his way. Wendy, what brings you here? Lu Chen asked curiously. I was at home when an alchemist named Riri rushed in, saying you were in danger, so I hurriedly brought people over. Riri? Why don't I know him? Lu Chen was puzzled. That's him. Wendy pointed to a man behind her. Lu Chen took a closer look and started to remember. He recalled seeing him when he was working on alchemy before. Riri, right? Thanks. I owe you one. Lu Chen smiled at Riri. It's nothing. Riri looked pleasantly surprised. He had yet to realize that his life would change because of this favor from Lu Chen. Wendy, if you want to protect this kid, I have no objections. But I absolutely won't let you take away the monster in the iron cage. Even Marion was unwilling to provoke the Alchemist Guild. Wendy, don't agree to him. Lu Chen said firmly. Teacher, why not? What's inside that iron cage? Wendy asked Lu Chen, puzzled. Wendy, don't ask, this kid won't tell you. Let me tell you. There's a monster in the cage that bites people. And that monster is this kid's mother. Marion said coldly. After Marion finished speaking, he looked triumphantly at Lu Chen. Initially, everyone only knew there was a monster in the cage. Now, with his grand announcement, everyone learned the true identity of that monster. Their gazes towards Lu Chen instantly changed. I never thought someone would consider a monster as a mother, it's ridiculous. Someone mocked. Lu Chen's expression turned cold, and he tightened his blade, the blade of departure, in his hand once again. He glared at Marion, his anger hard to contain. Teacher, don't argue with such people, the priority is to safely get your mother out of here. Wendy reminded Lu Chen as he was about to lose his temper. Upon hearing Wendy's words, Lu Chen regained his composure. That was close, I almost fell for it. Marion's earlier words were meant to provoke Lu Chen and make him lose his temper. This way, he could easily deal with Lu Chen. This Wendy really meddles in things that don't concern her. Marion, seeing his provocation failed, felt quite displeased. Since his cunning plan didn't work, he had to resort to force. Wendy only brought around 20 to 30 people, if it came to a fight, they were no match for him.
If it weren't for the influence of the Alchemist Guild behind Wendy, he would have acted already.
Marion, I advise you to give up early, we've got this person secured for the Alchemist Guild.
Wendy shouted at Marion.
Wendy, you better understand the situation first. I'm after that monster, not that guy.
Marion sneered coldly.
That's my teacher's mother, you better not touch her. Wendy said firmly.
Wendy, you're not young anymore, why are you still being so confused? That kid's mother is a monster, by accepting him as your teacher, aren't you embarrassing the Alchemist Guild? Marion looked smug.
You.
Wendy was too angry to speak.
Forget it, Wendy, leave this guy to me, you take your men to protect my mother.
Yes, teacher. Wendy nodded. With a wave of his hand, the soldiers behind him were ready to step forward.
Marion wouldn't allow Wendy's men to get close, he ordered his men to stop them.
Don't even think about it. Block them.
Wendy and his soldiers were surrounded by Marion's men in no time.
Marion, are you trying to start a war with the Alchemist Guild? Wendy was furious.
Wendy, your tricks might have scared me before, but not anymore.
What do you mean?
Wendy had a bad feeling.
I'll tell you.
Prince Elwin sent someone to deliver a message to me earlier. He said not to worry, he'll take responsibility for everything, he just wants that Steve,
dead or alive. Elwin, how did he get involved?
Wendy's face changed at the mention of that name.
He's like a lingering ghost, Lu Chen frowned.
Last time, he stopped Elwin's men from taking Liao away, now it seemed Elwin found an opportunity. Interestingly, Elwin was injured by Lu Chen disguised as a ghost when he visited the trading post. If Elwin knew about this, he would probably be furious.
With Elwin backing him, Marion gained confidence.
Wendy and his group were surrounded by Marion's men, feeling frustrated but having to endure it.
Teacher, Wendy looked at Lu Chen, showing a helpless expression. It's okay, you did your best, I don't blame you. Lu Chen sighed. It seemed like there would be a fierce battle today. Attack! Marion ordered, and his soldiers rushed forward again. You're asking for death. Lu Chen ate a golden apple and drank a bottle of enhanced strength potion. In the next moment, Lu Chen was in a heightened state. The golden apple's life restoration and damage absorption allowed Lu Chen to ignore the enemy's attacks.
A regular strength potion could provide a 130% damage boost.
The enhanced version Lu Chen drank could provide a 260% damage boost.
After several upgrades, the damage of the separation blade had increased significantly. With a regular attack, it could cause 7 points of damage. With the enhanced strength potion, it could cause close to 19 points of damage. If he hit a weak spot, theoretically, he could kill a person with one strike. However, these soldiers were all wearing leather armor, some even in full iron armor.
Lu Chen remembered that even leather armor could reduce damage by 28%. Iron armor could reduce damage by up to 60%. As a result, Lu Chen's damage would be greatly reduced. Sometimes it would take 3 or 4 strikes to take down a soldier. Lu Chen's first strike hit the arm of a soldier in leather armor. -13.
Before he could strike again, another soldier in iron armor charged at him from the right. Lu Chen struck back, but this time the damage was lower, only 7 points of health lost. The separation blade in Lu Chen's hand kept swinging. Initially, the enemies were scattered, which kept Lu Chen's combat score from rising. But as more soldiers climbed onto the auction platform, the advantage of wielding a sword became evident. When the battle rating broke through from SS to SSS, the blade of departure was truly awakened. Previously, the battle rating fluctuated between BSS, with a base damage of only 7 points, but once it reached SSS, the base damage surged to 20 points. With 20 points of base damage, amplified further by a strength potion, the damage reached a terrifying number.
Bunch of trash. Get him for me. If one isn't enough, then all of you attack together.
Marion, seeing his men being cut down one by Lu Chen, cursed impatiently. Subconsciously, he still didn't take Lu Chen seriously, thinking that using sheer numbers could defeat him.
Lu Chen coldly sneered and shouted at him, Marion, I'll come for your life later. Remember to clean your neck.
You better watch yourself, tough talk won't help. Before Marion could finish his sentence, he was stunned by what he saw. Over a dozen soldiers rushed towards Lu Chen, their attacks about to land on him. Suddenly, a purple blade light appeared in front of Lu Chen, followed by a black hole.
Taste my dimensional slash. The space around the black hole twisted. The soldiers attacking Lu Chen couldn't even stop being forcefully drawn towards the black hole. Damn! Why can't I move?
What is this thing?
It hurts.
The terrified soldiers realized that the black hole not only sucked them in but also caused damage. Fortunately, the damage wasn't fatal. Before they could breathe a sigh of relief, a blade light fell before them. The next moment, a dozen bodies lay on the ground.
What? What just happened? They're dead just like that?
Marion, witnessing Lu Chen effortlessly kill over a dozen soldiers, almost popped his eyes out.
He couldn't understand why Lu Chen's damage was so high. Not only Marion, even Lu Chen himself was startled by his previous strike. However, after careful calculation, Lu Chen understood. With an SSS battle rating, the damage was 20 points, plus a 260% damage boost from the strength potion, totaling 52 points of damage. Wearing armor that reduced damage by 60% couldn't stop Lu Chen. Even after the 52 points of damage were reduced by the armor, it still caused over 20 points of damage. Not to mention, the soldiers had already lost some blood from Lu Chen's dimensional slash. After this display of power, the remaining soldiers dared not make a move. Joking. Those bodies on the ground were not fake. Since Lu Chen could take out so many in one go, they wouldn't escape death if they approached. Attack! What are you waiting for? Kill this kid! Marion urged. After witnessing Lu Chen's terror, he was getting anxious. Lu Chen sneered and beckoned to the soldiers. Those unafraid of death, come at me. Now, the soldiers were in a dilemma.
Marion was their leader, disobedience meant death. But with Lu Chen's strength, whoever went would die. Caught between a rock and a hard place, the soldiers were at a loss. Seeing their dilemma, Lu Chen brightened up and came up with a plan. Gentlemen, I have no grudge against any of you. This is merely a matter between me and Count Marion. I hope you can see the reality and not throw your lives away for someone else. Lu Chen's words shocked everyone. Facing the encirclement, Lu Chen not only held his ground but also attempted to turn the enemy against each other. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, the besieging soldiers began to waver. Seeing this, Lu Chen took advantage of the situation and added fuel to the fire. I guess you all must have been fed up with Marion for a long time. The soldiers nodded slightly. Marion had often tricked them before, and the soldiers had long been grumbling, but they dared not speak up. He offered 10,000 gold coins for my life, so I'll offer 50,000. Whoever kills him, these 50,000 gold coins will be yours. With that, Lu Chen took out 5 bags of gold coins from his backpack. Lu Chen emptied the coins from the bags, and they piled up into a small mountain. The soldiers' eyes widened in disbelief. Wow! So much money! I'm in! A soldier slapped his thigh, making a decision. After all, selling their lives for anyone was just to earn money, so they might as well take a chance. If they could get these 50,000 gold coins, they could live a life of luxury for the rest of their days. Once the first one stepped forward, the others followed suit. More and more soldiers turned against Marion. They turned around, pointing their weapons at Marion. Marion was startled and quickly hid behind a soldier. Quick! Stop these traitors! Don't let them come over! However, the soldier remained indifferent. A bunch of useless people. Attack! What are you waiting for? Marion shouted angrily, seeing his men standing still. A soldier turned around and punched Marion in the nose. Blood gushed from Marion's nostrils. You hit me! How dare you hit me! Marion covered his nose, his face filled with disbelief. Every time something goes wrong, you make us clean up your mess. Always resorting to violence against us. I've tolerated you for too long. The soldier struck Marion again, making him dizzy. Once one person started, the rest no longer held back. Hundreds of soldiers rushed to Marion, kicking and punching him. Punch after kick, they fought for nearly 5 minutes. The audience was stunned. Wow! The Count picked a fight with Lu Chen but ended up being beaten by his own men. What a rare sight! Lu Chen hadn't expected that a little trickery would completely turn the situation around. Marion's screams echoed through the auction hall. Wendy approached Lu Chen and gave him a thumbs up. Teacher, your move was brilliant. I truly admire you. It's nothing special. Blame Marion himself. If he had treated his men better, he wouldn't have been swayed by just a few words from me. You're right, teacher. So, what should we do now? Lu Chen went to the iron cage, made sure his mother was safe, and said, let's send my mother to a safe place first. Teacher, where do you want to go? Wendy asked. Let's go to your Alchemist Guild headquarters. Since his mother hadn't fully recovered, Lu Chen needed to find a place for her to stay. The Alchemist Guild headquarters had a large castle, which should be safe. With his relationship with the guild leader Carl, it shouldn't be difficult to find a vacant room for his mother. Alright, teacher, I'll go now. Be careful, don't let your people get too close, they might get bitten. Before leaving, Lu Chen gave a few more worried instructions. After seeing off Wendy, Lu Chen returned to the stage. Mr. Steve, aren't you leaving yet? Laya asked with concern. The trouble isn't over yet, why leave? Lu Chen leaped off the auction platform. The soldiers, seeing Lu Chen, voluntarily made way for him.
As the crowd dispersed, Lu Chen saw Marian bruised and swollen on the ground.
At that moment, he was lying there, moaning weakly. The soldiers knew their limits, taking advantage of the chaos to throw a few punches and kicks, hoping to escape punishment later. As the saying goes, the law does not blame the masses. But killing a count is a violation of the kingdom's laws. Although Lu Chen offered a high price of 50,000 gold coins, no one dared to actually kill him. These soldiers held a great grudge against Marian, but they also knew that if they really took action, they would be held accountable.
This villain should be left to Lu Chen. Lu Chen walked slowly up to Marian and kicked him with his foot.
Marian immediately let out a heart-wrenching scream like a slaughtered pig.
"Steve! You damn guy! Count Marian, if you knew this would happen, why did you do it in the first place?" Lu Chen sighed and then drew the blade of departure. What do you want to do? You can't kill me. I am a count. Killing a count is a capital crime. I have Prince Elwin behind me, and he won't let you go. Marian shouted in fear.
Lu Chen placed the blade of departure against Marian's neck, looking at him with a sly smile.
Marian was drenched in cold sweat, his legs trembling in fear. "Count Marian, do you think it's still useful to say these things at this point?" Lu Chen sneered.
He had absolute control of the situation, and Marian could no longer stir up any waves. Now the question was how to deal with Marian. "Sir, please spare me. I was just following Prince Elwin's orders. I didn't mean to make things difficult for you,"
Marian pleaded repeatedly. "Spare you? Well, you'll have to show some sincerity then."
Marian's eyes lit up instantly upon hearing Lu Chen's words, as if there was still hope for his life.
"Sir Steve, what do you want? I can give you anything. Just spare me," Marian hurriedly said.
"I don't have many hobbies, just like collecting gold coins, you see,"
Lu Chen said, rubbing his fingers.
Marian, being an old hand, understood Lu Chen's gesture instantly.
Yes. "Sir, how many gold coins do you want? I'll go get them for you."
Lu Chen pretended to ponder for a moment, then slowly said, "I'm a bit tight on cash lately."
"Let's start with 1,000,000. Upon hearing Lu Chen's words, Marian was stunned. 1,000,000 gold coins. What's the problem? Is there an issue? Lu Chen asked with a smile. "No problem. I'll go arrange it. But it might take some time."
"As you wish, but within half an hour, I want to see the money, or else, you know."
Lu Chen chuckled, making Marian shiver involuntarily. He quickly called his accompanying steward and ordered, "Steward Link, hurry back and gather 1,000,000 gold coins for me. It's in your hands to save my life."
Upon hearing Marian's words, Steward Link, a middle-aged steward, looked troubled.
"Count Marian, we don't have that much money."
Marian was shocked to hear this.
"Then how much do we have now?"
"At most, we can gather around 600,000 gold coins."
Link thought for a moment and said, "Sir, can't we negotiate a bit?" Marian looked helplessly at Lu Chen. "That's easy. For every 10,000 gold coins less, I'll cut off a part of your body to cover the debt. The less you offer, the more I'll cut off. What do you think?" Lu Chen said calmly. This doesn't seem right." Marian's heart raced with fear. "Just a reminder, there are 25 minutes left."
Marian gritted his teeth and said to the steward, "Go sell my estate. It should fetch a few 100,000 at least." "My lord, while the estate is valuable, finding a buyer now is a challenge," Steward Link said with a troubled expression.
"Estate?" Lu Chen's eyes lit up upon hearing this.
He had been worried about where to place his mother, and now it seemed he had a solution. But he is not suitable to speak up about this now. So, Lu Chen quietly signaled to Leia beside him.
Leia understood instantly.
Just as Marian was about to despair, Leia spoke up.
"Mr.
Marian, if you need to sell your property, we at Tianqing Trading Company are willing to help, ensuring no delay." Marian, who was already ashen-faced, almost jumped up in excitement upon hearing Leia's words.
"Really? How much are you willing to offer?" Marian hurriedly asked. "According to market prices, we can offer 300,000 gold coins. What do you think?" 300,000.
This price was not a ripoff. 300,000 was indeed the normal market price. However, with the previous 600,000, it was only 900,000. It was still 10,000 short of the 1 million Lu Chen demanded.
"Mr. Marian, are you still willing to sell?" Leia confirmed once again. Just as Marian hesitated, Lu Chen spoke up again. 22 minutes left. Marian instantly woke up. "Sell. 300,000 it is. Link, hurry back to get the money and the deed."
"But, sir, we are still 10,000 gold coins short."
"Nonsense. Just go when I tell you to go," Marian scolded. Link sighed, turned around helplessly, and left.
Marian slumped to the ground, contemplating a plan. Lu Chen had said before, 10,000 short, and a body part would be cut off.
hand, or foot. It didn't matter as long as he could survive. Time was ticking away. Marion grew more anxious as he waited. It was almost time. Why hadn't the person arrived yet? Suddenly, urgent footsteps were heard at the door. "Sir, I'm here." Link rushed in, sweating profusely. "Quick, sell the estate," Marion urged. Leia was already prepared on her end, just waiting for the deed to arrive so Marion could leave his fingerprint. Marion used his own blood to leave a red fingerprint on the agreement. "All right, Mr. Marion, here are 300,000 gold coins, please take them." The staff threw a bag of gold coins in front of Marion. Link also brought out the gold coins he had brought. "Mr. Steve, the gold coins have been delivered to you. They are all here," Marion said, feeling uneasy. There are only 900,000 gold coins here. Are you planning to have me cut something off?" Marion reluctantly nodded, then extended his left hand. "What are you doing?" "I intend to use this arm to cover the 10,000 gold coins," Marion said. "Count, you seem to have misunderstood something, Count Marion." "What?" Marion was taken aback. "Which body part to use as collateral is my decision, not yours, please get that clear." "Then, which part do you plan to cut?" Marion's face turned pale instantly. "I think your head is quite valuable, so how about we cut that?" "You're playing with me," Marion finally realized and shouted angrily. "Congratulations, you guessed right, so I'll reward you with a cut. Remember to be born into a good life next time, so you won't meet me again." Lu Chen chuckled and raised the knife. "No!" Marion shouted in terror. Just as Marion was about to be splattered with blood, Leia quickly turned her head away. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Lu Chen, grabbing his arm. "Stop the blade!" Lu Chen was stunned to see it was Link, the steward. He then extended his hands, shielding Marion. "Sir, how about, cut me instead? I'm willing to take this blow for my master," Link said. Lu Chen never expected Marion to have such a loyal steward. "Why would you take the blow for him? You're just his steward," Lu Chen asked in confusion. "Back then, a group of bandits came to the village, killed my wife and children. It was Count Marion who led the men to wipe out those bandits and helped me avenge. Count Marion has shown me great kindness, I have nothing to repay him with. If you want to chop, then chop me." Link's tone was firm. Hearing Link's words, Marion seemed to remember something, his face slightly changed. That must have been before he became a count. However, there were some discrepancies between the reality and what Link saw. Lu Chen, seeing Link looking ready to face death, felt a headache coming on. Just as Lu Chen was troubled, a voice came from behind. "You've been deceived." Lu Chen turned around and saw that the person speaking was the man who shared a room with him. "Who are you talking to?" Lu Chen asked in confusion. The man pointed at Link. "Who are you?" "I don't know you." Link scratched his head, he had no impression of the man in front of him. "You don't need to know who I am, you just need to know one thing, you've been deceived by Marion," the man said calmly. "Don't speak nonsense. When did I deceive?" Marion was about to retort, but when he saw the man's face clearly, he suddenly looked as if he had seen a ghost. You are." The man walked up to Marion, crouched down, and whispered a few words in his ear. "Marion, you didn't think that what you did back then could escape my notice, did you?" Marion's eyes flashed with a hint of fear. For so many years, he thought his actions were flawless, that no one would find out. The man continued, "At this point, you should know your fate, I don't need to say more, right?" Marion's face was full of despair. The meaning of those words was sentencing him to death. He was about to say something, but the man interrupted him. "Shoo, don't expose me, you wouldn't want your family to accompany you to the grave, would you?" Marion stiffened, as if he had aged decades in an instant. "Fine, I understand." Marion nodded and said, "Sir, who is this person?" Link looked at Marion with a puzzled expression. Marion lowered his head in shame, unable to meet Link's gaze. The man took a step forward and stood in front of Link. "Link, do you miss your wife and son?" The man suddenly changed the topic, catching Link off guard. "Of course, I miss them. But, what's the use of missing them, the dead can't come back to life." Just mentioning this, Link felt a dull ache in his heart. At that time, his son had just been born, and the family was happy. But the good times didn't last long. One day Link had to go on a long journey for business. In the evening, a group of ruthless bandits suddenly stormed into the village. They rampaged through the village, committing atrocities. When Link returned to the village, he found the entire village reduced to ashes. His wife and young son had died at the hands of those bandits. Link lost control of his emotions on the spot. He ran frantically through the village, crying out hysterically. However, everyone in the village was dead, leaving him all alone. The next morning, a group of people arrived in the village. Marion was leading them. He told Link that he had come to capture the bandits. After learning about Link's ordeal, Marion promised to help him seek revenge. Marion asked Link to stay in the village and wait for good news. Half a day later, Marion returned safely, having successfully captured the bandits. Knowing that his great vengeance had been avenged, Link was deeply grateful. Later, Marion was rewarded with the title of Count for capturing the bandits. Link followed him back to the city of Lays, where he became a steward. And so, it had been decades. Thinking of this, Link couldn't help but shed tears. The man continued to ask, "Do you want to avenge your family?" Avenge? Link was taken aback. "Sir, Marion has already avenged for me." The man shook his head and kicked Marion. "Marion, tell me, what really happened?" Marion's face changed repeatedly, hesitating before slowly speaking up. "Link, in fact, there's something I haven't told you all these years." "Sir? What do you mean?" Link's heart tightened at the words. "Actually, I was the one who ordered the bandits to raid your village back then." Marion finished speaking, lowering his head in guilt, unable to meet Link's eyes. "What? What did you say?" Link's pupils trembled violently, his face filled with disbelief. The Marion he was grateful to was actually the true culprit behind the death of his wife and child? This news was so horrifying that Link couldn't bring himself to believe it. "No! You must be lying, right? Sir, did someone threaten you to say this?" Link grabbed Marion's shoulders, shaking him frantically. Marion, already severely injured, almost choked from Link's shaking. "Link, I'm sorry," Marion said. "Sorry? Is sorry enough? Can sorry bring back the lives of my wife and son?" Link grabbed Marion's collar, shouting hysterically. "Sir Marion, this is the last time I address you like this. I just want to know now, why did you collude with the bandits? I was just a local viscount back then, wanting to rise to an earl. I needed to make a name for myself, so I staged that thief-catching show. Why did you have to kill so many people? Couldn't you leave anyone alive? Why the total annihilation?" Link asked. "I didn't want that either. But if a few people didn't die, the people in the royal city wouldn't care about my achievements, so I had to be ruthless, leaving no room for error." Hearing Marion's explanation, Link felt like his head was about to explode. Everything was a lie. All these years, he had worked diligently to repay Marion's kindness. But who would have thought that Marion was his greatest enemy? If his wife and child knew from the afterlife, they would surely be disappointed. "Can someone lend me a weapon?" Link stood up slowly, asking the crowd. Without a word, Lu Chen took out an iron sword and threw it to Link. "Thank you." Link nodded at Lu Chen. "Link, what are you? What are you going to do?" Marion panicked when he saw Link holding the sword. "Marion, you deceitful scoundrel! You've deceived me so miserably. Today, I will avenge my wife and child. Die!" With that, Link raised the sword high above his head and thrust it forcefully towards Marion's chest. Marion's face turned pale as he tightly closed his eyes. Although he had anticipated this day, when death truly arrived, he lacked the courage to face it. With a piercing sound, the sword pierced Marion's chest, stabbing through from front to back, deeply embedding into the floor. Marion let out a painful cry, kicked his legs, and died. Blood slowly flowed from the body, quickly staining the ground red. Link was now in tears. His hand holding the sword trembled slightly. None of the people present had expected the auction to end in such a way. Lu Chen was also surprised. This time, he didn't have to act, someone else took care of Marion. But what interested him more was the identity of the man beside him. Earlier, when Marion showed a look of shock upon seeing the man, Lu Chen noticed it all. Who exactly was this person, to know so many secrets? Could he be someone important? How do you even know about this confidential matter? Lu Chen couldn't hold back any longer and asked. "I just happened to hear it from a friend. I was only planning to tease Marion, but he ended up spilling everything himself." The man shrugged helplessly. Well, Lu Chen was speechless. He could tell that the man's response was evasive. "By the way, what do you do? It's been several days, and I still don't know your name." More than the insider information, Lu Chen was now curious about the man's identity. "I'm Mark Hughes, ever heard of me?" The man paused and inquired. "Mark Hughes? Never heard of you." Lu Chen thought for a moment, shook his head. The name didn't ring a bell. "That's good then. Why? Do you have some secretive identity?" Seeing that Lu Chen didn't recognize him, Mark Hughes felt more at ease. Lu Chen asked curiously. "Not really, but it's not convenient to tell you now, you'll know in the future," Mark Hughes said mysteriously. Seeing that Mark Hughes was unwilling to share, Lu Chen didn't press further. After all, everyone has their own secrets, and it's not right to pry. However, Lu Chen had a rough idea in his mind, especially since Marion was so terrified upon seeing Mark Hughes.
It indicated one thing: Mark Hughes must hold a higher status than him.
Higher than a count, perhaps a marquis. Maybe a duke? If Mark Hughes was indeed a duke, Lucan would definitely latch onto him. That would be a person above all, ruling over many. Mark, buddy, tell me honestly, are you a marquis? Don't worry, I won't go around blabbing. Lucan suddenly whispered. Mark Hughes was taken aback, then burst into laughter. Steve, you're quite humorous. His laughter only strengthened Lucian's belief. Disregarding a count, Mark Hughes was most likely a duke. This further solidified Lucian's intention to cling onto him. Mark, in the future, you must take me along more often. Mark Hughes suppressed his amusement. Sure. With Marian's death, the farce finally came to an end. By now, the auction hall was empty. The guests invited to the auction, though they didn't make any purchases, had witnessed a thrilling drama for free, making their trip worthwhile. The news of Count Marian's death spread throughout the city of Lays. Along with his past misdeeds, everything was disclosed, becoming a topic of gossip for people. Marian's soldiers, brought by him, looked at each other, unsure of what to do. Even though Marian was dead, they couldn't find joy. They had always been Marian's henchmen. With Marian gone, they lost their purpose. They were now without work, even worrying about their livelihood. Lucan observed quietly. If you don't mind, you all can continue working at the Count's estate, with double the pay. Although Marian was gone, his estate still needed hands. These people had just helped him greatly, and Lucan didn't mind returning the favor. The soldiers erupted with excitement upon hearing Lucian's words. Long live Lord Steve! Someone shouted in excitement. Double pay! In the past, this was something they wouldn't even dare to dream of. For them, whether it was Marian or Steve, as long as they were paid, they were willing to risk their lives for him. The soldiers cheered and rejoiced, but the steward Link sat paralyzed on the ground. His eyes were hollow, looking lost and forlorn. Lucian walked up and patted his shoulder. Link blankly raised his head and looked at Lucian. Do you have something to say? Link, would you like to continue as the steward of the Earl's manor? Link was taken aback, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes, then quickly dissipated. Forget it, I'm just a confused old man, Mr. Steve, you'd better find someone else. Link, you have managed the manor for decades. Are you really willing to let someone else take over? Lucian's words were like a knife, piercing deep into Link's heart. Since becoming the steward, he had poured all his heart and soul into the Earl's manor. From the smallest plant to the grand buildings in the estate, they all bore his mark. When he heard Marian say she wanted to sell the manor, his heart bled. It was all his hard work. But, I am ultimately Marian's man, it might not be appropriate. Link said hesitantly. It's no big deal, although you are Marian's steward, you did not aid in wrongdoing. Besides, you just killed Marian with your own hands, everyone sees you as a hero, you don't need to feel guilty. Lucian's words touched Link. After pondering for a moment, he slowly said, Alright, Mr. Steve, I agree. After saying that, Link felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his heart, feeling much lighter. Follow me, I won't mistreat you. Lucian admired Link's previous performance. Now, by successfully bringing Link under his wing, he gained a significant ally. Lucian saw Link's loyalty. He needed a steward like him to handle matters. Well, now that things are settled, I'll take my leave. Mark Hughes said. Leaving so soon? Lucian asked. I have important matters to attend to, I bid farewell for today. Mark, remember to visit the cafe when you have time. Before leaving, Lucian said to Mark Hughes. Sure, I will come. Mark Hughes waved to Lucian and left. Link, take everyone back with you, divide this money among yourselves when you return. Saying this, Lucian tossed a bag of gold coins. Inside were tens of thousands of gold coins, enough for each person to receive a few hundred. Lucian didn't lack money now, using it to win people over was the best strategy. After seeing off Link and his group, Lucian also prepared to leave. He first needed to bring his mother back, then return to the Earl's manor. From now on, Marian's Earl's manor would be Lucian's new base. Are you leaving? Laya asked somewhat reluctantly. Yes, I need to see my mother. I'm sorry, Laya suddenly said softly. Ha? Why say that all of a sudden? I messed up the auction. Laya felt guilty, unable to shirk the responsibility for how things turned out. It's okay, it's a minor issue, if they want to buy, I'm not selling. The antidote should be fine, Lucian was confident. Something must have happened to his mother, causing the failure. What? What should we do with that batch of items? Laya pointed to the large boxes filled with golden apples and splash-type weak potions. It's fine, if these people don't buy, it's their loss. Just send these things to the Earl's manor, you can find me there if needed in the future. Lucian pondered for a moment before saying, Okay, I'll go instruct right away. Leia escorted Liu Ken to the entrance of the trading post before coming to a halt. If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way. Liu Ken still needed to hurry to the Alchemist Guild headquarters to meet his mother, so he said his goodbyes and was about to leave. Wait! Leia suddenly called out to Liu Ken. What's the matter? Is there something else? Liu Ken turned around curiously. Thank you for today. If you hadn't intervened in time to save me, I might have. It was nothing, don't worry about it. Before leaving, Liu Ken added, Miss Leia, don't push yourself so hard for work in the future. This time you were lucky, but I can't guarantee I'll be able to save you next time. Leia nodded as she watched Liu Ken walk away, murmuring to herself, is he concerned about me? Leia chuckled self-deprecatingly. Surely, she was overthinking it. Someone like her, how could anyone care? She was just a dispensable piece in the family. However, Steve's strength displayed today was remarkable, and his extraordinary alchemy skills would probably make him a prominent figure even in Leia's hometown. Realizing this, Leia understood something crucial. She hurried back to her room and locked the door. In the corner, there was a box. Inside the box was a purple crystal ball with a diamond-shaped indentation on top. Leia carefully held the purple crystal ball in her palm. She took something out of the box and placed it in the indentation of the crystal ball. If Liu Ken were present, he would surely be astonished. Leia had taken out a precious emerald. What was even more surprising was yet to come. After the emerald filled the gap in the purple crystal, the entire surface of the sphere began to emit a faint white light. After a few flashes of white light, a man's voice suddenly sounded from the purple crystal ball. Leia, where have you been? Why did it take you so long to contact the family? The man's tone was displeased. Father, Leia has been busy lately and forgot to report to the family. Please forgive her. Leia nervously replied. What could be more important than the family's tasks? The man scolded sternly. Father, you don't know. Leia told her father about the appearance of mutated zombies in the Kingdom of Blocks. After listening, the man fell silent for a long time. Father, are you all right? Leia asked, feeling concerned. Leia, I will report this matter to the family immediately. Keep a close eye on your end, and inform me of any news promptly. Okay. Leia had just finished speaking when the crystal ball returned to normal. Leia breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, Leia had intended to tell her father about the antidote. However, she decided against it in the end. If such information leaked out, it could potentially cause trouble for Liu Ken. The people in the family were all about self-interest. They might even send someone to capture Liu Ken directly. Leia didn't want to see that happen. Leia's family's influence spread far and wide, with the Star Trading Post being just one of their small industries. Rare resources like flame rods and lower world quartz could only be purchased at the Star Trading Post in the entire Kingdom of Blocks. The marriage between Leia and Elwyn was also arranged by the family. However, Leia was unwilling to accept this reality. Her only chance to break free from fate was to rise to the top of the family. But that required Leia to achieve something significant. At the very least, she needed to increase the trading volume of the Star Trading Post several times over to have a chance. Although it seemed unrealistic, Leia was still striving desperately. Originally, today's auction was supposed to be her first step towards turning her life around, but unexpectedly, she messed it up. She risked everything to prove herself, but ended up making things worse, even implicating Liu Chen. Leia sighed lightly, feeling a bit worried. Liu Chen first went to Wendy's house and brought out Dahei. Riding Dahei, Liu Chen headed straight to the headquarters of the Alchemist Guild. Racing all the way, Liu Chen arrived at his destination. Just as he reached the castle gates of the Alchemist Guild headquarters, Liu Chen saw a crowd gathered in the courtyard. Wendy was among them, engaged in a heated argument with someone. Liu Chen dismounted and quietly slipped into the crowd to find out what was going on. I just wanted to test the medicine with a monster. Wendy, why are you so desperate to protect it? A tall man said to Wendy. Sing, you're going too far. Wendy couldn't contain her anger. Wendy, mind your status. You're just an intermediate alchemist. What right do you have to argue with me? The man named Sing mocked. You. Wendy wanted to retort, but held back in the end. Although Sing was a senior alchemist, Wendy had recently made significant progress in strength, making her no less capable than him. However, Sing had another identity that made him somewhat feared. Sing came from a noble family, his father being a duke. Nobility was divided into 5 ranks: Duke, Marquis, Earl, Viscount, and Baron. A duke was already at the top, wielding great influence in the Kingdom of Blocks. It was because of this that Sing held such a high position. Even the president of the Alchemist Guild, Carl, couldn't do much to him. It was said that Sing was already designated as the next vice president. Sing might even become the future president of the Alchemist Guild.
Just now, Wendy had brought Lu Chen's mother to the castle gates and coincidentally ran into Sing. Initially, Sing was just inquiring, and Wendy intended to brush it off, but Sing became suspicious. When Sing learned that there was a mutant zombie in the cage, he became interested. Sing demanded Wendy hand over the cage, but Wendy refused. The two began to argue. "Wendy, I'll give you one last chance, hand over the monster. Otherwise, the Alchemist Guild will have no place for you in the future," Sing threatened coldly. Sing had heard some things about mutant zombies from his Duke father. Upon hearing about the mutant zombie in the cage, an idea immediately formed in his mind. He wanted to use this creature for an experiment. However, his intention was not to research an antidote but to extract toxins to make poison. Sing was cunning and ruthless, specializing in making deadly poisons like toxic potions. Anyone who crossed him would face retaliation in the end. Rather than bullying others, Sing preferred to poison them quietly. Sing believed that this mutant zombie would bring new progress to his poison research, which was why he asked Wendy for it. He thought Wendy, an intermediate alchemist, would readily agree. But Sing never expected Wendy to flatly refuse him. Sing couldn't bear this humiliation and ordered his men to prepare for a forced seizure on the spot. Just as the two sides were about to clash, Lu Chen arrived just in time. "Wendy, you shouldn't provoke trouble if you can't handle the consequences. You should know what happens when you offend me," Sing said coldly. "Sing, you better give up on this idea. There are things you shouldn't touch." Wendy stood fearlessly in front of the iron cage, gripping the long sword tightly. Upon hearing Wendy's words, Sing couldn't help but snort coldly. "Wendy, are you joking with me? There's nothing in the entire kingdom of blocks that I, Sing, can't touch. Sing, I swear, if you dare to touch this iron cage today, my teacher will never let you off." Wendy couldn't stop Sing, so she had to bring up Lu Chen to scare him. "Your teacher?" Sing was first puzzled, then remembered the scene at the banquet. "Oh, you mean that guy named Steve, right? Since you know my teacher's name, do you still dare to act?" Sing burst into laughter as if he had heard a very funny joke. "What are you laughing at?" Wendy asked in confusion. "Just a bumpkin who came out of nowhere." "Wendy, you actually consider such a person as a teacher, really bringing shame to our alchemist guild," Sing mocked. You can't insult my teacher." Hearing someone insult Lu Chen, Wendy immediately got angry. He's angry. "Everyone, look. Wendy has lost his temper because of me." Sing laughed arrogantly, causing laughter among the onlookers. Wendy stood in place, glaring at Sing's face that was asking for a punch, wishing he could go up and hit him. But he couldn't. His most urgent task now was to protect the safety of the iron cage and prevent the teacher's mother from being taken away. "Say what you want. I've made my stand today. If you want to touch the cage, you'll have to step over my dead body first." Wendy held his sword horizontally, staring at Sing firmly. "That's not up to you. Attack! Get the cage back!" Sing snorted coldly, waved his hand, and the soldiers behind him rushed forward, surrounding Wendy and the dozen or so men he had brought. Wendy felt regretful. Why didn't he bring everyone with him just now? With insufficient manpower now, facing an enemy several times their number, even resisting would be difficult. The soldiers sent by Sing held weapons and gradually closed in on the encirclement. "Wendy, I'll give you one last chance. If you drop your weapons now and surrender obediently, I can let these soldiers have a way out. Otherwise, your only fate will be a dead end." As Sing spoke, the soldiers behind Wendy looked at him with complex expressions. "Lord Wendy, we don't want to die." After speaking, all those soldiers one by one dropped their weapons and chose to surrender. You guys, you make me so angry." Wendy never expected that this group of followers who had been with him for so long would disband directly because of Sing's threat. "Wendy, now let's see what you can do." "Sing, I'll say it again. As long as the cage is here, I'm here. If you have the guts, just kill me." Wendy gritted his teeth, showing an unusually tough attitude. "What? Do you think you can take on so many of us alone?" Sing sneered and asked. Wendy was about to speak. Suddenly, a voice came from the crowd. "He's not alone. I'm here too." Upon hearing this voice, Wendy was instantly thrilled. "Teacher, you finally came." The person speaking was none other than Lu Chen, who was mixed in the crowd. "You must be Steve?" Sing asked. "Who is the grandson calling?" Lu Chen asked with a hidden meaning. "Of course, he's calling you. Is there a second Steve here?" Sing said impatiently. "Oh, so the grandson is calling me. How obedient." With that, laughter erupted in the crowd. Sing was first stunned, then he understood, and his face turned dark. It turned out that Lu Chen was insulting him. "How dare you insult me?" Sing exclaimed. Hey, I didn't insult you. You admitted it yourself. Everyone heard it."
Lu Chen's words almost made Sing faint with anger.
Ever since arriving in this world, Lu Chen found that his sharp tongue skills seemed to be getting more proficient.
Although this thing had no substantial killing power, it was extremely insulting. A couple of words before starting a fight could easily mess with the opponent's mindset.
Regardless of how thick your armor is, launching a direct psychological attack breaks through the defense.
Lu Chen had tried and tested this move repeatedly. Master Sing, are you okay?
A man standing next to Sing noticed his expression and quickly asked.
I'm fine.
Quickly, have these two despicable guys captured. Today, I will test my new poison on them, Sing said fiercely. Seeing Sing being put in his place, Wendy's mood instantly became much more joyful. He had been waiting for a miracle to appear, waiting for Lu Chen. No matter how difficult things seemed, as long as Lu Chen was there, everything would be safe and sound.
Want to fight? Are you even worthy?
Seeing Sing's soldiers charging towards him, Lu Chen sneered disdainfully. He drew out the blade of departure directly and swung it in front of him.
Dimensional/activated.
A sharp blade of chi flew out along the blade, distorting the space. A deep spherical black hole appeared, emitting a strong gravitational force that forcibly pulled several soldiers rushing towards it together. While those soldiers were still bewildered, Lu Chen's second strike quickly followed. The soldiers found themselves unable to move, feet off the ground, floating in the air. Swish! The third strike landed. This strike directly sent the soldiers flying. The combat rating soared directly to SSS level. The soldiers fell heavily to the ground, struggling to sit up. Their health points were down to the last few. It was hard to imagine how high the damage Lu Chen had inflicted. They looked at Lu Chen in front of them as if he were a devil, fear filling their eyes. Lu Chen, however, remained unfazed. After all, he hadn't even used the golden apple or strength potion just now. If he were at full strength, these small fries probably wouldn't even be enough for him to deal with in one strike. At this moment, Lu Chen seemed like a killing god descended to earth. Seeing Lu Chen's fierce attack, Sing couldn't help but take a few steps back, hiding behind the crowd. He only knew that Lu Chen was somewhat skilled in alchemy, but he didn't expect him to be so formidable in a fight. You few, stay back and protect me, the rest, charge at him. I don't believe that he alone can turn the tide, Sing ordered the soldiers. Teacher, be careful, there are more people coming from behind. Wendy quickly shouted a warning. Do you think you can deal with me just because there are more of you? Fools! Lu Chen sneered, swiftly wielding the blade of departure in his hand. How did he fly up? The onlookers stared in astonishment at Lu Chen flying up out of nowhere, their faces full of shock. The soldiers besieging Lu Chen were also dumbfounded, all staring dumbly upwards. Sing, where do you think you're going? Lu Chen controlled the blade of departure to fly towards Sing's direction. What are you all standing there for? Quickly stop him. Archers, shoot him down for me. Sing's head shrank back as he hid among the crowd, urgently shouting. Several soldiers took out their bows from behind and aimed at Lu Chen, preparing to shoot arrows. However, their archery skills were obviously lacking. Several arrows were shot out, not only failing to hit Lu Chen but also injuring many of their own men. Master Sing, that guy is too agile, we can't aim at him at all, the archers said helplessly. You useless bunch, what am I feeding you for? You can't even hit a single person. Sing cursed loudly at the sight. Sing, are these your subordinates? They don't seem to be very competent. Lu Chen hovered in the air, mocking. Humph, whether it's feasible or not is not up to you to decide. If you have the guts, stay in the sky forever and never come down. Otherwise, you will never lay a finger on me. Sing waved his hand, and all the soldiers quickly gathered around him, enclosing him in the center. He looked triumphantly at Lu Chen and beckoned him with his finger. Come on. If you dare, come and kill me. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen couldn't help but find it somewhat amusing. This Sing thought he could withstand his attacks with a human shield, how naive. Lu Chen, even from a distance, could easily deal with Sing. Lu Chen swung the blade of departure, landing it on the wall. He stood high above, looking down at Sing with disdain. What a show! Standing high doesn't make you great. Let me tell you the truth. My father is about to bring people here. How dare you offend the Duke's son? Today, I will make sure you regret it. After Sing finished speaking, a cruel smile appeared on his lips. He was already thinking about how to torture Lu Chen once he captured him. He wanted to use the deadliest poison on Lu Chen, making him experience endless pain. He wanted to torment Lu Chen bit by bit, making him wish for death. He wanted everyone to know that this was the consequence of crossing him. Thinking about Lu Chen begging for mercy after being tortured by him, Sing couldn't help but smile. However, before he could finish his thoughts, a sudden force appeared. Sing felt his whole body instantly light, and his feet left the ground uncontrollably, soaring into the sky.
Hey hey hey! What's going on? Why am I flying?
Sing's face turned pale, his expression filled with fear. Even the soldiers beside him didn't expect that, despite their tight protection, Lu Chen still succeeded. At that moment, Lu Chen leisurely stood on the wall, holding a fishing rod. Just now, he cast the rod accurately, hooking Sing's clothes and pulling him off the ground. With a strong swing, Lu Chen threw him high into the air. Watching the shrinking crowd below, Sing's face turned ashen. As Sing reached the highest point, his body began to plummet rapidly. This terrified Sing.
So high. Someone save me. I don't want to die.
Sing cried out hysterically for help. However, no matter how much he screamed, it was in vain. Falling from a great height, Sing watched as he was about to hit the ground and die. The soldiers below hurriedly gathered, trying to catch the falling Sing.
However, Lu Chen wouldn't let them succeed.
At the moment Sing was about to land, Lu Chen cast the fishing rod again, hooking Sing once more. Sing was stunned, thinking Lu Chen was showing mercy and sparing his life. But then, Lu Chen exerted force again, flinging the rod and sending Sing flying once more. Before Sing could even rejoice, he was airborne again. Sing was tossed up and down like on a bungee ride, continuously flipping.
Just kill me. I can't take it anymore.
After being flung more than 10 times, Sing couldn't bear it anymore and begged for death. Lu Chen laughed joyfully and shouted at Sing, "Sing, rest assured, I won't kill you.
Enjoy your suffering. I will make you wish for death. You son of a bitch."
Sing's curses echoed outside the headquarters of the Alchemist Guild.
The onlookers found it quite entertaining. Sing, who was always domineering, was now witnessing Sing being tormented, releasing some pent-up anger. Sing's men gathered by the wall, trying to stop Lu Chen. Wendy appeared, leading her men to block the enemies outside. Just when everyone thought Sing was doomed today, a commotion arose on the distant road. Oh no! Duke Sinclair is coming with his men.
A subordinate hurriedly ran to Wendy's side and reported the situation to him.
Duke Sinclair. How did he come so quickly?
Wendy's face darkened at the news, and he made a decision.
Teacher, trouble is coming. You better escape. I will buy you some time. Wendy shouted to Lu Chen. Wendy, I appreciate your kindness, but this is my mess to clean up. If I abandon you all and leave alone, am I still human? Lu Chen shook his head. But
Wendy wanted to say more, but Lu Chen interrupted.
No need to say more.
Whether it's the Duke or anyone else coming today, even if the king himself arrives,
I will not back down. As Lu Chen's words fell, Duke Sinclair arrived with his men in a menacing manner.
Duke Sinclair was tall and burly, clearly not a kind character.
Duke Sinclair looked around but did not see his son. Frowning, he asked somewhat displeased, "Where is my son?" A nervous Sinclair guard knelt before Duke Sinclair, too afraid to speak.
Seeing this, Lu Chen laughed heartily.
"Duke, your son is right here."
Lu Chen reeled in his fishing rod, and Sinclair's guard fell to the ground abruptly.
"Make sure to catch him properly. Don't blame me for not warning you," Lu Chen kindly reminded.